bigger. I want to start with the Broncos, though, for this reason. I think that's the best game that I've seen them play since I've moved here. As far as all-around performance, things looking like they're clicking, offense, defense, special teams, all of that. It was a joy to watch the Denver Broncos play football, and I don't know how many times I've been able to say that in 5.5 years. Almost 6 now of me being here. Bo Nix finally gave you the game. Like, don't care that there's no passing touchdown still on his in his resume. He played the exact type of game that you needed to see with the exact type of plays that he made, whether it was with his legs or, more importantly, through the air, to let you know he is fully capable of being a franchise quarterback for you. Doesn't mean that he is right now. Doesn't mean that I'm sold. It doesn't mean that. It means for 1 week, they put the bulk of that game in his hands and said, make proper decisions, and he did. Now, the strategy that we'll get to in a little bit, I thought was kind of odd, especially with how the game was sort of progressing from just a feel standpoint. For whatever reason, you had Tampa's number from the very start of that game. No question. Like, you went out, took it to him on offense. I kind of love the mentality. You line up for the coin toss, you get the dub, and you say, instead of what every other team does, which is I will defer to the second half, you say, nope, we want to receive the ball. I want to be on offense right now. Take the football and just shove the opening drive down their throat for a touchdown, 6 plays, 70 yards. I mean, first play was a 22-yard shot to Cortland Sutton in one-on-one coverage, back shoulder throw, great catch, and just gave you a little bit of oomph and a little bit of pizzazz to start a drive. Shortly after that, it's 2 more throws, both of which are completed, including a 31-yard pass to Josh Reynolds, which sets you up in the red zone. You had the rookie mistake creeps back in with the delay of game penalty. But then 3 plays later, you're in the end zone with a 7-0 lead. And I'll tell you this right now. Once they gathered that momentum, they never let it go. Not once did I feel like Tampa had a shot to win that game. You hold them to a 3-and-out. The second possession for Tampa, you get an interception. You cap that off with a touchdown. Like, you were doing the things you were supposed to be doing. The only time that game felt like it might have been a little bit in the balance or faltered a little bit was the Javonte fumble. Because it pushed momentum back in the side of Tampa. They went down and scored pretty quickly afterwards. So then that 17-0 lead became a 17-7 lead. But to the Broncos and Bo Nix's credit, 2-minute drill, how you going to respond? Because if you go 3-and-out, you give Tampa the football back, and they even get, a field goal before halftime. That turns into a 1-possession game. They receive in the second half, could flip everything around.
Brett, right there, that was the sequence, to your point, that made the entire difference and showed me that this is a different Broncos team. Because the Broncos team last year, or the year before that, 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 they would have rolled over and died after that Javonte fumble. Once Javonte fumbled the ball, any other Broncos team after Peyton Manning would have lost the game. That is a fact.
You get that snowball effect. Somebody's got to make a play. Nobody does. And then all of a sudden, you just feel that creeping dread come back. And this is like losing culture, losing locker room stuff. Even with new players every single year, it's hard to totally shake that. But again, to their credit, to the credit of Bo Nix and Sean Payton, you, despite fumble, turnaround, Tampa scores a touchdown, 2-minute drill, you drive down for a field goal, and you snatch that back before half and make it a 13-point lead again. And then your defense, who, you know what? I'm going to tell you this right now. I think we all maybe not all, but a lot of us last year at this exact moment in time, 3 weeks into the season, wanted Vance Joseph fired.
Did we really?
Yes, we did, because it was bad. This was the exact point in the calendar that you gave up a 70-piece to Miami. And this defense, despite all the questions and losing some really, really good players, has been phenomenal. Look at the final numbers for a very potent Tampa Bay offense. 223 total yards, 3 of 11 on third down, 0-2 on fourth down. You forced a couple of turnovers. You didn't commit back-breaking penalties. You only allowed them in the red zone twice. Like, this is all stuff that is a necessity for a young quarterback to have sort of going hand in hand with his success story. The other thing I would mention is a running game, which the Broncos did not do for most of it. And credit to, is it Badie? I saw everybody say Badie, whatever his name is.
It's Badie.
Yeah, it's Badie. What was with the bidet stuff? What was that about?
Well, because Nate Kreckman is never going to miss a chance to make any sort of a toilet-related joke. So he was just going to seize the day.
Well,
seize the bidet, excuse me.
But I saw a lot of people saying it's pronounced bidet, and I was like, I've never heard that once. It's got to be Badie. Anyway, I've liked him for the last couple of years. You know, he's been on the practice squad, and he's been in training camps, but he sees a hole, he hits it. And we're going to have a larger conversation about Javonte Williams later today because it's just not working. And I think we all want it to, but for whatever reason, it's just not. The only thing that really stuck out to me as far as, I wouldn't even call it a negative, I would call it an oddity, okay? So you still weren't able to establish a rushing game. And to the Broncos' credit, their strategy was working. But I remember late in that third quarter, you're up 13 points. They started to drive with 8 plays into it. Hang on, let's see exactly what drive this was. So this started with 7 minutes and 50 seconds left in the third quarter. They had 8 straight pass plays before they ran the football, and the first run was a quarterback sneak. Do I agree with that type of strategy when you have a lead like that and you're just trying to close the game out? I have some quibbles. But what I'm telling you is what they were doing was working, and then they eventually went around to just running the football. You know, at the end of the third quarter, as you head into the fourth, it was 34 passing attempts to 12 rushing attempts from your running back through 3 quarters. And I said, I want to see the fourth just be the Broncos get the football and they run the ball as much as they can. And to their credit, that's exactly what they did. I think it was only 2 passing attempts in the fourth quarter and a whole bunch of runs, especially with Tyler Badie, and he had that big 43-yarder that bust the game wide open and basically sealed it. It was a phenomenal performance and one that was totally unexpected given the situation they were facing. They were going against a good Tampa team that, yes, was beat up, but at the same time, still had a lot of talent. I'm just more impressed. I don't want to say more impressed, but I'm equally as impressed with the defense as I was the offense. You know, for all of the PS2 haters that were out there through 2 weeks, did you guys even notice Mike Evans was playing in that football game? Because I didn't. Finished that game with 2 catches for 17 yards. Only had 3 targets on the day. You know how good that guy is? Completely disappeared. So a resounding standing O for the Broncos in that game yesterday. Speaking of,
we had a great week of work. We had our best Wednesday of the year.
You know what? In this case, I believe it this time. Now let's get to the game on Saturday. Just a miracle situation. And one that if that does not happen, you have a lot of questions that you want answered this morning. But with the way that they won, one thing became abundantly clear to me after that game ended in Folsom on Saturday. We'll get to that next.
And last thing for me, is it Badie or Badie? We got to know.
It's Badie.
Okay, Badie, okay.
It's Badie. Everybody loves Badie.
Yeah,
so
right?
I'm going to keep it that way.
Okay, I love it. Thank you.
12 opener comes down to this play. Sanders gets the feet set toward the end zone for the game. It is caught by Worcester, just like 1994.
I told Coach to let me go to the side by myself because I know they'll have more people over there on me, and they give our guys backside a one-on-one opportunity, which they did. They did exactly what we thought. They had 3 people on me, and everybody else backside had a one-on-one chance. So I just know sometimes you got to step back and let the team go ahead and play their role and let them come down with a good play. So I trusted the process. So at the end of the game, at the end of the play, you can see me already halfway over there because I'm expecting the ball to go over there already.
That's a great quote from Travis Hunter. How can you not love that guy? Another 100-yard game for him, another phenomenal game defensively. He can do it all, man. He's unbelievable. I'll say this, though. I had 2 sort of, I don't want to say revelations because it's not like they're crazy, but 2 things that stuck out to me that I think are now unshakable. And I try not to put too much stock in Hail Marys, okay? Like, I remember Sports Science or some show like that was doing how does Aaron Rodgers have 5 Hail Marys? Well, the accuracy it would take, I'm like, it's kind of a heave. Okay, you can maybe try and put the ball in a certain spot. But let's be honest, when you're chucking the ball 50 yards downfield and there's 4 defenders near the ball, it's a lot of luck kind of goes into it. But the ability of Shador to go sort of across his body, pressure in his face, right as he's throwing the ball, and have it look as pretty as it did is unreal. But I'll just say, I think he's the best quarterback in the country. Like, there's issues that I think that scouts are going to have maybe with some things that he says or does or some attitude stuff or maybe that. But as far as raw talent, I don't think there's anybody better in the country right now. And you can take your Quinn Ewers and you can take some of these guys who are really, really good. But, man, I give him full and complete credit for, you want to talk about being a quarterback. The amount of times he stands in the pocket and just takes shot after shot is pretty unreal. But the accuracy that he has is off the charts. And sometimes somebody will throw a football and you're just like, gosh, that's pretty. Like, he's got one of those arms too. And something that I loved about what he did in a very intelligent way was able to use his feet when they needed to. Pick up big first downs, make sure you slide, don't take a hit. Rushing games still left a lot to be desired. Pass protection still left a lot to be desired. But when you have that guy in the football field, you have a chance to win any football game. Like, he's the ultimate equalizer. Baylor, if nothing else, their head coach is Dave Aranda. He is a defensive genius. Like, he is really, really intelligent on scheming things on that side of the football. You knew there would be some struggles in this game. He said afterwards he's got full respect for CU, and he should, because I'm sure as good as he is at drawing up a defense, he also was staying up pretty late thinking about how he's going to stop Shador Sanders and those wide receivers. But the ability of that team just to always have a shot, because the guy that's under center it's an invaluable quality to what your football team is. And make no mistake, there's a lot on the line in this game. That's a home conference game to open up your year. I don't think that they've had a home conference game or a home conference win in a long, long time. Or maybe it's just been, they didn't have a home conference win last year, I don't think, right?
Does that mean that the last home conference win they got was when Mike Sanford's Buffs beat Cal for their lone win that season?
I really think not only was that the last time, I think that's their only win in front of home fans since like 2019.
So
Because they had, I think they had a couple in 2020, but nobody was at the game.
right, exactly. So bringing it to your opening question, or I don't know if it was a question, but when we started the show, you were talking about which win means more. Easy
Yeah.
for me to say on a Monday morning. I know I'm biased because I went to see you and I was in the marching band, right? So we're the nerds who keep the spirit. I think that this game, CU had infinitely more on the line than the Broncos did. Because if the Broncos went to Tampa and lost, guess what? That's exactly what everybody thought was
Sure.
going to happen anyway. And now they're just going to go back to their resort in West Virginia and go play mini golf for a week and then go to New York. Like, if the Broncos lost, who cares? But if CU lost, now we're saying, oh, they can't hang in the Big 12. This is a conference loss. Oh, they're trash. They only beat the bad teams.
Well, and bigger than that, and I think to your credit and to your point, the CU one was bigger. For first of all, the way that it happened was just so cool. Second of all, if they lost that game to Baylor, a home conference loss where you're trying to count on the schedule where the win's at to get to a bowl game, that one would have hurt a lot. And the way that it happened, I'm telling you right now, if they did lose that game, I can point directly to one reason as to why. Special teams was terrible. And this is where that always gets kind of thrown off to the side, but you want to talk about all phases. All phases matter. You give up a kick return for a touchdown. You give up a big punt return for over 50 yards. And it turns the game on its head. And if Baylor ended up winning, there is no doubt in my mind that we're pointing directly to special teams as the reason as to why. You could do the other stuff. You could talk about, hey, didn't get a good enough rushing game, gave up too many sacks. You could go that route if you wanted to, but special teams was the killer. And you're able to overcome that in what ends up being an unbelievable W in every sense. Just the way that it went down, sort of Hail Mary last second. You get to OT. You do exactly what you're supposed to do in overtime, which, okay, you lose the coin flip. You got to go out on offense first, get in the end zone, find a way. They do that, and then defensively you make a huge play. And who's the one who makes it? It's Travis Hunter at the goal line where it feels, who knows, by the way, if Baylor gets in the end zone, they might be going for 2 in the win. They very well could be. But Travis Hunter gets his helmet right on the football as the guy is at the goal line, spits out back of the end zone, you get the dub. It's the guys who make the game-winning plays are the 2 reasons as to why on any given week you got a chance to win. It's Shador Sanders making plays, it's Travis Hunter making plays, and for my money, these are 2 guys that will be top 10 draft picks next year. And Travis Hunter, you know what? I'll go even further. Travis Hunter's the best college football player I've ever seen in my life. Ever. I've never seen somebody with his ability to do both of those things at an elite level. But more importantly, Nelly, that's an overtime game where he has been doing the bulk of the work on offense. He led the team in catches and yards. He had 7 for 130. The next closest guy had 4 catches. Jimmy Horn had 4 for 40. Wester had 4 for 68. Omarion Miller had 2 for 71. You're doing the bulk of the work on the offensive side. And on the defensive side, you're making the game-winning play at the highest of pressure moments. But most importantly, he's not gassed somehow, ever. Every time you see the graphics during those games, they tell you, this is how many snaps he's played on offense, this is how much he's played on defense, and then my favorite one is, here's how many snaps he's missed. And it's 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and it's 5 snaps. And you're like, how is that possible for this guy to still be at this elite of a level without a sense of fatigue and making the biggest plays in the game in the biggest moments? He's the best college football player I've ever seen, and it's it's going to be hard to top for the rest of my life to give me a guy that's better than him.
Yeah, he's kind of having an Ohtani-esque run in terms of doing things on both sides of the ball right now.
He truly is, though. Like, I know that was, like, kind of thrown out there as a joke at the beginning. He's truly Shohei because he's doing two things at a level that, like, nobody's done since people's name were Skippy Magoo and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
you have to go to Babe Ruth era to find Shohei Ohtani stuff. You have to go, like, literally to leather helmet days to find somebody who's doing what Travis Hunter's doing.
right. When you see these guys that are in the Hall of Fame that played in 1940, and you look at what positions they played, and it's quarterback, end, kicker,
Yeah.
coach, water boy. They did everything. I think the most important takeaway from the CU game is I am so happy that I don't care how good or bad Baylor is. CU was trading blows at them at the beginning of the game, right? And then in the second quarter, they went down 24-10. Any other year of CU football for the past 10 years, that's curtains. They're done. You go down by 2 scores. I don't care if you're playing Cal or Ohio State. If they went down by 2 scores, they're toast. But this CU team, they weren't. And yeah, it took last-second theatrics, and it took some of the magic in that old dusty Folsom to pull them from the jaws of defeat, but they did it.
Yep.
And because I just felt this sinking feeling when I watched Baylor go up by 2 scores in that second quarter. I went, cool. Well, there you go.
Well,
Nice knowing you, boys.
And that's the thing, though. It's like you should never fully have that feeling when Shador Sanders is on the field because he's got the ability to put up points in a hurry. And it didn't end up being a hurry. Like, it was a grind. But they just kept chipping away. And chipping away and chipping away. Needed some fortune to go their way. Obviously, the way the Hail Mary went down was big. But remember, with about 5 minutes left-ish, they needed a big drive. They're down 7. And it's a sack, it's another sack, and it's a 3-and-out. You punt the football. Baylor misses a field goal, thankfully, a 45-yarder, which gives you at least an opportunity. But God, I can't tell you. And who missed the catch, by the way? Who was the play before the actual completed Hail Mary? Who was it Miller that the ball was thrown up to and the defender falls down? It's like if he just catches it, turns around and falls in the end zone, you felt like the opportunity was gone. I think it was Miller. But then if you guys missed it, this was Travis Hunter on how that Hail Mary went down. And this is a good teammate understanding the situation. He knows all the attention is going to be on him, that they're probably going to try and fit Travis Hunter the football somehow. It's biggest play of the game. You want your biggest player to make that. Here's what he said after the game.
I told Coach let me go to the side by myself because I know they'll have more people over there on me, and they give our guys backside a one-on-one opportunity, which they did. They did exactly what we thought. They had 3 people on me, and everybody else backside had a one-on-one chance. So I just know sometimes you got to step back and let the team go ahead and play their role and let them come down with a good play. So I trusted the process. So at the end of the game, at the end of the play, you can see me already halfway over there because I'm expecting the ball to go over there already.
It's such a good teammate move of understanding situation. By the way, it was Shepard. Thank you, Texters. Not Miller. Shepard was the one who dropped that pass. But to understand in the moment, as much as this is at the end of a basketball game and you're playing the Lakers, 15 years ago, Kobe's going to get the ball. And sometimes the best call is why not give it to a good 3-point shooter who might be wide open for one instead of a guy trying to force a shot through, double coverage. Travis Hunter understood it. And it's like they got talented guys elsewhere. But the catch, too. And make no mistake, that was rain coming down. That wasn't rain. That was rain. and to make this sliding sort of away from your momentum, make sure you get your hands underneath it. Because how many of you guys thought the same thing I did, which is, oh, God, that ball bounced, didn't it? We're getting all hyped up, and they're going to show the slow-mo replay, and it's going to bounce off the turf, and then he's going to trap it against his chest. And no, sliding against his momentum back towards the football, hands underneath it, cradle it, and finish that out. Just what an unreal Saturday at Folsom, and one that you desperately needed just to keep pace and trying to get to a bowl win. Now, here's the situation that they're at. They're the exact same place that they were a year ago. Through 4 games, they're 3-1. And it's not like they have a murderer's row in this conference coming their way, but UCF is a very tough offense. They're unbeaten so far this year. Kansas State just took a giant L to BYU, so they aren't looking nearly as difficult as maybe before. Arizona, who I still think is a very good football team. Their only loss was to Kansas State, but they got a really good quarterback. Like, none of these are super easy, but they aren't incredibly, impossible either. So you are 3 wins away from a bowl game with 8 to go. It's all available to you. Not to mention, again, just looking at how good is this conference really, there is a pathway for you to be right there in the thick of the conversation towards the end of the year. If you can continue to make the plays in crunch time moments, because I feel like you're going to be in a lot of these games, can you make those plays late like they did against Baylor? You're going to have at least a decent shot of turning in a season that could be pretty special. So 303-504-0925. Schomp Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, broadcasting live from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. There's two different ways that you can ask the question, and I think there's two different ways that you can get a different answer. If I tell you which game felt better over the weekend, the answer, I think, is no question, it's CU. Even though both of them felt like a sweet sort of release and you're able to exhale. The way in which you win, when you get a game like that, those are rarities, man. Those are ones that you remember for a long, long time. But if I say which one meant more, there's a couple of different ways you can look at it. And it's more of kind of a short term and a long term. You know, for the way that CU won, that being a conference game, taking you to 3-1 on the year, you're halfway to a bowl game now in the win column. And it gave you a lot more sort of breathability heading into a tougher part of the Big 12 conference schedule. That's one thing. But on the Broncos side, seeing competence from that quarterback position is pretty invaluable. You know, especially with the way that you were feeling through 2 weeks. You know, you had this sort of, I'm going to have some patience stuff in the back of my head. You had the idea of, yeah, this is going to take time, but I need to see something. And you got both. Like, you got not just competent, it was good quarterback play against a pretty tough team on the road this weekend. And to throw on top of that, you got a comfortable dub. Like, weren't biting your nails at the end of the game dub. Like, I could have turned that game off with 4 or 5 minutes left dub. When's the last time the Broncos have done that? Where you've been comfortable at the end of the game. Like, there is no way, there's no world that exists in which this team comes back to beat us. Like, that's pretty cool. And he did that largely without a running game. Their entire strategy, you know, again, it's questions that I had surrounding this, but
What's the question?
You get to the end of the third quarter, and it's 34 passing attempts to 12 rushing attempts with your backs anyway. It's hard to kind of judge the Bo Nix runs because I like this wrinkle that they have in the offense now where it's pure read option. Like, he's just gauging what he does off the defensive end's reaction. And I'll tell you this right now. There ain't a lot of people in this league at that position more athletic than Bo Nix. Like, Bo Nix has serious wheels. Like, and I was completely unaware of what that looked like until we really got into the throes of, like, training camp and preseason. But this should absolutely be a staple within the offense. Just I'd say 3, 4, 5 times a game, you run just a pure read option where he gauges what the defensive end does and either gives or keeps because it works.
And you know how you said that this was the most fun you had watching a Broncos game since your time in Denver. There was one play that kind of encapsulated that for me, and I can't remember where it was in the game, but there was one time where Bo Nix was in the shotgun. He had the ball. He dropped back, and Tampa swarmed him. They were on him like white on rice, and he ducked out of it.
That play was unreal.
He looked like Eli Manning before he made the helmet catch pass. Like he ducked out and rolled out from under a defender, and then he scrambled for 5 or 10 yards. And I was watching that, and as Mosier will probably tell you in about 10 minutes, Kaner, my stinger was all the way up.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. When was the last time that we saw a quarterback in Denver who could move like that? Wasn't Peyton, definitely wasn't Chase Keesum, wasn't Joe Flacco's weekend at Bernie's ass still in his prime, according to John Elway. When was the last time we saw a quarterback with escapability and wheels like that in the Mile High City?
Well, even when Tebow was doing a lot of running, Tebow, like, I don't know how to say this properly. It didn't look super athletic. It just looked like very bowling ballish. And the play I'm thinking of, Nelly, I think it was his biggest run of the day. His 22-yarder, where he just Houdini'd it. Like, he's under pressure. They had Garrett Bowles, who had a pretty miserable game, if we're being honest. But Garrett Bowles gets beat off the right side, and Nix is rolling out to his right, so he's got the guy chasing him. He kind of feels it. Spidey senses it. He's about to gear up for a long pass, ends up tucking it down, avoids the rush from the back. There's two guys trying to pinch him as he's running back across the line of scrimmage that he gets by and squeezes both of them, and then finds the open space to take off for 22 yards, and it's a huge play. That was crazy athletic.
Offense, number 72.
Yeah, it wasn't a great game for him. Texas says Jake Plummer. Plummer had a little bit of that. But there's only a few guys, man, like Kyler Murray and Josh Allen. Like, there's only a few that I would say have the ability to make a play like that. Maybe Jalen Hurts. There's only a few. But you have one of the most athletic quarterbacks in the NFL right now. And I don't think there's any question about it. Everything that you saw from Bo Nix in that game, smart decision-making, made his decisions quick, was able to use his athleticism to extend plays or make plays on the ground. Incredibly smart situationally, was good in 2 minutes, was good in the red zone, was good at capitalizing on mistakes made by Tampa. Like, everything you wanted to see from your franchise QB, you got. Even the throws that he would make in the game, some of the tougher throws. Back shoulder, Cortland Sutton one-on-one coverage. Fitting one in the pocket to Josh Reynolds. He had a little bit of everything. We were waiting for moments like that. Didn't have to translate totally to, wow, what an A-plus game. But we had to see moments inside of football games where he would make plays like he did against Tampa, and he did it for a large majority of the game. Like, how about this? When the Broncos dropped back to pass, I didn't feel nervous. I felt comfortable. I felt like he was going to make the right play and the right read. And doing that without much of a rushing game throughout the course of the day, other than when the game really got on and Tyler Badie had a couple of big ones laid. It's not easy to do. So credit to him. It's exactly what you wanted to see on both fronts. Hell of a way to end Saturday night and hell of a way to start Sunday morning.
The last thing we need that passing touchdown, baby. Once that happens, the do you believe crowd is going to go nuts. Because you're right. We needed to see signs. We needed to see some progress. And it was great seeing Bo Nix make the throws he needed to make. And it was good to see him have all these different moves he could make in terms of scrambling and being mobile with his feet. Once we get that passing TD, we're in, baby.
Wasn't all sunshine and rainbows for sort of not that reason in particular, but I'm unmoved this week with the no passing touchdown because he got in the end zone quite a bit. He did it with his legs. They were on the doorstep of the goal line. They ran one in. I will say this, though. They got to run the football better. That goal line sort of stand that they had where it took them 4 different runs to get in the end zone from like the 1-inch line. I'm like, come on, guys. This is something you got to have in your bag. You must. Because you don't want to turn it into last year, which was Russell Wilson at the 2-yard line throwing the ball 3 straight times because you knew you couldn't rush the ball into the end zone. And that's going to bring us to a larger discussion about Javonte Williams later. I'm out on Javonte. I mean, I hate to say it because I like the guy. But since that ACL injury, he hasn't looked the same. There just isn't a burst right now. And then he fumbled the football, which does not help his case at all. And it was the only real time that you maybe thought Tampa could get back in the game was the fumble, followed by the touchdown shortly afterwards by the Bucs. Their only touchdown of the day. I am all in on give Tyler Badie a shot. Give Watson a shot. When Estime gets off the IR, give him a shot. I just don't think that Javonte's got the same sort of burst that he had his rookie season. And it's sad because I like the guy.
And by the way, Kreckman actually did he took a picture of the media guide, and yesterday the pronunciation that was given to the media was Badie.
But he himself said Badie
That was
in the locker room.
That video was from a while ago, yeah. So I don't know if he's changing his mind. I don't know if he lost a bet. But the Badie Badie controversy rages on.
303-504-0925. We can break down a lot more of this with Adam Schefter, who's going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning. Kreckman and Lindahl, speaking of Kreckman, they're going to be at Hofbrau in Westminster from 3 to 6 for Monday Night Football. 2 games tonight, Jags at Bills and the Commanders at the Bengals. You can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. You can save more with Safeway. Receive their best deals, rewards, and perks as a Safeway For You member every day. Earn points and redeem exclusive offers. Download the Safeway app and sign up for free today. Mose Lombardi and Kane next.
Big 12 opener comes down to this play. Sanders gets the feet set toward the end zone for the game. It is caught by Worcester, just like 1994. Needing 7 points to send it to the second OT on first and goal. It's Richardson. Ball's out. Ball is out. Ball is out. Recovered and knocked out of the end zone.
After further review, the ruling on the field stands. The ball game's over.
Off the mats. Colorado wins the Big 12 opener.
Oh, he gave Nix an option, and he's going to take it right to the corner for the touchdown.
That was an outstanding series right there by the rookie quarterback. Exactly where he needed to be. If you give him some room to take it, he uses his legs exceptionally well. He used his feet there for the score. Just outstanding.
The Mountain Time Zone is feeling a mile high right now.
Don't think you could feel better after a football weekend than what we got this past weekend, because both of these things were, I don't want to say that CU was totally unexpected, but certainly the finish was totally unexpected. Totally unexpected on Sunday, though, with the way that Bo Nix and that offense played. And for my money, guys, and you could start the show a million different directions. I've been here for almost 6 years now. That's the best Broncos game I think I've seen. Like top to bottom, holistically, offense, defense, special teams. It's the best all-around game I've seen the Broncos play since I've been here.
I said it last night on Altitude After Dark. It is the most complete road game I've seen the Broncos play since November of 2021, when they traveled to Dallas as heavy underdogs and Vic Fangio's team beat up on the Cowboys, beat them thoroughly, early and often. So since that game, that's the best game I've seen them play.
I think you just got, how many times did we say these first couple of weeks, Moj? We just want to see a couple of plays from Bo Nix that make you go, aha, there it is. That's why they drafted him 12 overall. You got about 4 quarters, I think, of plays like that. I'll say this from the beginning. He is one of the most athletic quarterbacks in the league right now. The way that he can use his legs, that little Houdini play that he made, I think in the third quarter, to avoid a rush where the guy just beat Garrett Bowles. He's coming from the blind side. Spidey sensed it, turned that into a 22-yard run. Everything about his game was exactly kind of what you wanted to see.
It was more than just one aspect of it, too. I mean, I thought it was his command on the field,
Yep.
The confidence of that first drive, right? I mean, I think that set the tone for the whole dang football game. But it was with his arm. It was with his legs. It was with his pocket presence. You saw advancement at every aspect of the game out of him. And that's what we were looking for. And so you're like, whew, good. Pills are good. Pills are good.
But
no,
you're right.
it was good to see him do that in different aspects. And man, that answered a lot of questions in my own head. Not that he's not going to have some struggles down the road, because there will always be that for a rookie quarterback. But boy, did he go into an environment, hot, muggy, Buccaneers people, Pirates and crap.
Tough team, too.
And a team that was 2-0 and got it done. He deserves all the praise. I guess there's probably a big party at the Greenbrier last night.
Yeah, there should have
Free
been.
Golf and water
No,
and
they
canoe
stayed in
for
Tampa.
Oh, they did.
They stayed in Tampa overnight. They're going to head out today. So last night there was a party in Tampa. Guaranteed.
To what Moshe's talking about, though, Vic, you win a coin toss, almost always teams defer to the second half and they receive in the second half. Mm-hmm. They won the coin toss. They took the football. And do you guys remember the first play? First play was a nice little back shoulder throw, 20 yards downfield to Sutton. Good throw, good catch. And I think it did, Moshe. It set like a tone of we're going to try and establish this offense early in this game. Go ahead, Vic.
Bold. You know why? Because if you go 3 and out to start the game, you're like, oh, geez, here we go again. And it's been nothing but 8 years of 3 and outs. That's all we've seen. And the fact that they threw the ball up top, I wanted to see going into the season, could Bo Nix throw a 20-yard football into tight windows? He proved it to me yesterday. He could do it. He did it regularly. He started the game with that. He was 4 for 4 for crying out loud on the opening series. Right down the field. Made it look easy. You know the big number that the Broncos executed yesterday that made things so much more resourceful offensively? Their first down average in the first half, especially first half, They averaged 8.3 yards per first down. I mean,
Huge.
you're almost
That's
getting
huge.
a first down at first down.
Yeah, that's huge. Absolutely huge.
To something you mentioned last week, Vic, I kept track of this number shortly after halftime. I don't know what the final tally was, but shortly after the half, I think it was after the first drive of the second half. Knicks went into the game 6 of 24 on throws 10 yards or further downfield. He was 6 of 7 to start that game on throws 10 yards or further downfield.
It's almost like they said, listen, we're going to do something that they probably don't expect us to do from the get-go. Let's get out there a little bit. Let's put it out there a little bit and maybe catch Tampa Bay off guard. And that's what it seemed like they did. And then once you punch them in the mouth, it felt like, honestly, Vic, it felt like the Bucs were just sort of, whoa, we didn't see that coming. And all of a sudden it's 14-0. And you're like, whoa.
I know it's one game, and I know it's not going to look like this every week because sometimes rookie quarterbacks, they go back to the mean, right? And you're going to struggle a little bit. I get it. But Bo Nix answered 3 questions for me yesterday. Could he fit it in tight windows down the middle of the field, 20-yard passes? Yes. Can he sustain a long drive? Yes, he did that. He had a 7-minute-plus drive in the second half. Can he answer quickly with the drive? End of the first half, getting them in field goal range the way he did? Yes, yes, yes. He asked me.
He finished in the red zone,
and I said
too.
I do. Yes.
He finished in the red zone, too. And to your point, Vic, I think it's the biggest sequence of the game. Because here's what happened. The Broncos had full control, right? No question about it. They're up 17-0. They're dominating Tampa. Tampa can't move the football for anything. And then what happens? Broncos get the ball. Javonte, who we're going to have a larger discussion about later, fumbles. Tampa takes the ball, immediately scores. Now that 17-0 lead turns into 17-7. There's a few minutes left in the first half. And it's the only time in that game that I felt like this could be the shift to where Tampa comes back into it.
Yeah,
where it feels like they got a shot.
He said that when it happened, you can't put the ball on the ground at that point, especially when everything goes your way.
But think about this, Moj. They fumble, Tampa scores, you're teetering. If you go 3 and out there,
right.
Bucs get the ball back with a chance to get a field goal, make it a 7-point game before halftime. They receive the ball in the second half. Like a lot of things could go wrong. And to the credit of Bo Nix and Sean Payton, calm themselves, at least get a field goal drive out of it, push it to a 13-point lead before half. I think it's the biggest sequence of the game.
The response, I think, is what was so impressive to me, Vic. The response, you're right, the calmness of it all. That, hey, we just got punched a little bit here after our mistake. We're all right. We're going to be okay. And honestly, I never even felt like it was teetering or could teeter. I just felt the Broncos were in total command. Defensively, they had a great game plan against the Buccaneers. Mayfield, I mean, they wouldn't let him throw downfield at all, period. Loved it.
Well, good on Sean Payton also. He saw something that we could not see the first 2 weeks. We didn't see it, but he knew it was there. He saw something in Bo Nix that allowed him to invest that kind of time, the resources, throw the playbook at him. He did it all. But I also noticed yesterday that Sean Payton, he bent his playbook a little bit to allow Bo Nix to do some things that make him more comfortable. The RPOs and short yardage situations. The 4th and shorts where he just goes off tackle for a first down. He did some things that reminded me of the Oregon Bo Nix. And you sprinkle a few of those in there, the security blanket to make the rookie feel good. But you also ask him, you got to push the ball down the field, which he did. So good on both of them, boys.
Read option should be a play that they run 4 to 5 times a game. That has to be in their arsenal now. Every single week,
He's too fast.
You got to run read
He's too
options.
good.
Yeah,
dude, he made, I thought, the play of the game when he had a pass rusher on his back, and I thought he was going to lose the football. Frankly, he couldn't see him. He had a dude coming from the right side and somehow slithered. You remember the play, right? He slithered away from that guy and ran it 22 yards. Mm-hmm. It was awesome.
By the way, you guys want to hear a good Sean Payton no? He gave us one of those after the game. He was asked, did Bo Nix gain confidence with this win?
Did you see a different confidence level in Bo? And you just...
No, stop. It's fitting your narrative. It's not. The kid's been confident. This kid's been through Auburn. He's transferred. He's won. And honestly, I haven't seen him flinch. We all get a little bit more confident with a win, but I say that respectfully. he hadn't flinched. And I think that we had a good plan. The players did a good job. And then certainly he had more fun than he did in prior weeks.
I have one question about the game, and the game plan worked, so it's not a complaint, it's just a question. Did any of you guys feel, I guess, weird? It would be the right word. It felt weird about it when I went and looked. You know, I remember charting this. It was deep in the third quarter. It's like 5 minutes left in the third. Broncos starting to drive. They're up at that point 13. You have all the momentum. It feels like Tampa's just like they're dead in the water. And first play's a pass, and so is the second, and so is the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, and the eighth. They started to drive up 13 late in the third quarter with 8 straight pass plays. The ninth play was a run, which was a quarterback sneak. Now, again, it's working, but at the end of the third quarter, when you've been up comfortably for most of the game, 34 pass attempts to 12 rushing attempts from your running backs anyway, I'm like, that's still, I think, a big red flag that needs to get figured out.
That's
sure.
It's not sustainable, right? It's not sustainable, I don't think. But in any given situation, you can make it work like they did yesterday. Long-term success, it's going to have to balance out more, for sure.
Yeah, but if an opposing defense gets all up in your bacon, as opposing defenses have, just basically daring you to throw the ball, and that's what they've done. At some point, you got to be able to make those passes and make those completions, and they did. So now what you're going to see is opposing defenses relax on that. They're going to be more balanced.
Well, and here's the big, and we can talk about this in way more detail later in the show. Is it a problem of defenses stacking the box and you just can't run, or is this a Javonte problem? Tyler Badie comes in. He was pretty consistent at running the football effectively. Now, late in the game, maybe the defense is worn out, whatever you want to call it. But
I mean, he sprung one.
Well, a 43-yarder, but he had 8 carries for like 30-some yards after that.
Yeah.
Like, that's still pretty good. Javonte just doesn't look remotely the same as he did his rookie season.
I have a theory on what's happened with Javonte. And do you want me to share it now, or are we going to jump into this later?
Let's wait. Yeah, let's wait till a little bit later.
You and your theories.
But this is a good one. I got a good one. This is
okay. As opposed to your other theories, when we test those said theories against scientific scrutiny and they fall apart, this one you think is really going to hold.
Yeah, this is not just a hypothesis. I had a clinical study. I've talked to several people.
A control group?
Tested this. Yeah, I've tested this one.
His control group, his brothers.
I think it's called peer-reviewed is what he's looking for here.
It's his brothers. Hey, Mario, what'd you think?
Yep.
Mosher, I thought you were going to be out today.
Why?
I thought the schedule said you were out for a couple days. I may have
I was out Friday.
Oh, didn't notice.
Yeah,
I
just got back. I got back.
You were also out Friday. That's probably why I didn't notice.
Yeah, didn't notice.
I got back from Cincinnati late last night. It just took forever. I'm not going to say it. Nope.
Perfect. So
that's your best synopsis ever of a weekend.
Well, I can't wait to test your theory.
We'll get to it
done with
in a little
segment.
bit. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Height.
Let's get it on.
It's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. So it was a great Sunday morning, and it was a great Saturday night because of what happened at Folsom, which is going to end up being a massive, massive game for a multitude of reasons.
Right.
Yeah, it's a conference win, but that win now puts you halfway in the win column to getting to a bowl game with 8 games left to go, which is huge.
I got a theory too, Vic. I'm going to lay mine out. I think people are weird, man. Why are people crazy?
Just have to do with the CU
I
game?
said something very benign. I thought very benign on Saturday night. And the CU honks are freaking.
Remember the Dion honks. The Dion honks.
Prime honks are freaking.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm like, honks, stop honking.
So you got something benign. I have something. I don't like to do the hot takey thing very often, but I got a hot takey thing I want to say about that CU game. We'll get to all of it next.
Yes! Yes! You got your Justin Fields, baby.
No, stop.
That's the sound of luck and the sound of Tulatero, and this is Brett Kane. You know about Tulatero by now. It's the favorite lottery app of many. You can participate in games such as Mega Millions, Powerball, or Looking for Life. And speaking of Powerball, if you download the Tulatero app right now and use my code MAGIC at checkout, again, that's the code MAGIC, you get a free credit to play your first lottery game. And the Powerball today is $208 million. So download the Tulatero app, Tulotero, and register with that code MAGIC. Use that free credit and try and get your hands on that $208 million jackpot. Tulatero, it's your favorite lottery app.
I don't like what transpired at the end of the game. but I love what transpired at the end of the game. We have a fan base that's phenomenal. We have some young kids on this campus that loves and breathes CU football, and I'm thankful. I mean, I walk the campus every day, and they give us so much love and respect and honor. And Travis is here. He played a phenomenal role as usual, and he didn't want to come up by himself, so he's on my shoulders right now. So I turned it over to Travis so he could go get out of here and get home to his baby.
It is an interesting sort of wrinkle at the end of the game. What if something happened to where they had to call it back? Then what? You've got a crowd of people on the field. I'm assuming that's going to be a 15-yard penalty if for whatever reason they had to play another snap. Like, that would be a little intense. But, Moj, get to your benign take first, and then I'll get to my hot take.
Fairly simple. All I said was, after the game, I'm like, whoa, right? In my head, I'm like, whoa. I said, I don't know what to make of this Buffs win right this second. So many good things, but so many bad things. So many embarrassing things, but so many proud things. Talk to you on Monday morning on Altitude SR. And then I got MF'd by a bunch of people. and I don't know why. Yeah, and I'm
like, what kind of reaction did you get? Because, again, the most sensitive types are those Dion honks who just, they were really quiet after the Nebraska game, but they're really loud. Bottom line is that's an exciting win. And I want you people to understand something right now. I roll with Colorado. I ride with Colorado. I'm up and down with Colorado. I want the Buffs to win. I was as happy as anybody. But that's where my allegiances end. And Mosher, I'm like you. I've been here long before Prime arrived, and I'll be here long after Prime leaves. That's where my allegiances are, with Colorado. Go Buffs. The end.
The first one that came in was only Altitude could spin this into a negative story.
Okay.
Right. Hold on. PBR. The handle's at Nuggets by 40. You can get bent and go to hell. Let's see here. Oh, I guess I'll have to go listen to Joel Klatt instead then. That's Kevin Thomas.
Okay, and can
suck
I just
it.
say
No, Kevin, suck it.
Okay, can I just say something real quick?
Yeah.
Before we start airing out these grievances from
I'm
some CU fans, I understand.
And there's more.
Okay, then let's pause that because I want to talk about this. It was cool. Before we get into
it was awesome.
A negative thing.
It was so awesome.
Can we just do the positive, which is...
But you can't help the negative thing. I mean, guys, look at the people on Twitch.
But just don't...
They're the same way.
Let's not
same
start
way.
there.
Let's just enjoy the win and shut the hell up.
Let's just not start there. I want to start somewhere else.
I'm ready to fight. I'm ready.
Okay, my take can go in a different direction because I'll say two things. Number one, I think Shador Sanders is the best quarterback in the country. And I think
100%.
I don't think there's a question. Just from raw talent now,
Yes.
I don't think there is anybody that is on the level of Shador in the ability that he has to make plays, especially when you have to, which is probably the most important quality. When their backs are against the wall, that dude balls out like crazy. He takes shots in the pocket, play after play, eats them right on the chin, and still makes a throw. He is remarkable.
He's the most clutch quarterback in football. The clutch factor that he possesses is amazing. It's through the roof. I mean, how many quarterbacks can get the ball in that situation? Heck, on that last drive to tie the game and send it to overtime, he was riddled. He was sacked. He lost the ball on a sack and had the presence of mind to jump on it right away, to roll left the way he did and throw across your body the way he did and make it a catchable pass the way he did. I totally agree with you. He's a stud at that position.
Not only that, Vic, you missed it on Thursday real quick. We had Kylie Burse on from Fox 31. We had to get the lowdown on
the rain.
On the rain. Now, you missed the whole thing with Prime. He's like, is it going to rain or is it going to rain? And we all
I heard that.
Okay, well, there's a difference between rain and rain.
That was
right?
rain at the end.
That was rain at the end. He's not only does the poor kid drop the Hail Mary when he had the defender beat over the top.
He made two throws. He made two throws.
But the second one was obviously the more impressive one because he's literally, first one he stepped up in the pocket and heaved it. Second one, he's rolling to his left against his body, foot plant.
Hip swivel,
launch in the pouring rain, baby.
Yeah.
Coming down like flash dance, like dancing flash dance, right? What a feeling. and dude makes the catch. I mean, it was it's almost like a fateful thing.
By
like
the way,
the football gods were looking down.
As good of a throw as that was, and I try not to put too much stock in like heaves. You know, people do that with Aaron Rodgers a lot. It's like, oh, he's got 4 Hail Marys, and it's like you're kind of just throwing it up and hoping you get lucky. It was an amazing throw, but that catch from Wester. Think about this: he's falling the opposite way, but putting his hands back towards the football. Got to get him underneath the ball in the rain, as you mentioned, and to cradle. That's an amazing catch.
It was incredible, absolutely incredible.
But here's the other thing. And this is maybe where I get hot takey, because I'm not only going to speak for the past, I'm going to speak for the future. I think Travis Hunter is going to be the best college football player I've ever seen in my life. I really do. That guy.
Well,
again,
I don't think you've seen anybody that can make these kind of game-changing plays on both sides of the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
Again, we've seen players through the years play both sides. That's not new. But to play both sides and do it like this?
But to miss 5 snaps. And think about the fatigue you would feel going on both sides, not missing a single snap, essentially, on offense and defense. But then, when the game's on the line, Moj, the guy who makes the play to force the fumble at the goal line to end the game right then and there is who? The guy who's played like 125 snaps in the game. It's unbelievable.
It is remarkable. I mean, his ability, Vic, I don't know, he must be part machine. He's almost like cyborg-like, because I don't know how even at a young age, how does his human body stand up to both sides of the football the way it does? I mean, it's simply remarkable. But he's electric in every facet of the game. And I mean, whatever he does is electric.
If you look at that final play in which hits the ball with his helmet, he made that play. That wasn't an accident. He put his helmet right on the ball. If you go back and look at it, the Baylor running back, all he had to do was keep running to his right. It was wide open to his right. He chose to go over Travis Hunter. He wanted to make a statement. I'm going to run over Travis Hunter into this end zone. And it cost him the game. Because all he had to do was stutterbug to his right. And it's an easy walk-in touchdown. I didn't understand the play. What are you doing? Why are you initiating contact when you don't have to?
I don't know. He's probably thinking, hey, man, that's the goal line. We need to get in the end zone. I'm not going to mess around. Just get in. I don't know.
But if the line... listen, dude, again, go back and look at it. The line's right there. Just keep going that way, and you cross the line. Instead,
they've ingrained north-south in his head. North-south. Get north-south.
But the line is... I get it. To your right. Right. It's right there. It's open. And you chose to go over him.
I'm not going to defend the kid, but in his defense, let me do it anyway. There were bodies over there. Maybe he thought somebody would recognize and get back in time. I don't know. He did have space, though, to his right. He did. There's a pack of bodies over there, but he had space.
Bro, if you're Baylor, you missed that field goal that would have iced it.
Yeah.
You blow a 2-touchdown lead. If you're Baylor, you're vomiting for 2 days straight.
Oh, absolutely.
They vomited that game away.
You know what? And again... That's why I'm thinking to myself, golly, I mean, you were a favorite in the game.
Vomiting and all that.
Yeah, not a big one, but a favorite. And then you're down.
CU was favored.
That's what I'm saying. You were favored.
Yeah.
Not big, but you were favored. You're down. You got to scramble. You know, you sneak out by the hair of your chinny chin chin. And exciting. Bomb, to force the overtime. And then you punch it in, and everything's great. But, whew, I mean, Hey, you scraped it out of there with the hair of your chinny chin chin. And people are acting like it's the greatest thing of all time. It's no problem.
It was it was just a cool finish, and that's
was.
why the
It was a
people
great
that are
finish.
criticizing like the rushing of the field against an unranked opponent. It's the way the game ended. It's you thought you were done, and then you won. Like that's why people did it. Now
it could have cost them a lot because if they had to review that and it proved to be a touchdown. Oh, my God. Could you imagine that cleanup in aisle 4? That would have taken a good half hour.
Well, I mean, whether it was a touchdown or they got that weird rule, it felt kind of borderline that as a defender, you can't bat the ball out of the end zone. If you do, that's technically a turnover. There's a weird rule about that, but whatever. What I was thinking was if the likely thing happened which the likely thing is you don't get the Hail Mary that ties the game and you lose. There's one thing I point to as the reason you lost, and your special teams was garbage. It should have cost you the game. You give up a kick return for a touchdown, and then you give up, I think it was like a 55-yard punt return that put them in field position-wise, touchdown range, whatever you want to call it. Their special teams would and should have cost them the game had not for some theatrics
you know what, though?
Late.
I thought about this watching that game, and I had to watch it. I was emceeing a charity deal, and I'm watching it on my phone. There is nothing more entertaining. You could say what you want about the program. You could say what you want about the team. There is nothing more polarizing in Denver sports talk radio than CU football. Nothing. Would you guys agree? It is the most polarizing topic we bring up on a daily.
Probably.
But there is nothing more entertaining than watching those guys play football. It's the most entertaining product out there.
I don't
Win
know.
or lose.
Watching the Cardinals get eliminated from baseball
All right,
postseason. That was really entertaining over the weekend. That was really fun.
But here's the problem you have when you discuss CU football on this show specifically. It is the most polarizing, radicalizing topic in sports talk.
And I don't know why. I don't know why.
Because you say
Explain
something,
it.
you say something critical. You say something like, "Well, the coaching, they had some suspect calls," and then all of a sudden you're just a hater. You're the worst person on earth. If you say something nice, as we have already, and Brett, you open the segment by saying Shador Sanders is the best quarterback in the country. Mm-hmm. Then you get people on the text line 3211. Typical Denver CU homers. Cam Ward, twice the quarterback Sanders is. Stop, please. You can't say anything because you get those who hate CU, and then you get those who have the Dion glasses on who can't say anything bad. You can't say anything without a reaction. Nothing. Say something. Say something and see if it gleans a reaction. Say anything and watch.
I just choose to be unconcerned with that because I thought that Saturday night was so cool and so necessary. If they head into this, if we're talking this morning, Hail Mary falls to the turf.
Yeah.
CU loses. They're 2-2 on the year. They're 0-1 in conference play. The tenor around this program is so much more different. And I don't know if you guys kind of watched what happened in the Big 12 over the weekend. Like Kansas State got their doors blown off by BYU. It's not looking like there's this murderer's row anymore. Like you have a real ability, and especially with these two guys, and Shador Sanders and Travis Hunter, to be in and have a chance to win a whole bunch of games this year. Where you're talking about end of the season, Moj, there's a world that exists where Dion and CU is right in the thick of things at the end of the year.
Hold on. Broncos 67.
exists.
You say, welcome to Sports Talk Radio, Vic. No. I've been doing Sports Talk Radio a long time. There has never been a subject or a topic as polarizing as this one. Ever. More than Tebow, more than anything.
Tebow was Tebow.
No,
dude.
this is the most polarizing topic I've ever discussed on talk radio. Ever.
Anyway.
Hey, Brett, I know that we're going to go over the weekend of pro football, weekend of college football as the show evolves, right? We'll talk to Schefter coming up here in about a half hour. Is that correct?
Yes.
A lot of things went the way I didn't think they were going to go this weekend. And
the damn sports radio.
And in the Big 12, that's one of them.
Yep.
I mean, you could have knocked me over. Watching BYU literally throw K-State all over the field like little school children. It was
College football's
shocking.
crazy.
College
football's
really
gone
is.
crazy. Welcome to the portal.
Yeah.
Welcome to the portal.
But a team, I'll give you an example. I was at the Cincinnati game. So obviously Big 12 football. It was really, that Nippert Stadium is 100 years old this year. It's really actually pretty dang cool. But they absolutely toyed with. This is a Houston team. It's not a great team, but they went to Norman, Oklahoma a couple of weeks ago, and it came down to the wire against the Sooners, right? They played them tough.
Yeah.
And lost, but played them tough in Norman. The Bearcats just destroyed them. I mean, toyed with them up and down the field all day long, and I'm like, I don't know what to make on a week-to-week basis now. I don't know how to judge these teams. Maybe BYU is really, really good. Maybe K-State's way worse than we thought.
Dude.
I don't know either. I don't know. I need more data.
They're only a handful of certain teams out there, certainties, and a lot of them don't exist. Listen, we started this segment and we've continued to express our opinions on that game Saturday night. It was the most exciting CU football game. Well, they've had like a handful of just crazy ones.
Yeah.
Last year's CU CSU game was crazy. This has been the most exciting of the year. It's one of the most exciting of all time. It was entertainment 101. I couldn't get enough of it. I didn't want it to end. It was so fun. But you get folks who just don't listen and don't know how to listen. 3281 says, Buzzkill, I was excited to listen to your show this morning. Let us be happy. It's been years since both the Broncos and Buffs have won. Let us be happy for once, or I have to turn the station. Who the hell is telling you not to be happy?
I mean, it's a tone.
Who is telling you not to? We just said it was the most. What is wrong with you?
I'll tell you one thing. The play that's going to get lost in all of this, the most notable play and the thing that's going to get remembered for a long, long time is obviously the Hail Mary. That play by Omarion Miller in the second quarter where he's cut down at the legs, still keeps himself up, and scampers into the end zone. I think that made it a 7-point game, right? Because they were down 14 in the second quarter. Huge.
You're right, because if you don't score before the halftime buzzer, that changes the tone of the second half. You could point to 10 different plays that made you go, oh, my God. But let's just take the final drive. Shador having the presence of mind to find the football after being sacked. How many times was he hit in that game, by the way?
It
How many
felt
times
like he was sacked. Dave Aranda said this, and this is one thing I was mentioning heading into this game, Moj. I don't know how good or bad Baylor is, but I know that Dave Aranda is a defensive genius, and he will find ways to make things difficult on the offense. Mm-hmm. He said after the game, they had 8 sacks, by the way, in that game. 8. And he goes, we should have had more. And that's not disrespect to CU, but it's just like we had more opportunities to make plays and we didn't.
Well, it's way easier to find the plays where he doesn't get hit than when he does because it feels to me, and I know it's not the case, but I feel like every time he drops back, he's going to take a licking, right? I mean, either he's going to get the ball out. Okay, good. But he's still going to get hit. He's going to get sacked.
Yeah.
Or even if he runs with the football, somebody's going to paste him, and I'm just like, hey, man, I don't know how his body's holding up either because he gets hit a lot. A lot.
The people that are unabashed enthusiasts, the people overrun with enthusiasm that think that CU just won the national championship, you know what that tells me? You haven't been around a while. You haven't been around. You're new to this. You're young. You're amateurs. That's what you are. You haven't been around when this team was a national champion.
He's peeps. He's
talking about
he's talking into the wind, baby. Sometimes you just got to talk into the wind, the freaks in the wind.
Yeah, you haven't been around.
I don't get this either. I mean, I don't know. It's a weird tone. I kind of agree. It's a weird tone on CU right now. It's weird.
You're making it a weird tone. I mean, look at the text line. Look at the text line. Just read it.
Well, just ignore them then. Just ignore them.
He can't. Now he's fixated.
Can't do it.
He's like the cat that sees the moth up around the light. Yeah. He can't. He just can't take his eye off it. He's doing that.
What I want to know though,
thing.
I mean,
if I want to scream, I'll scream.
You're going to Central Florida. Did you guys see the line in that game? I didn't know
14.
Central Florida was that good.
Well, their offense is really good.
They just beat the snot out of who? Somebody not great, but they
CU is a 16.5-point underdog right now. I would have never guessed that.
I thought it was 2 touchdowns.
Well, I mean, it's close enough. No.
Oh, they just beat TCU, but before that they beat Sam Houston, and before that they beat and it was on the road at TCU, by the way. Yeah.
Altogether, I don't think the Big 12 is as good as we thought it was.
No.
You just said it, Moj. There are teams that lost over the weekend. I mean, the way K-State got it handed to them, Kansas ain't as good as we thought they were. They're not.
Dude, Kansas is
They're
1
not that
3.
good. Yeah. There are winnable games on this schedule now. What looked like a murderer's row is not the case anymore.
I mean, Utah went to Stillwater and beat the Cowboys.
Hey, Utah's still Utah.
They are, but their wins have not been overly impressive.
No, but they've
won, but they haven't been over. This BYU spanking of K-State, it absolutely blew my mind. I couldn't believe. I mean, not that they won, but they spanked them.
You could beat Utah, but you're going to look like you got hit by a bus afterwards. Like, they're tough. But we can jump back into this later. Got Adam Schefter in 20 minutes. Stick around.
Lower temperatures are on the way, and right now you've got the lower prices at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. Hey, it's Motion. If you want to get that four-wheel drive for the months ahead and look good doing it, check this out right now. A brand new Ford Bronco Sport or Mazda CX-90, you got that $299 a month on a lease. That's unheard of. So get right in now before the snow flies and before people get their hands on all of those great vehicles. All you've got to do is head to Highway 36 and Wadsworth to see it all, or go online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. It's family owned. These people are great. Silterhar is everything you want out of a dealership. Hey, Colorado State won too.
It was a nice weekend.
Beat
for
up on
everybody.
UTEP. Yay.
Well, what they won by 10, right?
No.
Sure about that?
When's the last time CU and the Broncos won in the same weekend?
And CSU.
You're right.
All y'all. I like saying that, by the way.
Yeah, they won by 10, 27-17.
I like saying all y'all because everybody knows what that means.
Yeah, CSU won. I still have a lot of concerns.
That was a plow horse game. That was not an easy win against UTEP, man. I mean, they had to grind that one out.
Yeah.
They're grinding right now up in Fort Collins. They're grinding for everything.
Adam Schefter's going to join us in 15 minutes. We'll recap the NFL weekend. You know, going back to the Broncos, can we start with your Javonte theory? because I'm just about out on Javonte Williams. And I'm to the point where I'm like, give me Badie, give me Watson, give me Estime when he comes off IR. I don't know what exactly happened with Javonte. Like, I understand he looked really good his rookie season, and then he had, the knee problem. Hasn't had the same explosiveness and burst since then. And I thought this year another year removed, he would have a little bit of that back.
Yeah, but we talked about it in camp that he looked good. I mean, physically, he looks terrific.
He just doesn't look the same.
But he doesn't look the same.
No.
That's exactly right.
My theory on Javonte Williams is pretty simple. His rookie season, he was at his heaviest. He looked like the Javonte Williams that he brought the same body from North Carolina to the Broncos, and he's running up over opponents. He's running with a lot more confidence. He's picking up extra yards just off pure physicality. And then the next year after the injury, he was asked to shed weight. Do you remember that? It was a big deal.
Yes.
It was a big deal, 15 to 20 pounds. I don't think he's as confident running the ball at this weight anymore. He doesn't look the same. He certainly doesn't look the same when I see him in the locker room. He's skinnier. Skinny Javonte. He doesn't look like the bowling ball that we saw coming out of Carolina.
But that was the guy. Vic, that was the guy that would be able to carry defenders with him extra yards.
Yeah. And I understand why they wanted him to shed some weight to, have a little more burst, whatever. That's the theory, right? But I think it deeply affected him. And I think it continues to affect him. Put that weight back on. Start running dudes over.
Here's the thing, though. You're right, he's dropped weight. I thought it would make him a little bit more spry, and he's not.
But that's not always the case. If Mark Mosier dropped weight, if he stopped going to the gas station for burritos every day, and then he dropped 30 pounds, he'd still be slow as hell. Nothing would change his spryness. He'd still be a cardboard box out there, a pylon. That doesn't change anything. You are what you are. You run the way you run. Javonte is a tractor. That's how he runs. He's a tractor.
All of that may be true. I still will say.
Sorry, Moj. I had to use you. My bad.
Yeah, but if I drop 30, I would look like Donnie Wahlberg in The Sixth Sense. I look like Gollum. I'm not. I don't. You know what? I don't even have to defend myself. I don't have to. It was uncalled for, and it was wrong. We all know it.
All of what you're saying, Vic, about Javonte may be true. And honestly, this might sound harsh. Don't care. Play Badie. Because Badie attacks a hole when it's open. And he makes plays happen. I like Javonte.
Yeah.
But I'm about done here. And look, putting the ball in the turf doesn't help either. But over the course, I don't even know what he's at. He's got to be less than 2 yards a carry through 3 weeks this year, right?
Yeah.
Like, he had 11 carries for 17 yards last year. He had 5 for 12, or last week, 5 for 12 this week. Yeah, he's got 24 carries for 52 yards. You just can't do that.
And I think we're not giving the injury he suffered. We're sort of, he just tore his ACL as if it's a scab that he pulled off his arm. Dude, it wasn't just an ACL. Go back and look at the injury. Go back and look at what happened.
Well, his knee got blown up.
Yeah, the knee was, basically detached.
Right.
He tore everything. The knee was gone. It exploded.
As a guy who's been through massive leg injuries and reconstructions, let me tell you, it ain't easy. That's all I got.
But here's the
and boom goes the dynamite.
Again, this isn't me like, I'm not chastising the guy or anything like that. I'm just saying, last year he ran for 3.6 yards a carry. That is not sustainable in this league. You cannot do that. And this year he's down to 2.2. You can say it's for whatever reason. Maybe it's the loss of weight. Maybe it's the magnitude of the knee injury that he had. But if this is the production you get, you can't play that. Can't.
This is why you don't pay the running back position the way you used to, because you can go to the stable, bring up somebody like Tyler Badie, formerly Badie. It's now Badie. That is the proper pronunciation. It's expressed that way in the Broncos media guide. Everybody ripping on Tim Brando, present company included. I thought Brando was butchering the name, but nope. You go to the pronunciation guide, and he changed it this year from Badie to Badie. That's what it is. Tyler Badie hits the hole, cleans up nice, also applies a lot of pressure on the D. He's certainly not tissue soft. He's Badie.
All right, you see what he did there? And I'm going to give Vic a lot of credit for
That
being
he
able
waited 50 minutes before he threw that out there? Is that why?
Yep. Not only that, but he got in all the different vernacular that you would find in the bathroom to be able to string it all together. In fact, I bet he typed it out. That didn't just come off the top of your head.
I would not have remembered all that.
Yeah, you typed that out, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's in my notes. It's in my Broncos notes from yesterday.
I mean, listen.
Does he provide a fountain of youth for the running back room?
Yes, he does. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's what it is. I mean, you know what it is about that.
Hits the hole hard.
Okay.
I've got. Yeah. There's a lot more that I could get to. I've got
I'm sure there are, dude.
I've got 3 paragraphs of Tyler Badie lines that I typed
God.
up. I can get to them throughout the course of the show. I just want to say
real
this.
quick, Vic. Is it really that way?
His name?
Yeah.
That's what it said in the pronunciation guide
100%
this
that way.
week.
Yeah.
I can show you the Kreckman shared a screenshot of it.
I'm not making that
I
up.
can do that, though.
Well, this is what he wants. He wants to be a Badie. He doesn't want to be a Badie.
Yeah, but
or a Badie. He wants to be a Badie.
Listen, if my name was the same as an instrument that cleans your back, hey man, I would probably say no. I'm Badie all day.
Mark Crampon.
Guys, last year it was Badie. He said that in an interview, Badie, last year. This year it's Badie. It's Badie.
Okay.
That's what it is. It's Badie.
Badie.
Okay, let me speak from some experience. Mosier would know this. He's been to Europe. He's been to France. He's probably seen bidets. I know that you in Nebraska, you guys don't even have
a billion of them. Yes,
you guys don't even have toilets. But let me tell you what a bidet does. What it really the
Nebraska
function
bidet
it serves.
is just a garden hose that you string on up to the outhouse.
The attachment.
So let me tell you, my parents have one, Moj, in their upstairs bathroom.
Okay.
So the upstairs bathroom's got the big
your parents are
walk-in shower.
European. I don't.
Yeah, they're
makes
European.
sense,
So but I don't think my parents, and I haven't asked them, I don't think they've ever used the bidet for its intended purpose. It's used for different reasons. Washing of socks and clothes. It's used to wash feet. When I was a kid and I was too lazy to shower, I would wash my hair in the bidet because it's a nice flow of water and it makes really easy. But I don't think anybody in our household ever used it for its intended use. It just wasn't. So don't jump to conclusions about what a bidet really does. It's just another sink for small people.
Somebody says it doesn't clean your back, Mosier. I was gonna say backside. I know it does. Dude, okay. I stopped myself short to try to get off the subject. Anyway, the point is that...
It's like I pee in the shower. It's multi-use.
Okay. Anyway, Vic, thank you for your family story. Appreciate that very much. I'd like to talk more football with Schefter coming up here, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, we'll do that in just a couple of minutes.
You can ask Schefter if he's a bidet fan.
Moj, if you showed up at my parents' house and had to use the restroom, would you try to employ the bidet?
No, I think no.
That's a weird thing.
I have used your parents' restroom downstairs on the main the main level there, but I wouldn't go bambino. I mean, I please go to the upstairs restroom to use the bidet.
I think
I
got a bidet use coming.
I think using somebody else's bidet is a little personally.
Yeah, if you ask somebody, hey, which restroom's the one with the bidet in it? I got to go to use that one.
I'd be like, no, there's a gas station down the street. Let's go hightail it. Anyway.
Oh, God. 303-504-0925. Time for our weekly chat with Adam Schefter as he breaks down not just the Broncos game, but the NFL weekend that was. Adam Schefter, ESPN, joins us next.
you see a different confidence level in Bo? And
No, stop. It's fitting your narrative. It's not. The kid's been confident. This kid's been through Auburn. He's transferred. He's won. And honestly, I haven't seen him flinch. We all get a little bit more confident with a win, but I say that respectfully. He hadn't flinched. And I think that we had a good plan. The players did a good job. And then certainly he had more fun than he did in prior weeks.
Sean Payton after the game, and we are joined, as always, on Monday at 8 o'clock by Adam Schefter of ESPN, and he joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Adam, always appreciate the time. Thank you for joining us. A lot different flavor to that Broncos game where you were waiting for sort of the moments that Bo Nix showed he's capable of being the franchise QB. We played last week the audio, you and Scotty on the midday show where Hastings told you, I'm out on Bo Nix through 2 weeks. Perhaps his tune changes this morning, but what'd you think overall of that game from Bo Nix?
The thing that I think he's done here is he brings that element with his legs and his rushing that I think people underestimate. Like, he's been more dangerous running this season than Anthony Richardson. He's gained more yards than Anthony Richardson. And you have to think and know that Sean Payton's going to figure out a way to have him move the ball in a short, ball-controlled passing offense. So if he can kind of gain that experience, continue to move the football with his legs, I think that gives you some hope. Again, Scott was out on Bo Nix. He was out after 2 games. I've been in on Bo Nix. Like, I have – let me rephrase that. Forget about saying in, but I've been intrigued. How about that? Okay. Mm-hmm. With the idea of dropping intrigued and just being in, the potential's there. I want to see it over time, but I'm intrigued with the idea that this guy can play well enough that we drop the intrigued and just you become in. Scott's mm-hmm. not. And I think it's a long time. If we go back and look at C.J. Stroud, who last year played better than any rookie quarterback ever has played, he wasn't C.J. Stroud early on right away. Like, what mm-hmm. rookie quarterback comes into the league and is gangbusters out of the gate, right? Cam Newton came out of the gate really quick. Robert Griffin III came out of the gate really quick. But there are very few.
Andrew Luck had a pretty good rookie season. Yeah, there are those, but what's funny about it though, and you got breaking news happening, don't you? Got it right in front of you on your fingertips.
Yeah, well, there's always people texting on Mondays and stuff like that, So,
hey, but before we go on, and we're going to talk a lot of Broncos, as long as you have your phone in your hand, did you realize that Woj was going to call it a career? Talk about a Woj bomb. He is your compatriot. He is your colleague. He does what you do. Did you see that coming?
We've had many conversations over the last few months, many. So I knew where his head was at. I knew what he was thinking. I knew what he was going through. And, you still have to wait for the guy to do it, because I've heard players talk before about retiring and then they don't, or players not talking about retiring and then they do. So people change their minds. It's their life. They get to do what they want. But I knew where he was coming from. And we had a number of conversations dating back for a while now. Here's the thing. He and I are very close. I helped recruit him to ESPN. He did not like ESPN, and we went to dinner in Bristol together, and I tried to sell him on the merits of working for ESPN. He went to work for ESPN. We have the same agents. We have the same financial advisors. I brought him over to my financial. Like, we're very close. I consider him one of my closest friends. And there's nobody, including anybody in my own family, my wife or children, that understands my job more than him. Nobody. So, I love the guy, and I was sad. I'm happy for him because he's doing what he wants to do, which is be the GM of the St. Bonaventure basketball program. That's something that meant a lot, or means a lot to him. And he really cares about doing something that's meaningful and giving back and feeling good. And he just didn't want to do this anymore. He didn't want to do it anymore.
When are you going to go run Michigan football?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Do you know how many people texted me about that last week? Like,
Did really?
Like, I must have gotten that text 20 times from people in the football world, coaches and front office people. Like, so does this mean you're going to be the GM of the Michigan football program? And they have not asked me.
On the flip side,
let me set the record. They have not asked me yet.
I've contacted Sacramento State about being their GM of football. They repeatedly passed on me. I can't understand why, but
can I just ask you one thing real quick about that, though, Adam? With your job, when I got fired from one of my radio jobs, I was out of work for like a month and a half. I was driving my wife nuts because I was spitting sports takes at her that she didn't want to hear because it was just something I was used to doing, and I didn't have the platform to do it. How difficult do you think it's going to be for Woj to just put the phone away? To not have, like, when he sees news, he doesn't want to start texting people. There's got to be some sort of gear in the back of your head that's going to take time for that to just go away, right?
It's funny you asked that question, Brett. Literally, I hung up with him 10 minutes ago, and we had that exact conversation.
Yeah?
I said that to him because I said to him, it used to be when I took tried to take some time off, it would take me like a couple of weeks to decompress. And I think back to my days covering the Broncos and the newspaper days. Now, and I said this to Woj, I said, I don't even think I'm capable of doing that anymore. Like, I don't think I can shift gears. Like, it's just, I'm too wired. There's too much going on. I can't even do that anymore. I said, have you started to do it? And he asked his wife that. And he said a little bit, like this weekend, he was in Utah all weekend for a charity event. And he put his phone in his back pocket and literally did not take it out. The Joel Embiid, which news was coming down. He had told me about that extension a while back. I knew it was coming. And that was like when it hit me, like, oh, Joel Embiid got extended here. Woj knew that. And Woj isn't reporting it. And he said to me that he obviously was besieged with texts and people reaching out last weekend. He said there are literally 250 unread text messages.
Wow.
There's never a time where there's unread text messages in my phone, ever. So I can't even imagine having, 250 unread text messages in his phone the way he has that now.
Adam, last question on the phones. You go to bed at night and you keep your 7 phones nearby. How do you sleep with the buzzing and the notifications and all that stuff? I mean, how do you get through the night?
Well, it's funny. Well, first of all, I sleep with one phone next to me. And I really, depending on the day of the week or the time of the year, I really do my best to kind of tune it out, but it is next to you. And it's become like a reaction, I guess, like somebody who's a chain smoker, they reach over for a pack of cigarettes. I wake up at 2 a.m. and I reach over, I just look, okay, anybody missing? No, okay, back to bed for a little bit. The other night, it was like Saturday night. I try to go to bed if I can a little earlier because I got to be up at 4:30 on Sunday to drive to Bristol for the pregame show. And, I happened to get a call about 11:30, and I was talking about Tua Tagovailoa. And my wife is like, she turns over, she goes, did you get a call about Tua? She called me yesterday. And yeah, because she was sleeping. She fell asleep. She thought she heard a conversation about Tua going on. This is the life, that we all have challenges and obstacles in our respective jobs, responsibilities, and that just happens to be mine. And obviously, it impacts the lives of others as well.
Absolutely, but that's why you are who you are, because the dedication is required, and it's not an easy thing. Hey, back to the Tua situation. Skylar Thompson got hurt, so the Dolphins are going to need a quarterback. I mean, I'm sure their phones are going to be buzzing today all over the place. But we're also seeing the resurgence of guys too. What is Sam Darnold doing in Minnesota? I mean, you see what I'm saying? These guys who are maybe getting second leases on life, does that give a Zach Wilson a lot of attention from other teams? Are teams calling about Bryce Young maybe, hey, if you're going to give up on the kid, we'll take him? How does that work now, Adam?
Well, yeah, teams are always looking to upgrade their rosters, and teams did call Carolina on Bryce Young last week, and they were told that they're not trading him right now. Now, is there a team out there that offers enough that makes them change their mind? That could be, but they traded away Christian McCaffrey and DJ Moore and Brian Burns. And I don't think they're looking to get rid of him right now, even though eventually I think they'll get to the point where they're going to wind up trading him, but they're just not ready to do it right now. Zach Wilson, if I were Miami today, I'd be on the phone with Denver right now. And I'd be like, we'll give you a 4 for Zach Wilson. I'm making this up off the top of my head. Yeah. And I'd have him on the next plane to Miami if I were the Broncos, if I were the Dolphins. Like, you put all this money into this season. You extended Jalen Ramsey. You extended Tyreek Hill. You gave your head coach new money. You paid Bradley Chubb. Like, what are we doing? We're gonna let the season. We're gonna punt on the season because we don't have a quarterback. Like, Skylar Thompson wasn't going to be the answer anyway. So I'd be on the phone today. Denver. The two places I would call. I'd call Denver about Zach Wilson. I'd call Pittsburgh about Russell Wilson. That's what I would do. I don't know what they're going to do.
That's such a great point, and good on the Broncos and Peyton for keeping that investment under wraps. Regarding Russell Wilson, you're 3-0 in Pittsburgh. You're eking out games, but you're winning games. Do you dare give the keys, hand the driver's seat back to Wilson at this point? You can't.
No. Like, I think Russell will be called on at some point this season. I really do. But Justin Fields hasn't lost a game. Why are you taking a guy who hasn't lost a game off the field? Like, and it's not like he's played great. He's played fine. He's done what they've asked him to do, what they've needed him to do. But you're not going to disrupt that right now. Now, I was talking with somebody back in Pittsburgh last week. Who do they play this week? Do you have it in front of you by chance?
Yeah, they have
a tough game. Tough game the next 2 games.
Yeah, they're at the Colts.
Yeah. And then week 5, they play
home against Cowboys.
Yeah, there you go. And I think the Cowboys game is a night game on Sunday Night Football.
That's exactly what it is. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, because they were saying that that's the kind of game that Russell would love to come back for. And you're not going to take Justin out this week. So I think you keep riding with Justin as your quarterback until you have to answer the question. You don't even have to answer it right now. Like, Russell, my understanding is, is healthier and is healthy and has a chance to be ready to play this week. But is that going to change anything this week? Probably not. Now, if they were to lose at Indy and they were coming home to the Cowboys and Justin Fields, now it's a question. At this time next week, we might have a different conversation, but not right now. I don't think.
Can you separate? Is this fan conjecture or is this something that's discussed within league circles? Saw a stat that this game last night, it was the 17th time since Mahomes entered the league that he's had an interception called back due to penalty, which is the most for any quarterback in the league. Also, the way the game finished looked like could have been a pass interference call in Kyle Pitts that was not called. Is this just fans talking about Chiefs seem to be the beneficiary of some calls going their way, or do people in the league say something about that too?
Well, let me prove to you that I believe that is a fan-generated concept because I was completely unaware of that stat. Absolutely. I never heard that until you just said that. That he said 17 interceptions called back?
I think so. Yeah, that's the number.
Now, I don't know how that compares. I'd have to look because a lot of times maybe a quarterback sees a defensive lineman jump off sides and they just throw something deep and the ball's picked off. He wouldn't make that throw because he knows he's got a penalty, so he can take chances that he wouldn't. And maybe other quarterbacks are doing the same thing. So I don't know how that compares. But I've never heard word one about that until you just said that. Never once.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Two Monday night games tonight. Jacksonville, Buffalo on ESPN, Washington, Cincy on ABC. Why were you doing the doubleheader? And they're only half an hour apart, the kickoffs. What's going on here?
I don't know the thinking behind it. I know that they lost the first week doubleheader, which I kind of liked. That late window, like that was always a tough watch after a long week one. So this is what they've decided. Like, again, they do some things that I don't understand, like 10 games in the 1 o'clock Eastern window last week. Like, why 10 at 1? Yesterday I think it was 7 at 1 and 5 in the afternoon. Like, that's more balanced. I like a more balanced lineup. I don't know why they do it. Like, it seems kind of odd to me because they cancel each other out, but again, there are all these games going on Sunday windows. They think that they could put 2 games on a Monday night, and people like to watch it.
Real quick, are you in Buffalo? Are you in Buffalo?
No, I'm in Bristol, Connecticut. We have the pregame show at Bristol, Connecticut tonight.
All right, cool. Because I was going to say, you're probably not. I just got back from Cincinnati. They need to win. I flew in last night, flew home. They need to win. So I was getting the temperature of the peeps around the Queen City. They need to win. They're not freaking, but they're nervous. Yeah.
Yeah, it's they're on the ropes a little bit, but the Bengals, I think they've started this way like the last few years. I mean, they're notorious slow starters, and they pick it up and go from there. But I expect that they'll play better tonight, although I do think it's going to rain tonight, so we'll see how that impacts the play.
Could I ask you one more thing just quickly, Adam? Because we watched a pretty wild finish at Folsom Field in Boulder on Saturday, and it's going to feature 2 of the guys who are some top picks in the draft.
Yeah.
Where is Shador Sanders on draft boards from what you're hearing? So, shortly into this season, where's he at?
I think he's a 1. I think he is potentially a top 10 pick. I know that there are some people that will make the argument he's the top quarterback. I just think we're early in the process. Like, there's a lot of season that's going to play out. There's combines that play out. There's going to be lots of conversations that play out. These things, players become like stocks, right? Like a stock that was down in September rises in November, and a stock that was up in September sinks in November and February. Like, I just believe that, he's talked about as one of a few different quarterbacks that are going to be one of the top quarterbacks picked in this draft. I've heard him go at the top of the board. I've heard him go as the 3rd quarterback. I don't know where it comes in the end, and I think it's still too early to say. I think people talked about him and Quinn Ewers and Carson Beck, and I'll be honest, I haven't watched enough of any of them to know who is the best and who's the worst of them, and I'm sure there'll be another quarterback that rises up to challenge them before the season's through. I do think that Shador Sanders ultimately will be a 1st-round draft pick, and then we'll see where he goes in that pantheon of quarterbacks that's also going to be drafted pretty high in 2025.
Do you think the other guy, Travis Hunter, what are the odds that he actually plays both sides of the football field in the NFL?
Well, where's he going? Who's his coach? What's their approach? I don't know how that'll work. I would imagine, he's going to play some 2-way stuff, but a team may decide that he's too valuable as a receiver or a cornerback or however they want to. The guy is an unbelievable football player, and I don't think it'd be a surprise if he were the number 1 overall pick in 2025.
Adam, now that I know that you sleep with one phone and that you check it at 2 a.m., I'm going to start texting you at 2 a.m. just asking how your sleep is.
Vic, appreciate you. Have a long-found respect for you. You know that, but I prefer that you not do that. I get enough texts and disruptions in my life as it is. I certainly don't need one more gratuitous one entered into it.
Well, I don't think he's on that phone. Vic's on the Vic Lombardi phone over here. He's not on the NFL phone.
He's not the nightstand phone.
Right.
No way.
Vic, you have a long way to go to get to the nightstand phone.
Didn't make that cut.
Yeah.
Adam Schefter, ESPN, joins us every week. Always appreciate the time, Adam. Let you get out of here. Appreciate you.
Guys, thank you. Have a great week. We'll talk next Monday.
Adam Schefter, ESPN, joined us on the Ramos Law Hotline every single Monday at 8 o'clock, and you can hear him also on PhD every Thursday.
Yeah, he and Scotty got into it a little bit on Thursday.
Well, Scotty just didn't get into it.
Well,
Scotty
not into it, but he was
shocked.
said,
I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out on Knicks. And they had a little back and forth between them.
And I can see.
I want to hear what Scotty's retort is today. What's he?
Me too.
Well, Scotty clarified.
First of all, I want to hear him say that. I want to hear what he's got to say today about it.
He said, he told Adam, he said, dog, it's not that I'm out. I was just never in the first place. So he clarified.
What's great about that audio, though, Vic, he calls Adam Schefter dog twice in 30 seconds, which is awesome. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
I need to say something to Chiefs fans.
Okay.
Shut it. So somebody chimed in. Well, they got hosed on this call and that call and the fourth, blah, 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 blah. Hey, man, it was pass interference. Kyle Pitts was mugged. Kyle Pitts had a dude in his bidet. The dude was a bidet to Kyle Pitts. Okay?
Well,
it should have been first and goal at the 1. I don't want to hear it.
I only asked the question to Schefter because a lot of people talk about how the Chiefs get calls, and look, it's not totally unheard of. I mean, how many times basically every time the Nuggets and the Lakers play in the postseason the last couple of years, there's been some sort of Lakers have been appealing to the refs about this and this and this. Just wondered if teams have said something about it. Because they do seem to get, pretty good end of the stick when it comes to close calls that mean a lot in football games. That's all I'm saying. I would tend to agree, Moj, that looked like pass interference to me against the Falcons, but, whatever. I guess if you're the Chiefs, it's good to be the king.
Say it. It was horse feathers and you know it. Kirk Cousins and company got screwed again.
Okay. For all the...
That's it.
For all the... after watching the Broncos and Bucks yesterday, and again, the polarity is beautiful because I thought Bo redeemed himself. I saw things out of Bo that I needed to see. You still get people say things that they're non-Bo believers. They don't believe. They just don't. Eric writes in, one good game doesn't mean anything. Even Drew Lock would have a good game every now and then.
You don't believe.
One game doesn't mean a damn thing. However, I saw things out of Bo that I needed to see, and he cleared that hurdle. He pushed the ball down the field in tight windows. Check. He ran a 2-minute drill with authority. Check. He ran the team with confidence and swagger. Check. He sustained a long scoring drive. Check. He did the things I needed to see out of a NFL quarterback. So he's one step ahead there. He achieved that in week 3. Does it mean he is the franchise quarterback? I don't know yet, but it means he is doing exactly what I wanted to see him do. That's what it means.
It looked like a professional offense.
Yes.
Like, you scored 26 points. You were scoring pretty consistently. You were extending drives. You were really good when it mattered on third down and in the red zone. Mm-hmm. Like, all of that stuff.
They looked real. It looked like a real offense. Visually, certainly the production was there and the points were there, but visually, it looked real.
Yes.
Not check down Charlie, not ugly over the middle, not this. They look competent, and that was huge.
The best word I can give you regarding Bo's performance, it was symphonic. It was music. They understand what buttons to push now. Oh, 4th and short, let's RPO. You need a quick yard, let the quarterback use his wheels. Throw on first down. Again, in the first half, fellas, the number that was amazing to me was stunning. They averaged over 8 yards of first down.
Yeah.
You're putting the ball 8 yards down the field on first down, you're going to move the chains. And they did.
I want to say something else. I know it's going to be hyper-focused in the offense because you got a rookie quarterback and he played well. Let me take you back a year ago. What happened a year ago?
What
gave up 70 in week 3.
The Broncos gave up 70 points in a football game.
Okay.
This defense has been phenomenal this season.
100%.
Phenomenal.
I wanted to get to that, and I'm glad you got to it because it's overlooked given all the bull leaf in yesterday's game. But the defense, I think, has been superb in 3 weeks. The defense is not why they lost to Seattle. The defense is not why they lost to Pittsburgh. And the defense, although they gave up that one drive toward the end of the half after the Javonte fumble, one drive, that was it. They closed the door on everything else. Now, it's always better to play defense with the lead. You saw what they can do with the lead. They'll get after you. But that defensive front and the way VJ is pulling the strings in the back, their secondary was solid. I am really impressed with the Broncos' defense this season.
Two things just quickly,
yeah,
Moj.
You bet.
7 sacks for the Broncos in that game yesterday. 7. Number 2, I had concerns about the secondary coming in. There's a lot of unproven stuff. You're missing Justin Simmons. You don't know who the corner opposite of Surtain's going to be. Well, Brandon Jones gets a pick in that game that looked a lot like Simmons, right? Deep coverage, read the play, jump in front. It's exactly what Simmons used to do. Secondly, I think Riley Moss is a dude. I truly do. He had a massive
100%.
PBU and then puts his
Forced
helmet on
fumble.
the football to force the fumble. Like, he has looked every bit the part, opposite of Pat Surtain that you want. By the way, on the Pat Surtain front, as people were talking some trash about him the first 2 weeks, did anybody even notice Mike Evans in that football game? Because I didn't.
Didn't do a
I didn't
thing.
either. Nope.
You're so right on Riley Moss because you're going to get a lot of traffic opposite Surtain. You know it. They're going to pick on you. And they've tried to pick on him. And he has answered the call. I mean, I love his game. He hits, dude. He tackles. He raps.
In
Love
hindsight,
it.
I'm not even sure that I thought the Broncos were going to win, but I thought maybe they could, go down there and play a good game. Well, they rolled them. But in hindsight, maybe we should start looking at some of these teams. They start feeling themselves a couple of games into the season. Hey, listen, the Buccaneers smoked Washington in week 1.
Mm-hmm.
They go on the road and they get an impressive win at Detroit. And they're thinking to themselves, you know what? We're pretty good. And here come these little Broncos in. They can't score, do nothing. Hey, right away, man. Bo Nix up top, blam, let's go. Let's go get them. And before you know it, it's 14-0. They're going, the hell's happening here? Maybe we should have looked at the angle like maybe the Bucs were feeling themselves a little bit, and the Broncos took advantage of it.
I didn't look at it that way. I looked at the other side. I looked at the 11 a.m. kickoff. I looked at the humidity, the heat. I looked at the way the Broncos offensively were atrocious going into this game. I looked at all that, and I said, how the hell did they turn it around in this week? And they did.
Yeah.
Full credit. They did. I thought the melding of the minds, the ability of Sean Payton to give Bo a little taste of his college game plan, and Bo doing what Sean wants, obviously throwing the ball downfield to his game plan, they finally met at a point that looked good, right? Payton softened it up a bit. He allowed Bo to do some things that made him comfortable. He gave him his blankie, his binky, said, here, RPO, when you need to, do it. And he did.
Now, there's a lot that I think he added to that, again, this should become a staple within this playbook. I need about 4 to 5 read options a game from him because, first of all, he's really good at it. And second
Why
of all,
not?
it does make you, I think, a little bit more comfortable and settle into a rhythm. His ability, and this is something that Schefter just told us. I said to start the show that I think that he is one of the most athletic quarterbacks in the league. I mean, you could pick maybe a handful of Kyler Murray's, Josh Allen's, Jalen Hurts types that you could say are more athletic than him, but it's not many.
Josh Allen.
And when he can take off, not just buy more time, but to be an actual threat on the ground to pick up chunk plays with your feet, it's a completely different dynamic.
Hey, Vic, real quick, Vic. One thing we really haven't talked a whole lot about, the pocket presence is pretty good. I mean, it was yesterday.
He was more decisive yesterday.
He was more decisive. He didn't get happy feet. He didn't look nervous. He did the previous weeks. I saw him in the preseason with some really good pocket presence, a good feel for the pocket. You talk about that one scramble, Vic, one that he ran 22 yards, right? But that guy, I don't know.
That was Spidey sense, man.
Yeah, I don't know how guys, because there are quarterbacks, they'll never see him coming, and they are going to get plastered, right?
And lose the ball.
And he had this quick twitch thing that I don't know how he even sensed it, but blam, he was gone. It made a decisive move and then took off. I mean, all that stuff to me is incredibly heady stuff that, like you said, Vic, in different facets, we saw him elevate his game.
Moshe, imagine how embarrassing it would be if you were a talk show host on this radio station and you spent all of last week blasting Courtland Sutton, making him the reason why the Broncos offense struggled, basically calling him out for his undervalue and not allowing Bo Nix to shine.
Basically saying you're stealing.
Yeah, basically. Remember that?
Yeah,
and then given the opportunity yesterday, throw the ball to Courtland, throw him the back shoulder, 7 catches, 68 yards, an average of 10 per catch. I mean, give him the opportunity. Do you see what happens when the quarterback throws the ball your way? Imagine how embarrassing it would be to have that. Oh, yeah, that was you, Brett.
I don't know that I could live with myself, to be honest with you.
Ignoring the exaggeration that you threw on there, do you know what Courtland did this week that was a lot different? He got open. He was
Oh,
open.
give me a break.
He was open this week. He was open.
Yeah, the back shoulder pass. Go back and look at the back
that
shoulder.
First play, yeah, that's him making
Go back
a great
and look at
play.
the back shoulder. Is he open there or was he thrown open? This is what I was telling you. Quarterbacks throw receivers open. Was he open or was he thrown open? You tell me.
Do you know who else called out Cortland Sutton, as you guys call me, idiot? Do you guys have respect for Jake Plummer and his football acumen? Because he spent a full minute on a podcast last week before the game saying the same thing I was saying. When you're paid that highly at that position, way more than anybody else, your job's to get open. And he wasn't getting open. So go ahead, call Plummer an idiot too. I dare you. Ooh, got pretty silent
Well,
in
no,
the
I'm not
hurry,
going
didn't it?
I'm not going to call Plummer an idiot. I think that your position was way over the top.
Well, you made no. I said his job's to get open. That's all I said. And then you guys have turned it into me saying he was the reason the offense
You
is
said he
struggling.
was stealing money.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
That's what it sounded like.
Own it. I mean, you know what?
He played great this week. He didn't play great the first two.
Own you're wrong. Own it.
He
It's
played
okay.
great this week. He did not the previous 2 weeks. Is that what you want
The
to hear?
Broncos have a Javonte problem that they got to figure out. That's the only part of the offense right now that yesterday really didn't shine. And, the other part, to be honest with you, they still don't have a tight end.
No, they don't.
They don't have one of those. That thing, whatever thing that other teams employ, and it seems like the Chiefs have 8 of them. They just keep shuffling them in and out. The Broncos don't have one of them things.
The Chiefs had 3 tight ends in on one play last night. 3.
Why don't the Broncos have one of those things?
I don't know. They'll get one of them things, Vic. They will. They'll get one of them things. But nonetheless, the running game, if Badie, I'm saying it.
Mm-hmm.
Badie.
It's Badie.
Saying Badie. Tyler, if he continues to be this guy, somebody's going to be the odd man out. And I don't know who it is. Estime's certainly injured right now, but I think somebody is going to be going someplace, and I don't think it's Jaleel.
Push Javonte to P. Ryan's role, what he did last year. Javonte's pretty good out of the backfield, like in third down situations, catching the ball.
I thought that was going to be the Estime role.
I'd rather see Estime just go between the tackles.
Okay.
Like, let Badie take some carries. When Estime comes off IR, let him be your between the tackles bruiser guy, and let Javonte fill that third down role. He's pretty good in pass protection, and he does a good job out of the backfield catching the ball and making something happen. He had 4 catches for 30 yards. That'll work. Like, that's what you're looking for. And I'd have no problem with that, but I just think the days of you thinking Javonte is your feature back are done.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think he's got that in him anymore. And maybe it's the knee injury, maybe it's whatever. It's just not working.
See, we have a built-in archive system here. The guy on Twitch here, Nahura Tal, regarding your commentary toward Cortland Sutton last week, Brett. This person says, you said he was the devil, Brett. I heard you say it.
You did. Nelly, we have that, right? I'm sure we have that someplace.
Yeah, I think what he said, my mama always said that Cortland Sutton is the devil.
I would challenge you to cite chapter and verse on that. Again, I think you're right, though, Vic. There's a Javonte problem within this offense that, again, it worked, so there's no point in being critical on this because it worked for him. I still want it to look a little bit different because I think it's going to have to at the end of 3 quarters when you've been dominating the game and you have a comfortable 2-score lead. 34 passing attempts to 12 rushing attempts from your running backs is not the split that you want.
Agreed. We went down the list on Thursday. Vic, you didn't hear this, but all the things you can do at the Greenbrier. And golf wasn't on it, although we know golf is a biggie, and I'm sure some guys rent clubs and go do their thing. But how much more fun is the Greenbrier going to be now than maybe the Greenbrier would have been had they not stuffed the bucket?
A little bit more comfortable in that tee box now, aren't you?
And the whitewater rafting or the floating and the croquet and what else they got? Ballroom dancing?
Yeah, a lot. 303-504-0925. Got some audio. I want to play something from Travis Hunter, and this is, I think, what epitomizes why this guy is so good and so unselfish. We'll get to it next. So at Folsom, you have the chaos that ensued with the Hail Mary to send the game into OT. Travis Hunter puts the helmet on the ball right at the goal line in overtime to ice the game. And CU wins to improve to 3-1, which was the exact same record they had last season. But what I loved from him in the postgame, when the Hail Mary goes down and Wester makes the catch, he said there was a strategy as to why he wasn't near the football. This is it.
I told Coach let me go to the side by myself because I know they'll have more people over there on me, and they give our guys backside a one-on-one opportunity, which they did. They did exactly what we thought. They had 3 people on me, and everybody else backside had a one-on-one chance. So I just know sometimes you got to step back and let the team go ahead and play their role and let them come down with a good play. So I trusted the process. So at the end of the game, at the end of the play, you can see me already halfway over there because I'm expecting the ball to go over there already.
So how many times, if this is the Lakers from 15 years ago and they're down 1 with 3 seconds left, it doesn't matter if there's all 5 guys on Kobe. Kobe's going to take the shot. It is incredibly smart and unselfish on his part that he knows he's probably their best shot to go up and make a play for him. But he's like, if I can attract a number of guys over to my side to leave that a little bit more open, that's the best case scenario. And it was. It was actually not all that crowded for what you think a Hail Mary should look like.
Do you realize how many things have to go right for that play to work? I mean, if you're watching the game, if you're at the game, be honest, you thought the game was pretty much over. They had a chance to play before, right? On the drop, they had a chance to get up close.
Well, Vic, that's when you talk about the long odds of completing one Hail Mary are slim to none, bro. But to do it twice in a row, you should have done it twice in a row.
Yeah.
That's way more staggering. Because
first of all,
is it Shepard? What's the kid's name?
Shepard.
Shepard drops.
Yeah.
I mean, it clears the DB, hits him right in the. He let it get to his chest.
I think he lost sight of it too,
maybe,
though, guys.
Maybe.
Here's the deal on the last one. All right, and credit the CU Pat Shurmur, the coordinator, and the way they drew that up. Get him out of the pocket. Let him get out of the pocket as fast as possible. They didn't wait. They didn't leave him in the pocket, and then he got out of the pocket immediately to make room. So he scrambles to his left. He throws it against his body with blitzers coming at him because he's hit almost instantly, if you go back and look at it. He's throwing a wet ball in rain conditions, all right? And he's throwing it in a place that gives his receiver a chance to make a play. It's not short of the goal line. It's not deep of the goal line. It's in the perfect spot. The defensive guy overruns the play. And for Webster to come back to the ball the way he did to find it, because his back is to the ball when it's thrown. If you go back and look at it, his back is to the ball.
Mm-hmm.
He has to turn around and find it. The defensive player couldn't find it. LeJonte Webster did. And so much had to happen right, and it happened perfectly.
Well,
it was majestic.
Vic, I'm just watching it again. Webster's got a guy covering him, right? And he's right at the pylon, but there's also a safety that flashes from the back of the end zone toward the play. The corner falls down at the pylon, and as you said, Kaner, Webster is sliding toward through the end zone and has to reach back.
The ball is here, and he's going this direction from the ball.
Yeah, and he almost had his head taken off by the safety who offered help on the other side. I mean, they got beat over the top the play before. This time they said, okay, we're going to stack guys up in the end zone. Ain't nobody going to get behind us.
Wait, his name's Wester, not Webster?
Webster. What'd I say?
Wester.
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 It's Wester.
Yeah, I said Webster.
LeJonte Wester. What'd I say?
Webster. As in the sitcom TV series.
Wester had the DB fall, and then he does this body contortion thing. It was unbelievable, dude. Unreal. I mean, so much fun.
The game was
West Wing.
West Wing. That's what it is. West Wing.
All right, so where do you rank that one? All right, let's think about all the games in the last 2 years of the Prime era in terms of exciting. That's number one. It's number one because of the way it ended. It's number one. Number two would be CUCSU, the one that went to
last year.
Double OT.
Yeah.
Number three would be
that
TCU.
One might be more with who you were playing against, though. Maybe.
Yeah, but come on, dude.
This
come
is
on, dude.
a Hail Mary to tie.
Saturday.
Come on, man.
I got you.
Come on, dude.
That's fair.
TCU would be number three. Stanford, although you lost a game, Although you blew a huge, monumental lead in that game, it was entertaining. Entertaining. That's for damn sure. So you've had 4 games in 2 years that have been some of the more entertaining outcomes I can remember. And the fact that Folsom Miracle occurred 30 years nearly to the day of the Michigan Miracle is crazy to me.
And they showed it right before the play, too, which was
Did they really?
Yes. It was right before the play. They did the Cordell replay, and then it was like, that's why, let's hear the call again, because he mentions it, because I think they literally just played it before the heave. Or maybe it was the throw before Shepard, but it was right before the game ended.
It was right. It was the Shepard throw, I believe.
But let's hear this again. This is, I believe, Fox, right? Fox on the call? Go ahead, Nelly. Oh, sorry. Thought you had it in front of you. I'll give you a minute. We'll vamp.
The prevent end of the game defense.
Smartly trying to get a reroute and all rushing from one side.
The Big 12 opener comes down to this play. Sanders gets the feet set toward the end zone for the game. It is caught by Worcester, just like 1994.
Yeah, some poetry to that.
If it's a close game or if a team is down and you need a last-minute drive in college football, I will take the CU Buffs over any team out there right now. And I know, okay, it's just Baylor. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You have to have a confident quarterback to pull that off, and he's done it multiple times already. I'll take Shador Sanders in that situation over any quarterback in college football.
Not only that, guess who's come around?
I know what you're going to say.
Well, no, Feinbaum.
And it's not like he came around.
Feinbaum says they are the most exciting thing on television right now. So he agrees with you, Vic, but while he thinks they need to earn more, he does call them the most exciting thing on TV. And they are.
Feinbaum,
you suckhole.
There's never been any denial in the fact that it's an entertaining package. My God, is it entertaining to watch? My God. I mean, again, I'm watching on my phone at an event, and every time I had to go out and speak because I had to go back and forth, I was like, oh, God, something's going to happen. I'm going to miss it. And I was lucky enough to watch that final play happen in real time. And then lucky enough to watch Travis Hunter make that play in the overtime. And the presence of mind, again, go back and look at that one. Travis Hunter moves when they put the guy in motion. Hunter moves from right side to left side. He knows the play is coming right at him. He uses his helmet right on the football. Why that running back decided to engage there and not just stutter to his right, which was wide running room, wide. He would have walked in. He decided that running back, that Baylor running back, here's the deal. He wanted to make it about running Travis Hunter over. Watch this. I'm going to run him over. Instead of waltzing into the end zone, which he easily could have by skirting to his right. It was wide open.
Can I ask you something? Because late in that game, these are small technical details, but could have mattered. I felt like Dion was like 5 to 10 seconds late 2 times on getting a timeout in, where some time burned off the clock that didn't have to. But then I was thinking about this as it happened, because I always forget about it every single week, and then I see it every single week, and I still forget. What do we think of the 2-minute warning? Or I'm sorry, what do they call it? 2-minute timeout or whatever college football does now? It's odd to me when the clock stops with 2 minutes in college football. I every week I watch these games and I forget that they're doing that as a new rule now, because I was thinking about when you're using your timeouts and how to conserve clock and all that stuff. Just, you guys have any thoughts, or is it just you're agnostic, whatever, don't care?
I don't care.
Because it's weird.
I'm used
it's just
to,
weird
by the way, I'm used to it by now.
Yeah.
So it's no big deal.
So you know it.
I was reading Paolo Uggetti. He's a writer for ESPN. Okay. And he's going off on Travis Hunter. And at the end of his...
Going off? What do you mean going off?
I mean, like, this guy is just phenomenal. He's phenomenal.
Gotcha.
But he's like, you know what? We've seen what Ohtani has done this year. It's never been done before. He goes, this Travis Hunter, he goes, this guy is unreal.
No, he's truly Ohtani.
Yeah.
Like, that's not hyperbole. He's the exact same thing as what Ohtani is.
He says it makes you wonder what Hunter could do if he just played wide receiver or if he played only in the secondary. It would make him easier to compare to other players, easier to quantify his impact, and perhaps easier to appreciate. He says, but while the what if is a tantalizing thought experiment, I prefer to relish the phenomenon of Hunter is that he has no peers. And I think that's a great ending to that. Plus, I think he's a really good dude. This guy has I just love that kid. I love everything about that kid. Love him.
You know what I love too? And again, we can offer scrutiny on how Dion manages a game. But I'm also going to offer a lot of compliments. His ability, his confidence, and his relationship with his players allows them in those situations to exhale, to breathe easily, to slow that pulse down, and to make those kind of plays, right? Do you agree? If your head coach has that belief and it's almost through osmosis that his players have it. I love the way he handled the post-game press conference. I loved everything about it. I'm going to give Prime full credit, man. I don't think that win happens if you don't have his belief in his players, and that works both ways.
How do you feel? Let me go back here.
Wait.
I don't like the storming of the field. It's unnecessary.
I don't care, dude. You know what? It was going to happen because of the way the game ended.
Fine.
It's because of the way the game ended. Moshe, it's because of the way the game ended.
Fine.
If they win that game 36-6, if they win that game 20-7, and they storm the field, then we got a topic.
Yeah.
I have no problem whatsoever from those kids in that moment watching that unfold. It was awesome. Just awesome.
Fine.
I agree.
Fine.
Yeah, it's not about the win. It's the way.
I said fine.
I was just.
I mean, come on. So everybody says,
fine.
Well, would they do that at Texas? Well, I don't know. If Texas wins on a Hail Mary over Baylor, I guarantee they do that at Texas.
Fine.
And here's another thing, Moj. 303-504-0925. Check out the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moj, Lombardi, and Kane. We talked to Adam Schefter at 8 o'clock. That should be up shortly. Back after this.
Wait. If only our love could show you.
Why is Vic's painting on his screen right now?
Because he's weird and he's a sick individual. That thing should never have been. I don't know.
By the way, Vic, we have some Twitchers who I guess weren't exposed to your little dinghy. They were asking what that painting is. Do you want to reset the context for people?
I can't hear Vic. There we go.
This little thing here, as you all know, I've had numerous artists around the world request me to model for them. I've been the subject of a lot of paintings all over the world. And a local artist, one that's vastly successful now, that was just getting her start a few years ago, she asked me, she said, in fact, she sent me a nice letter saying, listen, I want to break through. I want to become legitimate. I want people to respect my work. Would you mind posing? I said, sure, your husband's a friend of mine. I'll do it. So I posed for Karen Mosier's wife. And this is the piece that we did about a year ago. And it's called The Little Dinghy. And it's an accurate depiction of what you see here. And occasionally when I sit out on a radio segment or have to go to break, I told her, I will get this out there. I'll distribute. I'll give it as much play as I can to get your work sold. So it's my way of giving back to the community.
Gross.
Not only is it gross, but it caught everybody by surprise. You're the only one that even knew about it.
Me and Marty. Yeah.
It was done apparently in Venice, right?
Yeah.
I thought she was going there with her girlfriend just to hang out and have fun.
No. What happened was she wanted to do it locally. I said, let's go the full deal here. I'll get one of my PJs and we'll fly to Venice for a weekend.
Hey, a couple things real quick. If we're going to start calling Tyler Badie Tyler Badie, Matt Kroll had a very good suggestion. From now on, you're Brett Kane. You're not Brett Kane. You're Brett Kane.
No, but he wants
Okay. Kane. Like Tom Schmill.
What? Oh, yeah.
Anyway, I'm not sure I can go that far. I'm just going to call him Tyler and hope he runs the football continually well week after week after week and get some more PT because he certainly sparked some stuff offensively over the weekend.
Well,
and a couple of other things, too. Avs on tonight.
Yeah.
Right here, altitude at 92.5, preseason game number 1.
Against Dallas.
Correct. I don't know who's going to be in the lineup and who won't be. They typically reserve, and they're going to look at a lot of kids, no doubt about it. And by the way, I've been looking up and down these opportunities. Man, there's going to be some good kids fighting for some stuff here. I like that. But typically for home games, they'll throw out a couple of, guys that everybody likes and loves and knows and all that kind of thing. And the road games, you look at a lot of kids.
Well,
typically.
So they got this game tonight, and I'm trying to think over the past couple of years, Moj, typically what you see as far as guys who are actually going to play, like especially guys who are on, is it PTOs, right?
Correct, like P.E. Belmar.
Like Belmar, if he's going to get some run tonight.
He's an older dude. Here's the thing about P.E. Belmar is that, he was coached by Jared Bednar. He's a former Avalanche. Bednar knows exactly what his game is. Exactly at this point in his career, especially, right?
Perhaps the only exception being he's a few years older now and seeing how his body reacts to that kind of stuff. But
Correct.
Yeah.
But typically with guys on a PTO, they're veterans who have been around and do they have a shot to make the club? But you got to show maybe the coach, this is what I can still do. I think that for PE, the coaching staff knows exactly what he can do. But there, like I said, there are going to be a lot of young guys who I think are going to be pushing to make this roster. And they've got not necessarily a problem, but they've got a good thing going on in the back end. Right now, their blue line is pretty damn deep.
Yeah.
On the back end?
They're deep on the back end. That is correct.
Hey, what about I read in the Post yesterday, and this was brought up. You weren't there for the charity golf day. We had a lot of texters say, hey, ask Joe Sakic about the makeup of this team and if he thinks this team is too small. It's been a subject that's been brought up many times. It's the lightest team in the NHL. roster-wise. Did you know that, Moj?
I guess I didn't. No.
Reading the post yesterday, I don't add up all the grams of weight content for NHL teams, but it's, if not the lightest, among the lightest. Your thoughts on it being too small?
I don't think it's too small. I just don't. I mean,
Sakic said the same thing.
If you're talking about a couple of ounces or a couple of grams, fine. I mean, Vic, it's a team. Look, we know what's happened the last 2 postseasons. I feel if Val is in, they win the Seattle series. I think they do. Even though they were banged up and they played a lot of hockey trying to defend their Stanley Cup championship, I still think they win that series. I don't think they go to the West Final, and I don't think they win a cup and defend. Last year, we all know what happened again. I think if they beat Dallas, I mean, we saw what they did to Edmonton, a couple years prior. Edmonton got better, but I think that's a hell of a series. And you could be playing for the Stanley. I think they beat Dallas, and you're playing Edmonton for a trip to the Stanley Cup. Now, if that means you're too light, you're too little. You beat the snot out of the Winnipeg Jets, and they ain't exactly little guys.
This is what Sakic said to us at the charity golf tournament.
It's not about size. It's about heart, and I know with our group and the chemistry we've got, and the expectations in the dressing room. Our guys got a lot of heart. They got a lot of care. They got a will to win, and that's probably the most important thing you can have in your locker room.
Do you know how many
exactly
times
correct.
I have echoed those words? How many times I've said it's not about size?
Yeah. Sure you have.
I bet so.
It's not.
I don't disagree. And I don't want to listen. I don't want to get into the weeds here with this Avalanche squad. There's a lot of preseason hockey. 6 preseason games. The opening game of the season, October 9th at Vegas, has already been taken away by the National guys, so we're not doing that one. My first game won't be until October 12th.
God, you're lazy.
So I'm sitting around here with my teeth in my mouth, right? I'm going to go to the game tonight, but I'm sitting around here with my teeth in my mouth. But everybody else is pretty much underway with their preseasons. Did you see what happened? Well, the St. Louis Blues were playing the Utah Hockey Club, and I don't
Utah has a hockey team. What is going on? Where are we? What year is this?
And when you look at the scores, it just says Hockey Club, Blues versus Hockey Club.
What year? What year is this?
The first preseason goal in new Utah Hockey Club franchise history. Right?
Yep.
It was an own goal. They scored an own goal.
An empty net, no goal.
Correct.
Or an own goal.
Yeah.
Well, they're off to a hot start.
Well, no, they beat the Blues 5-3, but they played in Des Moines. And I tried to get like a breakdown of the game and see, box scores and all this kind of thing. I got a little box score, but I wanted to get kind of the numbers. Basically what they said is, yeah, it's Des Moines. We don't have that crap. Is basically what they said. I mean, this guy scored and this guy assisted, but we don't have ice time. We don't have hits. We don't have this. We don't have the lineups. None of that stuff. And I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, we're in Des Moines. We don't need to. Hey, you got 8,000 people here who don't even know what they're looking at anyway. Doesn't matter. Done.
Hey, just quickly here, I think we'll take a look around the league tomorrow and get to all the games in the NFL.
Man.
But can I just give you one little detail? And I want to see if you guys can get remotely close to the correct answer on this. We are now, well, I guess after the games are played tonight, we'll be 3 weeks into the NFL season. There's been one quarterback who has had a 300-yard and 3-touchdown performance in a game this year. Who is it?
Say that one more time.
Wow.
There's been one quarterback through 3 weeks this year that has had a 300-yard, 3-touchdown performance. Who is that?
Caleb Williams.
No.
Is it through the air?
Yes.
Sam Darnold.
Sam Darnold.
Nope.
Are you
Wait,
sure?
I thought Caleb Williams threw for like 319 something yesterday.
From what maybe this is before the games ended yesterday, but it was at least an early game. Hang on, let me see here.
Ooh,
But
Brett,
it's going to be 300 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, Williams only had 2 touches yesterday in the loss at the Colts.
Yeah, go ahead, Nelly.
That would be the Red Rocket in one half.
Oh, Andy Dalton.
Red Rifle. The Red Rifle.
Rocket Rifle. He was wheeling and dealing. Is he the answer, Brett?
Andy Dalton is the correct answer. The only person this year in the NFL to have a 300-yard passing, 3-touchdown game is the guy who got the start over Bryce Young this weekend in Andy Dalton.
Did you see Antonio Pierce? I know we're going to go tomorrow.
Yeah.
Hey, Vic, did you?
I think I sent it to you, Nelly. I think so.
I don't know that I've ever
Antonio
seen.
Pierce
I mean,
quote.
let's put it this way. I've seen coaches as mad. I don't know that I've seen them more mad ever. I mean, he was steaming at his football team.
No, I didn't. I'll send it to you right now, Nelly. We can get it before the break because, remember, this is, if you listened to Brady and his bets last week, you would have heard me say that my underdog to win this weekend was the Carolina Panthers at 5.5 points of a dog. Now, you could also say, but Brett, your lock was the Niners. Yes, sorry about that. But the dog one, I got correct.
Hey, but what, quick.
But what I said was, Raiders are coming off huge win on the road in Baltimore. They're going back home to Vegas. They could get maybe a little bit comfortable thinking they're playing the Panthers.
Dude. It was their home opener.
And there's something about backup quarterback gets a start, and he's not some no-name guy. He started a lot of games in the league. They might get a boost. I didn't think it would look like that. But this is what Antonio Pierce said about, he was talking about business decisions. Go ahead.
The team just didn't seem to show up tonight.
No, they didn't. I think as the game went on, I don't think it was a team. I think there was definitely some individuals that made business decisions, and we'll make business decisions going forward as well.
I mean, yeah, he's like, yeah, some guys made some business decisions. We are going to make business decisions going ahead as well. That's, but so does it make you wonder? I mean, we think Carolina is a mess. Well, all of a sudden, Hubbard is rushing for 114 yards on 21 carries.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, when you look at the guys catching the football, Deontay Johnson, 8 catches for $122 and a touch, 14 targets. And I don't want to sit here and bash on Bryce Young because I think that franchise has done him wrong. I think they've really screwed up his development. Throwing him into the fire last year as a rookie on that team was really obviously the wrong thing to do. But maybe they've got a little
small.
Do you? He might be. He's a slight guy, but nonetheless,
as a small man, I could say that. I think he's too small.
Okay.
Well, I said that from the beginning, Moj. Like when I say small, people are like, "Well, Russell Wilson's 5 foot." I'm not talking height. I'm talking about weight.
Yeah, he's
Russell's
small.
Big with 3 C's.
Yes.
Yeah. Russell's got big legs.
Even
big
Kyler,
ass.
Kyler's short, but Kyler's pretty sturdy.
Yeah, he is.
Big legs, big ass. This guy is slight.
Anybody else fit that bill, Vic?
What?
Big.
What movie's that from?
Sorry, Moshe just whispered something to me.
What movie?
I'm just gonna say it. Can I say it? No, I can't.
No.
It's a good
yes,
joke.
you can.
It's a good joke.
No.
It's not even like a bad thing anymore.
No.
Anyway, what you're thinking of, Vic, is the movie Heat, in which Al Pacino.
No.
Oh, I thought you were going Al
wasn't.
Pacino.
I thought it was
Al
the one where
Pacino.
he's blind.
Huh?
That's the scent of a woman. He doesn't say it in that movie. He says
No,
it in Heat.
it's in Heat.
It's in Heat.
He's talking to Hank Azaria, and he goes, "She got a big ass, and your head is all the way up." By the way, go back and look at the scene. He wasn't supposed to say big, or maybe he was supposed to say big, but he said great. It was one of the two.
Okay.
He got tripped up on his words, and they just kept it. They're like, screw it. It works. 303-504-0925. The biggest detail, the biggest reason as to why Bo Nix had success yesterday as opposed to the previous 2 weeks, we'll explain next.
She got a great ass. And you got your head all the way up it.
Vic's favorite song? Number one reason for why this week looks different than the last two for Bo Nix is fill in the blank. What's the answer? Bo Nix looked better this week than the previous 2 weeks because
I feel like what they've done going into week 3 is, and this is what good coaches do. What do you like to do? What are you happy with? What makes you feel the most comfortable? What do you do best? And let's do some more of that. Let's try to get that kicked off. And I think from the get-go, honestly, when you're talking about going up top right from the get-go, you catch them flat-footed a little bit, beautiful back shoulder throw to Cortland, and you're off and going.
Can I describe what the Broncos did yesterday in a popular meme? I'm going to show you what the meme is. Here's what the Broncos did yesterday. This was me as a Bronco fan the first 2 weeks. Yesterday, I'm now this. That's not radio material, but I'm telling you what happened.
What did you just even do?
I don't even know what you said.
I don't even know what you did.
It's the perked up meme. I perked up. They got me interested. I went from falling asleep at games. In the Pittsburgh game at Mile High, I literally almost dozed off in the second quarter of that game. Literally. Yesterday, I was into it. I was entertained. I felt like I was watching a sport. It was fun.
So because
it
you
was
were
their most
entertained, that's the reason that Bo Nix
that
was
doesn't really
better.
fill in the blank.
I was happier. I was more excitable, and therefore Bo Nix was better. That's your answer?
I'm just telling you that they entertained. They gave you something to watch. The offense moved the ball. They had sustained drives. They had a 2-minute drill. They did things they normally don't do. They didn't have the 3-and-out problem. I'm telling you, that game was different, clearly. It was the most complete Broncos game since November of 2021 when they went to Dallas and beat the heavily favored Cowboys. That's what kind of game it was.
Okay, well, to answer the question, and I agree with Moj, I think the reason why it looked a lot different, they did things that put Bo Nix in a comfort zone. It wasn't just straight drop back to pass and make the right read all the time. It was you mix in a read option. You get his legs going a little bit. You let him feel a little bit more the rhythm of the game and the speed of the game when he runs. I also think there's a lot to you win the coin toss, you elect to receive, not defer. You want the football right
You said,
away.
let's go do it.
And they had a game plan that they obviously believed in and trusted. You know, Tampa's secondary is a little beat up. There's no Antoine Winfield. There was no giant Vita Vea in the middle of that defensive line either. And they said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take the ball, and the first play is going to be, at least what we're going to attempt to do, is get a throw downfield. And that first throw was Cortland Sutton, back shoulder, turn, make the catch. Great coverage, by the way, on the play. And he had a couple of those throws, like tight coverage, put it on the money, and let your receiver make a play for you. Because he did that later, I think, in a throw to Josh Reynolds later in the game.
Well, I would tell you this. I bet the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the only play that Bo Nix could have made that surprised them more is if he had thrown a 50-yard bomb, on the first drop, 7-step drop and let it fly. I don't think they expected him to fire it to Cortland Sutton 20 yards to begin things. It's certainly the first play you end up in Buccaneers territory. The first 3 plays of the game were all passes.
Yeah.
So maybe you call. I mean, again, that's just the first drive of the game, but you're up 7-0, and you go to the sideline feeling good, and they're going, "Oh boy, what the hell just happened?"
Moj, I cannot tell you how important that game was just for the season. I cannot tell you because I honestly, after the Pittsburgh game, I looked at the schedule and I said, "Oh my God, this team may be 0-6 before they have a chance to win."
I did too. I was
And
definitely afraid of that.
Another way to define it is, Bo Nix and Sean Payton were handed a football, and for the first 2 weeks with that football, they were asked what that thing do, and they didn't know what it does. And then suddenly in Tampa, they're handed a football. What that thing do, and they found out what it does. And they did it.
There's something else that happened in that game that was a surprise. I don't know what to make of it. Maybe you guys can help me, but I think this is pretty clear. Not a sack on Bo Nix. Now, he did a lot of evading himself. He did a very good job with the pocket presence stuff.
The ball was also coming out early in the game, quickly.
I don't think that Bowles played well at all. Had another holding penalty, and he got beat pretty good a couple of times on just like pure whiffs. But you had your big-priced right tackle out of the lineup for the first time in a long time, and Palczewski steps in.
Played well.
And played well.
Holding offense, number 72.
Like, to his credit, like, you're stepping into an offensive line that's trying to be fortified with a whole bunch of cash that they have thrown at it. You're missing now a big, literally and figuratively, big cog in that on the right side of the offensive line. This guy gets his first real kind of playing time.
Well, it's his first.
And I thought,
it is his first real playing. It's first time he's ever played.
Yeah. And I thought he held up fine.
I thought he did a pretty good job. Would this surprise you? Do you know what the spread already is next week in New York?
Let me think. Let me
Jets,
think this through.
4.5.
I'll say Jets 6.
Right this second. New York Jets minus 7.5.
Yeah.
And the over-under is only 38.5. For a team that just put up 26 points.
Jets defense is good.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers looks like Aaron Rodgers. He really looks like Aaron
What
Rodgers
did,
still.
what did he say?
Old.
Dude, he does.
Old.
Dude, but
when they interviewed him after the game, you know how sometimes, Mose, you and I have this problem. We look at our faces and we're like, Jesus, who the hell is that? You know, there's mornings we look at our faces and we're like, oh my God, did you get backed into as well? You run over once and then they reversed it over your face?
Is it me or
I mean, there's days when
this
you feel them
eyebrow
look
is
like
looking
that.
really
Yeah.
weird? Hang on, right there.
But
This
Aaron
eyebrow.
Rodgers looks. Aaron Rodgers did not subscribe to the Tom Brady Botox treatment.
No, he did not. In fact, the Bear, we saw him on TV, and she goes, "How do you get so old?" I said, "Well, he is. He's 4. You know, he's 4, but he looks grizzled.
Yeah, but he's
got
thing.
the gray all in there, mixed in, and all that stuff. And your time is coming too, so don't act like it's not.
I didn't say anything.
You're gonna
you
get
get
old,
that
dude.
Smirk on your face.
Yeah, don't get
You're a
all
jerk.
freaking confident.
Didn't say anything.
Your face is gonna get all
Yeah,
jacked.
but you had a smirk, and I see it.
I can't wait for your face to be jacked.
I'm like
50 years from now when I come back from the dead and see your face.
Yeah, dude, that's what we're going to do. We're going to haunt you, and we're going to laugh at you, too. You're going to be all old. Baby Jamal Kale's going to have like 8 kids running around. You got to babysit all of them all the time. And Vic and I are going to, when we're sleeping, we're going to come out of our sleep. We're going to haunt you, and we're going to make fun of you.
Don't get all confident, dude.
Yep. Anyway, it's 7.5 at this point.
Here's what I was going to say, though.
About Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah. He might look old. That ball has the same zip out of his hand, though.
Yeah,
the exact same.
What did he say to Robert Saleh? What happened there?
I don't know. Me and Sanford were talking about that on Friday.
On the missed hug, what happened?
I don't know. He didn't look happy. He tried to play it off post game like, oh, I just said 2-score lead and we were fired up. And I was like, nah, I wasn't fired up.
No.
You don't. They don't like each other. They don't. Like, I think Rodgers is still pissed that the reason as to why he missed that mandatory minicamp thing came out was because Saleh said, oh, he felt like a trip to Egypt was good this time of year. Like, I think he's still mad about that.
Well, listen, let me ask you this question. Who do you think Aaron Rodgers likes?
Nate?
Besides
Nate
Hackett. Besides Hackett.
And Lazard. He likes Alan Lazard.
And no offense, but it's pretty well known he doesn't even like his own family, right?
Yeah. He likes McAfee.
Oh, yeah, he likes Pat. Okay.
He likes golf.
Yeah, I like that.
I think that's it.
Well, he threw that one touchdown pass to the guy on the boat in Lake Tahoe. That was pretty cool.
And he likes guys who make hallucinogenic teas.
He likes licking frogs.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
I'll say this about
really adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it.
Oh, God.
This is probably my best definition of Aaron Rodgers and what he is and what he does. There are certain players in certain sports. Ken Griffey Jr. in baseball, that swing is just beautiful. It makes me cry. Ray Allen in basketball, that jump shot, it's so pure, so good. Aaron Rodgers, when he throws the ball, I don't know what it is, but the way the ball comes out, the way he follows through, the throw itself is pure poetry. It's unlike any other throw. It is an erotic type of throw. It is.
I wouldn't go that far, Vic. Wouldn't call it. You've used some weird terms today. You said symphony and erotic.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'd go that far, but he does when he throws the football. Like, here's the thing. Mike Vick, when he threw the football, was gorgeous. I mean, believe it or not, old Jeff George, when he threw the football, dude, he could really throw the football. Marino, Elway.
My name's Jeff.
Yeah. And Aaron Rodgers is one of those guys, Vic, that when he throws the ball, it looks different. It comes out different. You know, everything's different about it. How come he's not talking?
So your friend, man. Why he not talking? Hey, man. Hey, Jeff.
That's Hefe, man.
One of the greatest scenes in motion picture.
Yeah, that's Hefe.
Hefe, man.
Oh, God.
It's Hefe, Holmes. He doesn't talk much. All right. Can you pull up this picture, Nelly? I was bothered
so
by
good.
something over a football game this weekend. This was in L.A. Here's the picture.
Okay.
It's Peyton Watson. It's Michael Porter Jr. and LeBron's in between them, and I don't like that one bit. Don't like it.
What don't you like? What I mean,
I don't like that
like
they're
if you
just
were-
in his presence. I don't like that.
Okay, so what do you expect them to do? Walk away and say,
Flipping the bird
What are they doing in L.A.?
and say I'm your daddy.
What are they doing?
They were hanging out at the Rams game.
Okay, so LeBron's not a coworker with the Rams. We are. If anybody should be hanging at a Rams game, it should be us, Vic. We've done that before. You recall that?
Yeah.
I don't like this. What? Just somebody goes out to a Vegas Raiders game, and would you feel something if you saw McKinnon and Bennington hanging out in a suite somewhere? Yeah, I'd feel some type of way about
I'm not sure that I'd feel totally cool about that.
Yeah, that's not cool, man.
Did you notice who is on LeBron's shirt, by the way?
Prime.
That is Neon Dion on draft night, yeah.
Just saying, don't like that at all. By the way, I saw a quote from earlier this morning. I'm 99% sure this is real. It comes from, look, it's that Dunk Central account, but they're
Bro Bible.
They're an
From
aggregator.
For a guy named Sliced Bread.
No, they're saying this is from Clutch
It
Points.
comes from a site called Bro Bible by a guy named Sliced Bread.
So funny. Here's the quote. People always ask me, when did you guys know you were going to win a championship? When Minnesota beat Denver. I felt like Denver was the only team that matched up best with us. I thought that we were going to play Denver in the finals, and it was going to be a good one. That is a
Gotta
quote
hate hearing
from
that.
Jason Tatum.
I mean, tell me something I don't know.
Yeah.
Tell me something we don't. That hurts to hear.
Yeah.
Pains me to hear that. Painful. Painful. Pain.
It'd be like if you asked Matthew Tkachuk, hey, when did you know you're going to win a cup, right?
When the Avs got bounced. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but he wouldn't say that because Edmonton gave him a hell of a series. I mean,
But
that went all the way down to
same
Game
thing.
7. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it'd be like, well, when the Avs got bounced, by Dallas, we thought we had a good chance because that's the one team that blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that would hurt. Absolutely it would. I don't think he's wrong. But things happen for a reason, and maybe this year we're going to find out what that reason is. A good reason. Happy reason. Jumping up and down, drinking beers at 6:30 in the morning, downtown reason.
Yeah. 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line. There is a couple of people that are asking, why did CU not get a single vote in the AP poll? And I think that's pretty easy. Like, this was a nice little win that they had over Baylor. It was super fun, great finish, all of that. Also, the one big notable team that they've played, they got their butts kicked by. That's why. It's not that hard of a concept. Keep
And
winning
that
football
team
games.
lost to Illinois at home.
Yeah.
Was I sending you the text? Who did I send the text to about Illinois? Might have been Troy. Now, who was it? I forget.
No.
I sent it to. I have to look at my phone. I sent it to a Corn person. Hey, Illinois, dude. I can't remember when Illinois was this good.
Hey, listen.
Lovey had them good a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit, but not. I mean, they're 4-0 in the Big Ten, and there's a long way to go. But holy cow! That's an impressive win for the Fighting Illini.
This is what's so incredible about college football. Like, it makes such a difference to have a coach. Why is Illinois good? Bielema's good everywhere he goes, man. Like, everywhere. And he takes over that situation, low expectation, and they're going to get a giant boost from it. They are. By the way, I don't have this in front of me, so I don't want to be quoted, but I'm at least going to be close. Somebody that I still follow at Nebraska had the stat. Listen to this. I believe, I want to find this. Hang on. I want to find this first.
By the way,
I
should tell you that in the coaches poll, Colorado did get 5 votes in the coaches poll. Okay. In the AP poll, Colorado got no votes whatsoever. They didn't get a vote.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that's the way it looks.
You know what? You go to Central Florida, you're 2 touchdown underdogs. You go win this week, you'll jump into the polls. Guaranteed.
You want to hear what pain and incompetence looks like in the most clutch of moments. So I told you guys heading into the CU-Nebraska game, Nebraska's record in one-score games has been abysmal over the last, decade. They've played their last 8 games that have gone into overtime. Remember, ball starts at the 25. Mm-hmm. Each team gets a shot at it, right?
Mm-hmm.
8 overtime games combined. Nebraska's offense has had 27 plays for negative 20 yards, 4 picks, no first downs, no points.
Oh, jeez.
8 combined overtime games?
They're the opposite of CU. That's the opposite of what Shador does. The opposite. Shador in overtime, they just thrive.
That's pretty staggering.
8 overtime games, negative 20 yards combined?
You almost have to try to do that.
Yeah.
That's pretty remarkable. And I also feel, so was it Northern Illinois goes to South Bend or whatever, South Bend, Indiana. What's it called? What's the name of the town?
Notre Dame, Indiana is the name of the city.
Notre Dame, Indiana. That's a bunch of bunk, and you know it. Anyway, they win, they get into the rankings, and then they get kicked. And
they got beat by Buffalo in overtime.
Buffalo beats them, and then they're right out.
College football is drunk.
Well, except for the why in the hell did
you and me? Can we start calling Notre Dame, Indiana, Fraudican City now?
Absolutely. Fraudican City.
Did you guys see?
Who's the Pope of Fraudican City?
It's easy target. I'm used to it. Did you guys see the Tennessee win over Oklahoma? And then Morgan Wallen does his concert back home in Knoxville. And he walks out with the Tennessee quarterback, with Josh Heupel, the head coach. And then there's Peyton Manning in his full Tennessee football regalia, fully uniformed out. I don't know what it is, Moshe. I've been listening to I've never been a country music fan until now. I've been listening to a lot of Morgan Wallen for some reason.
Really?
Yeah, and I've never ever in my life been a country fan, and now is it more pop? Is that why?
Is he considered more pop? It's not real country. It's country pop. Yeah, it's what country has become.
I can't believe it's not country. Does with Post Malone. That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean everybody does stuff with everybody now. I mean, there's the crossover is significant, but yeah,
Vic,
it's more pop. I mean, listen, George Strait ain't walking through that door, right?
Vic was told he is playing in the Pro-Am at the BMW Championship.
Yeah, that's what it is.
With Luke Bryan, and he said, "Who is that?"
Yeah,
and I go, "Well, it's one of the world's biggest country stars. He's on American Idol. He's a judge."
Listen, I'm trying to be respectful here because this is a subjective thing. Music is subjective. When I found out Luke Bryan was going to be there, I went to the music library thing on your phone, and I listened to a lot of Luke Bryan. And I'm running, I'm like, all right, well, whatevs. It's all the same to me. Didn't resonate. Then I switched to this Morgan Wallen character, and I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Like 2 different genres. That's me. You tell me if you notice the same.
Today I'm just realizing this with the erotic and the symphony and all this stuff. This is a weird day. I'm just going to write today off the rest of this Monday as being just a weird Monday.
Well, today's like a harvest moon, man. You had every football team
won.
won.
It was great. Yeah.
When's the last time that happened?
Yep. It was an unbelievable weekend. I mean, that doesn't happen around these parts lately at all. But then Vic coming up with all this stuff today, I mean, it's been a little odd, has it not? It's just a weird.
You mean content?
No. Just your get into country and erotic stuff and a little dinghy sitting on the chair for everybody to see out of nowhere. Nobody prepared for it. Nobody was expecting it.
You're talking about legs and butts for a while.
Hey, you talked about big old legs and big old butts. Crazy.
Rapids clinched a playoff spot. Congrats to the Rapids.
Okay. Anyway, you're right. They did. They look good, baby. I'm excited.
All right. 303-504-0925. Can always get in touch with us on the Voice of the People, courtesy of the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Freaky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Always fun to get an early look at some of the lines from over the weekend. And after two big wins for both the Broncos and CU, this is what they got looking forward. First of all, on Saturday, as CU takes on UCF on the road, 10 o'clock in the morning. It is a 14-point favorite for UCF. So if you think the Buffs will cover that number, go ahead and jump on that a little bit early before those lines start to move. Same thing for the Broncos. They're 7.5-point dogs on the road against the Jets. You can find that and so much more in the Circus Sportsbook as they are dominating this space as far as best odds you can find anywhere on any sports book. Tight money line splits, low holds, and amazing customer service. Download the app right now, Circus Sports, or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
See, the reason that it's qualified as country is because he sings right down with the thing now and banter here how, right? That kind of thing. But if this was Dua Lipa,
because it has a twang.
Right, if this was Dua Lipa singing this song in her Dua Lipa voice, you'd say, "Oh, that's pop," right? So,
I would agree.
I mean, that's basically Taylor Swift right there. To me, the latest country guy that I think is really good, but it mixes that sort of rock pop with country is Hardy. Hardy, I think, is killer. That's just me. Coach Bednar turned me on to Hardy years ago. Like it.
Who's that big old dude with the facial tattoos?
Jelly Roll.
Yeah.
Which game was bigger? Which win was bigger? Now, I know which one was more fun. It was more fun with the ending of the CU game, but for the context of their seasons.
I still don't think the Broncos are a playoff team. So I'm glad they got a win. They needed a win. I mean, they're total pros. These are professional football players, okay? I don't think they're a playoff team. So, therefore, I'm going to say for the CU Buffaloes, halfway to a bowl game right now, that was the more important win.
I will agree with my comrade, my compatriot, because you're halfway home, and we thought the expectations going into this season, you got to get to a bowl game or bust. That's it. You're halfway there, baby. Halfway there. That's why that was a very important win. If you lose, I mean, think about it this way. If you lose that game, where do you win?
I agree with you. Let me go just to argue devil's advocate for the sake of it. You guys both said that there's a real chance that the Broncos could have started 0-6. And they've knocked a win out.
It was a good win, too. It wasn't just a win, it was a good win.
And
good. Hills are good.
Gathered some real equity in the optimism department by having a game like that from Bo Nix, which I think is very important. The last thing you needed is to go 5-6 weeks into this still trying to convince yourself, well, but I just need to stay patient because he's a rookie. You needed to see something, and you got a big something.
Well, to me, it was a full package
yesterday.
win.
Yeah.
I mean, the defense played terrific. Baker Mayfield had been red hot. I told you coming into the game, this son of a gun was throwing dimes all over the place. You saw it against your Lions the week before. And so you got that going, but you got Nick's he's throwing the ball. He's running with his legs. His pocket presence is good. He's in command of the huddle. You know, different guys got involved. As you said, Vic, they still don't have a tight end, so to speak, but they're making do without, or they made do without yesterday. So it was a really good win. It really was.
Yeah, there's a real sense now with the Broncos that, and I'm curious to hear what Hastings has to say today because he was out on Bo Nix. What he said to Schefter was, I was out before it started. Like, he was never in. So he's just remained in the same place that he's been basically since the draft. But I'm curious to hear the tone from him today, you know, after a performance like that where, look, we're still 3 weeks in and there is no touchdown passes to speak of, but I don't think that's bothering anybody with how he played yesterday. He ran one in. They were right there at the goal line. I was a little concerned, by the way, when they had it took 4 rushing attempts from the 2-inch line to try and get in the end zone at the goal line. I was like, guys, let's figure this out, please.
Yeah. Dude, he did so many things yesterday that made me say, okay. I was okay.
Yeah.
The 2-minute offense at the end of the first half, you kidding me? When's the last time we've seen that?
Yeah.
Kidding me? When's the last time we've seen that?
Especially given the situation, which I think is important. Like, you just turn the ball over with a fumble. Tampa marches down and they score a touchdown. And they cut it to 10 points. You're still fine. But that is a moment in the past where things start to snowball, right? Now you go 3 and out.
Absolutely.
Now Tampa gets the ball back. They get a field goal.
Then all of a sudden
half.
it's 17-14 or 17-10. You're like, oh, God. Yeah.
Then Tampa receives the ball to start the second half. And then that had every opportunity from years past to that's the moment the game got out of hand for you. And they shut it down. Came back with a great drive at the end of the half.
Here's the other thing that I think is not being played up because of the play of Bo Nix. Through 3 games, guys, this Broncos defense is real.
Yep.
This Broncos defense through 3 games is balling. Riley Moss looks like a bona fide future at that position opposite Patrick Surtain. The defensive front, Jonathan Cooper especially, the defensive front can get to the quarterback. This defense is real. They made Tampa, and remember, this is Baker Mayfield who went to Detroit and moved it up and down the field pretty easily. They stifled Baker Mayfield. They made him look like a rookie at times. They shut him down. In fact, it wasn't Baker that did anything. It was Tampa's running game. When they had that long drive for a touchdown, that was the running game.
Yep.
Baker didn't do a damn thing. His passing game was awful.
You're right. If I was Damari Mathis right now, and again, there's nothing you can do with an injury, right? You're injured. You got a bad ankle. You're on IR. But watching the way that Ronnie Moss is balling out, I don't know that he's going to have a chance to get that job back.
Hey, man, here's the other thing. You lost a pretty big piece, a guy you were going to rely upon. You know, Baron Browning's on the IR right now. 6 different guys got a sack yesterday. 6. Tillman had 2. So his NFL debut, he has 2 sacks in that game. Jonathan Cooper got 1. Zach Allen got 1. Nick Bonito got 1. Franklin Myers got 1. Devon Key got 1, blitzing from the secondary. Like, we went into this season, and it's always been different. In years past, we said, what's the strength of this team? A lot of times we'd point to wide receiver. We'd point to some different things. There was no question to me heading into this year. Your best position, your deepest position was, I'll say front 7, but more accurately, just your defensive line, your edge rushers and your interior guys. Mm-hmm. Like, they were monsters out there. Zach Allen has, I think, been really underrated since he's been brought here the last couple of years. Mm-hmm. Leggy says it all the time. He thought the biggest pickup they made in the draft was John Franklin Myers for a 6th-round pick. And his ability just to, if you guys noticed, Franklin Myers got a sack, and then he left the football field. And then I think a few plays later, it was maybe it was Tillman who got a sack, or Jonathan Cooper.
2 of them.
Jonathan Cooper got a sack. And then the play afterwards, he was off the field, keeping these guys fresh and rotating them in. It's big time. Big time for those guys up front.
It's a lot easier to get sacks when the other team has to play catch-up.
Yep.
It's a lot easier. Again, that 2015 team featuring Von Miller and company, they shined because the leads were there. Albeit small leads, not big leads, but enough to let those guys eat.
Well, when you go back to the Broncos of the late 90s, the back-to-back Super Bowl championships, I mean, I know this isn't the case, Vic, but it seems like the offense was always staking them to a 14-0 lead.
Hey,
and then they got a 14-0 lead, and then Greg Robinson can just unleash his dudes in every sort of blitz package that he wanted. It was great. Good stuff.
We really don't know anything about the Broncos just yet because it takes a season, a half season at least, to get a feel. But let me present this case, okay? It was all like depression going into this game. The Denver Broncos are 1-2. They're coming off their best whole game performance, I think, in 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Their only 2 losses have come against 2 teams that are undefeated. The 3-0 Seahawks and 3-0 Steelers. And those losses, one was on the road, a 1-score game. The other one was at home, a 1-score game. They lost 1-score games to 2 undefeated teams.
Yeah. I still have my questions on how good those teams will be at the end of the year, but they're off to good starts. Yeah.
We talked to Adam Schefter about Justin Fields today. And what'd he say? He said, well, he's doing just enough to...
I mean, Justin Fields is not making mistakes.
Yeah, he's doing just enough to get him some dubs.
And Adam Schefter also echoed your sentiment, Mosier. If the Miami Dolphins are serious about saving their season, they're on the phone right now calling the Broncos and asking for Zach Wilson.
Yeah,
he said, or who else?
Or Bryce Young.
Bryce Young.
Or no, Russell.
Yeah, he said Zach Wilson or Russell Wilson, but the Dolphins need a Wilson. It's true.
Just quickly here, a couple of texts are saying, how about some props to Brandon Jones? 100%. Now, he was hard to get a read on because he didn't play all training camp and preseason.
Right.
But he looked a little bit like Justin Simmons out there. Jumped that route that they tried to fit into that little pocket between the corner and the safety. He jumped it for a pick. He had a nice pass breakup. Looks good.
I know we'll get to more of it tomorrow since we got a roll here, but Justin Simmons was very noticeable last night against Kansas City.
Well, guess who picked off Mahomes again?
Well, that's his specialty. Very noticeable.
Quick fact checker, Nelly.
Or maybe not.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
You guys were accusing Brett of saying some pretty outlandish things about Cortland Sutton last week. Some devil references in there. I'll let you decide what he did or didn't say.
Cortland is the devil. Oh, I heard it. I heard that.
Hopkins, who's like 39 years old in wide receiver years right now, have a 950-yard season last year with Will Levis. Is Will Levis good?
I'm going to make an analogy.
He's my look out for this guy.
I'm just like, you can't say the quarterback's not good, so the wide receiver has no responsibility in this anymore. His job is to get open. He's not getting open. He did last week, or yesterday. He did yesterday.
How stupid do you feel now, Brett?
Not at all. He played better. Good.
Brett, hey, Moshe, how stupid did he?
You accused him of thievery.
You're right. I did call him the devil.
Admit your stupidity. Just say it.
Nope. He played better.
Just say I'm a stupid man.
iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Kane. Go fact check me again on that. The podcast's available to you. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Yeah, we all had fun this weekend. Now, didn't we? Welcome into the program, Christopher Dempsey, Coach Mike Sanford, KJ, and you, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on a fun Exaggeration Monday here on the program. What's up, Coach?
Exaggeration Monday, for once, is a positive exaggeration type of a day.
I'm going to go completely bonkers today.
And I'm going to exaggerate my ass off right now and say that was the best weekend in a decade for football in the state of Colorado.
Ooh. Wow. That's a good one.
Your Broncos, your Ore Diggers,
Buff,
Rammies,
and
then Coach Prime. I mean, it was awesome.
Hey, and if we're going to go football, then the Rapids also
Rapids
win.
are playoff team now.
Exactly right.
Gosh, man. I mean, it really was an amazing weekend. And the most exciting game to watch of the college football slate. Shocking. It's another home game at Folsom with the CU Buffs. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
And I'm so accustomed to seeing this. And I actually sent out some ridiculous tweets during the game predicting what was going to happen. But I feel like if you give Shador Sanders a chance to win a game, like if you're a defense and you keep it within a score with, a minute left, 2 minutes left, 3 minutes left, there is an inevitability that he is going to do exactly what he did. And the craziest thing about it, Demps, and why I now believe that he is absolutely QB1, is he did it in the pouring rain with zero pass protection.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. I've never coached anybody that would have been able to do what he did in that game with the conditions, with a really good defensive plan against the Buffs, and still find a way to win and do it really on the back of one individual player because he created so many times. So Shador Sanders, over-exaggeration Monday, I don't even think it's an over-exaggeration, cemented himself as the number one quarterback in this draft, period.
He also cemented himself as with a spot in the Heisman ceremony. That's my exaggeration. Look, he's got the clutch gene, man. I mean, that's what he's got.
Like nobody I have witnessed. And I would argue that today, between the National Football League and college football, he has more of the clutch gene than anybody, maybe not named Patrick Mahomes. Like, I can't even think of another guy that you would say, like, oh, ball's in his hand with a minute to go.
Yeah.
And you're down 4, 5, 6, 7. He's going to get it done. Who is it? Like, who else is it? Like, KJ, can you think of anybody? College, pro?
It was almost Dak Prescott yesterday.
Oh, get out of here, man. Dak Prescott, whatever gene Shador Sanders has, there was a lab somewhere. We'll say it was a lab in Wuhan that was created to do the exact opposite of what Shador Sanders does at the end of a football game.
Dak can't overcome a terrible defense. He can't do it. I agree with you, man. I watch him, and I think, I remember back to last year when we first got here, first started playing. The first thing that really stood out to me was his decision making. It just like he doesn't really put the ball in harm's way very often. Super low interception kind of a quarterback. Good decision maker with the football. But what we have come to find out over the last couple of seasons is just exactly what Coach just said. I mean, if the game is on the line, this guy is going to probably win that game. And it's around here, John Elway was that way. If you thought last couple of minutes of a game, you give that guy the ball, like he's probably going to win you that game. I just can't recall Peyton Manning was just in the lead so much that a lot of that stuff never came down.
He had many failed attempts at coming from behind and winning, and he also had many where he did win.
Yeah,
which is very normal for elite quarterbacks. This is next level because of it's almost his ability to elude sacks. And he still was sacked 7-8 times in the game.
He was, yeah.
But think about how many sacks that he stepped out of in that game. It had to have been double digit. I can't fathom some of the things that I'm watching when I see this player play.
Mm-hmm.
Shador Sanders is
8 times.
quarterback one. He was sacked 8 times.
Yep.
And how many missed sacks? Baylor's watching that film right yesterday.
Probably like
and
they
they're
had 12.
12?
Yeah.
I mean, if they finish at the quarterback,
Mm-hmm.
that might be a 16 sack performance. I'm not exaggerating.
Yeah.
It is Exaggeration Monday, but I mean, my goodness, did he step himself out of sack after sack after sack, and still, did have 8 sacks recorded. But it was an impressive performance from him. And then, of course, one of my tweets was right after CU scores in the first overtime.
Mm-hmm.
I said Baylor turnover incoming. ...
Yeah, that was prophetic, is what that was.
And I just felt it, man. Like when you've been around the game of football your entire life, and your dad was a coach, and you lived and died by every single game that your dad coached in, and you just see how the flow of games go.
Yeah,
you just feel it. And then of course Baylor just rips off 2 consecutive big runs, and I'm like,
right.
Oh, my take sucks. Nope, it was awesome because the best football player,
mm-hmm.
two-way player, certainly in the history of college football, and I think he is the Heisman Trophy winner.
Yeah, he's going to win the Heisman.
Is apparently not a very physical tackler. Wrong. He's right there, helmet on football, ball out of the back of the end zone. Boom. CU Buffs win.
He said that after the game too. He said that they didn't think I could tackle, and he had to basically go out and show him that he could. So that kind of stuff is jawing back and forth on the field over the course of a game. Oh yeah, you're Mr. Heisman, but you're soft. Blah blah blah.
You're soft. You're small.
Mm-hmm.
Braden Fowler Nicolosi is about broken because he tried to say that to Travis Hunter.
Yeah, he hit him
and then
with the
Travis
small.
Hunter gave him the old little, Oh yeah, you're small.
Mm-hmm.
Oh really? I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna pick off one of your passes in the second half.
Yeah.
Here it comes.
Colorado, man. They're nothing if not entertaining, man. 3-1. We'll get back to the Buffs more in this program as well. We just have a lot to do. It's a football Monday, just like a football Friday. The Denver Broncos, the best, obviously, performance in Bo Nix's young career happened in a win at Tampa Bay. Now, look, my exaggeration last week was when we were kind of going back through the schedule, and we're like, I don't know if they're going to win another one of their next 6 games, and I just kind of blurted out there, they'll win 3 of their next 6. Well, okay, they're off to a good start against the Tampa Bay team that played fairly well in its first 2 games. The season, Coach, I think I was impressed in 2 levels. One, I thought the play calling made the most sense maybe of any game that Sean Payton has called in his 2 years as head coach of the Broncos.
It was beautiful.
Yeah. And then Bo, he started to make some throws. 4 for 9, 10+ yards downfield. 4 for 9 for 80 yards, 10+ or more yards downfield. Couple of tight coverage throws. I thought that was really well done by him. Meanwhile, Baker Mayfield had zero yards over 0 completions over 10 yards. So it just goes to show you that the Broncos defense obviously also came to play. But just kind of want to rest with Sean and Bo and that marriage and what that looked like to you.
Over Exaggeration Monday. Sean Payton, genius, offensive mastermind guru. Status is restored. It just took one Sunday.
Oh, KJ, it's restored.
It is restored.
The jury's still out on that.
Ding.
It's supposed to be Exaggeration Monday. Bo Nix, who looked unbelievable.
Yep.
He's a franchise future.
He is.
This is John Elway plus Peyton Manning plus Michael Vick because he is an unbelievable runner of the football. Over Exaggeration Monday, Bo Nix, he's here and he's not going anywhere.
Here's my exaggeration. He will have the best rookie season of any of the rookie quarterbacks this season. That's mine. And this is even in the face of Caleb Williams just threw for 319 yards and 2 touchdowns, even though they lost the game. So obviously, really, he's figuring it out as well. I'm just gonna my exaggeration. Bo will have the best season of any of the rookie quarterbacks. And I think it's just because I believe actually his coach is the best coach out of those out of the 3, out of the play callers.
Completely agree.
And so I think they're just gonna. Sean Payton's just going to put him in much better positions to succeed, and I think he seems to be a quick learner about some of this stuff. The Broncos looked really, really good. I want to dive more into it. Let's take our first break here because there's so much to parse through with this game. We mentioned the Broncos defense. It's really good. It's good. Baker Mayfield had zero problem scoring against any other defense so far this season.
Over-exaggeration Monday?
Yep.
If you've listened to the program, you would know that I have been Team Baker Mayfield as a quarterback in the National Football League, a top 15, top 10 type guy.
Correct.
You've been anti-Baker Mayfield.
Correct.
My over-exaggeration is that, Demps, you are totally right because that's the first time I've really watched Baker Mayfield, and he was terrible.
Okay. More Broncos. Yeah, I have more terrible Baker Mayfield stats when we return.
To hear Broncos country in a away stadium, getting a full-on "Go Broncos" chant, and I saw one of the rookies turn around and they had like a shocked look on their face, and I was like, yeah, bro, like this is how we do it, and this is how it should be. We show up and we go to places and we execute, we win, and when we do that, Broncos country shows up in a way that's hard to explain.
That's exactly what they did.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. See, it's an upbeat Monday, and like Dua Lipa.
We don't get
fits
many
right
of them,
into that.
Debs.
I know.
We usually have to wait for Friday around these parts to at least have the hope going into a weekend, and then just prepare for another Monday of gloom.
Right.
Not today.
Not today. All the Dua Lipa today.
Jeez, Dua Lipa, man.
Well, yeah.
Jeez,
it's a fact.
Yeah,
you are correct.
Whoa.
It is Monday Night Football tonight as well. You can join Craigman and Lindahl at the Hofbrau for Monday Night Football tonight as well.
I might be going
There's
myself.
2 games, right? There's 2 games tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a double header.
Yeah.
We got some Manders ball tonight. Little Jalen Daniels. I'm excited to watch him.
The Bengals, right?
Jaden.
Yeah.
The Kansas quarterback he's Jalen Daniels.
Yeah, they are underachieving.
They stink.
Kansas, yeah. Actually, they're just losing all the close games is what they're doing, and then it's a bad record now, which is par for the course for Kansas football.
Yeah, it's Scotty Hastings, man. It's the Scotty Hastings effect.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, my God.
One of the things that was impressive to me about the Broncos win over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers actually was, and I'll say this kind of going in because we talked about this late last week, was Courtland Sutton and his ability to actually fight for a football. And he put all that on display, I thought, in spades. He really, really looked good and looked like he was engaged. And he made a couple of catches that I thought were similar to some of the ones he made for Russell Wilson last year.
Yeah, whatever Sean Payton sprinkled over the Cheerios at the pregame meal for this game, this is a team full of guys that had a bunch of go-go juice, man. They were rolling. And Courtland Sutton starting the game off. That was a great throw on the back shoulder fade from Bo Nix. And the start of the game between Bo Nix throwing the back shoulder fade and then the go ball to Josh Reynolds, I loved that from a schematic standpoint because you see so much single high right now.
Mm-hmm.
Cover one, man press outside that you've got to do something to get him off of you. And I love it when I just saw Bo Nix look over at Sean Payton and say, yep, this is it. Pull the pin off the grenade and launch it over the wall.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what the Broncos did. And then I think it then feeds into the opportunity to see a little bit more too high coverage and run the football a little better as the game wore on, which hadn't been a part of this offense throughout the first 2 weeks. I thought it also got them out of man coverage. And now all of a sudden Bo Nix can start kind of picking apart little zones. So it's almost a requirement for the Broncos to do that, I believe, to win football games going forward at least once per quarter in every football game that remains. Throw the ball over the wall.
Yeah, and look, the first one was 22 yards. You kind of check down to Atkins on the second pass, and then the third pass is 31 yards to Josh Reynolds. And so, part two to that is now you're not facing like the Pittsburgh Steelers. If I had to count how many times they had 9 guys in the box, 8 or 9. It just was the entirety of the game. They didn't even believe that the Broncos were going to throw any. And then they just figured that if they did, we got this. And I think Tampa Bay was just taken a little bit by surprise. I mean, I know I was. But then now you've created a situation where you're not about to see those boxes, especially because you had success. I mean, he was 6 for his first 6 in this game. And now they got to play you more honest. And when you start playing more honest, and as you said, you open some things up.
Our fine friends on the Safeway Twitch feed here, Pawnee Danza said that Sanford is going to rain on our parade, and talking about the Broncos and the Bo Nix parade. And I am actually. So I'm going to take that opportunity. Thank you for inviting me to do so there, Pawnee. Here's what I know is that my over-exaggeration Monday is that Sean Payton and this Bronco team should coach against a Todd Bowles-led defense every single game. Sean Payton, 7-0 now against defenses coached by Todd Bowles. He has the keys to that defense. He knows exactly how to attack it. And he even looked like Sean Payton had a different pep in his step from the very, very beginning of that game. And it was evidenced by taking the opening kickoff. by being, we won the toss, we're taking the
taking the
football,
ball.
and we're taking shots 2 of the first 3 plays.
Mm-hmm.
The funny part is actually the check down to Atkins that Bo Nix threw. I went back and watched the all 22 of it. There is a wide open downfield shot. It was called as a downfield shot. Troy Franklin runs by whatever corner, I can't remember it was, on a deep post, and Bo Nix just it wasn't clear enough, and I could see why. But NFL standards, that was a wide open touchdown throw opportunity for the Broncos. So
which may present itself later, right?
100%.
Yeah.
But I do think that the reality check here is in over-exaggeration Monday is that Sean Payton does not have the same level of success historically against a Robert Saleh-led defense, which is what you're going to see Sunday. So any Bronco fan that's expecting just the same thing over again, I think will be in for, I'm not going to say a rude awakening, but it's going to be, it's not going to be the same formula against a very different defense.
Yeah, this is going to be a challenge. There's no doubt about that. I mean, the Jets defense is pretty good. They're missing a couple of their key players. Well, one of them is just holding out.
the best run stopper in the National Football League and interior pass rusher in Vita Vea, and then the highest paid and best safety in pro football. Both were not playing for the Bucs.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah,
they wouldn't have won.
We're good.
Yeah, they wouldn't win that game.
But
anyway.
those Winfield hadn't played in their first 2 games either.
Right.
And they were 2-0 in those games. And Baker Mayfield looked like arguably the best quarterback statistically in the NFL through the first 2 games. And the Broncos defense, that's the over-exaggeration Monday. This Broncos defense is for real.
It is. Okay, I'll give you this too. So even when Tampa Bay went to Detroit and won in Detroit, I believe Baker was sacked maybe 5 or 6 times.
Yeah.
They have some injuries on the offensive line.
Yeah, starting right tackles out.
Yeah, that the Broncos
Tristan
also
Wirfs doesn't look great either, and he's
no,
one of the best.
Nick Bonito just.
I mean, he was. Give me that lunch money.
Yeah.
Give me that bike. Hey, Debo's in town.
He took it from him. Tyler Badie. I'm so glad we saw you.
Excuse me.
Or what was his? What were they saying his name was?
So
on air.
We have our own version of Watergate here in Broncos country, and the announcers yesterday were announcing pronouncing his name as Tyler Badie.
Yeah, that's it. Badie.
So the story behind it, and I've done some research on this, is that it is in the Broncos official pronunciation guide as Badie, BAY-DEE on the pronunciation guide. He was asked at the end of last season by a reporter, and the video is now surfacing, how to pronounce his last name, Badie. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then over the course of the last 5, 6, 7 days, the Broncos PR staff have requested that his name be pronounced Badie at the request of the player. So it is Tyler Badie. And so the new slogan, because of how he's playing at the running back position, he's the best running back right now statistically for the Broncos. He led all running backs with rushing yards on only 13 total snaps, not carries, snaps.
Right.
We need to change this thing to Broncos country. Let's Badie.
This is what how it was sounding on the broadcast.
And last thing for me, is it Badie or Badie? We got to know.
It's Badie.
Okay, Badie.
So that's a year ago.
Everybody loves Badie.
Yeah,
so
right?
I'm going to keep it that way.
Okay, I love it. Thank you.
That was a year ago. So then yesterday on the broadcast, I don't know if we have a highlight run or not, but on the broadcast, it was pronounced as Badie multiple times.
It's just like you said it was hyphen DEE.
Originally,
which is
Badie, BAYDEE.
Yeah.
A week ago,
and then they changed pronunciation
they requested Broncos PR requested that it is now to be pronounced as Badie.
So somebody asked him also after the game, and she was being very apparently around the locker room. It's kind of like Badie or Badie. I guess, and he just was like, it's Badie. And I was very happy to be able to do all these things for my football team in this particular game. And I don't know. You know what? Here's what he is the best running back on the team. That's my exaggeration Monday. And I don't even think it's an exaggeration at all. And I thought that, I know that he only had one carry last week and went for 16 yards, but that was a pop that no other back had really shown. And I'm actually including Jaleel McLaughlin in this, and Jaleel McLaughlin is very explosive. And the way he was able to bounce that touchdown.
That was beautiful.
Oh, it was beautiful.
That was a him play.
Yeah,
that
really
was not a scheme play because
No.
that was a bad call.
Yeah.
Fourth and goal from inside the 1.
Yeah.
Not a great play call, but Sean Payton did get one of his better athletes in space, and then it was a him play, and he essentially made the Bucs defender drop down into a 4-point stance because he got him so bad. He did him dirty. Did him wrong. How about Tyler Badie? Yes, I said Badie. Do you have any experience with the bidet yourself?
No.
It's it'll change your life, man. It really will. I was very anti-bidet until I became a bidet guy.
Yeah.
And it really does keep things kind of just rolling along nice and smooth and just, nice little refresher in your day. You need it, just go for a bidet. Just dropped a bar.
I need 15 carries from him in New York.
Yeah, so you want me to get off the bidet topic is what you're saying.
No.
Okay. Tyler Badie, however, yesterday hit a top speed on his explosive run of 20.99 miles per hour, which was the 3rd fastest ball carrier on week 3 and the 10th fastest ball carrier of the entire season with the analytics that they wear those catapults.
Yeah.
So it not only is he...
Badie.
There he is.
It's
Tyler Badie.
so bad.
KJ,
So bad.
you have any bidet experience in your life?
My wife insisted when we got married that I put a bidet on the toilet, so I have one at home.
That is awesome. That right? You know what? I knew. So I have never. KJ always smelling good, man. Always smelling good. Never comes into the studio. Never. You go back behind the glass. That man right there has used a bidet in his life.
Has he?
He has one.
I have, yeah.
Now, do you guys have like a real porcelain bidet, or do you have like more the one that it comes out of the toilet seat?
Yeah, it comes right from under the toilet seat.
Yeah,
So, yeah, we don't have the separate porcelain yet.
Those are like in Japan.
Yeah, we haven't gotten that fancy yet. I got to take a few steps up in his radio career.
No, I think the actual one that you have is the better product. The porcelain one's a little awkward.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I love right here from the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Demps his new nickname is Dirty Drawers Demps.
Okay. Oh, really? We're gonna give that a ding?
I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh. Here's an exaggeration for you. The Broncos are the 2nd best team in the AFC West.
They're tied for the worst record.
Okay.
Chargers are 2-1,
Mm-hmm.
and they didn't look good yesterday. Chargers they lost 20-10.
Yeah.
It was an East Coast trip.
Steelers. Yep, Steelers beat them.
Yeah, and think about it this way: the Broncos' first 2 opponents, 6-0.
Yeah, the Steelers actually look good. And also, the Broncos fared better against the Steelers than the Chargers did, which is really weird. But also, I believe Justin Herbert, he did not finish that game, did he? I don't know if he finished that game.
His stat line.
He did not.
Yeah, his stat line's not great either.
Yeah, he was injured.
He's actually, I went back through and saw, I did some comps on NFL starting quarterbacks in all different statistical categories, and they're not throwing the ball very much.
Yeah,
they're leaning into the ground game, but
which is you can throw the ball with Justin Herbert. I mean, he's good. He's good.
I think we'll see. I think we'll see about that. The 2nd best team in the AFC West. I think. I don't know if you guys will hear it probably with NFL notes, KJ's NFL notes, but Antonio Pierce called out his squad big time after the game.
Dude, this is going to be big time. I got a great setup for Antonio since he wants to call out his team.
Yeah, we'll get to that. And KJ's NFL notes is coming up at 11:20 today. Also going to have Rapids coach Chris Armas in about 10 minutes. From now, the Rapids qualify for the playoffs for the first time since 2021. So we'll talk to him about that. But look, I just thought that from a personnel standpoint, the Broncos did a lot of things that I think we were all looking for them to do. And I know for me, I harped on the Tyler Badie bandwagon, and I pounded that, pretty much every single day last week. I was just very glad to see them. It didn't look like they were going to either. I mean, Javonte is their guy, and he's quite clearly their guy. He
did not get a carry after his fumble. Which was really probably the only blemish on the day for the Denver Broncos was that that turnover
Mm-hmm.
that directly led to 7 points for the Bucs.
Yeah. Bro, your boy, Riley Moss. He is a baller.
How long have I been saying
The
that?
entire time.
I mean, all I did last year, I feel,
Yeah.
was like just complain about no playing time at corner for Riley Moss.
Yeah.
Is he the best cover corner in the National Football League? No. But is he one of the most instinctive football players on the Broncos team? A great tackler. I mean, puts his helmet just like Travis Hunter did on the football.
Yeah.
That's the play that completely sealed the game, in my opinion.
Right.
Was that second takeaway for the Broncos defense that Riley Moss created.
Yeah.
He's so physical. He's
he had
such
the
a
PBU
competitor.
right off the top of the game where he just bats the ball straight down. I mean, that was great coverage.
Also, Riley Moss, a great interview. Some of his in the locker room interviews last week ahead of this game.
Mm-hmm.
I just love listening to him talk about the game of football. And he's just a good dude, man. You can just tell he's a guy that you want to be in the locker room with. You can tell he probably throws a couple zins in, probably on game day.
Is that what he's doing?
Yeah, it just feels
to give him
like
that little extra edge.
Yeah, he's kind of my he's usurped the seat of like coolest NFL player after Baker Mayfield looked horrible. I'm done with him. I'm done.
I'm with you.
Just over him.
Yeah, let's just.
I'm on the Riley Moss train now.
Baker Mayfield. What did he do yesterday? He was 25 of 33, 163 yards, a touchdown and a pick. Brandon Jones, incidentally, got the pick and picked up the fumble and ran to both. And so, I mean, we didn't see much of him we didn't see any of him at all in the preseason. So it was just kind of nice to see him making some plays on the field. That Broncos defense is a very active defense. There's just no doubt about it. And they're going to keep them in some games, man. I just, we'll see. It's like slowing down Aaron Rodgers is a different story, but if they can just hold their own a little bit. I don't know what the Broncos offense can do against the Jets defense, but what they were doing yesterday is I think they're establishing themselves as one of the better defensive units. Let's say one of the best, but one of the better. I asked you prior to the season, could they be a top 10 defense? I think they can be a top 10 defense by the end of the season. And they're going to get a lot of they're going to get a lot of chances to prove that over the course of the regular season. All right, we're going to jump into more Broncos talk at the top of the hour. I'm going to take a quick break right now, come back with Rapids coach Chris Armas. All right, we will have Rapids coach Chris Armas here momentarily. They beat Toronto 2-0 at Dick's Sporting Goods Park over the weekend, the second of two games last week to clinch a playoff spot. They're currently third in the Western Conference, 50 points, just 1 point behind Real Salt Lake, 51, 8 points behind LA Galaxy. They're going to win the conference, but with I think there's only 5 games left. But this is a big deal. And, for the first time since 2021, when they did finish first in the conference, the Rapids are back in the postseason. I would say this about the difference between the two teams. That team was a good team. That was Robin Frazier's team that he took but I would say that this is a better team. And it's a more dangerous team, and it's more built to win in a playoff scenario probably than that team was a couple of seasons ago.
You have a collection of players right now with the addition of Reggie Cannon, who, by the way, scores in his first, moments on a pitch for the Colorado Rapids. You have a team that has 4 national team caliber players that you didn't have a year ago. Not to the level that they are now. Georgi Mihalovic, new. Reggie Cannon, new. Zach Steffen, new. They've been on many of these Gold Cup teams the U.S. puts out there. This is in my opinion, this is a very exciting time for the Rapids, not just for their product on the field, but also the belief that this franchise has, that its fan base has. It's unfortunate for me that football's made me super busy because I need to get back out to GSG and watch this team. It's must-watch soccer.
Well, you're going to have a lot of chances to, because this team is going to the playoffs, and it's time now for the Chris Armas Show.
The culture, the work ethic, the attack-minded football. I love being part of it.
Chris Armas.
It's important that we show it to the players and especially to our fans.
Dempsey and company bring you Rapids head coach Chris Armas.
Listen, I promised in my press conference that we would play an attacking brand of soccer.
Pass it! Back of the net! Presented by Intermountain Health. Visit intermountainhealthcare.org on the home of the Colorado Rapids. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, let's jump right into it. Chris Armas is on the Ramos hotline with us. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Coach Armas, first of all, congratulations. 15 victories for you is the most for a first-year head coach in the history of the Rapids, passing Glenn Mooch-Meyernick, a coach that's near and dear to my heart. I covered him his entirety of his tenure here, the late Glenn Meyernick, I should say. But congratulations to you. Congratulations to your team getting into the playoffs. How does it feel?
Well, first, thanks for having me on. Secondly, Mooch, Glenn Meyernick is a mentor of mine, and I miss him dearly. Just you hear that name and you can light up. He was an amazing human being. The victory was huge, guys. It's great to be part of it. It's great to be leading the charge over there with a group of men, staff, fan base. We're all in on it, pulling in the same direction. So it's a huge accomplishment for our boys. I mean, 50 points. A lot of experts out there had us pick last in the Western Conference, and we've just gotten to worked hard, put our heads down, really try to be a team that represents our city the right way, our fan base, organization, with pride, with togetherness, with humility, with a winning edge. So it was a great night.
Also, we're just very happy to see you. Your face is on the screen if you're watching us on the Safeway Twitch stream. You can see him. It's great. Technology is working, Coach. Go ahead.
Excellent. I love it.
Yeah, it's great. It is great to see your face, Coach. And we are so excited about not just the offseason acquisitions of Georgi Mihalovic, not just, Zach Steffen. The two of them have been so impactful for this club and have become core members of the spirit of this club. But Reggie Cannon comes out in his debut performance as a Rapid with a storied career, both internationally for club and country. What has Reggie Cannon meant to give this team an additional spark amongst so many sparks that this team's had over the course of the year?
Well, listen, we added Reggie to bring us versatility, experience in our back line and in our team. He's a national team caliber player, has some international and European experience now playing overseas in England. So yeah, look, we lost Moyes. Sam Vines had an injury, so we had to bolster the squad for a playoff push and for years to come. So we're adding a quality player, quality person. Who would have known that our fullback would have contributed a goal in his home debut? We'll take it. We love our fullbacks to attack. We encourage it. But we've added a pretty good piece there. We're excited to have Reggie.
And Yappy played a nice ball in space there. I mean, I talk about Yappy. I think he missed the Wednesday game, right? And then he returned for this one. It had a couple of nice plays. Obviously, draws the penalty in stoppage time, which allows Mihailovic to be able to really put this game away. What have you seen from the development of Yappy over the course of the season?
Huge development. Huge credit to him. Huge credit to our staff. Huge credit to the second team staff. Right, he played a lot of games with the second team this year. Eric Boucher, our coach over there, mentoring, pushing hard. Brian Crookham, the GM over there. Like, it's been all of us really trying to guide this young player that has talent. But I'll tell you what, it's been incredible. I'm telling you guys, he was a little bit up and down early on, emotionally, getting a lot of yellow cards, frustration with the second team. But I remind people around me, my experience with young players, you see this. And you can't get discouraged with them. You can't lose patience with them. You have to stick with them, show them the way. This is an everyday thing for a Yappy, and each young guy has a different way. So again, you gotta. It's some need a little love, some need a little push. But listen, he's talented, he's powerful, and we wanted to be aggressive on the night. We wanted to get the first goal. So in many ways, we're playing a 4-2-3-1, but he's playing like a second striker. And now we give Mihailovic a number 10, an extra striker essentially ahead of the ball. So no surprise that Yappy ends up being part of both goals. But that's been a process. I'm thrilled for him because his performances are looking more real and more real these days, and that's been the goal.
Coach Armas, a former center back yourself, I know you take a lot of pride in just the performance of that back line. And Zach Steffen, and with his 7th clean sheet of MLS regular season play, what can you say about just the work that back line's been able to put in their shifts? Just watching how aggressively you play in the midfield, the back line has to be very good. How can you put into words just how proud you are of that back line and Zach Steffen in goal?
Look, I'm going to try to sum this up quickly. First, I was a 6. I was a holding midfielder. I was the guy that sits right in front of the back line. But I understand the demands of defending, demands of a back line. And I'll tell you what, it starts with pridefulness. Zach Steffen, who wore the captain armband before the game with Keegan, knowing we'd bring him in, he said before the game, I want to shut out. I want to shut out tonight, guys. Enough of this leaking goal stuff. But we talk about four bodies, one brain. 4 bodies, one mind. And then you add Zach into it. But the back line that shifts together, that moves together, that is on the same page, has to put out fires, stressful moments, transition moments. This is what the demands are for our back line. And by the way, we're a team that plays high up the pitch. We want to defend the midline. So when you do that, it puts a lot of stress on the back line because they have a lot of space behind them. If you just sit in a low block, just got to shift left and right. But when you're playing high up the pitch and you press and counter press and you play this verticality, attacking football, there's transition moments. And that's not easy. But that's what it's been all year. And on the night, to see we had to put out a few fires, big moments. They showed all their quality, all their togetherness, all their pridefulness, which was great to see. And Zach and Maxu, they're the leaders of that thing. So it's great to see it.
We're speaking with Rapids coach Chris Armas. The Chris Armas Show is sponsored by Intermountain Health. Visit intermountainhealthcare.org. Intermountain Health, helping people live the healthiest lives possible. All right, this is you qualify for the playoffs now. What are your priorities here as you guys go down the stretch of the regular season?
Well, here it is. We have to take it in stride. We're a young team, the youngest in the West. I've said it all along. what does that mean, right? Besides age, it means, like experience, playoff experience, the pressures that come with that, the demands of those games. As you get older, you gotta, okay, another day in the office. But that's one thing. But we'll stick to what we're doing. We're not changing anything. Home and away, we're gonna go after it. The second thing is our fans. Like we want to get that home game, right? We want home field advantage as much as we can. Easier said than done, but you can see 13 unbeaten at home in that building in all competitions. Our fans are amazing. They're coming in numbers. The energy, the knowledge, the passion that they bring, we got to get in front of them for the playoffs. So one game at a time, keep pushing, stick to what we're doing, right? No magic buttons to push this time of year. So our experience as coaches knows that it's not time to vary much. Stick to it. No longer meetings, longer practice sessions. Just stick to what's gotten us here, and I think we'll be all right.
I'd be remiss if I didn't ask about the playoff clinching goal from Georgi Mihailovic on a penalty kick from the spot. A full run lead up and the Panenka with flair. Did you have any idea that Mihailovic had that in his arsenal, and did you know it was going to be used in that critical moment?
He look, these attackers like this that with that have high quality, high belief, Patrick Mahomes type guy. You don't know what to expect at times, but Georgie, I'll tell you, we asked him about that. He didn't even know himself he was going to do that. He's never done it. He says he's never done it before in his career. So he stepped up. He might have been thinking Sean Johnson, big goalkeeper, big presence. If he guesses right, maybe, and he just dinks it down the middle of Panenka. I mean, that's Georgie, top quality, full of confidence right now. When you see strikers and attackers do that, playmakers, the Panenka, that's just a sign of confidence. Even if it didn't go in and it hit the crossbar or something, it's a sign of confidence. He's in a good way. Set the all-time record for the Rapids for goal contributions now with goals and assists combined. So he's heating up he's staying hot actually at a really good time.
Yeah, he's ticking off some names that are real legends in this franchise's history. This team has done a lot of great things. Back on the pitch in Minnesota on Saturday, Allianz Field, as the Rapids continue their push to finish as close to the top. I mean, they're only 1 point behind Real Salt Lake, 8 points, I believe, behind LA. Coach, thank you for joining us. Congratulations on the playoffs. We will be out there. We will be out there. I'll be out there with Coach. We'll come see you. It's been just a great season, and we'll talk to you next Monday.
Thanks, guys. You guys genuinely behind us. Thank you so much, and we'll keep pushing for our fans and for you guys. Thanks a lot.
3 words: up the Pids, baby. Up the Pids.
Awesome.
All right, there he goes. Rapids coach Chris Armas here on the Ramos Law Hotline. It's just a great story. The more that they win, the more they start ticking off some of the great Rapids teams in this and performances in this franchise's history. I'm just I reckon, Coach, I have to say this, and I know we got to go to break. I remember when they practiced at the Westminster Rec Center. And their locker rooms were trailers. So if you worked out also at the Westminster Rec Center, at any given time you could be just working out next to a Rapids player. Like that's how far it's come, from trailers to what they are now. Congratulations to them. All right, let's take a break. Jump back into some more Broncos conversation next.
Saw Mike Evans, true vertical, picked it off. Now listen, the Florida Heat got to me because I was tired as hell. Running, getting tired. I said, not going to make the end zone, just went down. So after that, mine was racing. I didn't really have a celebration in mind, so I said, hey, let's just get to the end zone and figure something out. Get to the end zone, look at PJ. PJ like, hey, who's drinks? I'm like, all right. I started pouring everybody shots. Took the shot, turned up.
That's Broncos safety Brandon Jones pouring out drinks after the interception return. He had 2 turnovers himself. He picked up the fumble recovery as well in the second half. Just good to see him out there and playing well for the Broncos. Broncos get the win over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This is Exaggeration Monday. Chris, Coach, and KJ with you. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. One place I think we haven't touched on a ton, Coach, has been the defensive line, the defensive front. And, from Zach Allen to John Franklin Myers to I think they've acquitted themselves pretty well early in the season. What are you seeing? What did you see on Sunday?
I saw the most dominant defensive front performance of the NFL slate on Sunday by a long shot. Baker Mayfield, who came into the game red hot throwing the football, has shown that if he has time, he's lethal as a passer. And I know I was Exaggeration Monday vibes on giving up on Baker Mayfield as a quarterback, that I like. That's not necessarily the case. The reason why he did what he did, which was an abysmal performance, 25 of 33 for 163 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, is because on 45%, according to Next Gen Stats on NFL Pro, 45% of the dropbacks that Baker Mayfield threw the football, he was pressured.
Yep.
7 sacks, 18 pressures.
Wow.
He was getting abused. I mean, I'm talking ridiculous levels of abuse.
Yeah.
I love what I'm seeing from Jonathan Cooper. He's going to get paid in this offseason. He looks like he's got multiple clubs in his bag as it relates to a pass rusher. Speed to power, counter move. He can get on an edge. He can spin. And then Nick Bonito had, I think, a coming out type of a party. And I've really liked this player since last year. I like these really twitched up, dynamic athletes at the edge position. Nick Bonito is running circles around Tristan Wirfs. And then Dondre Tillman? Didn't even know you.
I know.
Who are you?
He just comes in. That's just casual 2 sacks. It's fine.
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, I'm number 92, DeAndre Tillman. I'm just gonna go ahead and sack Baker Mayfield twice and create a bunch more pressures myself. It was just it was a dominant performance, and if this can be replicated against the New York Jets, you're gonna see the same result. You're gonna beat Aaron Rodgers because he does not have the ability to get away from the rush. And I thought Baker Mayfield looked pretty bad getting away from the rush.
Yeah.
Just wait till you see Aaron Rodgers, who's my age, dang near, might be older. How old is he?
I think he's just about 40.
Okay, so he's a little younger. He looks older.
Yeah,
it's ayahuasca, man.
I thought that keeps you young.
Yeah, apparently it's not working. Reverse aging. It's not exactly the medicine for him. But
I have 2 middle fingers.
I think that this defensive front was a position that you and I both talked about during training camp.
Yep.
That when I saw them against the Packers, particularly in that 2-minute drill to end the practice, I was like, this is a real defensive front.
Yeah.
And they're 1 year older. They're a young group. They're hungry. They don't have any household names. A guy that I left out that has been unblockable in the run game and the pass game is Zach Allen.
Yep.
That guy's a beast.
Yep.
And he's healthy.
Yep.
This is a great defensive front. And I think it's awesome that they don't even really have to blitz the linebacker position a ton. I love that Vance Joseph's bringing safeties. Devin Key has a sack.
I was going to ask you, how do you think Vance Joseph is scheming this up? It looks like he's doing a pretty good job to me.
Beautifully.
Yeah.
And he is a kitchen sink blitzer. He brings the dang kitchen sink. You don't know which secondary player is going to be coming, whether it's the nickel, the boundary safety, the field safety. There'll be corner blitzes from time to time. That's one that I'm looking forward to, is seeing Riley Moss come on a corner blitz. That's going to happen. It's going to be a massive hit. He'll probably target the football, and it'll be a strip, sack, fumble. Wouldn't be surprised to see it against New York when you have a receiver in the single receiver side that's in a cut reduced split closer to the tackle. It's a great opportunity to send a corner blitz. I love this front.
I do too. And it was one of the it really was a big question mark coming into training camp. I mean, Sean Payton singled it out as one of the areas that they had to really improve in. Run defense, that front really being a lot more stout than what it was last season. 16 carries, 91 yards is what Tampa Bay did overall. So basically 5.7 yards per carry there.
A lot of that was on Bucky Irving, who he's a fun guy to watch. I coached him his true freshman year.
Did you really?
At Minnesota.
Yeah.
He had to play. He became our starting running back because Mohamed Ibrahim was out.
Yeah.
And he was so fun to just coach. Great personality, just a dynamic player. And then he transferred to Oregon. I was gone. He transferred to Oregon and had a great run there. But I do think that a big chunk of those 90-plus yards did come on about 2 different touches from Bucky Irving.
He had like a 32-yard
Other than that, I thought the defensive front did a good job of just bottling up and keeping the Bucs offense off schedule behind the sticks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really impressed with this defensive front. This is a confident defense right now going into what's going to be a very real test against the New York Jets. Breece Hall, Garrett Wilson, they have obviously Aaron Rodgers. We talked about
Mike Williams. They started to unleash some weapons last week that the Broncos are going to have to deal with. Okay, so
Alan Lazard.
Yeah,
he has looked phenomenal.
Yeah,
the old Green Bay Packers connection with Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers always does it. Remember, who was the guy who brought with him?
Oh, Randall Cobb.
Yeah, Randall Cobb.
Yeah. Hey, Randall. Hey, need you.
We're just come over here with us. Lazard is that guy, and you can see their connection. I mean, so Aaron Rodgers is smart, man. Like he's got the guys who know him, and then he's got a guy in Garrett Wilson who kind of profiles as one of the more elite wide receivers in the league. And so it'll be a test for the Broncos defense. I'm looking forward to seeing it. There's no doubt about it. But I am encouraged by that line as well. Irving, I believe he had one run where he crossed up. I think it was Alex Singleton and Zach Allen, and then ran.
He put him in the blender.
Yeah.
But what I loved about it is that while Alex Singleton, like on paper, got juked,
yeah,
it was only really for an extra 2 yards.
Right.
So Alex Singleton played to knowing where his help was coming from.
Yeah.
That's smart football.
Yeah.
Do you get like humiliated for a moment? Yes, but cool. Hey, that was a lot of effort for an extra yard.
Right,
and a half.
you get him down on the turf.
he was down.
Yeah.
So I think it's a defense that's playing smart. You did bring up, we heard the quote there from Brandon Jones. I felt like I hardly knew this player because he was new in the offseason, barely participated in training camp. It really never did.
Yeah.
And then he's been a great revelation. Over-exaggeration Monday. Broncos are better off with Brandon Jones than Justin Simmons.
Oh,
he's played well in 3 games.
Justin Simmons did just intercept.
He had a pick, but they lost.
They did lose. It's shocking to me that one player can, no matter where Justin Simmons goes, if Patrick Mahomes is on the other side, he's going to get a pick. That's crazy for a great player to be picking off a great player like that. But the Broncos secondary looks great. It looks like it's set and ready. I mean, Jaquan McMillan is fine in the slot. PS2, did Mike Evans do anything at all? I don't know. He didn't do much.
So last night, I think it was D-Mac got on PJ Locke for a personal foul penalty.
Yep.
So right now,
did he get like 2 and 1?
Yeah. Yeah. So right now, PJ Locke is grading out as a top 3 safety on PFF in the National Football League. And he's a bit small, right?
Yep.
It's short. He's slapped together. He's thick.
Yep.
He's a bit small, and I love that he plays with a massiit chip on his shoulder.
Yes, he does.
And that to me has actually changed the complexion feel of the secondary for the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
And it happened last year about week 4 or 5 in the absence of K-Jack. He came in, and you're like, okay.
And you know what? And this is where I'll give Kareem Jackson some credit here too. I think that he rubbed off on PJ Locke for sure.
He mentored him
in physicality.
He mentored him.
Yeah.
There's no doubting that.
Yeah. Yep.
And so PJ Locke's a bit of a headhunter. He's a bit of a he loves getting involved in the run game. That's a tremendous asset for this Broncos defense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of interesting things. Okay, what about the off? In regards to what the offense was able to do is repeatable?
I love that Sean Payton was getting the play calls in very quickly. And I believe that there was a simplification of what happened in the huddle, therefore allowing Bo Nix to get to the line of scrimmage with some urgency, feel like he was in rhythm from play to play. And then that very first drive, and I'm writing a column on this that will be available tomorrow in the Denver Gazette, but that very first drive was such a good blend of answers to what defenses have done to, frankly, mess with the head of a rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
And so I love the fact that Sean Payton made the adjustments and even ran some college-y type concepts. He ran so Bo Nix should have walked in on, I believe it was the 4th or 5th play of that first drive. It was the pistol, quarterback zone read, and Michael Burton, who hasn't done this pistol zone read world very much. He's been an I formation fullback. He should have arced the defensive end, and Bo Nix would have walked into the end zone.
Yeah.
And you can see on the end zone copy of the All-22 film that I watched this morning, Bo Nix just ripping Michael Burton's ass.
Yeah.
Like, bro, what are you doing? He took a path like he was blocking power, which means like you're kicking out the defensive end.
Yeah.
It's like, you have to go around him, and then you square up the linebacker and I walk into the end zone. I love that was a red zone call for Sean Payton.
Yeah.
He's starting to lean into some of this college-y type of system that Bo Nix has had success in. And hey, if it works, who cares what your old system was?
Yeah.
Like, you're evolving too.
Yeah.
And Sean Payton showed that he evolved in this particular game.
You know what's interesting about Sean Payton to me is I think he's got no problem evolving, but I think he always always wants to start in his space. So this is what I want to do. And then when it's just not working, he's like, okay.
We saw last year.
Yeah, we did.
We saw last year. The beginning of the year was like my way or the highway.
Yeah.
5-game win streak. Very much catered to Russell Wilson's skill sets
Right.
as a move the pocket quarterback, as a downfield shot guy. Russell Wilson, not the dink and dunk master. And then the 5-game win streak happened. But my question to you, Demps, is while he has shown the ability to have self-awareness and self-correction, do you, after last season, he reverted back. I felt like in the tail end of the season,
he did,
to like, this is my system. Russ can't fit it.
Yeah.
Will he be able to do that at the tail end of this campaign?
I think he's going to try.
He better.
I know.
He better.
Yeah. But you're right. To your point, the thing that he did was, okay, now we're winning. Now we can just do what I wanted to get to in the first place. But sometimes you can never go back. And that is some coaches want to get right back to what they were doing, but maybe that's just not the cards. It's not in the cards, especially not for a young player like Bo Nix. Maybe this is the space. This is your foundation. Now get creative and get back to some of your concept within this foundation, and you can go forward.
Along the conversation that we're having from the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, 5216 says to me, so you're saying Bo Nix can't run an NFL offense because I mentioned that Sean Payton's adapting and running some college concepts. It's not what I'm saying.
Right.
But if you look at the Bryce Young situation in Carolina, if you don't adapt, you don't have time. And so it's better. I'm not saying that Bo Nix isn't capable of running an NFL offense, but you want to have your drafted rookie coveted quarterback to have success, because you really do only have one chance to make a first impression. And the more that Sean Payton can meet him in the middle, then it buys you time to become more proficient in all the things that are asked of a Sean Payton quarterback at the line of scrimmage and in reading defenses.
And I think that we're seeing across the NFL is coaches are adapting their systems to the quarterbacks. I mean, like if you look at Lamar Jackson and you look at this is not specific to this individual. Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, these players are going to be playing with some concepts that they know from college. Because it's football, and some of those concepts will work in the NFL. Too, obviously, it gets them acclimated to what they need to do on a day-to-day basis. I just think it's a smart, good football. So, all right, let's take a quick break. Come back with KJ's NFL notes.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football. Football's fun.
Fun, sir.
Fun, sir.
It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, every show about this time, KJ takes us on a spin around the NFL. Coming off a weekend of lots of interesting, fun games and fun stuff. KJ, what is story number 1?
Well, I want to head to a place with the Broncos that we have not really gotten into today. Super Scout, and I'm going to call him Super Scout, Tim Jenkins, he details the Bo Nix play that pretty much jump-started what they thought was going to be a super blowout, like, 30, 40 points. But here is the play that no one is talking about enough here in this town, and it is Bo Nix with the scramble of all scrambles.
All right, team, I've got a clip of Bo Nix with eyes in the back of his head. Let's jump into the film. You guys are going to check this one out. We got a little play action. He's going to half roll this thing. He's going to try to rip this thing down the field. Instead, he's got 98 as a free runner, and I have no idea how, but he feels this thing, Houdini's it, and then he's going to go ahead and generate a 25-yard scramble because he's got eyes in the back of his head. You cannot coach feel like that. Big-time stuff from the rookie quarterback.
Is this starting to become the strongest part of Bo's game, and how much of this will open up the other parts of the running game?
I think it's the most fun part of his game.
Agreed.
Yeah,
that was a spectacular play.
Yeah.
I mean, now if you're a Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan, or even worse, if you're the defensive coordinator, head coach for the Buccaneers, that was an embarrassing play for you defensively. Like, should have been a sack. Bo Nix ends up making somebody miss out in the open field. But you know what? Hey, all Bo Nix can do is operate with what was put out in front of him, which was a 2-0 Tampa Bay team that looked really good coming into the game. And frankly, his athleticism made them look very amateur.
Yeah.
And it was really impressive. I think it's a big part of his game. And you brought up a great point. Does this open other things up? You bet it's going to.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to open up opportunities in the red zone to throw touchdowns because defenses are going to start having to account for his athleticism. He now has 2 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah.
In 3 games.
Yeah.
And it's been on similar situations where they're called bootlegs that are pass plays, but then he takes off because all that coverage is taking the receivers away, and now they're going to have to start playing him. He's a real threat as a runner.
There's a lot of that sprint out action in this game. And look, he showed it to us a little bit in the preseason. I guess, look, if you didn't watch him at Oregon, obviously you coached and watched him. I coached against him and watched him in Oregon. But for those of us who didn't see that in Oregon, we probably didn't know that he necessarily has this. But he's an elusive guy. He is. And I think what this game showed me is that he's starting to tap in to just exactly how to really hurt a defense with his legs versus, oh no, this play is now breaking down. What am I going to do? Oh, I guess I'll just run. I think he's as we go forward in this season, we're going to start to see him become even more calculated with these moments. And then he has got good feel. I mean, that's just good feel that the defender's barreling down on you, and then to be able to kind of duck under and then get out of there and then and run for as long as he did. That shows you good athleticism. Was it the second week of the season or first week when he had the fastest or second fastest
non-receiver time
non-receiver
for a ball carrier?
Yeah.
Miles per hour is like 20 point something.
Yeah.
Miles per hour.
So he's got some speed.
He does have speed. He didn't test well at his senior day.
Why do you suppose that is?
Some guys.
And then you get out here and it's,
you know what's interesting? Some guys, like I've heard some rumblings that Travis Hunter didn't test particularly well in the 40-yard dash when he got to CU.
Yeah. But you see him run, I know.
Yeah, there's a difference between play speed and 40 time.
Yeah.
And Bo Nix, I believe, is one of those players that his play speed is so much faster than probably what his testing speed would be.
Yeah.
I think Travis Hunter clearly is one of those guys.
Yeah.
Because both those guys, I actually heard that they're both had laser times in the 4.7 range.
Wow.
And neither player looks like a 4.7. I ran a 4.68 at Pro Day my
So
senior
can
year.
you be at Travis Hunter?
And I looked nothing like either of those players when they were out on real games. I'll tell you that. Otherwise, I probably would have played a whole lot more. Real quick before we go on, this scrambling nature of Bo, the ability to extend plays with his legs, there is a downside. There's a risk reward to it. And I love this text from the Shop Mazda text line that does ask the question about the fumble. It says, what about Bo's fumble? This is from 9703 that was called back. And
it was offside, right?
He oftentimes carries the ball with one hand while he's scrambling. Those are lessons that Bo Nix will learn. But I will say on that particular play, I believe that Bo Nix saw that it was an offsides. Because it's happening. You're getting the snap. Play. It's right in front of him.
Right.
And so he just said, hey, this is borrowed time. I'm going to extend this play. And those are not decisions that I think he would have made had there not been an offsides penalty.
Yeah. And in that long run, he did put the ball away. He tucked the ball away a little bit more. It's just interesting. We'll see how that evolves as he evolves and how they use that and how he uses it. And I will. This is not an exaggeration. I think he gets his first touchdown pass against the Jets. I think he does. It's going to happen. Yes. Get a ding. It's my first one of the day. Thank you, KJ. What's next?
Nothing like a good pancake block.
You know what? Let's head to the AFC East real quick before we head back out west. Adam Schefter, who was on Mojo Lombardi and Kane, which you can catch every Monday, 8 a.m., and then you can also catch on PhD every Thursday at 1:40. He talked about what's going on in Miami. Skylar Thompson went down yesterday for the Miami Dolphins. They don't know the extent of it yet. We'll get more information in the coming days. But they got into a discussion of which quarterback or quarterbacks could Miami reach out to, which teams they could reach out to for a quarterback. And let's just say Denver could be on the list.
Well, yeah, teams are always looking to upgrade their rosters, and teams did call Carolina on Bryce Young last week, and they were told that they're not trading him right now. Now, is there a team out there that offers enough that makes them change their mind? That could be, but they traded away Christian McCaffrey and DJ Moore and Brian Burns. And I don't think they're looking to get rid of him right now, even though eventually I think they'll get to the point where they're going to wind up trading him, but they're just not ready to do it right now. Zach Wilson, if I were Miami today, I'd be on the phone with Denver right now, and I'd be like, we'll give you a 4 for Zach Wilson. I'm making this up off the top of my head. Yeah. And I'd have him on the next plane to Miami if I were the Broncos, if I were the Dolphins. Like, you put all this money into this season. You extended Jalen Ramsey. You extended Tyreek Hill. You gave your head coach new money. You paid Bradley Chubb. Like, what are we doing? We're gonna let the season. We're gonna punt on the season because we don't have a quarterback. Like, Skylar Thompson wasn't going to be the answer anyway. So I'd be on the phone today. Denver. The two places I would call. I'd call Denver about Zach Wilson. I'd call Pittsburgh about Russell Wilson. That's what I would do. I don't know what they're going to do.
You only need them for a season. You just need them as a stopgap. Like, I'm talking about the guy who can maximize what you need from them to hold out until Tua potentially comes back. Who do you go with, Russ or Zach?
Oh, if you're Miami and you watched the preseason games, you're going Zach Wilson. There's no question. Russell Wilson's hurt. I think Russell Wilson's calf injury, the better Justin Fields plays, the more that calf injury is just going to keep showing itself up week after week.
The more cautious they're going to be. I don't know if you're really ready yet.
He's going to have a 37-week calf injury.
Yeah, I'm with Coach. I'd call on Zach Wilson first and see what the Broncos want to do or what they're willing to do. And I know that Adam Schefter was just riffing there in terms of a 4th rounder, but oh my goodness, if the word 4th and rounder came out of their mouths,
for me,
take him.
My belief in what Zach Wilson could potentially do in a Sean Payton offense, if something were to happen to Bo Nix, I believe that it should be like a texter said right here, 2 first-rounders for Zach Wilson.
No.
Yes.
No.
Miami,
that's not even realistic.
Miami, how badly do you want to win the Super Bowl? Give us 2 first-rounders.
Zach Wilson's not going to win you the Super Bowl. He's not going to do it.
Give him Stiddy, man. Hey, Stiddy all day. You got him, man. Hey, 4th-rounder and Stiddy, I'm in.
The reason, look, I think Miami would be because Tua continues to kind of get injured, and the injuries are usually concussions. Like, even if I'm Zach Wilson, like, I would want to be in that place, because it feels like that your path to starting, if you were in Denver versus Miami, like, it feels like you're closer to starting in Miami. I mean, and no disrespect to Tua, but he continues to get hurt.
Could you imagine some of the throws that Zach Wilson makes in that offense with that speed that would surround him?
And Jalen Waddle?
It would be, I mean, like, the mind-expanding drugs that Mike McDaniel would be on to be able to just cook up the most incredible offensive schemes with a even more arm-talented quarterback than Tua Tagovailoa, it would be ridiculous.
Yeah, Miami's got some issues,
and apparently there are a lot of wine bars in Miami as well, as one of our Safeway Twitchers did say. Lots of cougars in Miami too. So
you can attest to that. KJ, what's next?
That's like a good pancake block.
Look at them trying to sneak that in there. All right, let's head back.
Sorry, Mom.
Oh.
Yeah, me too. Sorry, Mrs. Dempsey.
Yeah, me three. Sorry.
Sorry, Mama Damps.
Sorry, I should have never brought up that story.
I don't even know who I'd become around you two guys.
You become yourself is what you've become.
Yep. The truth shall set you free.
It totally shall. Back to the AFC West we go. Antonio Pierce, head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders, was a little ticked off. And here's what he had to say after the just undescribable loss that they had versus the Carolina Panthers.
The team just didn't seem to show up tonight.
No, they didn't. I think as the game went on, I don't think it was a team. I think there was definitely some individuals that made business decisions, and we'll make business decisions going forward as well.
Shut up. He said that?
Yeah. AP, spit that hot fire.
He said that.
Get him, AP.
Oh, wow.
You know who absolutely loved that quote?
We'll make business decisions going forward as well.
Oh. You know who loved that quote?
Who?
Raiders owner Mark Davis. You know who absolutely hated that quote? The entire locker room.
Yeah, for sure. Well, or look, if you can look at yourself in the mirror and you can say, I gave everything I had in that game against the Carolina Panthers, then he's not talking about you. But if you look at yourself in the mirror and you're like, maybe I did make a couple of business decisions out here, you should be scared.
It's week 3 of an NFL season and you're not a good football team and you're trying to prove your worth. Who in the hell makes business decisions in week 3 of an NFL game?
Okay, but you know why he's mad, Coach. Because they went to Baltimore and won the week before, and then you're going to go and at home, your home opener?
But he's implying that guys made business decisions about their body and the longevity of the season.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Once the game started getting out of hand.
I think that is an asinine claim by Antonio Pierce. I really do. And you're probably looking at some of the bigger named players on this roster that are high contract potential earners. Devontae Adams, Max Crosby, those types of players. I don't know. I think that Max Crosby and AP have a tremendous relationship, so I'm not implying that. I just think that was. Be careful, AP, because the Raiders organization has shown that nobody is long for that position of being the head coach, and once you lose the locker room, you lose your job.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Wow, I can't believe that's a bonkers line.
I'll tell you who did, honestly. If you watch the way that the Bucs played, I don't think it was business decisions by anybody.
Yeah,
but it was flat. It was uninspired. It was blah. It was terrible.
You think they're just gonna roll?
Well, but same thing. I mean, you think what did the Raiders do? They go and beat the Ravens in Baltimore.
Right.
What did the Bucs do? They go and beat Detroit. In their building, one of the hottest teams in pro football.
Yep.
There is human nature. There's an element of being like, yeah,
we got this.
We got the Broncos. Have you seen them, man?
Yeah.
They are whack.
No, Tampa played like that. I do think there was an element of that for sure.
I think it showed up across the league quite a bit. Even with like the 49ers, I know they have all of the injuries. The 49ers, they get up, comfortably. It looks good. You have Jawan Jennings with 3 touchdown catches.
Yeah.
They let the foot off the gas pedal to a Rams team that is obliterated by injuries, and you get what you get. And it catches up to you when it catches up to you.
It does. The late games were so good, by the way. The finishes to those late games were so good. The Dallas game and the Rams and the 49ers. The segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. KJ, actually, that's going to do it for KJ's NFL notes. I want to remind you that we will have our latest edition of high school football on Friday, Ralston Valley at Valor Christian. So that ought to be a really good game. Vic and Mike, you're going to be doing that with Vic on.
I get to be with the
Vic
Lombardi?
Yes. the.
I don't know if I'm worthy, man. I need to go really study up and have my best game for the one and only Vic Lombardi.
When is it okay to storm the field and when is it not? We'll ask that question next.
It's pretty funny.
All right, the last segment of Dempsey and Company is upon us. Christopher Dempsey, Coach Mike Sanford, KJ. You out there in the Mile High City, we love you. Thank you for listening to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Listen to us on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Speaking of wins, Colorado got one in thrilling fashion over Baylor on Saturday night, 38-31 in overtime. Obviously featured we were discussing this prior to the show, which was I was not calling it a Hail Mary, but I understand. Actually,
situationally,
walk me
right.
through
So there's this debate whether it was a quote unquote Hail Mary or not.
Yeah,
I would say that the standard Hail Mary play is beyond the offense's 35-yard line, which this was, and typically the play, which offense is called Big Ben.
Mm-hmm.
Big Ben is where everybody forms essentially a clock in a circle. Big Ben, which is the clock, the tower on the bridge, I believe, in London.
Yep.
And this was different because CU went and drew this up in the dirt. It was Travis Hunter, apparently, said, I'm going to go to the singled up side. I'm going to draw multiple cover players. And everybody else went down to the middle of the field. And then LeJonte Wester ran like a real route.
Right.
And it wasn't
in single coverage, basically.
So Shador Sanders didn't throw it into a collection of humanity.
He did not.
It was kind of a different concept than the normal circle up and throw it up and the Charles Johnson catch from Cordell Stewart that, by the way, was thrown like 97 yards in the air.
That's a real Hail Mary.
One of the most ridiculous throws of history of football.
Yes.
This was more just an incredible play by Shador Sanders. The Hail Mary situation is such that you have no time left on the clock.
Yep.
The ball absolutely has to travel into the end zone through the air, and you got to give it a chance. So it wasn't the traditional play, but it was the situation of a Hail Mary.
Yeah, because I was just basically describing it as a 43-yard touchdown pass. Is what
it's really what it was. Yes. You're right in saying that.
But I understand. And to his credit, I think where he actually let the ball go was from like the 49, 50-yard line. So it was a little bit more than what it technically was at the end. Going back to 1994, I believe that was officially a 63-yard pass down, except for it was 73 from where he let it go. That was a real Hail Mary. When the guy said that on TV, I was like, okay, let's just pump the brakes on that. It is not comparable in any way, shape, or form to 1994.
Sorry, it was Michael Westbrook.
Westbrook.
Sorry about that.
Westbrook.
Misspoke.
In a catch to a sea of humanity that won the game on that catch. And that was a real Hail Mary. This was a really, really great play in a Hail Mary situation, 43-yard touchdown pass, 49, whatever. Anyway, it was a great play. Colorado goes to overtime. And then Travis Hunter forces the fumble at the goal line as Baylor's trying to go in for the tying touchdown. Ball goes out of the back of the end zone. Game over. Fans storm the field. And I guess I don't know how to feel about it. I was fine with it, I guess. How did you feel about that?
I feel that a fan should always have the right to allow their emotions in the moment to tell them what to do.
Mm-hmm.
And in that stadium, in that moment, their emotions were telling themselves as a fan base to storm the field.
Yep.
And I think I am personally here for all of it. Who's writing these rules, that we're supposed to subscribe to, that you only storm the field if it's a top 10 victory? Well, it was a massive moment for CU in this football season, just like I was a part of a storming the field situation in 2022.
Yeah.
We were 0-5.
Correct.
And we beat a Cal team that ended up 5-7.
Right.
But the emotions in that stadium were tangible.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to just listen to your emotions as a fan base. And I think field stormings, when it feels like it was a massive moment in your program history, you got to do it.
Yeah.
And it's awesome, and it looks amazing.
Yeah. I'm in for it. I mean, like we hear on the Champ Mazda text line, if CSU would have beat CU last week at home and stormed the field, I'd have said that was weak. You only stormed the field if you are an unranked beating a top 10 team. It shows CU is immature and has no clue what a good football program looks like. I'm of two minds of this coach, because when I was at the University of Colorado, they just beat everybody all the time. And I may have said, I don't know if you should storm the field if you beat like a Baylor. That's just kind of a team that's on par with you. Like, there's both kind of football teams. But also the context is the context, which is the game was exciting. The play to win the game was exciting. The football team has been trying to get some traction, year over year and so I think the emotion comes from all of those things combined. The fans stormed the field. I'm here for it. I'm fine. I'm not going to kill him for it. I think it's cool. Every time I see I just don't want anybody to get hurt.
1547 from the Shop Mazda text line brings up a great point. Nebraska stormed the field when they beat CU this year. Would you say that probably right now, maybe not the prestige and the magnifying glass over the CU program, but prestige of the program in terms of win-losses over the last few years, Baylor arguably is a more quality win than CU would be.
Right. Correct.
Right? And so I bring up another question. If UCF beats CU this week, are they storming the field?
Ooh.
Absolutely they will. I guarantee
you think they will?
Yeah. It's Fox noon kickoff or
Yeah.
big Fox off, whatever it is.
The big Fox off. I love it.
Big noon Fox off.
Yeah, big noon kickoff. He's right. Big noon kickoff is going to be at UCF for that game on Saturday. This will be the first instance this year of any of those shows being anywhere in the vicinity of Colorado. A Colorado football team. If CU wins that game, then I think the floodgates are going to start opening back again.
When I was coaching at Stanford, it was kind of the height of Stanford's program, coming off Andrew Luck's reign, and then there was a time in between before Christian McCaffrey got to Stanford. Anytime we did lose a road game, it was an automatic field storming. Mm-hmm. And I was on the field, and there was a time where my sister's, basically, it's a brother-in-law.
Yeah.
He is a Washington Husky fan.
Mm-hmm.
And Washington upset Stanford, and I'm on the sideline. And I'm walking to find, the coaches from Washington to shake their hands. And I see my dang brother-in-law storming the field. I almost punched him in the face. I texted him after, like the meanest text. I said, "You're dead to me. You're not family anymore." He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I think I probably had too many beers." I'm like, "Dude, you're done.
You're done.
You're absolutely done." And then from then on, he made sure that if he went to any game that I was coaching at, he was fully supporting the team that I was coaching.
That's a good story. Getting good reaction on the text line from all of you guys. Some people liked it. Actually, I think more people liked it than didn't. Went from a loss to a win in 9 plays, stormed the field. The other side here, your massive moment was getting lucky against a weak Baylor team. Storm wage, AV squad, must be a CSU fan. Let's see. The bitter and whiny CSU fans on the text are glorious. You guys are glorious.
If CU had stormed the field after beating North Dakota State, I would have had a problem. Okay, I would have had a major problem.
I was in that audience. I would have stormed the field.
And I would have said that you, Chris Dempsey, are lame. That is not cool. But that was like that wasn't a great game in terms of the vibe of it.
No.
This was it. The vibes on this game were awesome.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
It was raining. It's just one of those, it almost goes back to old Woodstock or one of those, it just, you get caught up in the sauce, man.
No doubt. Hey, if you care, 4-star safety Antonio Branch has flipped his commitment from Penn State to Colorado, per sources. So, yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, after having coached and recruited for 18 years.
Don't make me sad, coach.
All I can say is I'll believe it when they're actually playing in a game. And I'm not saying CU, any team.
Yeah.
Any team.
Yeah.
When commitments these days are not very strong, we'll say. I won't make any marriage analogies, but they're not very strong.
we just need Juju Lewis to now flip his commitment from USC to CU.
Strangely, Juju Lewis's recruitment is like not very hot right now.
I know. Why? Why we think
I don't
that
know.
is?
I haven't done my evaluation on him as a prospect, but it's not like you're going head to head with like teams that are actively recruiting him, like Alabama, Georgia, Texas A&M, Texas. Like it's like Indiana, I think, is in the mix.
But he's a current USC commit,
correct?
Right?
But you also sometimes wonder. Sometimes schools also get a little bit loose in their commitment to a prospect as well.
Yeah,
I've been a part of the letting down slowly process of certain players that aren't as good as you once thought they were.
You know, we don't have as many scholarships as I originally thought.
Things are getting tight around here, man. Things are getting a little tight.
I can't. Really quickly, Michigan, are they just never going to throw the ball ever again?
No.
Okay.
I mean,
all right.
When you have a quarterback whose last name is Orgy, you're oftentimes going to create a massive clump of humanity on a majority of your offensive plays via the run game.
Yep. I walked right down that road, didn't I?
I don't think you saw it coming. I don't blame you.
I did not.
When you're dealing with the 14-year-old co-host, it's just part of the job, man.
It's so good. You make me laugh, man. I enjoy these shows so much. I will say this about the Big 12. I think it's a very interesting conference.
Parity.
And yeah, exactly right. Right now, it's just, to me, Utah is at the top of the tier here in this conference, and then all of these teams seem to be similar after that. And whoever's at home seems to be winning the games. And so if you are Colorado or any other team, if you're going to go on the road and start winning road games in the conference, I think that's going to start separating you. But nobody's going to get to Utah. I think just Utah's on a different level than anybody else. They went to Oklahoma State and beat them.
Yeah. Utah's defense travels.
Yeah.
It's the best defense maybe in college football.
Yeah.
I think right now that this CU game going to UCF is going to determine whether or not CU makes significant noise in the Big 12 and nationally.
Yeah.
If they go and beat UCF, one of the best rushing teams in college football, they are putting up crazy numbers. I'll have to look at who they've played. I just know that they have the top rushing. They have the top rushing offense in college football.
Yeah.
And so I do think that Robert Livingston's defense will be tested. And it's stood up for the most part in a majority of the games that they've played.
Well, they don't give up points in the second half. That's something that has become their MO. Like, they don't get off to good starts, but then in the second half, I think they've given up only 19 points the entirety of the season in the second half. So for some reason, they are very different units from the first half to the second half. All right, that's going to do it for us here on a Exaggeration Monday. We appreciate you listening. For Coach, I'm Chris, KJ. We love and appreciate you.
Falcons, 51 seconds. Mahomes needed to kill some time just to make sure.
Patrick Mahomes' ass looks so good in those spandex pants.
We had to
Chris Collinsworth AI,
Chris Collinsworth,
man.
what?
Here for it all.
All right, we're getting out of here. PhD is next.
Badie, Tyler Badie.
It's been a while since we hear this.
What a weekend. Thank you to AAA Home Improvements. Check them out at aahomeimprovements.com. Just remarkable. Just remarkable. One of the better September, maybe the best, September football weekends in the state of Colorado.
Let's go, man. That was fun. Starts on Saturday, finishes on Sunday.
We'll get to the Buffs, obviously, but for those non-believers.
And Arkansas going into Auburn.
Well, yeah.
Come on.
We can ignore the Syracuse-Stanford game the rest of the week.
Well, we need to talk about that. You're pretty hyped on that.
We do not need to talk about Syracuse.
Did you lose to Stanford?
We don't need to talk about it.
Hey, Kyle McCord.
Nothing says Big Ten like Syracuse-Stanford.
Just want to know how you believe right now. Where you at? Where you at, big boy? You believing?
No.
You're not.
What am I going to believe in?
25 of 36 for 216.
So 36 attempts for how many yards?
200. Oh, you're going to quibble with
the
yards?
No, I'm just asking how many yards.
No interceptions. No, 216.
How about touchdowns?
No touchdowns. Ran for a touchdown again. Ran 9 times. Scheduled runs, not just panicking like 47 yards.
Well, one was he avoided a sack, which looked a little bit like Shador from the night
Hell
before.
Hell of a play.
That was that big run he had was phenomenal because I don't know how he didn't get sacked on that play.
You're right on that one.
That right there answers questions is Bo Nix is athletic.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but I'm not a non-believer. I am a believer, but I respect you, and you said what you said, so I just want to come back and see if you're still there.
Here's the funny thing about me, and I know that you're like a clown on
I'm sorry, what?
On the blue pill. You're up, you're down, you're up, you're down, you're up and down all night. After 4 hours, you get some ice on it or take some Benadryl. I want to say, listen, I said it before and I said on Friday. It's not that I don't believe in him. I'm not all in, or I'm not all in on him. I'm not out on him.
Okay.
I'm a Bronco fan. I want them to win. And that was a great Sunday afternoon.
That was a great
in front
Sunday
of my
afternoon.
TV.
That was great.
Well, whether you're fully in on Bo Nix or not, what that game did was it gave everybody reason to have hope. So whether you're already in beforehand, you never lost any faith in the guy on the first 2 games, whether you're all the way out on the guy, no matter where you were going into that game, you've got hope, man. I mean, and it starts with the beginning of the game. And Sean Payton, you win the coin toss. He takes the ball.
Which was different. A lot of teams don't do that, right?
Well, Sean doesn't do it.
A very unusual decision. Does not happen very often. And quite frankly, a decision that was just pure cojones, really, because you didn't have a whole lot of stuff to bank on. Like, I've got an offense that has been crushing it. Come out the gates, throw the ball down the field. Bo goes 4 for 4 in the opening drive, and including 2. How deep were those throws? 18, 20-yard throws, somewhere in that ballpark, right? And you march down the field and you score. And right then and there, it's like that looked different. That felt fun. And I guess to Sean Payton's credit, he's taken chances before, onside kicks, so on and so forth. I'm not sure it was the smartest decision in the world, but it sure as heck worked out.
I love that decision. I always thought but this isn't one of those things that I'm going to bang the drum about because I see the other side, so whatever. But quietly, I've always advocated for just taking the ball first and getting the lead because I believe it's a stronger point to play with the lead rather than hope for that turnaround 2-score halftime Wizzy does it.
I'm glad you said that. You want me to tell you what I learned on that game right there, the one thing? Because I would ask you no dumb question. If you're all in because of that one game, does that mean you were all out because of week 2?
No.
So to me, and maybe this is back for my play time, I try to stay middle of the road. I wasn't super depressed after the game 2. Is what it is. Growing thing. Let's see. But to be able to, here's what I found out in this game. That's where I was going. Bo Nix can win and hold a lead getting in front. This is the first week we really saw like a dominant kind of get a touchdown, not a field goal, not a safety and get little, cheapy leads, 10-0 lead, and all you've done is 2 field goals and 2 safeties. I mean, out there, construct a drive, get down, score thing. And he can play in front. And there's an art to playing in front, too. Don't think there is.
No doubt about it.
And I'm not sure yet he's learned how to come from behind. That's fine. 2 close games, got close, but didn't finish. So we learned that, guess what? Get this guy to lead in the fourth quarter. I think you're going to be okay. I think there's an art that you guys work on, don't you, Tyler?
Well,
4-minute drills, right?
Yeah, I mean, just ask the Ravens. Ravens almost blew a 20-point lead or whatever it was. Look, man, the reality is we don't know a whole lot about anything. All we know is we've got progress going on. You got to take baby steps here, right? Huge step in the right direction. Sean Payton was out to prove something when he took the ball. Bo Nix delivered for his coach. They set the tone, and you just got to give Bo Nix a lot of credit for this. It's never as good as you think it is, and it's never as bad as you think it is. Right. So it's always somewhere in between. But for Bo Nix to come out the gates with the type of confidence that he played with, that's a challenging thing to do when you've got 2 weeks of us talking heads being a bunch of idiots telling him how bad he's been.
Well,
right?
don't you think that Sean Payton, whether he will ever admit it or not, listens to the sound of the city?
Sure, I think he's aware of things.
Yeah.
I think he has people that keep him aware of things.
And I don't know if we had somebody on this air, we had somewhere where they're not letting the stats, the eggheads that came out with all the analytics, Bo's not throwing it deep, they're not putting any pressure. Pittsburgh cornerback saying we knew he wasn't going to everything long. First pass of the game, 20 yards down the field, boom, boom, bing. And I went, ooh. Somebody was listening to a little criticism this week and said, oh, I'll show you.
Well, there was a lot of talk about the 2 high safety thing. That was a big narrative. And the Broncos just went out there and said, we don't care. Right off the bat, there's soft spots if you can hit them. By the way, the Broncos play a ton of that 2-deep safety stuff as well. A lot of zone defense. A lot of teams do. But there are soft spots, Tyler. There are places you can hit it. But you got to make a good throw in order to hit it.
Yeah. I mean, it's there's a lot going on here, and obviously Bo Nix is going to get a lot of the attention, and you know what, deservedly so. But I'm kind of sitting here. My main takeaway is, dude, we got something special in Vance Joseph. We do. I mean, what Vance Joseph has been able to string together ever since the 70-point game. I mean, we've got a dude that is on the fast track again to becoming a head coach if he keeps this up. We've got a defense that has put you in every single game this year. You should have been able to win all of the games. I mean, what was the Steelers put up 13 points or something like that on us, right?
Steelers put up 13 in your building.
Right.
And you held Seattle in their building to 20, right?
So, you know, if the defense is able to continue like this, Bo Nix isn't going to be this good every game. He's probably not going to be as bad as he was in the first 2 games either. But if the defense continues to play like this, you'll have a lot of games where you're in this thing.
We will dig deeper, obviously, but
you said something the other day. Going to be a lot of close games. If this defense can play another 14 games the way they've started the season, Bo Nix is going to have a chance to win games. Sean Payton's going to have a chance to win games.
And guess what? That wasn't a close game. That was an NFL blowout, okay? On the road, a 3-possession difference is the final. The Bucs just giving up, not even using their timeouts at the end of the game.
How about that?
Okay, wave that white flag. That was
one of the big shockers for me. I was like, at least say something to the officials. We're going to make you stay out here another,
game
10
was
minutes.
over. Game was over. And it was over.
Yeah.
It was over. And we'll dig into Javonte Williams. There were some, little things going on. But you want to get a 60-minute game? That was as close to me as a 60-minute game that you're going to find. So kudos to the Broncos. What wasn't a 60-minute game, but was one of the most exciting games you will ever see, period. And if you were at that game, consider yourself lucky. And then there was rain. But how do you even put into words what happened at Folsom Field on Saturday night?
Dude, electric, fun, exciting. The Colorado Buffaloes always produce ratings. There's a reason, right? Because it's fun. They've always got insane things going on, whether it's good, whether it's bad, and they've got both of that going on in just about every single game that they've got. But at the end of the day, they've got the best player in America in Travis Hunter, and one of, if not the best quarterbacks in America as well, and Shador Sanders. And what Shador was able to do in the final 2 plays of that game, I don't think has ever been done before. And I'm being serious. I mean, delivers an absolute dart to Shepard, who drops the ball on the first throw.
Yeah, he tried to catch it with his chest.
Yeah, absolute dart. Which how long was that throw? Would you say 50-some yards, whatever?
Whatever.
And then you followed it up with a one-on-one, right? So most time Hail Marys, you kind of group the guys together, and you got 2 or 3 wide receivers. You got one guy on the other side of the field. Shador scrambles out to the left, and I'll say this: that was the worst Hail Mary defense I've ever seen in my life. Whoever that blitzing corner was, you've got one job: don't let Shador break contain, and he runs right into the middle of the field. So terrible defense. But then Shador delivers another strike, catches that thing. The Colorado Buffaloes are just flat out a fun team to watch. It's exciting. That was heart. There was lots of heart. There was bad stuff. I got it. But that was one hell of a win. And for all of you, all the fun police out there yelling, making fun of CU for rushing the field after beating Baylor, grow up. Have a little fun in your life. That game was the most exciting ending I think I've ever seen in my life.
I give him a pass because of the ending. Beating Baylor and you do that, but giving the ending, I give you a little pass on that.
Right, it wasn't about the team.
Yeah.
It wasn't about how big the win was. It was about the excitement of the moment.
My daughter went there and went to the game. She graduated CU and she hadn't been to a game since, I think she said 2012, 15, somewhere in there.
Mm-hmm.
And Rain, I gave her my big poncho Rain thing and blah, blah, blah. And she said, by the way, thanks. That really saved
Needed
the day.
it. Yeah. Rain.
But she absolutely loves it. It was crazy. They were in the end zone where they scored, and he said it was absolutely nuts. But I'll say this: Travis Hunter is the best player in football. I sent you guys an article. One guy probably won't win it, and yet in the article, it goes, well, he's the best player in football. And yet, but probably won't win the Heisman. Well, I thought that's what the Heisman was.
Yep.
Best player in football. His thing was they probably won't win enough games, and so people won't pay attention. Okay, whatever. I was talking on the phone on the drive in today, and a guy said to me something funny. He goes, Shador Sanders got a little Elway. I go, Elway? He goes, well, big arm.
Mm-hmm. No doubt.
You never feel like you're out of it if he's got the ball.
Ever.
And I went, dude, I thought that was as good of a praise as somebody can have. A kid in college that big arm, good, okay, check.
And think about what he's
Never
overcoming
out of
also. Think about what he's overcoming also. He's overcoming loss of a lead. He's
Did you say his dad?
He's overcoming a lack of a running game. And that offensive line started that game playing pretty dang good football. By the time you got to the end of the game, it was atrocious again. And even with an atrocious offensive line, you never feel like you're out of it with Shador Sanders back there.
Well, see if you guys leave like this quote. Another quote from somebody who was at the game, football guy, said, if CU had an offensive line, they might be pretty good.
They are pretty good. You know what? I'm going to just say it. They are pretty good.
No.
They're not a top 25 team. I'm not saying
They're
that.
a 14-point underdog this weekend.
They are a pretty good football team that is going to be competitive. Look, you're halfway to the magic number now. That's what was so important about that game. Was it so important that you beat Baylor? Well, not necessarily because it's Baylor, but you got 3 wins now.
I think
you're halfway to the magic number, and they are a good enough football team that they will be competitive in the majority of the games that they play.
I think both teams saved their seasons, both of them, and they did it in 2 remarkably different ways. Did Travis Hunter? I'm going to make the case. Travis Hunter did do enough in that game to win the Heisman, and I'll let you know why. And why it's got to be such a high priority for the Broncos to go get Travis Hunter. That's next.
Hey, if you're out there feeling like you're settling in life, like you just don't have as much energy as you once did, it's hard to get your workouts in, they're not going very far, why don't you do something about it? Call my friends over at Vitalized Health. the best in the industry at what they do. This is Tyler here, and guys, Revitalize can help you out with testosterone, with peptide therapy, with hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They've even got vitamin B12 shots there if you just need a little bit more energy in your day. Go check out Revitalize Health today. They're going to come up with a customized game plan for your body and your needs, and when your numbers get to where they're supposed to be, you're going to be amazed at how much better you're going to feel. With 3 locations, Revitalize Health is close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Did you see a different confidence level in Bo? And you just
No, stop. It's fitting your narrative. It's not. The kid's been confident. This kid's been through Auburn. He's transferred. He's won and won and won and won. And honestly, I haven't seen him flinch. We all get a little bit more confident with a win, but I say that respectfully. He hadn't flinched. And I think that we had a good plan. The players did a good job. And then certainly he had more fun than he did in prior weeks.
We got a new drop there, man. No.
No.
How many no's did we get there, Dan?
How dare you say something negative, potentially not really, about my guy?
My boo. Don't. My boo, Bo. Bo, my boo. No.
Hey, who
Fit your narrative.
Do we know who got a game ball out of that game?
I don't know. Here's why. Because it was Club Dub, because he brought a $40,000 sound machine, fog machine. It looks like they invaded Ybor City with cigar smoke after that game.
That was
dude. I thought they had that in the Broncos locker room. They did a clip from in the locker room, like in the afternoon game, evening game, and it was like steam room or something going in there.
That was a big deal when he did it down there with the Saints. It was a huge story. He brought that over here as well.
Who knew?
But
win.
Right, nobody knew. Right, probably had it all year last year. I'll tell you who deserved a game ball. Alex Palczewski. That dude stepped in.
Palcho.
As I don't know if I said his name right. I think I did.
Hey, Palczewski. We got it.
He steps in there at right tackle. Now, I'm not telling you he was going up against all world beaters. He wasn't going up against a TJ Watt.
Got to beat who you play against.
But you got to beat who you play against on the road, stepping in there as a backup tackle. Wouldn't even know he was on the field. And that is the mark of an offensive lineman doing his job.
No sacks allowed. 2 tackles for a loss. Bo Nix looked pretty clean. Only had to dodge the raindrops a couple of different times. Shador got the crap kicked out of him like the whole game.
Yeah,
I mean,
not the first half, man. The first half, I thought the offensive line was pretty dang good.
It felt like he was taking hits. Even if he wasn't getting sacked, he was getting touched.
But they made up for it later. Believe me, the offensive line fell apart.
It was a tale of 2 games. I don't know how it could have gone better for the Broncos from the jump. Great plan. You change things up a little bit, taking the ball. You go down the field, you score. You hold the lead the entire time. You score a field goal with like 40 seconds left in the first half. You even figured that out, avoiding the whole like damage thing for the Buccaneers. You take in the third quarter a 7-minute, 57-second, 15-play drive. Now, you only got a field goal after that, but you made the score 23-7. And that does massive damage. You end the game so viciously that your opponent waves the white flag and doesn't use any of their timeouts. They literally give up. That's what the Broncos did on the road. The Buffs? How many ways did they try to lose that game, guys?
Yeah.
How many times did they try to lose that game? We're talking more positive than negatives, but on 4th and 2, you let their quarterback run up the middle of the field for a touchdown?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
Although I'll say
Second game they've done that.
Right? That the North Dakota State game, there was a penalty on a quarterback sneak that was going to go to the house. I don't know if you guys remember that or not, but that dude was taking that ball to the house, and there was a penalty, thank God. I know that happened. I'll say this, though. Chris Livingston, I like the defensive coordinator up there at CU. This is a first-time play caller. Came from the Bengals. He was just like a safeties coach or whatever. Learned from Mike Zimmer.
And probably how he got the job.
Yep, absolutely. Because Mike was the original target for Dion. Dion was trying to go get him. Comes in here as first-time play caller. He's got that defense playing pretty sound defense. It's not always good defense, but it's sound. He's got in a position to compete at all times.
Okay, let's get to Travis Hunter here. He's gonna get 100 yards a game as long as he still stays healthy as a receiver. True or false? What do you think? I'm sort of throwing that out. What do you think? Ish.
The problem is you got 4 wide receivers that all belong in the NFL, so I don't know. I'm not going to promise that.
You don't think so? Okay, what do you think?
I don't think he'll get it every single game.
Do you think he'll average over 100 yards a game for the season? 12 games, at least 1,200 receiving yards.
I would be surprised if he didn't get 1,200 receiving yards.
Okay, Tyler, is that fair?
Sure.
Okay, my point is, as a receiver, he's just going to do his thing. We all know that, right? How many interceptions do you think he's going to get? Maybe 3, 4, maybe something like that on the season?
Not a ton.
Not crazy, right? But something like that, because teams are going to avoid him, obviously. Here's what you can't quantify. Making that play he did on the goal line to force that fumble when it mattered. Now, it didn't, they already had the lead, so, who knows what else was going to happen. But that did end the game. He had a defensive play on the goal line in terms of a tackle that ended a game.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's not just that. You can't quantify the magician catch he had against North Dakota State in the corner of the end zone.
Well,
right?
Fine, but a lot of great receivers in college make incredible catches, and he does too. So he does all that. My point for the Heisman, he just did something that was
on both ends.
So extraordinary.
Well, he did something that hasn't happened in the last 20 seasons. He was the first college player in the last 20 years to get over 100 yards receiving and force a fumble on the defensive end.
And I do think as a non-quarterback, you need a couple of signature sort of moments. I'm just assuming he's going to keep catching footballs and be great, and I'll assume he'll get 2 or 3 more interceptions. But he's got that now in his back pocket.
Well, he had the big pick in the game before, right? The very athletic pick that he caught. Here's another play, and you guys may remember once I bring it up. This was like a 3rd and 7, 8, whatever it was. Swing pass kind of, or even maybe a bubble screen out to the right, and this guy is by himself. He has one defender, and it's Travis Hunter. And it was an open field tackle.
The one where he was in motion?
The open field tackle that's as good as you get.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there going, no one's really talking about it. They say, oh, nice play. But I'm like, dude, he breaks that tackle. It's a first down, drive keeps going.
Well,
right?
Here's where I'm at. I think he's going to win the Heisman, and I don't think it's going to be close.
I think he should.
Yeah, I think that both he and Shador right now, honestly, should be the 2 front runners. And I really don't think it's even close. You look at what Shador is doing, and I know some of those stats have added up late in games when we're keeping him in there when he probably shouldn't be in there. But the numbers that he's putting up, Shador Sanders is the most impactful football player in America right now. Travis Hunter is the best football player in America right now.
The thing that will hurt Shador maybe, because he's going to have yards. I mean, he's going to have his yards.
They're going to have to win games.
And you got to win games, but and you just said a while ago, he's for 3 games. Well, they 2-1 now, 3-1. They 3-1 or 3-1, right?
3-1. Halfway
so
there.
4 games. He is taking some shots.
I'll
bet you there's not a quarterback in a Power 4 conference that's taken with a winning record of 3-1, which is pretty good, that has taken the shots he is taking.
I'll tell you this, he's not bitching about it afterwards.
No, he's thick now.
Mm-hmm.
He is thick.
Yeah, and he's like
he's built.
Bo Nix is like a faster runner than Shador Sanders.
Yeah,
but Shador's mobile enough.
Yeah, he made a couple of nice plays with his legs too.
Yeah, it's just not, it's listen, man. He if I'm an NFL team, my God. You want to talk about a perfect NFL body, arm strength, just all those crazy, like you got to be born with it sort of things. That dude's got it.
There cannot be a player in America that is throwing more beautiful deep throws this year than Shador Sanders.
It's awesome to watch.
He has 5 a game, 5 30-plus yard throws per game delivered on a dime.
Right. And let's not sleep on the catch too. I mean, he threw the ball right where it needed to be. Webster getting down and making sure his arms underneath the ball to cradle.
Hell of a play.
I mean, that's a hell of a catch, too.
The first throw was better than the second one.
Well,
the first one to Shepard.
Yeah, hit him right in the chest.
I am laughing at Baylor. I watched Baylor's, the coach, the press conference. They were devastated, man. I mean, they were heartbroken, devastated, and they were just destroyed. I'm not joking. How dumb can you be on back-to-back plays? Like, it's bad enough you got beat behind you on the first one that hit Shepard in the chest. And I think if he catches that, I know he caught it like at the 3-4 yard line. I think he
There's
falls
nobody behind him, yeah.
I think he falls into the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
I do. I think his momentum will take him. I think he does probably fall down, but I think he falls back.
Well, it's the first down, clock stops. You still have a few seconds anyway to run another play.
They didn't have any timeouts, though.
No, but it's a first down. The clock stops on a first down, so you would have
When
had
does it
enough time.
start again?
On the whistle.
When everybody's setting on the whistle.
Okay.
So the NFL, you'd have gone boom, boom, boom. You'd have been SOL. And then you lay on the ball, lay on the guy. You don't get up.
Scott's
all that
right.
stuff.
But defensively, you gave that up.
Well, can I just say this,
Heads
though?
up now.
I actually think what CU did on that Hail Mary was pretty dang smart, and I don't know why more teams don't do it. Because if you think about it, the traditional Hail Mary, you're going to put 3 wide receivers on one side. You're going to throw it over there. There's just going to be a massive bodies. One guy's job is to tip the ball up in the air. Like that's the first wide receiver on a Hail Mary. His job is not to catch it. His job is to tip that ball up, try to get it to the guy behind him, right? So you throw it to massive bodies. Well, there's also 3 or 4 defenders over there. Well, CU decided to go, I'm going one-on-one. And honestly, if you think about it, the math might be as good, if not better, on a one-on-one throw where there's only one defensive back there. Hey, man, this is a 50-50 ball, right? To me, that feels as smart, if not smarter, than throwing it to the side with 3 guys.
I agree. I actually think that makes a lot of sense. And Travis Hunter talked about that afterwards, and he said, hey, I was okay being a decoy on that because they're just going to follow him around.
But don't sleep on that right there. He understood it's still going to run his route because why? What does that do? Sells the defense.
That's
and now
what he
so
did.
you're going to bracket him. And you said a while ago, Tyler, you got 4 dudes that are NFL caliber wide receivers.
That's a great call.
So you're going to try to play one-on-one with them guys while you're making sure putting 2 or 3 guys, which then again to me screams of why this guy is a Heisman candidate.
Oh my God!
Is you get in a game not 1 play but 2 plays? You're going to make sure and bracket this one guy and let these other guys float around with some one-on-one stuff?
How high of a priority do you think obtaining Travis Hunter should be for the Broncos?
Oh, I don't know, man. I mean, you get there when you get there. You can't do anything about it right now. So if you get there and he's within firing range, yeah, I'd do whatever I could to go get him.
To me, he's that big of a difference maker. To me, it's
but
like,
I mean, what do you mean by that? Like, are you implying they need to be doing something about it right now?
Nah, you can't fold your tents, especially when you're winning games. But if the season goes somewhere and you're somewhere in the top 10, man, you got to do you got to do what you got to do. But the Broncos got to make it a high priority. I don't think it's even debatable because of what they need and what he offers. It's nuts.
He's still, as good as he is, he could still sneak out of the top 5. He could. I mean, if you just think about the quarterbacks that go, quarterbacks are always going to go 1-2. And then if a team needs, I don't know, a tackle or something, it's probably unlikely. Travis has probably done enough to be a top 5, but there's a chance he sneaks out of it.
Would you trade a first-round pick to move up for Travis Hunter?
After you talked about in that opening statement, Bo Nix is here now, so they're going to win 8 or 9 games. So guess
might
what?
be a problem.
Now all of a sudden it's 18, 19, 20, and you ain't getting Travis Hunter.
I'll tell you what that win did for the Broncos yesterday, amongst a lot of great things. It proved that they could beat anybody. It's not ridiculous because right after the first 2 games, it felt absurd that they were going to beat. We're talking they could be 0-8. They could go Carolina, but isn't the NFL beautiful? The Raiders just quit. Their coach said he had players making business decisions.
And he's going to make business decisions
in week 3.
How about
that? That was one of the greatest lines I've ever heard from a coach post-game. We had players making business decisions, and we're going to make business decisions also.
That was great. But you want to talk about, hey, remember when Antonio Pierce, everybody was playing for him and rah-rah, and that's great. Boy, that does wear off after the cigars and all that. It does wear off eventually.
How about the Red Rocket, baby?
How about him?
300-plus yards.
Hey,
comes
man.
in, takes Carolina to win.
Is the coach somewhere going, told you?
Maybe, but listen, you do not look past NFL teams. I think the Bucs did that to the Broncos. I do. I think they look past them.
You beat Detroit. Don't they have New Orleans next week? Something like that?
I think the Broncos were coming in. I do not know, but likely, it's a non-conference game. You just beat Detroit on the road. It's the Broncos. They suck, right? I guess not. Really remarkable wins for both organizations. Who do you think the win meant more to, the Buffs or the Broncos?
The Buffs, for sure. Because the season's still in play for the Buffs. I I mean, I don't know what your goals are for the Broncos this year, but it was the only real goal for the Broncos this year is organic growth for Bo Nix. And yeah, you saw that, but you could have seen it later in the season, and you could still achieve your goals.
The Buffs got to win.
The Buffs had to win now.
Yeah, they got to win now. You're right about that.
Tampa Bay has Philly next week.
Philly next. So much for New Orleans scoring 1 million points and Clint Kubiak. They lost 15-12. The league is awesome, man. Listen, no, we don't know it. We don't know what's going to happen. We may sit here and speculate things, but what makes the NFL so amazing is that, seriously, you don't know. You don't know. It's awesome.
Victories can give younger teams a lot of hope, a lot of confidence. Now you're spending a week together. If this week is about bonding with your teammates and not partying with your teammates, which sometimes can be two things, then they can just slip right back. But if they use this as a catapult, who knows? I mean, the Jets got good defense, but
Jets are they're a dang good team, and I know everybody's going to be feeling like, oh, we got a chance at everything. Look, you go out there and you look good against the Jets, and I'll start to believe that you might have something special. But that's it. Don't be shocked if you got to come back to planet Earth moment here.
By the way, I'd be fine with that. 1-3, not great, but I'll take that way more with that signature win. With 3 out of your next 4 games at home, I'm good.
Yeah.
0-4, the season's over. 0-3, you're doing trust falls and nobody's catching you at the Greenbrier.
Right.
You know, it's different. I think they're going to go to West Virginia now. I think it's going to be an awesome week for them. I think they're going to be totally fired up and they'll bond. I think it's good. The timing of it now, to me, is spectacular.
Yeah, exactly, because you got that win. I kind of feel the same way. Which win was bigger?
It makes me even more nervous, if I'm being honest, because now you're on vacation and you feel good. You know, now we got a casino right beneath our door.
To answer your original question, which was a bigger win for it? I know the morning show said it was the CU Buffs. Tyler said CU Buffs. It goes back to what your expectations are. If you think that Denver has a chance to be a playoff team, that's a monster win. If you think that CU is a Boulder as a champion has a chance to go to a bowl game, that's a monster win. And from those two quantifiers, I don't know how you pick one.
There's a bit of controversy after the game.
Which one?
The Broncos game. A bit of controversy. And I have the answer, and you're going to hate the answer. Details coming up next. Hey, C-Mac for Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Now, they were founded in Boulder in 1976, and they've been perfecting pizza ever since. And here's just a little bit of what makes it so special. The crust. Legendary. Starts with good dough, and then you can pick from 3 different options. The ale crust infused with real beer, Chicago-style tavern thin, OC thick deep dish, or you can... go with a specialty like the Chicago 7. They build your own melty, perfect pizza. You can do what you want at Old Chicago. And this is amazing, especially with a lunch deal like the Unbelievable Lunch Combo going on now until 3 o'clock. So you got time. It's $9.99. Under $10. You get that 2-topping individual pizza, the garden salad, the drink, all under $10. Delicious, generous, saving lunch for you. It's available till 3, so dine in, call in, oldchicago.com.
Tampa this afternoon. Well, it's that offensive line. You just saw the holding game. Badie! Tyler Badie! Down to the 31-yard line.
We are live in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. It's Badie. Listen, man.
I don't know.
I do know.
I don't know.
I do know.
I don't know.
I do know.
I've heard him say it.
I got you. I talked to Broncos PR today, just a couple hours ago. I went through the whole thing with him. He went to the Broncos last week, just a few days ago. He went to them and said, it's Badie.
Then why did he say Badie?
He said Badie in an interview yesterday.
It wasn't yesterday. That was like a year ago.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
But they asked him how to say it, and he said Badie.
Tyler, I gotcha.
So he just changed his mind?
He changed his mind for whatever reason. I was told he's just one of those guys who's a nice guy and would just sort of go along. Remember when we all found out we were mispronouncing Nolan Arenado's name? You know, we were saying it wrong, apparently, for years and years and years. Some guys just...
I still say Nolan Arenado.
Wait, how are you supposed to say it?
There were...
We're saying his name wrong?
Yeah.
It's Nolan.
How are you... No, really, how are you supposed to say it?
I don't even know. But there was a time that was a thing. Like, I'm sorry, we're supposed to say what?
Huh?
Nicola.
There's that. How do you say his name?
I'll tell you this.
How do you really say Jokic's name? Seriously.
Joker.
Right, there you go. That helps.
It was pretty good timing for him to change his name. You know, like you got a big game. Now everybody's not only talking about your big game, but they're trying to figure out what your name is.
Well, my guess...
Everybody's going to be talking about you all week long.
My guess is he knew he was going to play in this game. You know what I'm saying? Like, Sean Payton had made it clear.
Well, he had one carry 16 yards a game before.
Uh-huh. So, he goes to PR. My guess is, because he knows he's going to be on TV, and he's going to play quite a bit, as he earned it. Tyler, I know it doesn't make any sense. I know who wants to be named after something that cleans your butt.
Hold on. But, Dad, you got the one of him saying how to say
you
it.
can say that all you want, Tyler. I'm telling you what it is.
I'm just telling you, it's confusing when he says
changed his mind.
Say it.
Go ahead, you can play it. But that was from a year ago. You understand that? It was not from yesterday.
I understand.
Okay.
But he did tell us that that's how you're supposed to say it.
He has changed. I can't explain it. I was like, I saw the back and forth on Twitter. I was like, okay, forget it. I called Eric Schubert of the Denver Broncos. I can even say the name. I talked to Shu. I went over it a bunch of times. He goes, yep. I don't know how to explain it. He came to us. We said, okay. We told the TV people what it was. He came to us like 4 or 5 days ago to explain how to say his name, and it's Badie.
Well,
why he changed his name or his mind on it, I got no idea.
I don't really care what his name is, but it's nice to have him out there. I know that much. It's nice to have a running back that looks like he's got a little spark to him.
So my question is, how well should we know this guy's name?
Well, I was calling him Badie.
That's not it.
In the training camp.
Yeah.
But I will say this. I also came back on this show and said the best running back in camp has been Badie.
Yep.
All camp long.
Know his name.
He was your best running back pretty much all camp long.
So how much should we know his name? How quickly can we be mispronouncing Javonte? And it's no big deal. Hard to mispronounce Williams, but, you know.
Look, man, I mean, the beauty about sports, and it doesn't always work this way, because there's politics in sports as well. But the beauty about sports is it's the ultimate meritocracy, right? And for the most part, you earn what you get. There's always going to be examples, first rounders that bust out. They take too long. They get more chances than a fourth rounder would. But a guy goes out there, has a performance, couple weeks in a row, combine it with the fact that Javonte's been struggling. And yeah, man, I mean, this isn't a secret. It's not even a conversation. You flat out will be seeing a whole lot more of Tyler Badie.
When Javonte fumbled, you're up 17-0. You're rolling. Bo Nix is running for first downs. You are about to put the freaking nail in the coffin. And you cough the ball up like that?
I don't know. He didn't get another carry, I don't think, did he?
He played a little bit, but I don't know if he got a carry after
I think
that.
he had a catch.
He had 5 catches in the game. He seems to be adept at catching the football, but that ain't why he's on the team. It's a nice skill to have. And you know what? He's a pretty good blocker on pass blocking too. He'll stick his nose in there. He's not afraid. But dude, like 3rd and goal, you got to get in the end zone, my man.
We still threw the ball too much. Even when you got some struggles in the running game, you can't be out of whack. And it's not terrible. It's not as bad as it has been, but it was 36 to 28 in passing attempts to rushing attempts. Closer to 50-50. I love to see every single week, if you could keep Bo Nix's throws to about 30 and under, you're going to have a whole lot of success. Anytime you get over 30, I worry that we're going to have mistakes. And look, as good as Bo Nix did play, and he deserves a lot of credit for it, as Scott pointed out when we were talking off air, there are also 2 or 3 balls that easily could have been interceptions, right? And if you throw those interceptions, it doesn't make it a bad game, but now it's not a great game, right? And so my only point here is, let's not get ahead of our skis here. Let's make sure that we manage it, and let's not put Bo Nix in a position where we're asking to throw the ball more often than he needs to.
Just to finish things off on the running back stuff, because Sean Payton is kind of giving some foreshadowing here, because he's saying after the game, we don't have enough carries for 3 guys. That's basically what he's saying after the game. Would you guys continue to feed the ball to Javonte Williams, or are we moving on?
Estime, if he's healthy, isn't eligible to come back till I think the Raiders game or the week after, right? So you're probably not going to do anything before that. And Estime, even in college, had an issue because he runs so upright of getting hit wrong and turning the ball over. You still need that power guy. McLaughlin's not that. Badie can run with power. I mean, he's not afraid, but he got a little wiggle to him. I mean, you got is it Watson that
he got skipped over, but he's there.
He's in there too. I don't know. Listen, I was talking with somebody yesterday or the day before, and they were talking about Javonte, and they said, "Listen, I think people don't understand how messed up that knee was, and they're not sure he's ever going to be back to the drafted, healthy Javonte that we saw and loved his rookie year." And it just may be what it is, another one of those big surgeries that limits a guy's career going forward.
Yep.
What would you do with Javonte, Tyler?
I'd slowly start reducing it. I wouldn't have some radical change where all of a sudden Tyler's getting 90% of the carries or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I would try to slowly but surely kind of wean your way out of Javonte. You don't want to do it overnight, and that'd be pretty unusual to do anyways. But slowly give Badie more carries, make it even out a little bit. And then over time, once you get it's like anything else. You need to get an appropriate sample size of Badie before you make a true decision, right?
Mm-hmm.
So just start getting the sample size closer and closer, and then you can make a decision.
Okay. On that pitch, which I hated that play call, the pitch to Jaleel McLaughlin at the goal line. Hated that call. So many ways that's going to go wrong.
A lot of coaches call it.
Oh, okay. I hate it. You got to have, in my opinion, you got to have the horses up front. Just we're going to knock you off the ball. We're going to get 3 inches or whatever it was. We can't be afraid of that. But Javonte got stuffed. The pitch goes to Jaleel. I'm like, that's a 4-yard loss. Nope, it's a touchdown. If that pitch was to Javonte Williams, what happens on that play?
Yep, TFL.
Right. Agreed? Listen, man, you just got to make the tough decision, in my opinion. I know you're saying you can slowly work them out, but you just don't have a lot of time here, man.
The problem is you don't know enough about Tyler to make that decision yet. You don't. You've got 1 game. So there's no rush here, man. The beauty about this year is you don't need to make any rash decisions on anybody. You've got the time to try to figure things out. So just get the workload back up a little bit, and you can make a decision down the road.
Okay, if you say so. But to me, I'm just like I've literally seen enough, and I think Sean Payton simplified things. He made it way more friendly for Bo to succeed. He made a point of that. Hey, we're painting a picture. We got to give this guy we got to paint the picture for this guy. I think they did a great job with it, and I think they just got to do it for the whole team.
I thought it was Sean Payton's best coaching job.
Oh, it's phenomenal.
This year.
Yeah, because the plan was so good.
Yeah.
And the execution was spectacular.
Now, it doesn't hurt. You saw the stat, right, that against Todd Bowles,
he owns
he's
them.
now 7-0 against Todd Bowles.
I don't know what that is, but wow.
It's kind of like Justin Simmons and Patrick Mahomes.
How about that?
Can I just say this about the plan? I think it was more ballsy than good. It just happened to work. I don't know if there's anything that creative about the game plan. Hey, you came out the gates, you threw a go ball. That's not a great game plan. Matter of fact, it's probably a pretty foolish game plan. It just worked, right? It just so happened to work. And then you followed up with another throw down the field. There wasn't you're not looking at any new creativity in the game plan. It just so happened you bet on your quarterback. You took the ball.
Let go some reins.
You took the ball. You bet on your quarterback, and you gave him a shot, and it worked.
But sometimes that's good coaching when you can let go of reins.
Sure.
Right? When the Nuggets finally said, okay, point center. you got to let go of the reins as a coach and say, let's trust this guy. Rest is history, right? So maybe this game we say, let's start trusting this guy a little bit more.
So yesterday was kind of a crazy anniversary. So where have things actually gone? Pretty positive. And the CU game, man. Dude, if you're not into watching CU games, there's something wrong with you, despite how long they go. But it is.
God dang, college football games are long.
Oh, my God.
It
is
Christmas.
Brutal. But that being said, boy, is it exciting. We are brought to you in the Altitude Sports Radio app by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. It's PhD on 92.5. Every Saturday, 7:30, it's the Premier Heating and Air Show. My guys Reed from Premier Heating Air and Tom from American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. It's right here on Altitude. Podcast available at altitudesportsradio.com. If you're in need of a heating and air expert, well, this is a simple decision. It's Premier. I've been endorsing Premier for more than a dozen years. They've been incredible in the 2 homes that I've been lucky enough to own, and I think they'll do the same for you. And now is the time as we feel the change in the temperature. Get your furnace tuned up with the Premier Special. $49 furnace tune-up. So see what you got. It's $49. You can do that. And they're also offering a $1,000 trade-in credit, 0% financing for 60 months, making it affordable, and even a gift card for up to $500 if you sign up for a free estimate. So call them. 720-547-8009. 720-547-8009. PremierAirColorado.com. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
I say this, and I mean this. It's so important, and I include myself and the offensive coaching staff. It's our job to paint the perfect picture for this player. And if we do that, and we used to say that about whoever's under it, our job as coaches, as receivers, we have to paint the picture. And when we do that, this guy's going to be something.
Did Sean Payton and the Broncos do a better job for Bo? What improvement did the coaches do? What was different?
The biggest thing they did is they just took the leash off. They gave him an opportunity to throw the ball down the field. You know, the first couple of weeks, I had asked the question, name a time that Bo Nix gave you a glimpse of an NFL throw. And I'm like, well, I can't. And we talked about the trick play. Well, the trick play, he kind of underthrew that thing, so I didn't even count that. In hindsight 2020, it was because he wasn't given the opportunity, right? Now, I'm still not going to sit here and act like Bo Nix got a great arm. He doesn't. He doesn't. But he has a capable arm, and he took the leash off, and he allowed his quarterback to play NFL level, to attempt NFL level throws.
And I go back to what I said, well, I think you listen to the criticism when you got James Palmer talking to cornerbacks of Pittsburgh saying, we knew they weren't going to look anything over the top of us, so we weren't afraid. We knew what we had to play. When an NFL team is saying that, and I'm assuming James Palmer was accurate in his reporting of that, that your first throw goes down, the sideline for 20-plus yards, I think, says, hey, okay. Now, I don't know there was many attempts after the first quarter of those kind of throws, but I thought I woke up Tampa Bay a little bit, and they went, oh, darn. Because then they went the other side and had another fairly long one, and all of a sudden you do your best drive of the year by far.
That's a good point. Now that I think about it, were there any throws past 15 yards after the first quarter?
I don't think so.
I mean, I'm not saying that as a shot, but I just can't remember any.
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at it.
You came out with 2 right out the gates, and it felt awesome, and it was good. And I think that was important for Bo Nix to be allowed the opportunity and to succeed at it. Now he's got the taste of it.
This is about winning games, though, and whether there were longer throws or not, what you did have, which was masterful, is a way to effectively work the clock while still being aggressive enough, run the ball clearly enough to be able to have play action work and have your quarterback be able to run when he needed to pick up first downs.
I did like the RPOs and short yardage situations.
And you had a 15-play, 7-minute, 57-second drive. I get it. It ended with a field goal, but look at the situation. You were up 13, and I would call that a tough 2. Tough 2 possession, meaning it's got to be a touchdown and a 2-point conversion twice. It's not a 3-possession thing, but that's a pretty tough damn 2. It's a nice lead. Look what they did, man. It was, God, I thought it was beautiful, man. And I do think there's something. I remember Belichick would do that all the time. He would just get the lead to wherever he thought he needed it to be and then just work the rest of the game.
And then you got a defense. They got the ball back with 8.5 minutes, and you stuff them with 3. I mean, they'd already taken the clock so far down without scoring late in that game to try to get it to where who knows you get another possession. They've already done their job. And then they go for it on 4th down, don't get it. I'm like, dude, you'd already made them use 5 minutes, and they went nowhere. And so listen, the offense is great. You get 26. But again, I'm telling you what, that defense I thought was outstanding. I thought Tampa Bay probably took Denver a little bit for granted. And you had your best sack guy out for the game.
We got a guy, DeAndre Tillman. I bet most people didn't even know he was on the team. He had 2 sacks.
It almost makes you wonder how well Vance Joseph has coached over the last couple of years. Wonder what he would have been like if we stuck with him long term. I mean, I'm not telling you he's the world's greatest head coach, but I bet he would have figured it out over time. And Vance Joseph will work his way into becoming a head coach again if he keeps this up.
Did they remove Scangarello and put Shermer in Vance's second year?
Scangarello came in with our guy Vic Fangio because
but he got one, but he only got one year.
Because it was going to be Coobs, but Coobs wanted to bring his lieutenants with him, and I'll never forget that. I couldn't believe when that actually didn't happen, and that's how Scangarello. So Scangarello was past VJ. So Yeah. Listen, man, if you don't got the right quarterback and you don't have a plan, I don't know if VJ would have succeeded. I don't know if he was set up to succeed. And don't forget, he was not given autonomy by Elway. So what you're asking for...
Almost anywhere. Almost anywhere.
It was sad how he was actually treated and blamed for things. And this was the whole Elway, I got to sleep on it for the next year. And I don't know, man. Listen, the whole Elway defenders, I don't mean to get in an Elway argument here, but there were some pretty bad managerial moments. Everybody wants to say, well, he's a great GM because he won a Super Bowl. Okay, cool. But you say, hey, would VJ still have worked? I don't think as long as John Elway was running the show, he would have. I think, but then again, I don't think anybody would have. I mean, things were bad around here, guys. This is what I really loved about this game. You realize what yesterday actually was. It was time where ownership, coach, quarterback all have settled in a little bit. They've settled in a tad. And you got yesterday. I can't wait. Game after game is going to be pretty damn exciting. I'm as optimistic about the Broncos right now today as I've been.
Well, you're like a wave rider, aren't you?
Yeah, you are a little bit, if I'm being honest.
Because last Monday you wanted to fire Sean Payton.
Didn't see it last Monday.
Yeah,
I didn't want to fire him. No, I did not want to fire him. You're being funny.
But this is why continuity is important. It's important for young players that are struggling. It's important for coaches. It's important for a lot of things, right? But they got to string it together. Look, it was a great start, and it gave you hope. It gave you a lot of hope. And even if you're on the outside looking in on Bo Nix and you didn't want to believe in it, how could you not look at the game and be like, well, that was fun, right? Like, I hope we can do that again. But look, we got a long ways to go to replicate
win
this
next
thing.
weekend in Meadowlands in New York against the Jets, and playoff talk will abound again the following week. We will talk about playoff odds starting Monday if they find a way to beat the Jets.
Do you need the playoffs this year?
No, but that's what the talk's going to be.
All right. I guess I'm a little different because I just need to see improvement because to me the pressure's on next year, not
but you're
this
not
year.
a Bronco fan and you don't care that it's been 9 years of suck. You just want you want entertaining stuff to talk about. You could give a flip if they win.
Fan. He does have Patriots tattoo.
I want him to. I want him to make the playoffs. Is it the end all? No. Do I want improvement each week? Yes.
I'm not going to be.
But it's 9 years, dog.
I'm not going to be freaked out by 1-3 if they lose the Jets. Why? Home against Vegas. That was fun for the Raiders yesterday, wasn't it?
I don't care if they beat the Jets, but I do care how Bo Nix plays.
Sure, of course.
And he needs to string it together now. Now you need to prove you can do it more than once.
You care if they beat the Raiders?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Especially the way they're
so beat
spiraling.
the Jets, and then all of a sudden you're 3-2, and I'm telling you, it's
fine.
playoff talks.
Dude, I didn't think there was a chance they would beat the Bucs yesterday. Point out the person that picked the Broncos to win. Just point them out. Where are they? Who are they? I mean, literally nobody had the Broncos winning that game. Nobody. Not one person here. 6.5-point underdogs in Vegas. Nobody had them winning. It's pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, but then again, I didn't expect them to look as bad as they did in the first two. So I don't know where the truth lies.
Well, I would make the argument it's progressively getting better. And it shouldn't surprise anybody that a rookie quarterback in his first start is going to be a little shaky. I mean, that's if you didn't expect it, fine, but you can't be that surprised that happened. What you needed to see, there wasn't really any improvement from week 1 to week 2. That was disappointing.
Yes.
Okay, I get it. But look what we just saw. And if you just combo meal weeks 1 and 2 is just one thing, look at the improvement now.
What was the vast improvement that you saw?
Everything was more efficient. Plays were being called quicker.
Still got to delay a game. You still had to take a timeout.
One delay a game, that's right. But you realize what play that happened after? It was the long play to Josh Reynolds down the sideline. So they did have a pinch of time getting organized after a big play. You're right. Can't
but that's
do
not
it.
on the quarterback.
You got to get it together.
You never know who that's on, though, Scott. I know that Sean.
Well, I mean, last year was on the quarterback.
Well, no, I mean, Sean Payton is notorious for taking too long to get the play calls in. But I also know that it goes both ways, right? And you never know what's happening in a huddle. So it's just it's hard to tell who those situations
I didn't
are fully
hear
on.
one time from you last year the words Sean Payton is notorious for getting into plays in late.
Well, as of last year, I hadn't heard Chase Daniels, his own quarterback, come out and talk about it. So once I heard his own quarterback come out and talk it, that was new information that I now processed and I digested.
Scott's defending Russ. I know what you're doing.
No.
No, you are. That's okay. That's all right. You're a Russ defender.
That
by the way,
information wasn't available last year.
Hey, by the way, he ain't getting on the field as a starting quarterback anytime soon. You realize that, right? Justin Fields is 3-0, bro.
Well, I agree. You don't take him out. You don't take him out for a while.
Okay, you don't take him out. He's done. It's over. That ship has sailed.
Listen.
Give me the scenario that Russell Wilson starts over Fields with Fields healthy now.
Well, who does Pittsburgh play next week?
I don't know. Who knows?
I think Fields starts next week.
I think Fields starts for Pittsburgh for the next 8 years.
3-game slide, and it's back in the conversation. But, do you think they're capable of a 3-game slide? That's the conversation. In a 3-game slide, just about anything's on the table.
With that defense, the way they play, the physical nature of things, are you kidding me?
The biggest thing Fields doing, he's not turning.
Well, they're not losing this weekend. They play the Colts this weekend. They ain't losing that one.
Are they home? No, they're in Indy.
Yeah.
The one interception.
Anthony Richardson, boy, that dude is. You want to talk about a roller coaster? That guy is like he's highlight central, followed up by the worst throw you've ever seen in your life.
Who did they? And Minshew was there last year, right?
Yeah.
So who's their backup quarterback now? I mean, you couldn't go Carolina.
Oh my
And from now on, when you bench a young quarterback, is it called you went Carolina?
Maybe. By the way,
you know who their backup is? Joe Flacco.
Oh, jeez. Well, you got the Red Rocket, Carolina, Joe Flacco, and Indy.
By the way, there's quietly a storm brewing in Miami, and it's not because of Chris Bianchi. They're down to their third quarterback now.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand perhaps you stick with Skylar Thompson and you move forward.
Oh, I bet you're ready to sell now.
I sure am, buddy. I sure am. And if the Dolphins want it, I'll guarantee you the Broncos now have 2 quarterbacks on their roster that are far better for the Dolphins than what they have now.
Can I just say this for the Dolphins? They would be fools to do something foolish.
What does the season mean to you?
Well, you're not saving the season is my point.
Well,
so if they go out and they give up a second rounder or something to go get a marginal quarterback, that would be an enormous mistake.
Is Zach Wilson's a marginal quarterback?
Yeah.
Guy with 34 starts.
T-Mac, Zach Wilson is the definition of a marginal quarterback.
How's Sam Darnold doing? I know he got hurt, but how's he doing?
All of a sudden he's Sam Darnold?
He could be.
He could be.
He
yes.
absolutely could be.
Sure, he could be. He's the definition of a marginal quarterback.
What are your better options there in Miami if you don't want to give up on the season?
Listen to anything I say. That's my whole point, is that there's not going to be a better option. And so if you are going to be tempted to do something foolish and give up something extreme for a guy like Zach Wilson, and they would be idiots if they did it because they need to accept the fact that the season is lost. So ride it out with Tyler Huntley, ride it out with him, and reset next season.
Okay. They did trade a first-round pick for Bradley Chubb. They did invest tons of money
3 years ago
into receivers and other players to win now.
Well,
it is wild for me to hear we're just going to give up on the season after 3 games with everything else they've got invested.
What Zach Wilson goes down there, how many games is he going to win the rest of the year?
I don't give a crap. What I give a crap for the Broncos is getting a second or third round draft pick for a guy who's not going to play and is not going to be part of the future. If I'm the Broncos, I am definitely on the phone with the Dolphins trying to get the deal done.
I would give him up in a heartbeat for a second rounder. Absolutely.
If you're the Dolphins, though, aren't you looking at organizations that run similar style of offenses and what you want to do? Yes. And I'm not sure the 2 guys here would understand that offense, though.
They'd pick it up quick enough.
Well, if you're looking for one picking up quicker, then you'd probably think that it'd be Stinkum.
I mean, it's a good point Scott makes. When you make midseason trades, you almost always target guys that know the system.
All right, maybe we're just arguing, but we're all on the same page. Are the Dolphins, if they don't give up on the season, are they shopping for a quarterback right now?
Well, are we being honest? Is there many guys on this team, and I'll exclude the quarterback, the starting quarterback, are there any guys on this team that a second-round pick you couldn't pluck off the Denver Broncos team if you're the Broncos right now?
No. I'd give up Zach Wilson for a fourth. I'd give him up for maybe.
Well, that's
even
what
a
I'm
fifth.
saying. But he's saying a second. There's not a guy on the team you give up for a second.
Because we don't have anybody.
Maybe your corner. I don't know.
We don't have anybody worth the second rounder.
Well, desperate teams do desperate things, and I don't know if you get much more desperate than the Dolphins are right now, unless they're seriously willing to fold their tents here in September. But if not, it could really work out to the Broncos' advantage. We'll see what happens. But something like this needed to happen. This is why the Broncos held on to 3 quarterbacks, isn't it? What's the other reason?
Would you trade Bo Nix if they offered you a first and a second?
No.
Hell yeah.
No, I would not. Definitely. What is
first and a second?
Where are you with Bo Nix right now? Where are you with Bo Nix?
He's a good player. Nice player.
Okay.
But a first and a second?
No.
You just said the playoffs have nothing to do with it. You're going to get a first and a second?
Oh, my God.
It's time to suck for Shador, baby.
Oh, my God.
March for Arch.
We are not. Arch did not have a great game, by the way.
No.
352 touchdowns.
I know. I got you. You know who they were playing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like Sisters of the Poor.
Yeah.
Monroe.
Kind of like Denver was playing Tampa.
Oh, my God. You got some interesting axes to grind because of Russ. You do, man.
No.
You do.
Listen, I haven't even thought about him till you bring the name up.
You do. Oh, it's there. You think he lingers in our head?
Oh, big time.
Oh, my God.
You know the only thing that lingers in my head is a yardstick.
D-Mac's got a point.
No.
He lingers in your head just as much as he does
The
ours.
only
It's
thing
just
that
the other way
lingers
around.
in my head is a yardstick.
We have no dumb questions coming up.
You missed a break again. You got a new client.
I know. You sucked me right into it. You sucked me right into it.
If you can get a second rounder for Zach Wilson, I'll buy you a week of coffee. And that's a freebie. That's just a freebie.
That should be a month.
It's PhD on 92.5.
Everyone looks forward to getting a new car, but do you look forward to the process of buying a new vehicle? I know a lot of people don't because the old way used to kind of suck. Man, but go to my friends over at Phil Long Ford, and they're going to respect your time. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams because the inventory is as strong as it has ever been right now. So whether you're looking for a car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle, whatever it is you're looking for, it's going to be at Phil Long Ford because I'm talking new and pre-owned vehicles for as far as you could possibly see. So don't drive all over the state of Colorado. Go to one dealership. That's Phil Long Ford. And when you go to Phil Long Ford, you're going to find a great car and you're going to get a great price. Guys, the incentive deals right now are rock solid. The interest rates, rock solid. They've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with my friends at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful vehicle for a very, very long time. Feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home. Let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over. Visit them online at phillongdenver.com.
Well, when you start the game with an explosive pass play, get Court involved early, you win a one-on-one, you flip the field in one play, it opens it up for a coordinator, and Coach Payton did a good job of, going right back to it. We hit Josh on the other side, and then we get points, and we get a touchdown on that first drive. That's really important to start explosive, but, you can't just hit one. You got to come back and continue to finish out drives, and it was good to see that, on the first one.
That's Bo Nix. We'll get to CU and Baylor. Prime was not happy with he was happy with the result, but there were other things. That's coming up in a little bit. No dumb questions in 6 minutes. So get that in 303-504-0925. Off the air, Tyler, you said something really smart.
Why do you sound so surprised?
It was kind
of
interesting.
You said that with like a shock in your voice. What are you trying to show me? I can't see what.
I doubt it.
Minnesota.
What?
Minnesota.
What about Minnesota? Oh, yeah, I was saying, but the conversation was about Miami, right? So there's really only two teams that you can target a trade from right now if you're in the market for a quarterback. It's the Broncos and the Steelers. Those are by far the most likely teams that you're going to go after. And if I'm really trying to salvage my season, I would trust Russell Wilson far more than I would trust Zach Wilson to step in a moment's notice. Keep in mind, Russ knows the language. He's been in that system. He was in the West Coast offense, a variation of it, different than what Mike McDaniels runs. But he knows the language, right? And if you're looking for a midseason trade, you got to have a guy that is not going to be confused by the language at the very least. He could learn the nuances, the details. And I think that Russ would be the dude that I would target.
I think you make actually an excellent point.
Well,
I would trust Russ more than Zach Wilson too.
Russ might have 9 lives. He really might. I mean, he thought he was down to his last life with the Steelers. He thought that it was all over. Mm-hmm. He might get another life here.
If
I agree.
And well, it'll be interesting to see what they do with.
Plus, Sierra would love.
Miami.
Oh my God, Russ in Miami. Oh, what version of Russ are we getting in Miami?
Right.
Holy cow! You want to talk about the different versions of Russ?
If Miami were to do that, they think it's over, and they still think they got a team good enough to get to the postseason. You got to get a veteran guy, though, don't you? I mean, like a Russ,
right?
I mean, Zach Wilson knows that division, whatever.
You're right.
But
you hit the nail on the head, and Russ cost the Steelers no money.
And I think the Steelers would be more willing to deal. I really do.
I do too.
They get rid of that distraction. Russ is a distraction. Zach Wilson's not a distraction. Russ is.
No, they're 3-0 with Fields. You could have Fields for a long time if it really does work out. That is a slam dunk deal. Actually, it's a great point. And it would be better for the Dolphins than Zach Wilson. I'll give you that to Russ. He could go there and try to make it work. You'd have a better shot.
Yeah.
But it would have to be a veteran guy that can do it, right?
Dude, a 6th, 7th rounder, maybe. I mean, something like that. I mean, maybe not even. Who knows? You could probably get. I mean, Pittsburgh would need somebody as a backup, but certainly their future is with Fields, not Russ. That's a great point, actually. Let's keep our eyes.
Well, they've got. I can't remember who the third dude is, but we know that they've got another quarterback on the roster already because Russ was the third emergency QB. So who was the other guy they already got? I forget.
Oh, Pittsburgh? I think it's Neil O'Donnell.
Okay.
That's pretty good, though.
I don't know who the backup for Pittsburgh is. Mason Rudolph? They got rid of him, right?
He long gone.
He's gone, yeah. I don't know.
Kyle Allen.
One of the famous Allens. There seems to be a lot of backup quarterbacks named Allen.
I have no clue who Kyle Allen is. Never heard of him. Who is he?
I don't know. God, no clue. You get into the backup or third string world, it gets murky, to say the least.
Allen played at Houston, University of Houston.
Dude, I was watching the Chiefs game last night, and I was like, why is one of the members of Leonard Skinner playing running back for the Chiefs?
Steele?
Samaje Perine?
No, the white dude there.
Steele, I think his last name is
Steele,
Steele.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a good-looking dude right there.
Dude that owns an alligator.
The dude that owns an alligator.
Right.
The dude that was supposed to be a groomsman in his sister's wedding that was booked on a Sunday in the fall.
Did you
how
hear
little he actually thought he was going to play in the NFL.
The announcer's explanation was the family never thought he'd be playing in the NFL.
Right.
Let alone starting now, right?
Hey, thanks a lot, fam. You never thought I'd get here, ever?
I'll never forget I was in Buffalo, and Michael Pekka, who's on the Buffalo Sabres, planned his wedding for when the Stanley Cup Finals were. It's like, no chance, huh? Okay. So yes, he was. That's how out of it this guy was supposed to be. His family's planning weddings on a Sunday in the fall.
Well, wasn't isn't he undrafted?
Yes, it's remarkable. The Chiefs are they're not actually that good, and I think Travis Kelce may be done, physically.
I thought he looked heavy last night.
I think he's just worn out.
He's been on a world tour, dude. I've been saying it all offseason.
He came out a play. I watched the play. They threw it to the under tight end, 83, right? They threw it to him. He like sauntering off. And he pointed over there, take me out. And I'm like, dude, that ain't the competitor. Travis Kelce.
Man.
He's lost a little fire.
I think these guys are burned beyond recognition, but they
find a way to win close games.
I can't even explain it. It's so frustrating watching the Chiefs win games they should lose.
Although it's nice when you don't get a PI called, late in the game.
That was so absurd. I mean,
they're gonna get those type of favors because that's what happens to dynasty teams. They get the benefit of the doubt, and they're in that sacred.
That wasn't even close.
How do you not call that?
I agree.
I mean, first off, not only is he mugging the dude, he doesn't turn his head. He doesn't make an attempt on the ball. Anything he could have done wrong to get a flag, he's
got his arm around him, ball's a yard away from him. And then the officials which, I don't like officials, so I'm telling you where I sit automatically.
I'm with you.
Then they come out and they do the pool reporter guy, and they ask, well, it's a live time. The official at the angle he had, a tough angle, and it's live time. He didn't think there was enough to make the call.
Okay.
So basically what you're saying is he blew the call. Just say, that's a blown call. We have to be better. Then you walk away.
Actually, we're seeing there's a report out of Pittsburgh right now. John Wilson, our texter, Russell Wilson has made a statement about a potential trade to the Dolphins.
Really?
Let's swim. Okay. It's time for No Dumb Questions.
See, that seemed like it was a lot better.
Columbus, Hastings, and
It was
DMAC
good
present
Setup was good.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I bailed out of
I
it.
like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not
room.
dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
And all you have to do, 303-504-0925, throw in a no dumb question. On Friday, we pick a winner who gets a $100 gift card to Old Chicago.
Here's another quote on the.
Oh, is there another one?
Yeah, hold on. Well, I just bought a condo in Allentown.
Allentown. How close is Allentown to Pittsburgh? It can't be that
It's
close.
a big steel thing, though.
No, I gotcha, but I built how far do you think Allentown is from Pittsburgh? No dumb question. I mean, I'll look it up.
3 hours. Within 3 hours. 2 hours.
Okay.
We'll go look it up.
No, it's funny. I get it. It's hysterical, but the proximity to
was
Pittsburgh.
funnier than let's go swimming.
Yeah, no. I just bought a condo in Allentown. Well, you can take a $2 million loss on that, too.
There you go.
He just loses on property. You want me to actually look it up?
Well,
Literally
look
it up?
No, I got a good note.
I am. Hold on. You got to give me 1 second, and I got it for you. We're not taking our bite between the two. It's not close. It's 4 hours and 28 minutes.
So right there.
4 hours and 28 minutes.
Hey, Tom Brady lived in Boston.
It's close to the shower.
Oh, my God. That's pretty funny. All right.
No dumb question. Tom, I want you got to really think about this. When's the last time you put on your underwear and a pair of pants, whether they're jeans, sweats, whatever, bike, that you're able to get through them both clean without your toe getting stuck?
Well, you got to sit down. I mean, at what point in life did you just preemptively decide I have to sit down to put my underwear on?
When you didn't want to keep it balanced when the toe got stuck
Right.
and you're on 1 foot
Because
hopping?
I honestly, if I think about it, I couldn't tell you the last time I attempted to put my underwear on standing up.
Well, I do almost every day now.
That seems like a ridiculous attempt to fake.
You sit down raw dog?
Yeah.
What do you sit on?
The edge of my bed.
I stand close to it, so if I fall, I'm going to fall back on the bed.
I sit down on the edge of my bed. I put my
raw.
put my
You sit
underwear on.
really?
Yeah.
That's
But
wait, have you sleep naked in your bed every single night?
Yeah,
but
I
it's
got
weird
it.
to sit down on the edge of your bed naked.
That's a forced squat position. I mean, it's like there could be I don't know.
Do you not wipe or something?
Fair point.
Could be a little Star Trek action going on there.
Fair point. I do sleep naked.
Klingon circling the anus. But it's now a challenge. It's like a game I have with myself every morning. Is this the morning I'm able to
No,
go
hey,
clean?
buddy, you're tempted fate here.
Oh.
I think you're making a mistake. Like I want to give you advice. I know I'm younger. I just think you're tempted fate. It's a bad idea.
But it's also a good way to get a little workout in. Balance.
Sure.
So I got the underwear in clean today. But then the pants, boom, foot just jammed right there in the sweatpants. I've not gone clean with both sets.
All right,
I don't think.
What's a better treat in life? Fresh underwear or fresh socks?
Oh.
Because I recently bought fresh socks, and I was like, man, why don't I buy fresh socks like every 6 months?
That's a fair point.
Like they're not that
How
expensive.
often do you buy fresh underwear?
They feel amazing when you put them on.
Yeah, but fresh underwear is pretty good too.
I'm going to go with fresh underwear, but it's a good feeling with fresh socks. I
Fresh
guess
socks are pretty amazing. I'm telling you.
When you get your fresh underwear, do you wash them first?
No.
No. Are you crazy? That's no. My wife would.
not.
She's on the whole like you got to this that. I'm like it's just you open it, you wear it, you go.
There's nothing better than a clean, fresh pair of underwear. Fresh socks are good too, though. But I think underwear, you can just smell them.
Dude, but you talk about the little things in life being meaningful. That's how.
Well, try that next time you put your underwear and pants on. See if you can get both legs through clean.
Well, we should film it.
Have you ever paid attention to that?
A little bit. A little bit. It's a little bit of a challenge.
Right?
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's
So
a little bit.
Not just me. I thought maybe
Oh,
I
no.
got a big foot. Maybe I struggle with it.
My lack of flexibility is actually staggering, and I get hung up on the bike shorts.
All right, Scott, compare the two here. Who's up deeper? Okay. D-Mac's head up our boss Kevin Shockey.
Wow.
Or Chris Collinsworth's head up Patrick Mahomes.
Wow.
Well,
is this a hard question?
Well, listen, I understand how networks and stuff work with superstars.
Uh-huh.
That's the moneymaker.
Oh my God, look at that pump. 3 pump fakes on one play. 1 pump fake, 2 pump fake, 3.
I don't know if you caught it, but they just signed him to a brand new big-time deal. Like, he's an older fella, and he just got himself a 5-year deal with NBC. Now, he was making a little bit less than all these other big guys, but they really like him there at NBC. So maybe he knows where his bread is buttered. How much do you think NBC cares about Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs?
Yeah, I got it.
You got it? Yeah.
His head's still pretty far up the you-know-what.
Again, doesn't that make sense?
I've never seen a dude drool over 3 pump fakes.
Okay. Well,
no dumb question. Whose son's more annoying, Sims or Collinsworth?
I think Jack's actually all right.
Which one's he? I don't know the first names.
That's Collinsworth.
Yeah, I think
Chris
he's
is
okay.
Sims. I think they're both kind of okay. Are you bugged by one of those
Chris
guys?
Sims bothers the hell out of me.
Really? Why?
Because you sucked.
Well,
but a lot of announcers sucked.
He sucked. He was a Division I quarterback at Texas.
That's what makes Tom Brady so unique in what he's doing. Very, very rarely, I know Troy Aikman did it, but for the most part, you just get washed out quarterbacks that take over the announcing.
The reason Chris Sims sucked the most in the NFL is because he almost died because of his spleen injury. He really had an injury that almost killed him.
You feel bad now?
No.
But you hold that against him as a commentator?
I just think he's too arrogant on the air. I don't like arrogance on the air.
Do you think he did
not?
not?
And I think he's too arrogant.
So do you think he did not?
Just is funny.
Well, probably he hangs out with Dan. I'll tell you that much in their activities.
Dan Stores?
Dan Tanner.
Oh,
which one?
With Bud Tender Dan back there.
Which one?
Chris Sims.
Chris does?
Oh yeah, big time.
It's legal.
He doesn't shy away from it. He talks about
not
it.
in New York.
He was high.
Is that where he lives?
I don't know. That's where NBC headquarters is.
It's like does all of his shows. He doesn't have to live there. I don't know where he lives. But by the way, were we passing judgment?
On what?
I don't know.
On Bud Tender Dan.
Bud Tender Dan?
I'm not passing any judgment, Dan. Legal here in the great state of Colorado. That's what I say. No breaking the law going on.
Oh.
That's what matters. No dumb question is Scott asked for his Broncos card back.
Oh.
You're going to take a little heat here.
Why?
Really?
Yeah. I'm being very serious, yeah.
Because you said to Adam Schefter, I'm out on Bo Nix.
No, I did not say I'm out of Bo Nix. He asked me if I was out, and I said I've never been in.
Don't you fight technicalities on us.
Oh,
You know darn well what you said.
Are we going to have to find the sound, or are we just going to?
No, that's exactly what I said. He said, "So I can't believe you're out on Bo Nix." Did you hear Schefter today?
I didn't.
And they asked him if he's in on. He said, "Well, I'm not in yet, but I'm intrigued."
I got him right here.
He brings that element with his legs and his rushing that I think people underestimate. Like, he's been more dangerous running this season than Anthony Richardson. He's gained more yards than Anthony Richardson. And you have to think and know that Sean Payton's going to figure out a way to have him move the ball in a short, ball-controlled passing offense. So if he can kind of gain that experience, continue to move the football with his legs, I think that gives you some hope. Again, Scott was out on Bo Nix. He was out after 2 games. I've been in on Bo Nix. Like, let me rephrase that. Forget about saying in, but I've been intrigued. How about that?
That's exactly
with the idea of dropping intrigued and just being in. The potential's there. I want to see it over time, but I'm intrigued with the idea that this guy can play well enough that we drop the intrigued and just you become in.
What's wrong with that?
Do you think?
And you dropped the tree.
Wait, is that
I
a
think
line?
I think we're going to have to pull the tape on you because I think you flat out said you were out.
I mean, Adam
I
just
said
said
I've never been in.
What's the difference?
Whatever you want. I'm saying with him, I'm intrigued
I mean,
by
seriously, what's the difference?
Okay.
that. I'm same thing as him. I'm intrigued by
Then
it.
why would Adam say Scott's out on Bo Nix?
Do you believe everything the media says? I mean, come on now. He asked me. He goes, "Oh, I didn't know you were out," and I said, "I've never been in." So I'm in the same boat.
This is a weird technicality.
Okay, all right.
It is a technicality, but
this is a weird technicality. To me, that sounds like the same thing.
Okay,
you can judge how you want to, and I'll repeat myself from my Broncos card. I want the Broncos to be good.
Yeah,
I want the Broncos to get to the postseason.
And you said that all along.
All along, I've been on that way. I am intrigued by him, and he's the best quarterback they've had since Simeon left. To be honest with you, I mean, it's not even close, is it?
Well, I got to think about that one. There's a lot in between there.
Well, there's been 13 dudes. I would say Bo Nix is better than any quarterback they've had.
Bo Nix is better than Russell Wilson.
Yeah, the way Russell played here.
Then Russ here?
Yeah,
well, I'm asking a question. Okay.
All right, that's a good question.
Russ won 5 games last year.
Russ probably had a game, but help me out here. Did Russ have a game as good as Bo Nix had in his career here in Denver?
They beat the Chiefs, and then they beat Buffalo in back-to-back games.
He led a huge comeback against the Bears last year. That was pretty remarkable right around this time. I mean, there were moments.
But
definitely
listen,
moments.
If Russ was here doing what would you be happy if Russ is playing what he's doing right now?
What, are we including all 3 games or one game?
All 3 games.
Then hell no, because Russ is a
veteran guy. So I think the Bo Nix is probably better than any quarterback they've had since Trevor Siemian.
Deion Sanders is upset with the fans. It's always a little tricky when you get upset with the fans. Details on that coming up. Hey, Old Chicago. The World Beer Tour is on at Old Chicago each and every single day, where you can try 110 local and legendary beers. So take the tour and earn rewards along the way, like branded merch and even $5 OC bucks on your next visit to Old Chicago. Discover your next pint at Old Chicago. Find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. And maybe you're thinking about dinner tonight, Monday night. We got 2 games, 2 Monday night football games. Maybe cooking dinner, I don't have time for that. Well, you can have the Unreal Pizza deal for only $29.99. Get a delicious large 2-topping pizza on a scratch-made flaky crust. Comes with cheesy, dippable mozzarella sticks and a giant gooey chocolate chip cookie pizza. All for $29.99 and feed the whole family. No dishes. It's the Unreal Pizza deal to go. Only $29.99. Again, find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. Hey, it's Z-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Most guys suffering with erectile dysfunction issues do nothing about it. So if that's you, well, you're in good company, but you don't need to be there. You can leave that crew behind with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work where the pills and herbals fail because they've been doing it for years and years and years. They know what works. They have the right professionals, the right crew, the right experience to help you get your mediocre life in terms of your sex life and your relationship back to the way it should be. Okay, so here's what you do. They have 5 locations. First of all, they're close. Schedule a consult. Your initial visit's only $99. You get a medical consult, T and PSA test. If medically advised, the test dose. Hey, if that doesn't work, the visit is free. But the stories of it working are great. Most men can have sex the next day. Again, 5 locations, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Stop putting it off. Stop. Come on now. Get back in the game. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Needing 7 points to send it to the second OT on first and goal. It's Richardson. Ball's out. Ball is out. Ball is out. Recovered. And knocked out of the end zone.
After further review, the ruling on the field stands. Ball game's over.
Off the mats. Colorado wins the Big 12 opener.
I'll tell you this. If you've got anything to say about some exciting moments going on at any time, the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app is there for you. We love to hear your messages at any point. Just get that app, just press the microphone, and just start sounding like a lunatic. Powered by the Fricky Law Firm, they're in your corner. We'll get to Prime and what he's upset about, but with the CU game, what did you find the most remarkable part of that unbelievable game on Saturday night?
I don't know. Where do you start, dude? I mean, number one, from the comeback to the back-to-back Hail Marys. Have we ever seen it done? I mean,
I've never seen that.
You know, I guess it wasn't back-to-back because the first one he dropped.
No, I count it, though. I know what you're saying.
I'm sure as hell counting that.
It worked twice in a row.
It worked 2 times in a row on back-to-back plays.
Crazy.
I mean, unstinking believable to knocking the ball out on the last play of the game. You know, the only thing those players got a little bit lucky that ball rolled out. If they were smart, they would have batted that ball out of bounds. Got a little bit lucky on that. I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know where do you start? Where do you start? I mean, there's so many phenomenal things. I don't know where you even start. But that's what makes Colorado Buffaloes can't miss television.
Well, we talked, to me, the most amazing thing now, this in hindsight, is that you can, and we talked about the game that Hunter had the week before where he gets a couple touchdowns, gets the pick, 100 yards. He's now done it 5 straight games going back to last year. Just amazing. but he makes another defensive play, two of them, I thought, but one of them to save the game in overtime to knock the ball out, where in this era of football, cornerbacks aren't known to being able to, lower your nose and hit people. And, I mean, that was Prime ought to be showing that to all of his defensive players. The defensive coaches ought to be showing that. I mean, put the shoulder on the ball and drive through it, win the game.
I've seen a lot of people say the bus would be nothing without Travis Hunter. Clearly, they wouldn't be as good. Clearly. But I'm telling you, man, they've got 4 wide receivers on that team that belong in the NFL. 4. I bet there's not another team in the country that has 4 guys that belong in the NFL and they're wide receiver.
That are all playing. They may have some that may be a sophomore or a freshman.
Correct. And clearly, I'm not saying that. Yes, I understand the bus run through Shador Sanders and Travis Hunter. I get it. I'm just saying there's other playmakers out there.
So Wester, Shepard, Horn will all be in the NFL.
I think so. Yeah,
okay.
I think they'll look. Will they make it? I don't know, but they'll be in camps.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, how about the CU tight ends?
Yeah, not in any of those. Don't have any.
I think there was one guy out there. I was like, I think there was like a pass and something. It was even
you know what he is? He's a converted defensive tackle or something.
Oh, okay, all right. It's that ain't their game, but their weapons are unbelievable. They're unbelievable. I actually thought Prime post game was sane, exhausted, and very realistic about what just happened out there. He was not in some sort of do you believe moment.
He did. Sorry, before you get to that, just really quick, he did make another, I guess, just questionable decision in overtime. We've had this happen a couple times, whether it's taking the ball or whatever it might be. Did that a couple times last year. I don't know why he chose not to go into the student section. Everybody knows that when you're at home, you always want to put them going into the student section for the noise. Now, maybe what he's saying is he doesn't trust his fans. He doesn't trust the fan base to not be loud when they're on offense. And if that's true, it probably is a good decision. But it's definitely a questionable decision because anybody that's ever been to CU Stadium, you understand there's one loud end and then there's one end where all the noise escapes.
Well,
and not only that, it actually happens to be the end where the opponent's fan base is.
It's a good question. I don't think he was asked that post game. Tomorrow is another can't miss banger press conference from Prime. Maybe somebody who's appropriately approved to ask a question can throw that there. I think you could ask that.
How does he answer without throwing the fan base under the bus though? Because the only logical answer is I don't trust our fans. Right, but he can't say that.
He may just not have thought of it like rain. It might not have occurred to him. That's a possibility too.
Well, and when I watched, I go, well, is there a wind?
I don't know. Maybe there was.
I didn't know if there was a wind going one direction, and so I didn't know.
It's a good question. Maybe somebody will ask it because it is. Nobody asked that after the game, by the way. That was definitely not asked. However, Prime was a little miffed about the crowd, the fans running out onto the field.
I want to apologize to the opposition, the way we stormed the field, and I didn't get an opportunity to go and shake the head coach's hand, but I did try to go over to the locker room and wait it out until he came out, but I don't think they got the word to him because that's not professional. I wanted to shake his hand and acknowledge, but I don't like what transpired at the end of the game. But I love what transpired at the end of the game. We have a fan base that's phenomenal. We have some young kids on this campus that loves and breathes CU football, and I'm thankful. I mean, I walk the campus every day, and they give us so much love and respect and honor.
I think what Prime's saying is actually pretty classy, and we found out that he is telling the truth. He really did try to go over there. It's
impossible.
It's really tricky there. It's a great place. Folsom Field is tremendous. But it's
kind of an old school college stadium.
Yeah, and there's 10 million people. There is so many different people on the field, and there's no room on that field.
God, what the hell would they have done if the review turned out they had to play another play? What the hell would they have done?
Well, the PA guy was saying the game's not over.
I know.
The play is under review.
He said that eventually, but you know what he said before that? Buffs win. And they said it over the PA, Buffs win, and the crowd stormed, and Shador was out there, rightfully so. They just said we won.
Yeah.
But then it brings up the storming of the field thing.
Well, I think what Deion's saying post game is not I don't like fans rushing the field. I think what he's really saying is we got a standard, and our standard that we're looking for is not beating Baylor. We've got bigger things in mind here, right? And so, for us, we want to act like we've been there, we've done that. Well, we haven't yet. And you know what? And Deion's going to learn that along the way here. You know what? Our fan base hasn't been there, done that. And beating Baylor right now is flat out fun. So I'm down for it. I'm not mad at the fan base one iota.
I want to dig a little deeper into the storming the field thing because I think it's a fun conversation and where you're at with it. Because I think it's okay for certain people to storm the field, but that's not what was happening at CU. There are some odd people storming the field in that particular one. Details next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I get it. Been there, done that. This is Tyler here, and I'm sure you've tried all the lotions, the pills, the creams, and the potions. When you're losing your hair, you're willing to try just about anything. There's a lot of options out there, but what's really going to work for you? That's why you got to go check out my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Guys, the groundbreaking Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair is going to solve your problems. Whether you've got receding hairline, thinning hair, bald spot, Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment is going to start growing back your own natural hair the very next day. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. I've been there. I've been working with them. Advanced Hair has the team of the best doctors. And matter of fact, they are the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. Advanced Hair worked for me. It's going to work for you as well. They guarantee that your own natural hair is going to regrow. So go get your free consultation, $250 off and $250 free hair grafts by calling 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR. Or check them out online and see all those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
gets the feet set toward the end zone for the game. It is caught by Worcester, just like 1994.
Oh, he gave Nix an option, and he's going to take it right to the corner for the touchdown. That was an outstanding series right there by the rookie quarterback. McLaughlin dots the I behind Michael Burton. He takes the pitch towards the wide side of the field, and he's in trouble, but he got there. He got there inside the pylon with a beautiful deep.
Needing 7 points to send it to the second OT on 1st and goal. It's Richardson. Ball's out. And ball is out. Ball is out. Recovered. And knocked out of the end zone.
After further review, the ruling on the field stands.
Off the mat. Colorado wins the Big 12 opener.
What a win. What a weekend for both the Buffs and for the Broncos. Hard to remember a September weekend better than that for both teams. Both done in two different ways. Nate and Andy are at Hofbrau for Monday Night Football, so check them out. That'll be tonight. Okay, we'll get to the Broncos here in just a second. But
can I give you some Hunter stats I just read during the break that are going to blow you away even more?
Some Travis Hunter
stats.
Sure.
He's had 139 career targets. He's only credited with 2 drops.
Okay, that's stunning.
In 139.
That's crazy.
He's averaging 131 snaps per game.
That's insane.
He had 144 Saturday night.
Okay, somebody on the text line actually said, shouldn't he return a couple of punts? I'm like, are you kidding me?
He's 4th in FBS in total catches and 6th in total yards. He's rated by PFF as a top 10 coverage grade as a cornerback.
Okay.
I don't know how you can throw numbers like that, and if they stay consistent the rest of the way, how he's not automatically a Heisman Trophy.
To me,
I don't care what the record is.
To me, first of all, we know because of Paul Hornung. I was close. You don't even have to have a winning record, apparently, to win the Heisman if you're a two-way player. And there's only one previous example of that, but whatever. There's actually precedent. I do think you have to have a winning record as a quarterback. I do. I think that actually matters. But I think Travis Hunter, in a year where I think it's going to be fuzzy who the best quarterback in football is, I think it's going to be fuzzy. I think they're going to look for a reason to prove that the Heisman isn't just a quarterback award if there's a reason that we can reasonably do it. And I think Travis Hunter is giving them reasons, and he has a signature moment.
I actually believe in my heart. Not only does he deserve it, I actually believe in my heart he will win it. I mean that. I think if you just follow the game, man. What's the game in TV? It's all about ratings, right? It's all about interest. Colorado is the most interesting football team in America. They are. They are the most interesting football team in America. What Travis Hunter has done is no longer a one-off. It's not a one-season thing. This is a two-season thing. You've got Deion Sanders at the helm. You've got the ratings working in your favor. Nobody can deny that this has never been done before. This is not a Charles Woodson deal. This is not a Champ Bailey deal. I think that this is an unstoppable force. If Travis Hunter, with the caveat, he stays healthy the remaining of the season, I believe in my heart he's actually going to win the thing.
Do you guys know who Kai Kanat is?
No, but I know the celebration. I don't know who he is, but I know the celebration you're referring to.
Okay. He is one of the most popular online streamer, YouTuber guys, video game, real life sort of dudes. You just got to roll with me on that. He just is. After the game was over, Travis Hunter walked kind of like a puppy or something, like real quick.
You know who else did it this weekend?
No, who?
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Okay. Whether you know it or not doesn't matter. There's a culture out there that is unfreaking believably popular. that this Kai Cenat guy, who's in a commercial with Snoop Dogg right now for some other very mainstream sort of thing, and he's only 22 years old. But this is the circle that Travis Hunter is kind of living in right now. And while older heads may shake their heads at it, the influence of it is kind of absurd.
I saw the podcast that Hunter was on with the kid last week, and the kid got up and demonstrated the celebration.
Yes.
Almost looked like a penguin type of thing. I think they may even called it a penguin. And Hunter actually got up from his mic and started doing it also. So I saw them do it. I didn't see that he did it during or after the game.
My point of this whole thing is just to show there is a level of what we have here with Travis Hunter and Shador, but both of them are kind of like this in outer space popularity.
Here's a no dumb question for you both. Is the CU Buffs right now the first and biggest social media sports team in college?
I can't think of a better one or a bigger one. Can you?
Ever? I mean, it's never before, right?
Not like this. There's always people that have been messing around with certain things.
They're the Oakland Raiders of college football. They're a cultural movement.
It's dangerous, though, too, because, hey, man, there were 10 million ways that game could have gone. Of course, there's a million ways they could have lost. They should have lost that game. Baylor did kind of blow it, okay? Let's keep it real. But the fact that CU won shouldn't dampen any excitement about it. But
they took it. They took it at the end.
But understand what their record was at this time last year, too.
3-1.
Same exact record. And they are, Tyler, 14-point underdogs for whatever reason to UCF. And I don't know anything about UCF. And I saw that line, and I was like, really? Wow.
Well, look, man, I think sometimes lost in all the Dion conversation, people really do forget. Just 2 seasons ago, we were the worst team in America. We were. And all the stuff that drives you nuts about Dion, dude, that is fun. What you are watching is exciting. I'm not telling you it's the best football team in America, but it's flat out exciting. It's engaging. It's compelling. Everything about it is fun. It's working. The Deion Sanders experience is working at the University of Colorado. And he's recruiting. He's already got like 5 4-star commits for next season. He's got a handful of other 3-stars. They just flipped a corner from Penn State this weekend, just committed to University of Colorado. The Deion Sanders effect is absolutely working as intended at the University of Colorado.
And I bring up the internet, Kai Cenat, and all that sort of stuff, because while we may not know as much about it, guess who does know about it? 16, 17, 18, trust me.
Probably 2/3 of the college CU campus.
I'd say more than that. And in terms of recruits, I'd be stunned if there was a recruit that wasn't aware of it. Right. I mean, it's like that. So you have an element of coolness that exists with CU. You can't spell cool without CU because you don't spell that well. But that being said, CU's got it. Well, we're spelling cool, Kate, now at CU.
Colorado?
Colorado's got a C. There's 2 O's and an L.
L.
You cannot spell cool without Colorado.
That's right.
Wow.
Or you can't spell Colorado without cool.
And that's who CU is right now. It's crazy. You're right, Tyler. It's remarkable.
Well, listen, UCF has scored like 56-45, and they beat
Is that right?
They beat TCU at TCU last week with scoring 35.
You guys know Baylor had one of the best defenses in America, though, right?
They had the top-rated passing defense going into that game, and CU was a top 10 or top 6 passing offense.
Well, they got to play Air Force, though, in terms of pass
That's
defense.
True.
I mean, let's keep it real here, okay? I mean, that probably had an impact. But, okay, I'm not trying to downplay Baylor. Listen, man, that was unbelievable. Okay, the rushing the stands thing.
Tampa Bay had a good passing defense till this week, too.
I think that's true. I think every student wants the celebration of rushing onto the field. So I think if there's a reason, I only rushed the field one time in my college career. The Syracuse went undefeated. They had a walk-off 2-point conversion to go undefeated my freshman year. It was unbelievable. And everybody ran onto the field for an undefeated season. Okay? It's not like we just beat, Townsend, in game 3 or something. It was an undefeated season. the bar has lowered significantly for rushing on the field everywhere, not just CU. But hey, man, I say fine if you're a student. But when I saw 40-year-old dudes with their shirts off jumping over barricades to run onto the field at CU, which was happening.
You know why they did it?
I don't know why they did it, actually.
Because the entire Sports Illustrated swimsuit crew was there on the sideline.
All right. I think if you're an adult, and first of all, if you're an adult and you got your shirt off at a game, okay, all right, whatever. But any adult that rushes a college football field where that should be reserved for students, I think you're a loser, frankly. Not the college kids. And if they want to do it and they're around their other college kids, all that. But, dude, look at the video from people rushing the field. It was absurd. There were so many drunk older guys in their 40s with their shirts off. It felt like they were outnumbering the students, Tyler. Give me a break. And my guess is Prime was running into a few of those, and that was stopping him from getting across the field.
I mean, I'm at a point in life you literally couldn't pay me to rush a field. the thought of getting stuck in a mob of 50,000 people on a field, hell no, you could not pay me enough money to do that.
A buddy sent me a video.
But I'm very pro-fun.
I am too.
I'm anti-fun police. I mean that sincerely. I think people get hung up on the team that you played and they forget the moment of what happened. And if you're being honest, you're a young kid and you watch that ending, you would be out of your mind to not jump onto that football field.
I had a buddy of mine, his kid ran onto the field. Everybody videotapes everything. And he said, look at my kid on the field. And I was like, hey, that's pretty cool. And then right next to him, I saw a 40-year-old drunk guy with a shirt off. And I'm like, what is that guy?
My first running, I looked it up. 1981, Texas came into Arkansas. They had beat OU the week before. They were number one in the country.
Yeah.
Number one in the country. And Arkansas beat them 42-11.
Yeah.
And the whole student body, I said, okay.
How old were you?
Well, I was going in as my junior in college.
That's fine.
Then it's fine.
Pretty funny, too, because you're an athlete. Pretty prominent athlete at the school, too.
Yeah.
That actually makes it kind of cooler.
But that was kind of cool, though.
I bet there were quite a few kids that thought the fact that you were out there with them was actually pretty awesome.
I don't know about that.
But you kind of stand
cool.
out. I mean, the whole thing is cool, though.
It became a debacle afternoon.
But you wouldn't do it now, right? Oh, my God.
No.
I can't even believe you got to think about it.
No. I did rush the 18th green at the Belfry.
What?
At the Ryder Cup in 90.
Seriously?
2 or 4, whatever year that was.
Really?
Yeah, America came back and beat Europe.
You ran out onto the green with the horde of...
Me and my guy, it was just a bunch of Americans. We're on the visiting field, and we're on the 18th green with Tom Watson.
I'd do that.
Oh, I think I might do that too.
That's
actually pretty cool. Because that's all old guys that got money.
Oh, exactly. Tom Watson did an interview on NBC or whoever's covering the thing, and we're all behind him going crazy. USA, we're doing stuff.
You know what? You found a hole in the matrix. That is the one acceptable place for old people to rush something.
Well, and then
the Ryder Cup.
He turns around and he goes, boys, nothing gets better than this except an old Milwaukee.
Congratulations, you found the hole in the rushing onto the field matrix.
The hole on the rush.
You got it. That is the one place that's acceptable for old dudes. Still keep your shirts on, but still.
It blows my mind, people out there that have got so much Dion hate that they can say dumb things like this.
What's that?
Tyler, Prime can't recruit, man. Are we really going to have this conversation? Are we really going to have this conversation that Deion Sanders can't recruit?
No, he can definitely recruit.
The dude that brought Travis Hunter to Jackson State, the dude that brought the number one offensive tackle in the country, the University of Colorado. The dude that's got like 3, they got the 5-star, the number 1 corner. Granted, he was a bust. Came to the University of Colorado, got him out. He's already got 5 4-stars committed for next season.
Can he recruit quarterbacks?
Well, we'll find out.
I think that's the big question.
But here's the problem. Here's the challenge. We will find out in the future, but we don't know yet. Because what quarterback in their right mind was going to say yes to coming to see you in the first 2 years?
And don't you anymore have to count recruiting as portal?
Yes.
At quarterback?
Because what they'll do is there's going to be some quarterback that had a nice year somewhere who's going to, and Shador's going to leave.
All right.
That if Deion stays, it's going to get in that portal and be the guy.
Here's my question. I think you can recruit portal kids, but can you, in the Arch Manning world, let's say there's 6 Arch Mannings in a year, something like that, those type of guys. Can he just recruit one of those dudes? Because when one of those dudes goes to a big program, they don't leave. The Bo Nix and Auburn thing is pretty unusual. And I think Prime could recruit somebody like that.
We know Arch didn't get in the portal and come here next year.
I actually think the quarterbacks.
Wow.
I actually think that you're going to have far more high-quality
awesome.
quarterbacks in the transfer portal than any other position. Because if you yes, any other position. Because if you go to a smaller school and you succeed at QB, there will be a bigger market out there available, and you'll leave, right?
Okay, so
most kids that enter the portal are kids that couldn't make it somewhere else, right? But at the quarterback position, these are going to be kids that weren't recruited out of high school but had success. Kids like Cam Ward. I know that's an extreme example, but bounces from Washington State to Miami, right? The CSU kid who allegedly had a $600,000 offer, but right, the going rate in the market for a starting quarterback last year was about $1 million.
Are you feeling better about Prime just staying at CU?
I don't know. I have no clue.
Okay.
I'm not going to sit here and act like I've got a clue on that because I don't.
Because I'm feeling you on that. Because I think out of high school it's going to be tough. Because I think it'll be tough to out-recruit the Alabamas and those things of the world, Ohio State, that sort of thing. But I agree with you there. Like that kid, I think he could have influence there for sure. The transfer portal is strong for Prime. And that's where he would excel, I think, even more than the high school. Because I don't think he really cares about the high school. But I don't know if he should care about the high school, frankly.
I mean,
I think it might be a waste of time, actually.
But look at the quality starting quarterbacks in college football right now. Arkansas's got one from Boise State. Syracuse has got one from Ohio State.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all over the place.
All right, we have Let's Football Go. Tons to talk about with the Broncos leading things off next. It's T-Mac for AAA Home Improvements. Toby Hurdle and his crew of project managers are incredible. If you can dream it, they can build it. They are the premier design and build contractor in the metro area. Don't take it just from me. Here's Julian Aurora. I cannot say enough good things about AAA. I've worked with them multiple times, and they always have been super professional. Toby and his team were timely, responsive when I've asked questions, and I've referred several friends to AAA. You'll find out why. With 20-plus years of home renovation, custom home building, and remodeling experience, they take the worry out of it, and you can count on them. From design engineering, permitting, project management, and final inspections, close communication so you know when the project's going to get done the right way. So whatever it is, from finished basements to room additions to custom homes, it's AAA Home Improvements. Check them out today for a free no-obligation estimate at AAAHomeImprovements.com. AAAHomeImprovements.com. Quality at a fair price. Man, we love Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. So much going on. Dan Buds, Quinn Stanner. Come on, man. Let's football go.
All right, Broncos get their first win of the season in Tampa Bay. Bo Nix yesterday, fellas. 25 of 36, 216 passing yards. He also had 47 rushing yards and a rushing touchdown. Bo, what was the biggest difference in yesterday's game from the first two?
Well, I thought, everything was having success, and we were moving the ball and, keeping the chains moving, and we had some third downs, and we were efficient with them, and we got first downs. And, that's the difference in these games is if you can convert on third down, you stay on the field for longer, and you eventually score some points.
So what did you guys see in yesterday's game, the biggest differences from weeks 1 and 2, and what's the next step in the progression of rookie quarterback Bo Nix?
Well, I think the biggest tangible difference was that Sean Payton took the leash off. He allowed his quarterback to attempt to throw the ball down the field, and not only did he allow him, he kind of said, "Hey, we're going to drop the you know what here, and we're going to go let this thing air from the get-go." And clearly, I'm sure they had that conversation. Look, hey, Bo, I'm taking this ball. If we win that thing, not only am I taking this ball, I'm throwing that ball down the field. Let's go show the world what you got. And he had early success. And anytime you do that, you kind of put it all out there, man. It's a big risk taking the ball. It's another big risk throwing a go ball in the first play of the game. And they succeed. It's hard to not replicate success after that.
Move the chains. That's the biggest thing. I was surprised that they didn't have after the first quarter more of a time differential, but they did have a big spread in first down. So move the chain. I think this defense has proven that it's as fresh. Or if you can keep that defense fresh, they're going to be pretty good.
Yeah, man. It was just spectacular top to bottom. Everything worked. Everything worked. Taking the ball worked. Driving the ball quickly for a field goal at the end of the first half worked. The only thing that didn't work was Javonte Williams' fumble. Other than that, offensively, whatever they thought of worked, including running Bo Nix, which they need to do. Not a ton. 9 carries is probably a little bit too much, and there were a couple scrambles in there. But there were more just playing like, hey, man, go, Bo. We got this. But it's so effective. They scored a touchdown off it. They converted a 4th down on it. Another 3rd down on it. It's great, man. And I think we're going to see more of it. And it's hard to control that sort of stuff. It's hard to game plan for that quarterback who can move a little bit.
Another big thing? Tyler brushed on it earlier. I don't remember if you did it in between breaks or did it on air. You had the best play from the right tackle that you've had in 3 games.
Hey, now. Okay.
Yeah.
Addition by subtraction.
Alex Polcheski. Look, I'm not going to tell you I watched every snap from him, because I did not. But I know this. I didn't notice him. And that's saying a whole lot for a dude coming in there off the bench into starting role on the road in Tampa. Look, man. Not world beaters, pass rushers, but Alex Polcheski deserves a game ball. I know that much.
There were no sacks allowed. There were 2 tackles for loss. Don't know if I can put it on. There were no penalties called on him. Bowlesy got a holding. You can't shake those.
2.
Yeah, man.
Bowlesy's having a rough year.
He just I don't know what
contract
to
year
say
too.
on that. Yeah. But whatever.
So
whatever.
In 3 weeks, you're going to have a trade. McGlinchey comes back and plays left tackle.
The problem is not middle of the year. Could he play left tackle with an entire offseason? Probably. In the middle of the year, that's really, really hard to do.
It's a fascinating question. If Palko, how are we saying his name?
Palkolevsky?
Badie? What are we saying? Ogwebedam?
I think Sean says Palcho.
Palcho? Let's just call him Palcho. That is a fascinating damn question.
More than you would think.
You're pot committed to McGlinchey. If Palcho is really working out like that at right tackle, boy, that's unheard of, to trade a tackle?
No.
God, I don't know if I've ever even heard of that happening before.
But if you know you're not going to re-sign him, it's not the world's worst idea.
No, it's a fascinating idea. I just don't know is McGlinchey good enough? I mean, could McGlinchey play left tackle?
I bet if anything, you would just ask the swing guy to play it the rest of the year. You wouldn't move Mike in the middle of the year.
Would Palcho be a better left tackle?
No, probably not.
Okay, we get into some.
Look. We how about we just let's be happy he had a good game. Okay, he didn't go up against a premier pass rusher. There was no T.J. Watt. There was nothing like the Steelers had. Let's just give him a game ball, pat on the back, but let's not get ahead of ourselves.
See how he does against the Jets.
Yes.
Next story, Dan.
Without Hassan Reddick.
All right, fellas, I don't know about you, but I was pretty surprised just how much orange was in the stadium yesterday in Tampa. And according to Cortland Sutton, a couple of the Broncos rookies were pretty surprised as well.
To hear Broncos country in a away stadium, getting a full-on Go Broncos chant, and, I saw one of the rookies turn around, and they had like a shocked look on their face, and I was like, yeah, bro, like, this is how we do it, and this is how it should be, We show up, and we go to places, and we execute, we win, and when we do that, Broncos country shows up in a way that's hard to explain.
You guys surprised how many Broncos fans made it down to Tampa?
No, man. Broncos fans are everywhere, bro. I mean, and Florida is a destination place to go. That's a fun trip as long as you don't get caught up in a hurricane in Florida in the fall. No, I'm not surprised at all.
Well, I called games a million years ago. San Diego was basically 80% Bronco fans anytime you played there.
Right.
We played in one game in Tampa Bay, and I was blown away how many Bronco fans were there, but I shouldn't be. We played an afternoon game. The Nuggets played an afternoon game in New York with the Knicks. Stayed overnight. Super Bowl. This is your Super Bowl. Super Bowl 15. Super Bowl 15 or 50.
I'm pretty old, dude.
Yeah, Super Bowl 50. And in downtown Manhattan, there was a Broncos bar.
Mm.
And it was a 2-level big bar for in the middle of a building, and 2 levels. Orange.
Packed
to the gills. Like you had to get they knew we were the Nuggets, so they kind of let us in.
Mm-hmm.
Packed. And I went, dude, you got a bar dedicated just to Denver Broncos in New York? This fan base is pretty big.
Yeah, sadly.
Except for we sell our tickets way too easily. We do.
It's a great fan base. I'm not surprised they went to Florida. Where don't they travel to?
Well, if you think about it, if you're a fan, maybe you got a little bit of money, enough money to go to one game a year, something like that. You pick a destination. Tampa's not the worst place to go visit.
Hey, wait till they play in Vegas this year. See how many Bronco fans will show up there.
Well, Vegas has become this ridiculous ticket.
Oh, it's unbelievably expensive.
It's unbelievable because it's like going to see Cirque du Soleil, or the Beatles Love, or whatever, man. It's just another thing to do. So even though the tickets are, even though you'll see a lot of empty seats there, but they don't drop in price. It's not like Carolina, where you can probably pick up tickets for
$10 ticket, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Next,
the Junior Warden is playing in a soccer tournament in Vegas. So
when?
It's the weekend that Kansas City's there. So the Warden goes,
it's an awesome stadium to go see a game, bro.
She goes, hey, I'm going to go look at, and she said the same thing. You wouldn't believe what they're charging for tickets.
It's crazy
to get in there.
Can I give you a better? First of all, go for it. Like I'm saying, it's an incredible stadium, and it's a great experience. I'll tell you this though: if you had a choice between a Raiders game and a Golden Knights game, I'd go to the Golden Knights game.
Oh, I wonder if they'll be playing. I'll have her look into it.
It's kind of absurd, that environment for hockey. If you can do both, if you can swing both, it'd be worth it. It's awesome. Vegas is it's freaking amazing. An NBA team there it'd be off the charts how good it would be. And they should have baseball as well. What are we messing around with all these other dinky little towns when you got Vegas? Seriously, it's Vegas.
Well, Brown already owns the rights. He already bought it.
I'm trying to figure out, can I wiggle 2 Fridays from now, Syracuse plays UNLV at UNLV on a Friday night.
Talk about a waste of money.
I know. They lost to Stanford.
Seriously.
I was getting so excited for them.
Who cares?
I know. Next story, Dan.
All right, let's give a AFC West update. Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert aggravated his high right ankle sprain in their loss to the Steelers yesterday. Fellas, he left the stadium in a walking boot. Also, the Raiders lost to the Carolina Panthers 36-22. Antonio Pierce, their head coach, was not happy after the game.
The team just didn't seem to show up tonight.
No, they didn't. I think as the game went on, I don't think it was a team. I think there was definitely some individuals that made business decisions, and will make business decisions going forward as well.
Also, there's a report saying that Antonio Pierce is weighing a quarterback change, so things not going well for the Raiders right now.
Well, last week, Gardner Minshew was the darling of the NFL. Last week, the Raiders go down there into Baltimore. Gardner throws 50 passes. They couldn't run the ball. I think they had negative rushing yards on the game. And they go and they beat Baltimore. And now we're talking about a quarterback change.
Dude, that is as rough as a statement you can make about your team by a head coach. That is, we're soft, we're unmotivated. He's basically calling some of his players losers. Scott, come on, man. That is tough.
I've said years and years ago, the worst thing you can say about another a pro athlete is they're soft. And saying we had guys taking business decisions.
That is wild.
You know what that means. Yeah, so that's pretty big, and it sounds like he's mostly talking the offense, but maybe not.
How many teams do you think in the National Football League have 0 wins today? Remember, there were 9 teams that were 0-2 going into the weekend. And I'm looking it up, so it's not like I'm smarter than the average bear here, but I'm looking at it.
I don't know the answer to that, but I know how many teams are 3-0.
All right, how many teams do you think have no wins?
I think it's down to 3, isn't it?
Well, Carolina got one.
Mm-hmm. Broncos got one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Baltimore got one.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
The Rams got one.
Yep. Good.
Wow, you're doing good here.
You are doing good.
Cleveland did not get one, but they won the first game.
Correct.
The Patriots won week 1, right?
The Patriots look terrible, but they won in week 1. Cleveland's got a win under their belt. Yep.
I can think of one.
Okay.
Seattle's undefeated.
I can think of one.
Go for it.
They're playing tonight.
There's 2 teams playing tonight.
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville. Where
they got
are you,
no
Jackson?
wins.
They got no wins. They're 0-2. Correct.
Mayo. Mr. Mayo himself. Tennessee.
Mr. Mayo is 0-3.
How
many others?
There's one other. The Bengals are also 0-2.
So it's Bengals and Jacksonville tonight, though, right?
Right. So is it Bengals against Jacksonville?
No, Bengals play Washington.
So there's only
Bengals
only one team that's truly 0-3.
But there's 2 games tonight.
Jacksonville's, Washington, Cincy.
So
we've only got one team in the NFL that's 0-3.
Correct. You could have 3. You could have 3 because Jacksonville and the Bengals could theoretically both lose. But don't you think so really there's only one true 0-3 team. But don't you find it remarkable in the NFL that you would go from 9 winless teams down to 3 and eventually maybe just down to 1, depending on how the Jags and the Bengals actually do?
No, not really, because every team in the NFL is made to win about 7 to 9 football games.
Isn't it crazy?
That's just the way it works.
Isn't it
every
nuts?
single year. But man, the AFC South sucks. Holy cow. AFC South is hot garbage.
How about the Texans
you got
getting
the Colts,
crushed?
you got the Jags, you got the Titans, and the Texans don't look like they're world beaters this year.
How about that?
The Texans are going to walk away with the AFC South just because the other teams are so bad. But my goodness, Colts are terrible. Jags and Titans both winless.
And you have a 17-game season. So all those numbers about being 0-2 or whatever, I guess what my point is here, staying super optimistic here today.
Oh, we talking playoffs? Is that what you're doing?
I say the season is still in front of us. There's a lot of good things to come or to look forward to at least, and the season ain't over, man.
Stats said there was about 3% chance.
I'm just pointing out what the NFL is, man. And there's all of a sudden it was a lot different 1 week. Jacksonville loses tonight. They go to 0-3.
They would, and so would the Bengals.
And I think Cincinnati wins tonight, so they get off the schneid.
But I wouldn't count anybody out. And even the Titans. Do you think they're that bad?
They're not good, man.
They're not good, but are they that bad?
They're not good. What's the difference?
Let me just point out something too. The Niners are 1-2. The Niners are 1-2 right now.
There's some good teams that are 1-2 right now. The Falcons are 1-2. That's a damn good football team.
The
I'm telling
Cowboys
you.
are 1-2.
The Rams are 1-2. The 49ers are 1-2.
Right.
Falcons are 1-2. Those are all 4 teams, including the Cowboys. All 4 of those teams I expect to be in playoff contention.
Even the Bengals, if they win, would be 1-2. So they'd be doing well to be 1-2, but they'd be 1-2. I'm just saying, the world looks a lot brighter for the Broncos today than it did coming into this weekend. It's pretty awesome. And I think the Buffs, too, guys, dude, they made things interesting. Losing that game would have sucked. I think there was more on the line for the Broncos, actually, than the Buffs. But that being said, you know, how many Mondays do we walk in and it's this good on a Monday?
Right. Or how many Mondays we got coming forward that's going to be this good on a Monday?
Whew. And we'll see. Next weekend could be rough.
Listen, you find a way to beat the Jets in New York this weekend for the Broncos.
On, baby. Let's go.
Sexy. And if you're not talking playoff hopes, then go away.
You get 2 road wins in a row.
So who are you feeling better about? It's PhD on 92.5.
Did you see a different confidence level in Bo? And you just
No, stop. It's fitting your narrative. It's not. The kid's been confident. This kid's been through Auburn. He's transferred. He's won and won and won and won. And honestly, I haven't seen him flinch. We all get a little bit more confident with a win, but I say that respectfully. He hadn't flinched. And I think that we had a good plan. The players did a good job. And then certainly he had more fun than he did in prior weeks.
Man, Sean Payton loves. Nobody is more snarky after they win than Sean Payton. He definitely has an attitude of like, of course we won.
Name an NFL head coach that isn't.
Of course we won.
I mean, seriously, Nathaniel Hackett maybe. Name one that isn't like that.
I don't know, man. It's a weird trait. You walk in, you're all kind of pissy, and you're all like, yeah, we won. Of course we won. Duh.
Because I'm smart.
I'm smart. And then Sean likes to tell snarky little stories as if they're funny when they're not. Like he told Pat Surtain, like they'd trade him for like a day because I got somebody in, I think it was Lattimore. I got somebody in New Orleans that can cover Mike Evans better. I mean, I guess we'll keep him. And then he has this little smile. Like, wasn't that funny? Sean Payton has definitely some weird little traits like that. And they are exaggerated when they win. I'll give him his flowers. It was great. But like the snarky, smug, I just won, so I'm the best guy in the world stuff it comes out. I don't know what else to say, but hey, man, he earned it. So I guess you just deal with it.
Well, I mean, reading between lines that Tyler said just a while ago, I mean, to his credit, got out of his own way.
Can I tell you this, though? Sean Payton doesn't know it yet. He's going to have to be careful with his defense and love of Bo Nix.
Why?
He's got to be careful. This is how Pete Carroll lost the Seahawks.
Really?
It worked. It worked until the team got fed up. You know, Pete Carroll call out anybody, but not Russell Wilson. Or you got to take the kid glove. You got to put the kid gloves on when you talk about Russ. I'm defending Russ to the team, but I'll let everybody else do whatever they want. I'll call them out, right?
The biggest difference, though, that I think, and I agree with coaches do that. Players hate when coaches suck up to one person. Here's the difference. Bo Nix is a lot more humble than Russell Wilson.
And he's young, and I think a team appreciates defending a young player, but it only goes so far.
Yeah, but if you listen, I agree. But if you listen to a bunch of the sound, that even after this game, it was about teammates. These guys play so hard. These guys. So that's where, to me, Russell goes, well, yeah, I saw this. I put in a lot of effort this week. You know, and this guy, Bo Nix, is we, they.
Yeah,
he's a lot different.
He's the Bobot.
Yeah.
The Bobot is strong.
So in
they're differently programmed robots. They're both robots programmed by different human beings.
Yeah, Bobot is more just he's just taking out the trash Bobot, and he's not giving a TED Talk Bobot. You know, it's Russ is programmed to inspire. Bobot is just programmed to take the trash out. That's it. Different things, different robots for different purposes.
What was that one comedian that had the big bushy mustache and would throw confetti around and it was
Rip Taylor.
Rip Taylor. I'm gonna put this out there. Russell Wilson is a little bit like Rip Taylor. Hey, you guys just got sacked 6 times and look at it, boom, throw up the thing. He's Rip Taylor.
Yeah, well, he's on the Gong Show too, and you can take him the hook and get him off the stage. You're a little impressed?
Yeah,
a little impressed on that one.
So if I'm going to compare, here you guys do too. So Rip Taylor is Russell Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
Dennis Miller, I think, is Bo Nix.
He's very
very smart, very quiet.
We haven't got the Do we have sarcasm from Bo yet? I don't think we've.
Oh, of course you did. You've got I dropped back and threw it to the other team. That's
okay, fair.
That's about as cutting as you can get. And he had the pause there. Oh yeah. And when he said, "Oh yeah," I was like, "Oh, it's going to be a serious answer." Oh yeah. Well, I dropped back and threw it to the other team. You jerk. I mean, he's yelling at me basically. Trust me, if he could curse, well, you can. I got it.
You're right.
I earned that a little bit. I'm not going to step away from it. But that's him being a jerk right there. And he did to Kliss too, man. Kliss asked him the other day about the interception. He goes, no.
We're right to the next question.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he didn't hit him with like 9 no's. That's what Sean Payton. No.
Stop.
No. Boy, you got to keep that. How many no's was that, Dan? Do you have all of them there?
Compare that to the last time we got the no's. We should hear those two side by side. Are they identical?
I have no, I don't know. We got to get
what was the last one about? No.
And
Stop.
he loves to do it like when he's interrupting somebody from no.
Poor Rod Mackey. Rod's like the nicest dude on planet Earth.
Was that Rod that got no?
That was Rod.
Oh, that was Rod?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think Rod has a Bo Nix narrative. I think Rod's just trying to hang on to a job at Channel 4 there. And hey, me and him got something in common. we were crying on each other's shoulders last year. I'll give you that.
Shots fired.
No, not shots fired. Shots told the truth.
Yeah, but he left a good channel.
Wow.
They both told us to find greener pastures. Both of us were told to do something else.
Hey, if you're not
both
if you're not about 20 and a half years old, it's tough to be a newscaster these days.
Tell me about it. All right, we got a little back and forth with Sean Payton and Mike Kliss from earlier today. So it is a year from the 70-20, from the scoregami. 1 year, week 3, last year, this past weekend. What a difference a year makes.
And in Florida again.
So here's Mike. Listen, man, I get it. That seems like a reasonable thing. This is on a Zoom call earlier today.
Sean, a big difference between last year and this year has been defense. 70 points in Game 3 in Florida last year, 7 points in Game 3 this year. You just speak to...
Well, obviously, Mike.
Go ahead.
Go ahead with the question.
Well, I was going to say how you and George addressed it personnel-wise, and then I know it's a different offense, and then the job of Vance Joseph.
It's an entirely different team. It's an entirely different team. We played a different team. So uniquely, we're pulling out Week 3's game against Miami last year. Is that what we're doing? And then comparing it to this year's Week 3. So yeah, it was a better result this year.
That doesn't even sound like him.
Well,
does he sound weird there?
Hold on now. Yeah, that's a staying up a little bit late, having some bourbon.
Is that what that was?
Voice right there. Yeah,
they earned it.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a.
Here's their schedule today. That call, I misread it. I saw 8:30, and I'm like, oh, that makes sense. 8:30. Usually it's a 10:30, whatever. It was 8:30 Eastern. It was 6:30 this time.
Good on Kliss,
but well, Mike's on. He's there with the team.
Oh,
he's like he's with the team.
So he was like the only guy on the Zoom call.
He's probably in the room next to Sean right there. He could have knocked on the door.
So in other words, they have a Zoom at 8:30 Eastern.
Yeah.
So all the muggles that are back here.
I missed it.
Yeah.
I don't know who was on it from back here. My bad. I would have woke up for it. I'd been just curious who the hell was on that call at 6:30 in the morning.
I didn't know anything about it.
No, it's okay. Most people didn't. But that is a typical Sean Payton sort of deal, man. It's just like...
Hey, they're going to have fun tonight. Last night they stayed in Tampa.
Yep.
Tonight's night one in
Greenbrier.
at the Greenbrier.
Hey,
Tomorrow's an off day.
Yep.
So it's going down tonight.
What do you do at the Greenbrier at night?
If you heard Payton's voice, he had a good time last night too. Now, I mean that game is at 1:00.
Go for it. I'm glad you had a good time. You earned a good time.
That didn't sound like an avocado tequila voice right there.
I hope all the guys had a friggin' awesome time. They earned it, man. They earned it. Good for them. There's a casino in the Greenbrier. It's part of the.
It's like an MGM or something like that.
It's like that. It's like that size, like MGM. Seriously, the place.
Oh, the property is way bigger.
Yeah. It's bigger than the MGM. Wow. Okay. I guess
not in height, in width.
Well, that's an insane.
Kind of like my prom date.
Speaking of width,
what was his name?
Wow, Nate and Andy are here to discuss. I'm sorry, what?
Pat.
Ken. It's always a confusing name, Pat. Can go. All right, Nate and Andy at Hofbrau coming up. Thank you, Dan Tanner. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
So uniquely, we're pulling out Week 3's game against Miami last year. Is that what we're doing?
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
My question to you is, what would it take? I keep bringing up the surprise wins because that's what these next two games are going to be.
Yeah.
Especially with the way the Jets looked last night against the Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
What is it going to take for them? What has to happen for them to get two surprise wins a la Kansas City and Buffalo back-to-back with a little bye sandwiched in between?
Wait, you're asking me what will happen if the Broncos win in Tampa and at the Jets?
What will it take? What will we see? What has to change? What would be different if we're going to see those wins?
All right.
I like giving you break homework, all right?
Aside from Baker Mayfield and Aaron Rodgers getting struck by lightning?
From the 3. Oh, he gave Nix an option, and he's going to take it right to the corner for the touchdown. That was an outstanding series right there by the rookie quarterback. Exactly where he needed to be. If you give him some room to take it, he uses his legs exceptionally well.
Todd Bowles and Sean Payton, old friends. Matt Millen, Sarah Kustok, thank you so much for your great work, Sarah. 5-tool talent for us at Fox Sports. For all of our crew, Tim Brando saying so long from Tampa. Our final, 26-7. Now to the State Farm postgame. Kurt Menifee and the boys in Los Angeles.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Take that, Kreckman, with your boisterous snark. They're halfway home, Andy.
Booyah.
It can be done.
Darn right.
26-7. The mighty Broncos are in the win column. They defeat the Buccaneers of Tampa Bay at Raymond James Stadium below the pirate ship as Baker Mayfield, I don't think he got struck by lightning, but he got struck by a lot of dudes in orange jerseys. 7 times was he sacked in that game yesterday as the Broncos front seven lived up to, especially that D-line, Andy. I thought they lived up to the hype in that game yesterday. Zach Allen was wonderful. John Franklin Myers was terrific in that game yesterday. Nick Benito, good off the edge. Dondre Tillman, learn my name. Dondre Tillman was effective yesterday working off the edge. Nice dub for the Broncos right there. Not going to get skunked here in 2024. Huge victory. Off to the Greenbrier, and then on their way to take down Gang Green and the Jets next week.
So, there's that DraftKings commercial out there. It's got the comic, got your gut feel. And you know what? Again, it felt just like that in Dallas years ago. Teddy Bridgewater, Vic Fangio. No way they're beating the Cowboys. No way. And then they go and they beat the Cowboys handily.
The NFL will remind you, and I did say the way I was thinking about betting this game, and I did end up betting the Broncos in this game. I took the points on Denver. The old just buy low, sell high when it comes to football betting, which, by the way, bet the big dogs all year long in the NFL. It's been paying like crazy. Hell, bet money lines on the big dogs in the NFL. You've seen the numbers on the number of outright wins on teams that are dogs of 6 points or more, and it worked out yesterday as the Broncos go out there. Bo Nix plays well. Tyler, don't call me Badie, emerges with 9 carries for 70 yards, an actual semblance of a run game out of Denver. Cortland Sutton finally breaks out. Plus, I thought it was huge that Mike Evans turned invisible yesterday because Patrick Surtain, you guys all got your little digs in on me in my game where I got all the penalties. Well, Patrick Surtain completely he rendered Mike Evans, who is a future Hall of Famer, rendered him invisible in that game yesterday, and the Broncos go and just beat the snot out of the Bucs. They physically beat them in that game too. That was good fight shown by the Denver Broncos yesterday.
Yeah, I think so many of us were talking about the offense, as we tend to do in this town, and we've been doing for 8 years. You know, it was funny because who did we have on from Tampa late in the week last week?
Rick Stroud.
It was only then where I realized, wow, these guys, you know what? Sean Payton's faced Tampa Bay a few times.
Sure
I wonder
has.
what that record is.
It's got a lot
and
of
then I didn't bother to go look it up. Turns out he's pretty good when he faces Todd Bowles. Who knew?
Yeah.
7-0.
Yeah.
4 different quarterbacks. He knows how to face a Todd Bowles D.
Todd Bowles turns into toilet bowls when he goes up against
Hey-o,
Sean Payton. Thank
hey,
you.
there it is.
Thank you very much. Another
There,
bidet
go ahead
joke.
and flush that. That's an upper decker.
Just,
Flush it for me.
Just to go ahead and start that show right there. Yes. Sean Payton, I thought, had a good day.
Yeah, well, you know what I liked? Here's what I liked. And I was wondering why, frankly, you didn't do it sooner. Look, Bo Nix is either going to sink or swim running an NFL offense, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think you got him throwing. He threw down the field. He threw the back shoulder fade.
First play?
You know what I mean? I was surprised we didn't see some of that in Seattle, honestly.
Yeah.
Let the guy throw it, and let's find out one way or another. And I think Bo hopefully gave Sean some confidence of, yeah, let's just run an NFL more offense. You don't need to – I don't need 15 flare-outs to the, the screens that never work because we don't have the guys to make them work. Don't make me do that 100 times a game.
He definitely threw those two.
He did, but not as often.
It was a little bit broken up. There was, he threw back shoulder to Cortland Sutton, first play of the game, get 22 yards. Threw the slot fade to Josh Reynolds, picks up 31 on that play. Some good downfield throwing, and there was at least enough. You think of a rollout and a check down to Nate Atkins where his eyes are downfield, like he's trying. He's looking in that direction, ultimately makes the check down. And then really, the Broncos got themselves a lead in that game, and then Bo Nix just did a really good job yesterday, I thought, of just taking what the defense gave him. Just really simple stuff. Oh, you're gonna line up 10 yards off the line of scrimmage on Marvin Mims. All right, well then we'll run a simple curl and boom, we'll take the 8 yards. Thank you very much for that. How many just 6-yard outs did Cortland Sutton catch in that game yesterday? Where it was like, oh, you're gonna give him space? He will go ahead and he will take that throw right there. That was what was good in that game yesterday. It's still. Let's not mistake this. This is not some dangerous downfield passing attack that's going on here with the Broncos. But in the very least, they gave Tampa something to have to think about a few times. On top of that, Bo Nix the offensive line did a great job holding up yesterday in that game. I thought Nix got rid of the ball really quickly. He was not sacked. He had, officially 36 pass attempts. But I don't know, what was there, 40, 41 dropbacks, whatever he had in that game. He never got sacked. He never got sacked in that entire game. That's big-time stuff right there of boom, 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 in rhythm, get the ball out, take exactly – if they're going to give you that kind of cushion, just go ahead and take it. Just go ahead and take it. And I thought the Broncos receivers played better. Cortland Sutton actually showed up for that game yesterday. He won some 50-50 balls. He actually went out and I thought played a really hard-nosed, kind of tough game out there. That's I was a little worried the first couple of games of this year, Andy, of is good Cortland Sutton just gone? But no, he showed he still works here. So that was good to see out of the Broncos yesterday. I just in general, really, really encouraging performance for a rebuilding team to be able to show that kind of competence. I was thrilled with it. I don't see how any Broncos fan isn't thrilled with what they saw yesterday.
No, I agree. I mean, I just, where was some of it? That's where I want to know. Was it the play calling? What was it, decisions that the quarterback was making? But to me, I felt like they just let him live more in the 10-yard range rather than force him to throw a million of those dumb swing screens to the – again, we don't have a receiver that scares anybody. And when you're 8 in the box, see, you hit enough downfield that finally everything opened up. You could run a little bit. You could throw a little bit more. I don't know what Tampa was doing, by the way. I mean, for hearing about how good this Tampa team supposedly was going to be, and a Tampa team that tested Detroit. You know what yesterday reminded me of? The NFL, we've talked about this before. Most teams are built to go 8-8, 8-9, 9-8, whatever with the stupid 17th game, but hang around 500. And again, little luck, little injury luck. We always have a team that's not probably 13-4.
Turnover difference goes
but they'll
away.
find a way to get there, or they're the most healthiest of the division, or whatever.
Yeah.
And then there's teams where I was worried the Broncos were headed, where you get all the bad injury luck, and it maybe costs you to be a little bit below the Mendoza line there, but. look, the Broncos took that game seriously. I don't think the Bucs took it seriously for a quarter, and then they tried to. Baker Mayfield is he's the kind of guy I feel like when you want to start praising him, he goes and gives you a game like that. You know what I mean? Where he felt like he was holding the ball too long. The Broncos pass rush was he was stepping up into guys that I was like, bro, you're stepping literally into sacks.
Yeah, the lack of their starting right tackle. Also, this is, and I know this is just kind of an anecdotal observation, but when I watched Knicks yesterday and the way that the Broncos offense was working the way that it needed to, it was like, oh, Bo Nix and Sean Payton, like quarterback and play caller, are simpatico right now. They are playing off each other beautifully. And again, they're taking what is there. Tampa Bay, Liam Cohen, their offensive coordinator, and Baker Mayfield, they look like. Did they talk before that game?
Right.
Yesterday? You're right about that. Think of all of Baker standing in the pocket, patting the ball, everything else like that. Baker Mayfield is not a great quarterback, but he's got a good enough arm. He wants to attack downfield. He's got Godwin and Evans, and he wants to be able to do that. And it felt like everything was just close to the line of scrimmage, and it was like he was waiting for something to open up. And the Broncos defense, to their credit, they collapsed all over it. But Tampa's offense was just a freaking mess in that game yesterday. And it's okay, go back to the Detroit game. Remember, the Lions won 1 for 7, scoring touchdowns in the red zone in that game. It's not necessarily like Tampa Bay was lights out. They caught Detroit on a bad day. All right, Tampa Bay is what we thought they were. Maybe New Orleans, who scored 12 points against the Eagles yesterday, maybe they are what they thought we were. And maybe that division actually does stink the way that we thought it did coming into this year.
Yeah, but you know what?
And by the way, real quick, I'm not counting out the Andy Dalton-led Panthers in the NFC South right now.
No, well, I had said they're going to get competent quarterback play. Who knows how that's going to work? Turns out they actually have a couple good guys. And then the Raiders take all their good feeling from a nice win in Baltimore and give that right back. The NFL, this is September football, is it not at its finest?
Sure is.
I am just happy that the Broncos finally showed us, again, none of us are picking playoffs. Man, the first 2 weeks, I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah.
I knew Bo would have a regression from looking so great in the preseason games, but finally, some of the offense I thought we would see when I was like, all right, maybe they will win the 7 games. Maybe they will win the over. They've shown this can be their offensive identity. You just got to hold up and hope the other team, I guess, doesn't have a pass rush to screw up even your quick passing game, because the Steelers a couple weeks ago were destroying even the quick passing game.
Speaking of weird September football, I counted this up last night. So right now we have 4 3-0 teams, right, Andy? The Chiefs, the Steelers, the Vikings, and Seattle. Which, by the way, did you realize the Broncos' 3 opponents are a combined 8-1?
Well, there you go.
Toughest strength of schedule in the entire NFL. Bills are 2-0, but they can get there with a win against Jacksonville tonight. So we got 4 3-0 teams as of today. 15 teams are 1-2, Broncos included. The Titans right now are the only 0-3. The Bengals can join them tonight if they lose at home to the Manders, which doesn't feel terribly likely. But that's your situation right now in the NFL. There's just a robust middle class in the NFL, and the Broncos, thanks to a victory yesterday, have played their way into it. It is Crackman and Lindahl. We're out on the road today, guys. We're at the Hofbrau. We're at 92nd and Wadsworth in beautiful Westminster, Colorado, at the Hofbrau, getting set for a Monday Night Football doubleheader. Buffalo, Jacksonville, Cincinnati, Washington. 2 games tonight on Monday Night Football. Come out and watch it right here at the Hofbrau. Get the burrito. Everybody eats the burritos here on Monday for Mexican Monday at the Hofbrau.
You can get a taco, I think. Yeah, they got a taco plate.
I like to compliment a burrito with a taco. I like a side taco with a giant burrito.
Enjoy a Mexican combo plate.
That's really well
a little too much.
No judgment here on a Mexican Monday. Lean into it, my friend. But yeah, we're here at the Hofbrau, so come and see us today and watch Monday Night Football. And we have giveaways galore. Dixon and Carlos, we brought the eye candy out here tonight, so come on out here and see them and hang out with us. Should we smack rears?
Yeah, hey, man, we got a chance to do it. Let's rock. Let's do it.
In fact, I tell you what, here's my little preview, Andy. I'm going to smack a squeaky clean rear when we return. Oh, you know what I'm talking about. It's Craigman and Lindahl on a Monday, so keep it right here. Oh, you better believe I'm going to UnderdogFantasy.com right now, and I'm getting set to lock in my Pick'em roster here for Monday Night Football. Guys, Underdog Fantasy, really, really fun. It's really simple, okay? They simply provide you a stat projection, and you say higher or lower, higher or lower. You like combining rushing and receiving yards? You can do that at Underdog Fantasy. Do you simply want to pick touchdown scores? Underdog Fantasy has that as well. Passing yardage, receiving stats, rushing stats. It's all right there at UnderdogFantasy.com. Over 1 million fans across 33 states got in the game last year by competing on Underdog, and you should do exactly the same. Making picks on Underdog, straightforward and easy. I'm looking right now. Josh Allen, 234.5 passing yards. I simply got to say higher or lower. That's it. By the way, I like him going higher tonight there against Jacksonville. Go to Underdog, simple to use mobile app, or UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with the promo code Kreckman, and Underdog will give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Kreckman. Claim your new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer right now. UnderdogFantasy.com. You must be 18 and up, present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Did you see a different confidence level in Bo? And you just
No, stop. It's fitting your narrative. It's not. The kid's been confident. This kid's been through Auburn. He's transferred. He's won, and honestly, I haven't seen him flinch. We all get a little bit more confident with a win, but I say that respectfully. He hadn't flinched, and I think that we had a good plan. The players did a good job, and then certainly he had more fun than he did in prior weeks.
Not your narrative, it's my narrative. Sean Payton wants to win the narrative war when it comes to Bo Nix, Andy.
Yeah.
His narrative is this is exactly like when I missed out on Patrick Mahomes. This is the new Drew Brees. This is going to be my great second act and my closing argument to go into the Pro Football Hall of Fame for this marvelous coaching career. That's Sean Payton's narrative. However, the narrative of those on the outside that, Bo Nix looked more confident, more poised, and played his best game so far in the NFL, he won't buy that. He hasn't flinched.
No, stop. It's fitting your narrative.
Who asked that?
No. Come on. No.
Spring, do you have any idea whose narrative is he talking about?
It's yours, Andy. It's the royal yours, the capital M media.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
The fake news media is trying to craft a narrative about Bo Nix, and Sean Payton won't have it. He has his own narrative.
Here's my thing, okay? Everybody will do him a favor. I mean, we got an Elway dropped in there yesterday. We got a Breeze dropped in there multiple times yesterday. I hope that's how this all works out. But, my gosh, my thing about it is normally coaches run from the comparison of a great player.
Yeah.
Let the young man show us what he's going to be. You know what I mean? Because, again, look, he looks like he's going to do it different than Breeze. He may be as efficient as Breeze. He may have the completion percentage of a Breeze. He may throw for as many touchdowns as a Breeze. It doesn't feel to me like his game is going to be identical to Drew Brees's just because that was Sean Payton, his coach. Like, again, what was one of his biggest highlights yesterday? He had the sense to feel the backside rush coming.
Yep.
He ran away from it and just found open grass and then got his – what I love the most is he gets down and he isn't taking shots.
Yep.
This run game will work as long as he didn't get the crap beat out of him, which every quarterback that runs usually does. He's been smart about not letting them give a wicked shot on him. Breeze wasn't doing that. That wasn't Drew Brees' game. So just – gosh, there's just a part of me, including Sean himself, lay off with the Breeze stuff on the guy. Let him just show us who he is.
No, principally Sean himself. Andy, he was saying it within 5 minutes of drafting the guy. He was right there to heap all of that on him. But Sean is, again, like what's funny to me about that no rant, and that's fitting your narrative, is that Sean Payton, like, this has been a narrative war from the moment that he drafted Bo Nix. And to your point, can we just let him play football? Can we just let him be Bo Nix instead of having to be Drew Brees, instead of having to be some sequel that merely fits into the brilliance that is Sean Payton?
Yeah, because right now he doesn't have the Drew Brees supporting cast either. He doesn't have Marcus Colston or Michael Thomas or Alvin Kamara or Mark Ingram, the running back, or we've talked about this. Now, the O-line looked better yesterday, so that's a start. That's good. Clearly, he like you said, he took what they gave him because he had enough time to figure out what they were giving him. So that was good. But, the narrative war started with the arm strength thing. And look, we can split hairs over this all you want to. The bottom line is he doesn't have the Mahomes arm. That's fine, Sean, if you've got the plan to show it. Neither did Tom Brady, quite honestly.
Right.
Tom Brady intermediate your butt to death. He would just pick up one first down after another. He didn't need to do the John Elway, elude two rushers, roll to the other side of the field, and then chuck it 70 the other way. Tom Brady constantly picked up first downs, constantly cashed it in the red zone. If that's what you're going to do with the guy, great, just show it to us. Well, I don't understand. Again, for coaches love to tell us they don't know what the media narrative is, and yet here we are wanting to argue the narrative again.
Andy, I want to quibble with something you said.
Please go ahead.
In there's something that I take slight issue with.
Quibble away.
Okay. When listing off the supporting cast, okay.
Who'd I miss?
You said he doesn't have an Alvin Kamara type. You said he doesn't have a Mark Ingram type.
Okay, maybe he does.
However, I mean, he has got the shiniest, cleanest bum in all of Denver, Colorado, because Bo Nix is a guy that I never knew until yesterday.
What had your favorite name in the NFL?
He's got Tyler Badie.
Okay.
Right there in the backfield. Andy just consistently getting clean right to the hole yesterday. Just shooting his way through those gaps, spraying his way around the opposing defense. Mr. Tyler Badie showing out yesterday to the tune of 9 carries for 70 yards, 7.8 yards per carry. Nothing can hold him down yesterday. He wiped himself clean of that Tampa Bay defense yesterday. The great Canton-bound Tyler, don't call me Badie, Badie.
Did we get it all out? Do you have any more? You have no idea. You know what? I was getting so annoyed yesterday because I was like, why does he keep calling him this? And I go, you know what? If nobody on the PR team is going to correct him, we're going to find out that's this guy's name.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to have to live with it.
Okay.
I'm going to have to live with it because my partner is not going to let it go. So this is day one. I'm going to go talk to him myself and get him to change the name back to Badie.
Let's give an extreme.
Or not even Badie. Was it Badie?
It was
Badie.
He was
Badie.
Badie.
Yeah.
I was always like, is he Badie or is he Badie? Apparently he was neither. He was Badie.
Well, for 2 preseasons, here's the thing. I will tell you, and I don't know how often I've told the story on this show.
Okay.
I had Jeb Putz here one year. Remember, when Jeb got to town, we all called him Poutier. We all wanted to make him French because that's how it was spelled, and we wanted to put our pinky up when we got to talk about his name.
Poutier.
Right? And so finally one day on the show, I go, Jeb Poutier, and I said, wait a minute, is that how you say your name? He goes, I go, what do you mean, And I said, how do you say your name?
Yeah.
He goes, it doesn't matter. That's fine. I don't care. I don't know how you guys say it. I'm just glad you guys know my name. I go, no. We all want to get your name right. What is your damn name?
Yeah.
And so finally, after 2 or 3 minutes of this back and forth, he goes, look, my dad would tell everybody it's like putt and ear, so put's ear. That's what he would say. So you're putting the ball, and it's your ear. I was like, bro, this is like 4 years into his stay here.
Say your name.
I was like, why did you not tell us all that we weren't saying your name right?
Poutier.
And he just said, and I'm sure, Tyler, don't call me Badie, just call it Badie.
All right.
Probably felt the same. Jeb was just happy anybody knew who he was because he didn't think he was going to make it in the NFL all that long.
So, Andy, you know me. I need to get to the bottom of things, okay?
Oh, here we go.
A very hygienic bottom
I
of
can't.
things.
We got to cut this guy.
An extremely clean
We've got
bottom
to cut this guy.
of things.
I can't do this.
Okay. So yesterday, it's the Badie thing is happening.
Like constantly. Of course, he has more carries than he's ever had.
So at first I'm like, what is Tim Brando doing?
Right.
But Tim he's a professional broadcaster. I'm sure that he checked the pronunciation.
Yeah, but then they got Palczewski. Like, they completely stumbled over Palczewski like they tripped going up a curb. And I was like, all right, do we need to send these two back to Del Boca Vista? Where the hell did we dig them up?
Those two were going directly for the early bird special after that game last night. You know they were. Okay, so I checked I went to the Broncos media notes. Okay, they sent out.
Yeah, you did a great job. I saw your tweet.
And so I went to the flip card.
Yeah.
And it said Badie. They gave me phonetically the small b, small a, small h, hyphen, capital D, capital A, capital Y. Badie is how you would say that. Badie. All right? Emphasis on the second syllable. All right. Okay. So that's what they're telling me. But again, he's always been Badie. So then I'm like, I need answers on this.
Because, like, you would think they would have corrected the preseason crew the last 2 years. That is where I got Badie from.
So I texted friend of the program, Ol Hooch, Benjamin Hockman, Missouri alum, columnist at the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, who has covered Missouri football for the better part of a decade. Hey, man, how did you say Tyler Badie's name? And he just wrote back Badie. Like, again, emphasis on the first syllable, Badie, okay? Like we have all been saying it. All right, that's what I thought. However, as thorough as I am, I wrote an email, Andy, to the entire sports information staff at the University of Missouri yesterday, okay? Because I needed to know this. How the heck are you supposed to pronounce this name? And I said, I don't know, probably put like 4 or 5 people on this email. Fortunately, though, one of them actually did respond yesterday and told me it is indeed, or they always knew it to be, Badie. That's what they wrote back to me. We always knew him as Badie. Again, these are the guys that work with him. Okay, so that's what I got from the Missouri Sports Information staff where he went to college. All right, now I need a little bit more information on this. Spring dug this up today. This is a tweet from Brady King. Or maybe it's Badie King. I'm not
who
sure.
knows anymore?
Sports reporter at Denver Channel. And this audio, this is from January 8th, 2023.
So we're talking the end of the Haxie year.
Yes. January
Sean Payton
8th,
hadn't been hired yet.
2023.
Or maybe he had. I can't remember.
I want to play this audio for you. Spring, cue it up right here. This is Brady King or maybe it's Badie of the Denver Channel talking to Tyler. Don't call me Badie, and this is him answering the question. Roll it, Spring.
And last thing for me, is it Badie or Badie? We got to know.
It's Badie.
Okay, Badie, okay.
It's Badie. Everybody loves Badie.
Yeah,
so
right?
I'm going to keep it that way.
Okay, I love it. Thank you.
He said it was Badie.
Yes, yeah.
It was Badie. Is it Badie or is it Badie? And he said it's Badie. He said it twice right there, and then suddenly yesterday he's Badie. What is going on here?
I don't know. I'm texting Eric Schubert. I'm done.
Find this out.
Should have done this for a while.
Find this out for me. In the meantime, 9 carries for 70 yards, and he had a 43-yarder. I was saying this in the preseason. Every time this dude touches the ball, Badie, whatever the hell his name is, this guy's a playmaker. Javonte Williams, averaging 2.4 yards per carry yesterday. Another Javonte-esque performance. Plus, he had the fumble. He did have a few catches in that game, so that was good. But still, Tyler Badie, which I'm going to have to get used to saying, gets out on the field and makes a couple of plays. Boom. Good. Give him another opportunity.
Absolutely.
Let's keep this going because guess what? With where this team is in the rebuild right now, there does not have to be a single final answer as to what's going on.
Oh, I got a lot of thoughts on that.
Yeah.
I mean, not only Badie, Badie, Bada, but how about Palczewski? I got do you remember, first off, again, one game. But if this continues, Palczewski was a guy they liked an awful lot last year.
Yep.
Remember that? Guess where he was playing last year, too? Left tackle.
He was playing left tackle, yeah. Swing guy, though, all over the place.
Okay.
Very versatile.
But I'm just saying, if McGlinchey comes back, look, you just redid McGlinchey's contract. You cannot afford to trade Mike McGlinchey.
I mean,
would you shop Garrett Bowles if Palczewski can? Because here's what I'm thinking.
I'd have no problem with
It's time to play young guys, right?
I agree.
You got a lot of young guys. You got a lot of, let them all grow up together.
Yep.
Let them just do the thing. Because now Tampa did not play a good game yesterday. I don't know who that Tampa team was, allegedly, but whatever, we'll take it. So, it'll be a little bit different challenge in the Meadowlands against the Jets this weekend. But if Palczewski keeps going, not only do you play yourself a little bit of a bidet, but you play Palczewski too.
I mean, obviously Palczewski is from perennial national powerhouse, top 25 program Illinois. Just go on the road and win at Lincoln like it's nothing. Penn State, you're next. Look out this week. So obviously the guy could play 65 collegiate games at again, a national gridiron powerhouse like Illinois, Andy. You shouldn't have expected anything less out of Palczewski.
Well, I'm telling you, I mean, when I think offensive lineman, I think Illinois.
You think Illinois?
The great old Illinois. When I think Illinois, I think Jeff George. How's that sit with you?
You could think Jeff George, David Deal, great offensive lineman
Jeff
out of
George.
Illinois.
Keep going.
You want to go Jeff George? Okay.
Keep going. Who else you got?
That's fair enough. No, it's fine. Brandon Lloyd, speedster on the outside. Brandon Lloyd.
I always forget that you two shared a class.
We did. We were bros. Great linebacking institution. Obviously, Dick Butkus, Simeon Rice, etc. Just again a proud.
See, you got to be
tradition
careful bringing that Simeon Rice around
great
Denver.
Illinois
There was not a lot of
football.
Simeon Rice love around Denver.
Again, like he left his best football in Champaign. There's no doubt about that. He was also
Simeon Rice is pretty good for the Bucks.
It's pretty good for them too. Yeah. It's he picks and chooses which color orange he plays well in. I don't know what to tell you. That's national powerhouse, undefeated Illinois. I might add.
Hey, real quick, Josh Crockett, who I do know he's quite the regular texter.
Okay, is it croquet?
So you might just be hurting the issue. He writes, I love you guys. I typically love your nonsense, but I can't freaking handle this today. They won.
Croquet.
What are we upset about, Josh? We need more information. What is bothering you? You can't handle this today. I couldn't handle it all game. I was getting ready to call Patrick Smythe and be like, will you go tell Tim Brando how the hell to say this kid's name? When did it – seriously, you must have had the same thought I did working in this business long enough. By the time we got to the second half and it had been corrected, I'm like, is it Badie? Now I'm thinking it's Badie.
Yeah,
There's no way he's gone this long without someone going up there and saying you're saying the name wrong.
Nope. He became Badie this week.
Out of nowhere.
Even though last year he was Badie.
Yeah, but he didn't get to carry the ball ever last year. Did he get – like if he got elevated, he may have had special teams tackle or tackle. Dude, look. Like when we screwed up putts here, when we tried to get Yolis Chassin, right? I'm ready for that.
Tyrod.
They got weird spellings.
Tyrod
the guy's
Taylor.
last name is spelled Badie. First off, Badie. Where in the hell are we getting the A from?
He could be Badie like Shane.
Sure.
But he's not.
This is like the Broncos' own Favre.
He's Badie. Do you think
No.
that bidet sales have spiked in Denver today as a result of the game played by Tyler Bidet yesterday? Do you think more people are just like, you know what?
You think some people are going, why is that even funny?
I do want
Going down to their local Home Depot?
and thinking to themselves, I would like a cleaner beehole.
Now I'm curious, can you even get a bidet?
Yeah. You can get a bidet anywhere, man.
So even, okay.
Go down to Home Depot, get a bidet attachment.
Get this.
Yeah.
Eric Schubert, one of my favorite all-time Bronco PR people.
Schubert.
Said he just told us Friday.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
He didn't even tell the PR staff until Friday.
By the way, we've been everybody, including myself, has been saying my name wrong.
Now I want to know how it came up. Eric, if you just want to call in, which is not something he'd do. Aaron Hudson said it's Albert O all over again. Yeah, but see, Albert O tried to constantly teach us his name.
And nobody got his name right anyway. I still don't know how to say his name.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Say my name, say my name.
Couldn't
Now,
tell
you know what? See, Eric screwed me up. I was going to go look at the Home Depot app.
All right.
Home Depot, Lowe's, where do you go? Where do you do your shopping?
Home Depot or Lowe's. You can get a bidet attachment right there.
You think so?
Yeah.
An attachment?
Yeah, Andy, it's
not its own deal?
No, well, yes, but who has the extra plumbing available to it? You can just get a bidet attachment and add it to your toilet as is. Andy, even you could do this. It just all you need's a wrench and a pair of channel
This
locks.
is unreal.
Boom.
Now even on the Home Depot app, his picture comes up. It's the Bronco running back. The hell?
This is maybe he figured out like this is a golden endorsement opportunity.
He really wants. Boy, that's a pretty potent looking hose right there.
Oh,
that thing looks a little aggressive. What are you doing that you need the elephant nozzle to get all cleaned up?
That's a handheld?
That's hey, come on now.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Yeah, no, mine just shoots right up the chute. Yeah,
All right.
it's
all right.
It's
yeah,
fantastic.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I swear to God, once you go bidet, you'll never go back. Although I still am going to want to say Badie, so I can't say that for sure.
Well, the Broncos feel the same because, I mean, Javonte's had a rough start. McLaughlin is nice.
Yeah.
But really, when you think about biggest pop plays the first 3 weeks, Badie has it.
You know what's rough? Javonte Williams and toilet paper. You know what's smooth? Bidet and Bidet. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Tampa this afternoon.
Well, it's that offensive line. You just saw the holding game.
Badie! Tyler Badie!
Well, look, we got to a few quarterback read runs, which, as they load the front, how do you get your number back? Well, one way of doing that is your quarterback becomes a threat. And so there were 2 or 3 instances where it might have been a give, Badie, or a keep. And I think there were a couple designs that helped us. And then we blocked it well.
See, Tyler Badie is effective when they load the front, Andy, but I find that Badie is pretty good with a load from the rear.
Oh, my God.
Did you just look at your watch to figure out how much longer you have to tolerate this?
No, but you know what? That is good. That is good.
You checked your watch after that joke.
Good.
No, because it popped open. I don't know. That wasn't for you, but it was a good timing. I'm wondering how much longer before we can trade him. I can't do this. So I did text Eric Schubert, and he's trying to help. He's like high up in the Broncos PR.
This is Broncos PR man, Eric Schubert. And you've been texting him trying to get the full story on when he became Badie, which of what we understand, he informed the PR staff on Friday that he is in fact Tyler Badie, even though for years he has been Tyler Badie.
So I said, how did it even come up? He said Tyler Gorst, who deals with the players and would obviously take him to these production meetings.
Yeah.
Tyler finally asked him, how do you say it, I guess? Because I'm sure originally we thought, is it Badie or Badie, right?
Yes.
So Tyler asked him, and apparently Badie just doesn't like correcting people, so he has not told anybody that it was wrong all this time.
Who am I to correct somebody?
But again,
when they say my own name.
We go back to the audio. Who was the young lady that got that audio from Channel 7?
Yeah, Brady King.
Yeah, she just flat out asked. He had a chance right there to just say it's actually Badie.
But he chose not to.
He chose not to.
He said it's Badie.
Okay.
But now he's Badie.
Do you like a Shador?
I do. I do like a bidet after a Shador, that's for sure.
God almighty. All right. Spring, I'm going to let you finish the show. I'm going to hit the road. There's a Home Depot down the road. I guess you can get them at Costco, too. There's that, too.
Uh-huh.
Where were you watching that game the other night?
I was in my living room.
Were you dry?
I was quite dry. Yes, I was not out in the rain on Saturday night. No, I did throw the phone to the side. I had to pause the game for a while. Had some parental duties to take care of, and then you know what's good after duties, by the way.
Oh my God.
So anyway, then I finished that all up, and I had the game paused. I sat down, and I was in the living room. Abby was in another room, and when the game ended, I went in and I was like, Buff's game was insanity. Pure insanity. Unbelievable. And she's like, I know you wouldn't stop yelling at the television. I was like, oh, yeah. No, I was very...
you could hear me.
I was very audibly enjoying that game. No, I think my loudest reaction, even more so than LeJonte Western catching the Hail Mary, was the play before that when Will Shepard dropped it. Because I think I was just like, that poor dude, my God, hit him just right in the chest, bounced off of him, wasn't able to make that play. Here's another thing I wondered about that play. Real quick, Andy.
You mean this play?
Yes.
The one Andy got perfectly saved for video?
What I wondered about on that play was, if he catches that ball, does he fall down short of the goal line, and then the clock just runs out and the game's over?
Well,
the Buffs maybe got a huge and I don't know for sure. Maybe he catches that thing and he keeps his feet and he takes the 3 steps and goes into the end zone, but he was kind of off balance the way he came down. I mean, if he catches that thing clean, there's a chance if he can't keep his feet, game's over.
So I'm showing you the slow-mo.
Yeah.
Because that was the one I got the clean look at.
Yeah.
Because it was more in the middle of the field. See, I think both Gary and Mark thought he could have launched. Now, it would have been
right.
Which probably, to your point, Nate, that's probably why he dropped it, because he's got it right in his hands.
Yeah, and he's kind of trying to turn.
And he knows he's got to turn and dive. See, the next one I get screwed up here by the whole.
I was
corner
just absolutely crushed for him. But hey, Shador made an unbelievable play just to get the throw off. Phenomenal throw. Corner slips and falls down. LeJonte Wester dives and makes that catch. If you're Baylor, how the hell do you give up 2 Hail Marys? Seriously, they gave up 2 Hail Marys. That's really what they did. They got bailed out of one of them. The other one actually did work out and resulted in a touchdown. So Dave Aranda should just be absolutely ashamed of himself for the way that game ended. But the Amarian Miller touchdown that happened before that was just absolutely incredible. And then Travis Hunter, Andy, the best player in college football, jarring that ball loose just shy of the goal line, thus bailing out the 1,000 drunks that ran out onto the field before the game was actually over. Andy, this is my overwhelming takeaway on this Buffs team, okay? I don't know if they're going to get to bowl eligibility. They're nobody's world beaters. But damn if they aren't fun to watch, okay? They fight. They were down 2 scores in that game and came back. They fight. Their stars are freaking stars. They are an entertaining watch. That's for damn sure.
If they had a solid, coalesced offensive line.
Oh, my God. That O-line.
Because this receiving group's better than last year's receiving group.
Oh, yeah.
I will tell you that.
Yeah.
Dude, but I'm going to tell you right now.
They're special.
I am all in on finding a way to get Travis Hunter. So I'm watching from the very sideline. I'm at the goal line. I'm in the end zone. I'm in that corner where all hell broke loose because, we got to switch mics to go to the locker room, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So that put me in that corner. I'm standing there. I'm watching Travis run on this last play. And Travis just kind of stops. And he stayed in a weird spot for him. Now, somebody later tweeted out that I guess there wasn't a receiver there. I can't say they saw that because there's a media crowd around me. But I looked at our producer. I go, I think Travis is going to make a play here. He sees something.
Yeah.
And again, it was just that weird gut feeling of like, wow, he's up to something. You know what I mean? So he ducked it looked to me like he was ducking a little bit behind the edge. And then the run play comes his way. And, I mean, for him to force that fumble, I can't say that I saw a forced fumble coming, but that play was eating him up all night.
Yeah.
And it's like he put himself in the position where, no, you're not getting that free run anymore. And, again, if he's not there, the kid walks in for a touchdown.
Yep, and we're going to double OT.
But he is just so good. And I know we got a lot of CSU people listening that probably don't like the guy right now. Please
Who cares?
Do not take for granted how special he may be. And I guess I read your list the other day on air. He seriously may be the most special college football player to come through the boundaries of this state. He's just that good.
He might be.
Just that good.
I can't believe he's still sitting down at 25-1 to win the Heisman Trophy. I mean, he's at the top of the hype list, and the more the Buffs have games like that the nation is watching the way that they are. You see the reaction to that game. The more that it's going to stick in people's heads. Like, I know Cam Ward is having a great year at Miami, but he's only playing on one side of the ball, man. That dude is absolutely freaking special. It's Craigman and Lindahl. We are live at the Hofbrau. Stop by and see us here today. 92nd and Wadsworth. We are rolling with you today until 6, getting you set for the Monday Night Football doubleheader tonight. And we're talking about a Broncos victory. Jeff Legwald coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. So we'll be talking to Leggy as he will be joining us from somewhere east of here. That's all we know. But we'll talk to Legwald today here on Joe, talking about that Buffs victory, talking about that Broncos victory, smacking rears here on a Monday afternoon on Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. If you're looking for truck and 4x4 accessories, Colorado Off-Road is your place, and real easy to find. Just 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. That's where you're going to find the showroom for this great place. They got all sorts of stuff you could want as we approach the fall, and you got a little taste of it this weekend. Heavy rains, chillier temperatures. Heavy rain's what I want to talk about. You know your cabin's going to be a little bit messier as we get to this time of year. You got the leaves that you'll drag in when they fall off the trees, some slush up in the mountains. You don't want to get your cabin messed up, especially if you have a new car or a new truck. Go ahead and get some floor liners over there. Mine are WeatherTech, but he offers a number of brands. They've got the bed covers, the truck bed cover. Obviously allows you to keep things in the back of your truck. Frankly, help mine with a little bit with the gas mileage, but you can keep things kind of secure in the back of the bed and keep the snow and the leaves and everything else out of there that you don't want in there in the first place. Remote start kits, tow kits, tie downs, you name it, they got it. Step rails over at Colorado Off-Road. They can do the suspension. Can get you in some new tires if you need it. It's all about Colorado Off-Road again. Find them on the web, cooffroad.com. Give Jerry Jones and Wendy, his wife, a call at 303-761-1264. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Oh, Andy, you know what time of year it is. Tonight, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the Avalanche will take on the Dallas Stars in preseason action. Exhibition puck right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with our good pal Connor McGahee on the call. Broadcast begins at 7 p.m. tonight as Ivan and the boys will take on whoever is on the Stars preseason roster tonight over there at Ball Arena. Again, puck drops at 7 o'clock.
I'm not doing it this time.
No?
I feel like I got influenced by preseason hockey like I do preseason football a year ago.
Okay.
So I'm not listening. I'm shutting it all out.
Good on you.
We will have Connor on to keep us updated on the pertinent information.
Yes.
And that'll be that.
We just need the pertinent. That's all we require. Nothing more.
We shall not have a training camp whoopee like I did a year. I can't even remember the guy's name. I was so excited for him.
Oh, what was that guy's
Tufty.
name?
Spring, who was it? What? Tufty? There you go. Riley Tufty.
Riley Tufty.
Yeah.
That's right.
Spring, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to let another guy be a Kalfani Mohammed of the Avs forwards for me. Doing it.
What about Ivan?
Well, I think we just want to, are we going to find out it's Ivan?
It could be. I'm not
What's
even
his
sure.
name? Larry. Not spelled like that. No, that's how we pronounce it. Perfect.
My cousin Daryl, my other cousin
Yeah.
Daryl. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Does he speak English? Can we effort an interview with Ivan?
Spring, make it happen. Shohei Ohtani, by the way, over the weekend, Andy. 2 home runs and 4 stolen bases as the Dodgers take 2 or 3 from the Rocks. By the way, Rocks only have to win 3 to avoid the triple-digit losses so far this year. They got St. Louis coming in tomorrow, and then they'll finish up with the Dodgers. So even if Shohei hadn't gone all nuclear last Thursday against Miami, he still would have done the 50-50 thing against the Rockies.
As we figure.
As we assume.
Now, I really want to know is what player decided to tell us, ain't doing it against us. I love the attitude.
It's a good,
but
it's a good attitude.
He's doing it against the Cy Young candidates.
He's up to
probably going to do it against you.
53 dongs and 55 stolen
I want
bases.
him to get to 60. What's he got left? 6, 7 games.
He's 7 home runs and 5 steals to get.
He's got another series against the Rocks if they choose to play him.
He can do it at Coors Field.
Cares.
It's very possible. Broncos victorious.
Hey, we need to smack some more rears.
We have not.
The whole
smacked.
Badie thing.
We
Badie.
Badie. We got a little distracted. I don't know how that could have happened on our show, but it did nonetheless. Okay. Our very serious sports radio show. By the way, Andy, we're not comedians. It's time to talk sports.
Guy up north hates us so much, which is fine. Some days I don't like me, but the great thing about it is there's a button. You can do something else. Don't have to listen to us.
Whatever you want to do.
I've only got 92.5 in my car. I don't know. Turn on the phone. I don't have a phone.
I only have so much time left on this earth.
He's got an old F-150. It's got that old the little thing you could actually hit the button. Sometimes as it got older, you really had to almost punch the thing to get it to change channels. And his is so broken, he's just got 92.5 stuck permanently.
If I have to spend another moment of my life listening to these two jerks enjoy themselves.
Yeah. You people and your laughs and your fun.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, guys. We like sports.
Dude, yeah, on top of it, the Broncos won. Everyone should be in a great freaking mood.
We're having a good time. We don't know what to tell you. We think sports are fun.
This weekend it was. Didn't CSU get a victory?
They did. They beat UTEP.
All right, everybody's enjoying a victory Monday.
It's a great victory Monday.
Holy cow. What'd Wyoming do?
They didn't win.
Yeah, sucks for them, but whatever. I'm sure it's windy up there. Sorry.
Wyoming is not good.
What about Air Force? What did Air Force do?
Air Force. I don't think Air Force played this weekend.
Now there you go. There you go.
There you go. See?
Who else am I missing? CSU Pueblo. They do something?
I don't know.
Who won the game you call? Who got the Mayor's Cup the other night?
Broomfield took the Mayor's Cup 14-13 in an absolute barn burner against Legacy. Great night out there up at Broomfield High School. Thanks to everybody out there. Me and the Sandman, we had a blast up there. Oh, man, it was Broomfield days were going on, Andy. It was the attendance, by the way, phenomenal. People show out to support those Broomfield Eagles. Let me tell you, I was impressed, man. We had a good broadcast, good time. Let me tell you too. Legacy sophomore quarterback Andrew Gardner. That kid's he's D1.
All right.
That kid has got an arm on him. Yeah, no, Sandman was like, I gotta clue some people into this dude. He can play. Yeah, so we had a fun broadcast the other night. You, of course, were in Boulder to do the Buffs game. We gotta get field storming stories before we're out of here. We'll do that coming up at 4:45 today here on the show. But as long as we're smacking rears, Andy, let's
hear it, Spring. We haven't heard it all year. There it is.
Yeah, we haven't been smacking rears so far this year. Cortland Sutton had a great game yesterday.
All right.
Cortland Sutton really had a great game yesterday, and Cortland Sutton has been, through 2 weeks of the year, was 2 thumbs down from me. I really was not impressed with the way that he played the first couple of games of the year, and you always, you wonder a little bit about these things. Yesterday, he had that dog in him. He was fighting. He was making tough catches. He made that catch along the sideline that was a go get the ball kind of play. It was not a great throw by Bo Nix, and he just went and got it and wrestled it away from the corner. I think he picked up 12 on the play. He was terrific in that game yesterday. Cortland Sutton, I'm of the belief a couple of weeks of not great film getting shown to him inspired him. He played a much better game. And I also think there's probably an element of like, okay, this is what it's like now to play with Bo Nix. This is the kind of receiver I have to have, and I give him credit for evolving. Goes for 7 catches for 68 yards yesterday. Had the 22-yarder on the first catch of the game, but made some catches in traffic yesterday. I thought Cortland Sutton was absolutely terrific. So staying on the offensive side of the ball for a moment, I thought he was really good. I thought Lil Jordan Humphrey had another good game. One of Nix's favorite throws that I made yesterday was that 3rd down and 9 from inside his own 5, where he hit Humphrey. Lil Jordan broke a tackle, had a little bit of yak on that play. There was a shoestring tackle. Otherwise, dude might have been taking that thing 50, 60 yards. Who knows? I thought those two in particular had really good games for the Broncos yesterday.
I'm going to go to the defensive side of the ball.
As you should, because they were great.
Look, we could do it every week. How about just a quick one to Pat Surtain? Mike Evans doesn't do much. Look at the stats. Enough said there. But how about his counterpart? I'm excited about this guy. We all wanted to see this guy a year ago. We were all asking, where is he? The corner out of Iowa, Riley Moss, showing he's up to the task. He had a good day against Godwin. I thought he, wasn't perfect, but he's going to get targeted plenty when you're playing opposite of Pat Surtain. He did a great job, and he forced that fumble, didn't he, towards the end of the game?
Yep.
Give old Riley Moss, give him a double slap there, Spring. Let's hit both cheeks. Why not? And then Brandon Jones. We had a Brandon Jones sighting. Haven't really thought too much about the safety. They tabbed a pick to replace Justin Simmons.
Yeah.
Brandon Jones had a pick. He recovered the fumble. I mean, he was noticeable yesterday.
I remembered he was on the Broncos yesterday.
Yeah, because, frankly, I forgot up until that point.
James Palmer, who has wonderful, wonderful hair, tweeted this out yesterday. According to Next Gen Stats, Surtain was on Mike Evans. 24 of his 34 routes run yesterday. Mike Evans going for 2 catches for 17 yards.
Quite nice.
He was a complete non-factor in that game yesterday. Really, the only offensive player for Tampa Bay that popped was Bucky Irving.
Man, and he popped all right, man. That guy's got some wiggle.
Yeah, that's – how are you guys not getting him the ball more? Rashawn White is fine. Bucky Irving, that dude pops. Get that dude the ball in space a hell of a lot of time. Broncos got to find a guy like that. One more on the offense. And I know his final numbers were not special, but his touchdown run was fantastic yesterday. Jaleel McLaughlin.
Oh, man.
He was dead to rights.
Yeah, that should not have been a TD. That's making a play that we've talked about for 2 weeks.
Yeah, that was a 4th and goal where there were 2 defenders out in space. He threw a fake. He juked, and they both bit it. And then he had the speed to be able to, hit the Jets again, from stop to start and get back into the end zone. Phenomenal play that he made on that yesterday. Broncos had a 4th and 1 where they went for it on the road side of the field. Bo Nix did an excellent job just reading the defense, again, taking what the defense gave him. There was nobody over on that side of the line, and he just I think he just improvised that thing. It was just like, oh, okay, cool. And he just, angled his way over and picked up the first down, little curl route that he ran there. He was running, but you know what I'm saying. Sean Payton going for it and being aggressive on fourth down, Andy, that's one of my football love languages. And right there, I was very, very happy to see it. The Broncos just put together a real solid game plan that was well executed yesterday. They scored points early. They got a lead. Yeah, they didn't wow anybody or anything like that. They simply went out and played a clean football game against an opponent that was banged up and I don't think fully, came out ready to play. And the Broncos stuck it to them. Front seven played great. Really, that is the kind of performance that you want to see out of this young rebuilding team right now.
Spring, hit me with 5 in a row. 5 smacks in a row. Let's test you. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right,
yes.
Went right down the line. All the linemen. I debated whether Bowles got the smack, but we'll go ahead and do it. Bo Nix had as much time to run an offense as he's had. Frankly, he had as much time, I think, as any Bronco quarterback has had in maybe 2 seasons. Palczewski, the rookie starting, or at least his first start in his career, really his first extended playing time. Hats off to the O-line for doing their thing yesterday.
Hell yeah. Good performance out of the front. We're going to go talk to Jeff Legwold all about that Bronco victory, looking ahead to the Jets and the Broncos' big week in West Virginia. That is next. 26-7, your final yesterday out there at Old Ray James. The Broncos get the win. Now it's on to the Greenbrier and eventually the Meadowlands to take on Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. Let's go out east right now. We welcome into the program our pal Jeff Legwold of ESPN, joining us from parts unknown in the Eastern Time Zone. Leggy, how you doing, man?
I'm great. How are you guys?
We're doing great. Leggy, let's start with the performance out of the Broncos yesterday, particularly opening drive. Bo Nix, 4 of 4 for 70 yards. Broncos won the coin toss. They elected to receive. They came out aggressive. And Bo Nix had a couple of throws downfield on that opening drive. He hit Sutton. He hit Josh Reynolds on a slot fade right there. What did you think of the script to open up that game and how that sort of allowed the Broncos to have some early success and then just kind of cruise the rest of the way?
Yeah, Nate, I think they had decided with an opponent that Sean Payton obviously knows well. I mean, that was one thing the Broncos did have as an advantage. I mean, Vita Vea doesn't play, Antoine Winfield doesn't play, and Sean Payton probably knows Todd Bowles and the Buccaneers better than anyone else on the schedule, maybe, other than Dennis Allen in New Orleans. So, and I probably didn't give that enough credence going into the week, frankly. And you could really see in that opening drive how much it mattered. He knew right where the soft spots were immediately. It was almost like he knew or had a good percentage guess as to what Bowles would do on an opening drive. And, they had the 4 quick answers for it. And I think they'd really like, obviously, to have Bo Nix play with the lead, because then it's a whole different framework for him. And you could see it. He throws for 70 yards in 4 completions on the first drive. And then the next 14 completions go for 99 yards. So it was like they opened big and then just reeled it back in very quickly once they had the lead. And I think, honestly, that's the perfect scenario for a young guy at quarterback. And, score one for Sean Payton. He outmaneuvered Todd Bowles right from the jump. And, I think that's why he took the ball after the coin flip, is he knew, or he thought his best chance to get that quick touchdown for an offense that hasn't shown much quick strike ability would be on that first drive.
What I thought was interesting, too, though, Jeff, is that it looked to me like we kind of scrapped a little the early throw to the side, and he actually was intentional, he being Sean Payton, of making him throw down the field a little bit more. And I feel like that just set the tone for not letting him stack the box at least most of the first half.
Yeah, they still really didn't have the run game going, Andy, until they put Tyler Badie, as Tyler now tells us. His name's been mispronounced like 4 different ways since he got to Denver. Badie, we've said it all, but he actually has now said it's actually Tyler Badie. But
good on him to finally clean it up.
Yeah, and frankly, I always ask guys, anytime I ever talk to somebody, a player for the first time, that's one of the first things I do, just to make sure, it's the old news reporter in me. But I hadn't done that, so I slipped up like everyone else
Leggy,
did.
we have audio of him telling a reporter
Yeah.
last year that his name is pronounced Badie. So
yeah, I don't know.
Come on, man.
But I go with what the guys want that pronunciation to be. So I'm on board. But until they put him in the game, the run game was still in the sort of the neutral that they've been in. But it is more and more obvious that Sean Payton has sort of made a concession to Bo Nix, in at least that they are a 3-wide base formation team. They've been in 3-wide over 40 snaps in all 3 games now, and there is not another personnel grouping that's over 16 in any of the 3 games. So we're not talking just a little bit of the majority. We're talking a huge majority. And to your point, Andy, it's going to be a little more difficult to run the ball consistently out of that look if you're going to be in it so often. But I think they're just after the rocky start, I think they're really trying to get Nix as comfortable as they can and then piece together a run game the best they can out of it.
Yeah, and Badie was he was the difference yesterday. Jeff Legwald, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. So staying kind of on that topic right there, Jeff, Javonte Williams had the fumble yesterday. 5 carries for 12 yards. The production has been low. Obviously, Badie comes in and they sort of explode with the runs a little bit after he gets out onto the field. So what's going on with Javonte Williams? Is this a lack of health? Is it merely that I don't know, what is going on there?
Well, he's taking most of the heat, despite the fact McLaughlin has the same per carry average as Javonte does. They're both at 2.2. So I'm not sure, unless they are both doing exactly the same things on every run, and they are not, I think that is a technical issue with either of them. I will say the third guy was much quicker into the gaps than they are. So I don't know if the two other guys, because they've had some struggles, are pressing a little bit and trying too hard to make everything the home run that fixes it, and whereas Badie just took the ball, the 43 run, especially the 43-yard run, especially that gap opened quickly and was closed once he went through, but he got through and was at the second level, very quickly. So I think some of it, maybe the other two guys could take a little bit of the decisiveness. Maybe don't worry about making every run perfect. Just when you see that initial gap, get in there and see what happens. And I think that's, and I think physically Javonte is still feeling that injury. It was a very grievous knee injury. It wasn't just an ACL and all of that. So I think there is some residual effect from that, certainly, because the burst isn't quite what we saw from him as a rookie, and you wouldn't expect that, frankly. But the fact he and McLaughlin have exactly the same per carry average, I don't think it's all Javonte, even though most folks are sort of pointing at him as the one guy who isn't getting going in the run game. They've still got some work to do to get consistent. And, Sean Payton admitted he's having a hard time with a 3-back rotation. So I will be intrigued to see if Badie gets more carries, where they come from and how it fits into the offense.
Well, one of the reasons why we're talking about some of this success, frankly, for both Bo and the running backs, is the play of the offensive line yesterday. I thought that was practically a 180, and the guy that I didn't notice was Alex Palczewski. How do you grade the young rookie in his first start, Jeff?
Yeah, it's as expected. He is not going to be on the teaching tape for guys. But, man, you want to talk about a results-oriented lineman. He just is a fighter, for lack of a better word. I mean, he is in there scrapping with every ounce he has on every snap, and it's effective, and I think now the Buccaneers did not have the front the Steelers did, I didn't think, and they were not as active as the Seahawks were. They really, really missed Vea, but that's not the Broncos' fault. You play who's in front of you, and that's the way it works. But the Buccaneers were suffering without 3 defensive starters yesterday, and hell, you could tell, back-to-back false starts, on defense with guys looking right at the ball. I mean, that's from a coaching standpoint, that's ridiculous. But they played well, and I think, after the initial drive, there was a real concerted effort to get the ball out of Nix's hands as quickly as possible. So they were not having to anchor and pass protect for a long time on anything. I think that there were 3 significant bobbles, and it wasn't any accident that one of them was the Nix fumble that was negated, and the other 2 were Nix near interceptions. So when pressure did get through, it was a problem. And I think that's something they'll have to take away, as they look at that today and tomorrow.
Broncos getting set now to take on the Jets. Jeff Legwold with us here on a Monday afternoon. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Jeff, defensive side of the ball, they sacked Baker Mayfield 7 times in that game yesterday, pressured him countless more times than that in that effort. Dondre Tillman, saw him for the first time, and he certainly popped. He looked impressive out there. It was a great game off the edge from Nick Bonito, and I thought the big guys in the front really played well. Zach Allen continues to be a game wrecker right now for this defense. Coming into the year, we were talking about this defensive line as a position of strength for this Broncos team. I thought they went out and played their best game yesterday against an offense that, quite frankly, I thought was just a mess yesterday. I didn't think Baker Mayfield and his play caller, Liam Cohen, were on the same page at all yesterday, and the Broncos just swallowed those dudes.
Well, it's part of it is what's the first thing the Broncos did on defense? They slapped Surtain on Mike Evans.
Yep.
And Mike Evans had 1 catch for 8 yards.
You barely noticed him yesterday, Leggy.
When Surtain was on him in man. The other catch came in zone when he was not around. But the minute they took that off Mayfield's plate, they really struggled. Now, I thought they would just hammer Godwin after that, but they really didn't. And, I think the Broncos were pretty effective in flashing some double coverage or at least some murky looks underneath where Godwin likes to do a lot of his work. So they were good at disguising, and I thought the safeties had their best day overall. Locke missed a couple tackles, but at least he was in the right gap. Their run fits were much cleaner. They didn't get pushed out so often. The Bucks popped a couple runs, particularly late in the second half, but when the game was in the balance, I thought their run fits were a lot more consistent. And the Surtain thing, 3 years coming, but this idea of putting him on the best receiver all the time is fairly effective, I think.
Well, and how do you think Riley Moss is holding up? I think Riley's been pretty good having to play opposite. You and I saw this, the one guy I thought till Chris Harris got here that was good across from Champ was Andre Goodman. You remember him like a long time ago, one of those Josh signings that actually worked out okay. But, man, I watched a lot of football with you where there was a guy across from Champ that just was not good enough to hold up. I thought really through 3 games, I think Riley Moss has been all right.
Well, the thing I like about him, Andy, is he's sort of true to himself. He's a fiery guy, and he plays that way, and he is unafraid. And his teammates talk about, Riley's one of those guys, I think, even if he gives up a big play, the next time he lines up, he's going to be okay. He's going to be lining up to scrap and to win the next play. And that's what it takes at corner. You're going to get flagged. You're going to get beat. It just leans too hard on offense these days. You can't do much of anything in coverage, really. But I like his competitiveness, and that's what it takes, because you're going to be busy, and he does. He fights every snap, and he's not afraid of these frontline receivers. And he was confident that the moment he walked in the door after they drafted him. So I think he would have been playing last year, Andy, had he not been hurt. And I still wonder why they didn't put him in the lineup, instead of Moreau, late in the season, because you can see right now the talent, and he's big. They may have the biggest set of corners on the outside of anyone in the league right now. And that's an advantage these days. If you can put that kind of size out on the perimeter, you can do more in the middle of the field, and that's going to help them when they play teams with that down the hash impact, like the Chiefs, for example.
All right, Jeff, what's this week look like before you go and cover a Broncos-Jets game? How is life out there at the Greenbrier for those Denver Broncos this week?
Well, tomorrow, Tuesday, will be a player day off. So I will be in a car somewhere in the wilds of West Virginia, rolling through the mountains. But
Jeff,
It'll
don't
be a
don't go off the beaten path, by the way, in the wilds of West Virginia. If movies have taught me anything, just stick to the highways and byways, my friend.
Don't rent a canoe. Is that what you're saying? I won't do it. But, and then, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, they're going to practice. It'll be on Eastern time, but in terms of the day clock, they're going to practice exactly when they would practice in Denver. The time on the clock that's when they go to practice in Denver. They're going to do meetings the same way. And, I believe they will go to New Jersey on Friday and then do their walkthrough up there on Saturday before the Sunday game.
All right, everybody. Jeff Legwold, read all of his coverage at ESPN.com. Listen to him all week long here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jeff Legwold, his appearance is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. Leggy, good work, man. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
All right, Jeff Legwold with us right there on a Monday afternoon. Andy, he's right about that, by the way. I double-checked that. Javonte Williams, so far through this season, through 3 games, is averaging exactly 2.2 yards per carry. Jaleel McLaughlin, through 3 games, is averaging 2.2 yards per carry. You know what you have to find when you have all those number 2s?
Not going to say it. Not going to do this with you. Don't think people didn't notice your little – you think you're so clever with your question. There are about 4 people that noticed what you did in the middle of that question.
Leggy pointed out that Javonte Williams just thus far this season has not really shown the burst. Andy, when burst is an issue, you know what you need? That's right, my friend. You need Badie.
What happened to get you like this?
Yes, thank you. Spring perfect. Perfect question. See, I thought you got it all out of you.
Well, when you get it all out of you, you know what you need.
I know. I thought 320. We do our thing.
Yeah.
I want this kid traded. Shop him now. Please. Shop him. 4th round pick.
I just think it's a.
You know what's going to happen? He's going to be rookie of the year.
Solution for the Broncos to have Badie.
Is he a rookie? What is he technically?
It's a great question. Hasn't he been around for like 3 years now?
God, is it 3? He must have been.
Yeah.
Because the cut, I keep forgetting her name, Badie. Oh, my God.
We're with you today until 6 o'clock.
We'll see.
At the Hop.
We will see.
And we're rolling with you here on Altitude Sports Radio. We'll take a break. When we come back, Andy Lindahl.
Speaking of getting wet.
Was out in the rain the other night covering the that Buffs Baylor game. And I need to hear tales of the mess on the field with the play under video review and the fans jumping the wall out onto the field. The end of that game, the entire game was insanity. The end of it was an absolute mess. What a night of college football on Saturday night. Andy Lindahl regales us with tales from Folsom coming up next. Hey, what up, Denver? It's Nate Kreckman for my friends at Sport Trade. That's right, Sport Trade. What sets it apart from the app that you're using right now? First off, better prices. You're getting minus 104, minus 106 kind of main lines right there at Sport Trade, not those minus 110, minus 115s that your book is offering. They have instant in-play betting. There's no spinny wheels. There's no delays. They're not going to change the odds on you or cancel your bet. No, it's Sport Trade instant in-play betting. And on those in-play markets, Sport Trade cuts the VIG in half. fair cash outs, massive menu of props. Download Sport Trade on your iPhone today. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet you place in your first week. Terms do apply. But again, go to getsporttrade.com or download that app right there on your phone. Get the advantage of the best prices the market has to offer. Bet with Sport Trade. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors.
Playing the prevent end of the game defense.
Smartly trying to get a reroute and all rushing from one side.
The Big 12 opener comes down to this play. Sanders gets the feet set toward the end zone for the game. It is caught by Wester, just like 1994.
38-31, Buffs get the dub in OT. Travis Hunter, the forced fumble at the end of the game, but the Hail Mary from Shador to Javonte Wester. Unbelievable finish. That one going 43 yards. How do you do that if you're Baylor? How do you give that up 2 different times at the end of that game? Buffs end up getting the touchdown on the first possession of OT, and then they get the stop. Travis Hunter, the hero. However, Andy, they had to go to video review to confirm whether or not the ball was out prior to breaking the plane. Now, Travis Hunter put his helmet directly into the football and jarred it loose. In the end, video review confirmed the call on the field of a fumble. Good on the Buffs. They whacked it out of the back of the end zone. Good job by them to make that play right there. However, that then resulted in a sea of people, and by people I mean probably drunk college kids, jumping down onto the field and running out to celebrate the victory without realizing, or maybe they did realize and just didn't care, that the play was under review, and there was the possibility at that moment, they didn't know inside the stadium, there was the possibility that the call could have been overturned and they would have said touchdown, in which case the game would have continuing. It was like Cal Stanford bands on the field except fans on the field. You already were on the field, Andy. Take us through that moment of confusion and bedlam at the end of that game at Folsom on Saturday night.
Yeah, it was, man, there was a point where, so, you know, let's, a lot of things led up to this moment. How about that?
They sure did.
So at about 9 o'clock, I had decided to pull up the old radar because it was, I kept talking to all my cameraman buddies, right? And I was just like, all right, guys, what's going on? What do we know? When's this stuff going to show up? Because, frankly, it was dry most of the night, right? We had a few little spits here and there, but it basically was a little bit of sprinkling. But we had, for the most part in the second half, it was bone dry. Nothing was coming down, and I thought, all right, cool. Yeah, Deion used his connections, I guess, or whatever.
Meteorologist of the year, Deion Sanders.
Right. So I was like, all right, maybe we're going to get out of this scot-free, and I'm not going to need – because I never did bust out the old waterproof pants. Those are going back to Dick's tomorrow morning. So I am giving those back. I can't imagine when I need them again. I'm not going hiking in them. They shall be returned. I did end up wearing the raincoat, and it proved to be very good.
You're not going hiking?
No.
Okay.
No, you probably could have guessed that. So, but anyway, our pal Peyton was there on the sidelines, and I asked her, Peyton, well, I wish.
Oh, okay.
No, our Peyton Kraft, who's helped us out before.
Watson?
And I looked at her and I said, all right, they're gonna storm the field if they, and I'm asking this at 9:10.
Yeah.
They wouldn't storm the field for this, would they? They're going to rush the field if we win this thing. Because at this point, I'm looking at the radar. I did a weather report with Mark and Gary in the booth. And I said, guys, I think we got to, and you know what? Shout out, I guess, to the 9 News app. I pulled up their radar and just did the little time-lapse thing. And I said, it looks like we got till about 9:30, 9:35 before the actual rain will come in, and then we got a problem. So, you know, it was raining, but not rain. The rain, in fact, showed up 9:30.
Okay.
And it started coming down. It would have affected the rest of overtime. It was raining really, really good. But I thought to myself, well, the students, if nothing else, won't rush because of the rain. Mm-hmm. And I was wrong. That one I was dead wrong on. So the play happens, and I realize I'm right on the goal line. So I guess to me, to be honest with you, Nate, I couldn't even figure out what they were reviewing at first because it looked to me like he made and you know, your eyes can fool you down there.
Sure.
But it looked to me like he made contact with that football at the 1 yard line. Like at no point did it look to me that the ball carrier was even close to getting the ball near the goal line. Maybe review showed it was closer than that. But from the naked eye where I was, it looked like he drilled him a full yard before the goal line.
The confusion, I think, came from just how fast it happened.
Right.
And also the part where the way that he lost the ball forward was, I think, the weird thing about it, that where the refs are like, oh, and it's also, we're just in the age of video review, they freaking confirm everything. And they did in that game. And, hey, video review consistently kept coming up Buffs. I mean, the Amari and Miller touchdown, he didn't touch. Unbelievable play. The LeJonte Western catch, they double-checked that to make sure that he had full control over that as he went to the ground, and indeed he did.
The one that didn't go their way that did bum me out, because I got great video of it, I could show you in the break. The catch that Hunter made with the guy tackling him, man, he had it.
Yeah.
And then, because again, Mark knows I film these things. He goes, what can you see? Because when it's close like that, they sometimes won't put the replay up in the building.
Yeah.
And so I went back and was looking at it, and there was a point, they probably showed it on TV, where he has it, then rolls, and there's a little juggle.
Saw the ball
they
move.
got the call right. He
Yeah.
did not catch it, unfortunately. But for him to even get that close to it, because that kid was mugging him. But look, anyway, so we get done. They confirm the stuff, and we know it's a win. Now, at one point, Mark Johnson was saying on the broadcast, he's like, look, kids, as if they've all got radios in, which is funny because it's old school, because back in the day that used to happen. But he's like, you got to get off the field. This game is not done until they tell us this game is done. And if we find out that he scored, then we're going to have a real issue having to clear. And they already got $100,000 or $200,000, whatever the fine is, because people are going over the fence. But what the problem with that was, so they confirm it, he makes the announcement, everybody loses their mind. This was different. I told you on the ride-up, this was a little bit different situation. Years past, I could tell the security was just like, and I think even Rick George to a point was like, you know what, it's been such a rough year. Like when they rushed on Cal Sanford's one win, I think everybody was just happy to go ahead. Because this has sucked.
Have your fun.
Yeah, you've shown up, you've been loyal, blah, blah, blah. Dude, that was a nasty situation the other night because the security lined up and they let the kids know after the initial jump the gun rush. Security guards were letting them know, we aren't letting you do this tonight. Don't do this tonight.
No, they set up a barrier kind of separating the fans from the action over in the opposite end zone.
Right. And so when the call was finally made final, I don't know, someone hit me pretty good in the back. Now, again, I bring more weight than you realize, so I didn't go down, but they did. But it still didn't feel great, and that's when I turned around. Like,
you've got sneaky heft.
Yeah, I do. And I turned around, and I mean, this security guard, like, they were being aggressive with trying to prevent this. This was not, oh, well.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if aggression begat aggression or what, but I'm telling you, I was trying to do interviews, like Travis Hunter's running around, and I think he was trying to stay away from the horde. He did his dog celebration that I guess the guy on TikTok made for him. Then he hightailed it inside there.
There's a great video, and you saw it on the telecast, of Hunter starting down the tunnel, and some shirtless weirdo runs up behind him and, puts him in a bear hug, and a security guard leveled that dude.
Yeah.
And Hunter was just like, all right, I'm out.
Well,
I'm good.
Hey, I was talking to Trevor Woods, the safety, trying to, and Dion's people about cleared both of us out as we were because I told him, let's get into the chute because they can set the barrier up of where they come out to run behind the Buffalo. And so I grabbed him, and I'm forgetting the running back. I was talking to the running back, too. We kind of, we all had to get clear of this thing. LeJonte Wester was they just were all getting mobbed. Yeah. But there was an aggression. The other ones that I've been a part of, and I feel like I've been a part of one a year, CU students, I love the passion, but we got to raise the bar. Not every victory needs to be a rush the field. You need to expect to win it at some point.
But the game was so wild.
It was, but
it's I know it's Baylor.
I know.
But the unlikelihood of Colorado winning that game, I'm sure the win expectancy graph looked absolutely outrageous.
Hey.
The fans hung in. It's starting to rain. The passion is there, Andy. Like I said, they're not boring, man. You got to give the Buffs credit for that.
I saved this. I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to remember this for you specifically. You'll love this. Prior to the last play, I saw two different tweets about it. It was either 99.2% win for Baylor or 100% win for Baylor.
Yeah.
And they lose the game because of the Hail Mary. You know what's so crazy? I want to talk about this maybe with you in larger, maybe before we get done and get off the air. I got to tell you, I watched the Miracle in Michigan, and for some reason, I felt like no way were they going to pull off the Miracle in Michigan. I cannot explain to you why I was not shocked that Shador pulled off that deal at the end. I don't know what maybe it's because it's midfield, and I know he can throw it that far.
He's got the arm, absolutely.
When you look at Cordell Stewart in the Miracle in Michigan, I still don't know how they pulled that play off. This didn't feel like that to me, but I can't really explain why.
Shador, God, he got sacked 8 times, running for his life again.
Hey, man, I'm going to tell you right now, and not everybody's going to like this. I don't give a crap. Shador's got old school John Elway in him, man. He can have not his best of games, and he even said in the press conference, I'm going to get in trouble. That was not a good game. I can't take 8 sacks. And yet if you leave that dude with – I know people don't like his brashness, but this is where it comes from. You leave him 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He went and created his own time. They didn't block for him on the last play, Nate.
No, they did not.
And you give him enough time to throw a ball in the air, and you don't know what's going to happen.
Backpedaling as he let that thing go.
He's got special to him.
Nope,
you don't have to love
special.
the personality, but that guy's special.
Clutch as hell. Crackman and Lindahl live at Hofbrau. Monday Night Football, Jacksonville, Buffalo, Cincy and the Manders. Doubleheader tonight. Watch the games right here at Hofbrau. Have a burrito on a Mexican Monday. 92nd and Wadsworth in Westminster. Come say hello to us. We got another hour to go. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up here on the other side. And coming up at 5:20, Bo Nix was better. How good was he? We'll talk about that coming up next. Oh, Andy, we begin hour number 3, best 5 o'clock hour in the biz with some breaking news. Fade the bump music, Spring. The Avalanche announced today that the organization has signed forward Logan O'Connor, our pal LOC, to a 6-year contract extension beginning next year through the 30-31 campaign. Darn right, Logan O'Connor, age 28, Andy, coming off of a 25-point campaign last year. We're looking at around $2.5 million average annual value on this deal for Logan O'Connor. Mr. Short-handed himself, LOC, sticking around with the Avs for another 6 years. Some great news for your Colorado Avalanche.
Great to hear. A regular appearance, or a guy, friend of the program, Logan O'Connor, will be around for quite a while.
Yes, DU legend Logan O'Connor.
O'Connor
gets a.
Oh my God, this is never going to end.
Gets a new deal with the Avalanche. But a little bit of good news ahead of tonight's preseason opener. Coverage starting at 7 o'clock right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, your home for the Colorado Avalanche, as they will welcome the Dallas Stars in to Ball Arena tonight. Right now, it is time for football news. On a Monday afternoon, we're going to hit the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the league. Mark Springer back at this shop. What's going on, pal? What's happening today?
All right, it's reaction over or otherwise Monday here after another NFL Sunday, after Week 3, and the Broncos completely flipping the script, not just on their first 2 weeks of the season, but on Week 3 from last season, 70-20 in Miami, Florida. Last Week 3, this past Sunday in Tampa Bay, Florida, they win 26-7, and Sean Payton talking to the media over a conference call today, and Mike Kliss asked him about the stark difference in the last 2 Week 3s.
Sean, a big difference between last year and this year has been defense. 70 points in Game 3 in Florida last year, 7 points in Game 3 this year. Could you just speak to...
Well, obviously, Mike.
Go ahead.
Go ahead with the question.
Well, I was going to say how you and George addressed it personnel-wise, and then I know it's a different offense, and then the job of Vance Joseph.
It's an entirely different team. It's an entirely different team. We played a different team, so uniquely we're pulling out Week 3's game against Miami last year. Is that what we're doing? And then comparing it to this year's Week 3. So yeah, it was a better result this year.
So, Andy, last year, after losing to Miami, 70-20, Chris Thompson of the Gazette tried to ask Sean about the record-breaking nature of that defeat, and that was the infamous "What's the question?" drop.
Right.
What's the question?
That we still play on this show. At least this time around, Sean did offer up to Mike Kliss an opportunity to finish his question, yet all a year later, he still doesn't seem to have much of a sense of humor about losing 70-20 in Miami.
Hey, you went to go handle your play-by-play duties for the high school football we have, courtesy of Old Chicago, here every Friday night.
Yeah.
Spring's prediction for the game. You want to tell Nate what you predicted, Spring, in case he didn't hear it?
I had Buccaneers 45, Broncos 17.
He thought we were going to look at something similar, man. And look, I saw a few other people that agreed with Spring.
45 is no 70. Come on.
Yeah, that's a heck of a
I was
bump.
being nice.
So, I mean, there were a few people that wondered, was this going to go the same way with how poorly the team was playing?
Yeah.
And let's be honest, I mean, not only did the offense get better, they shored a couple things up in the run defense yesterday.
Sure did.
That run, I think part of the reason why some of us were worried was because the run defense had been a little spotty. And so, yeah. First off, can I just say, I had to go back and check the headline from Spring. That did not sound like Sean Payton. Has he got the Andy Cold going on? What is going on? Did that not sound a little weird?
Greenbrier flu, I think, is what
they aren't there yet, are they?
They're not even there? I don't even know then. What do I know?
Did they just right after the game, let's get there? Yeah. No, I think they stayed in Tampa till today.
Okay.
I think today was the travel day. Tomorrow's the day you get to go do the, what was the glass blowing?
So then
And the rumba dancing.
Then I'll guess, Andy, it was the Tampa flu.
The falconry. You think he went out on a boat?
The Tampa flu and the Greenbrier flu.
Did he go out on a boat?
Not all that terribly different. I could see Sean, yeah. I could see him having gone out and sailed his way around the bay.
On a yacht? You do a yacht in the bay? You don't do a yacht in the bay, do you?
I think you could leave it docked in the bay and just
Pontoon
enjoy it.
boat? What are you, the floater thing?
Wasn't that the whole thing? Didn't, and this was in Miami, not Tampa, but I mean they have docks in all those places. Wasn't the Tom Brady meeting on Stephen Ross's yacht while it was docked? I believe that was Stephen Ross's move right there.
Well, so when we went
power move, come see the
when
yacht.
When we went to Miami for the Super Bowl before everything shut down, there were a ton of yachts there that day. Yeah.
I bet they got yachts in Tampa.
In the bay?
Yeah.
I wonder how big the bay is.
It seems like a large
Could
waterway.
could Jerry Jones turn his yacht around in the bay?
It's bigger than
Because it looked like a massive yacht.
bigger than Bear Creek Reservoir.
Do you have to back it up and just get that beep?
Bigger than
beep?
Chatfield.
Yeah.
I would say you could probably get a large boat in there.
Quit being funny. Spring, what's next?
High five.
Okay, how about the Las Vegas Raiders? Man, what a turnaround from them after
Look out for Andy Dalton.
After beating the Ravens on the road, big upset win. They turn around and lose at home to Andy Dalton and the Carolina Panthers. Andy Dalton 3 touchdowns as he takes over for Bryce Young. Aiden O'Connell came in that game late, went 9 of 12 for 82 yards and a touchdown. Antonio Pierce said today that they are going to evaluate everything roster-wise, including a possible quarterback change. He did not rule that out today. He also stood by his post-game comments last night. He said he did not bite his tongue. He chose not to when he said this.
The team just didn't seem to show up tonight.
No, they didn't. I think as the game went on, I don't think it was a team. I think there was definitely some individuals that made business decisions, and we'll make business decisions going forward as well.
I like that. I do like that. Got a little something and vinegar to it, if you know what I mean.
Isn't it a little early for that? Week 3?
Bro, how are you going to go get worked at home by the Panthers?
You're already trashing your guys that hard.
They've
after
had
week 3?
what do they got, 2 wins in 2 years? They're not a good football franchise.
I mean, Andy Dalton's competent enough.
Well, yeah, I think you and I knew that when he came in, that would probably change the equation a bit. By the way, does he not have the angriest red hair you've ever seen?
It's fire red.
God,
man.
it's so red. It is like red.
Yeah.
It's fire truck red.
This is red.
It is heat miser red.
As red gets.
Golly, it is red. I am like mesmerized by it. He had a player with a clear helmet on. Guys, I think, would just be like, wow, look at that red. Bam! All of a sudden, the old lineman ran you over.
Do you remember when he played at TCU, too, the way that it clashed with his purple uniform? It was a very odd look that he had going on out there.
I guess he went up. They said on Good Morning Football today, he just went up and was like, you got any more? Let's keep this presser going.
Yeah.
Like, he stayed there for 30 minutes. Any question you got, here I am.
He was probably sitting there the whole time during camp going, you're really going to start that guy over me? Really? That's what you're going to do? I bet that was how he felt about it.
By the way, what happened to Sir Yacht?
Great question.
Didn't you hunt down Sir Yacht for us, or did Spring?
We talked to Sir Yacht on the show. I think I followed him on Twitter for like another week, and then Sir Yacht was posting a little too much, and I was out on Sir Yacht.
I think I probably still follow him, but I haven't seen him.
Yeah, I can't tell you the latest on Sir Yacht.
Is he a Browns fan? Or was he a Bengals fan?
No, he was a Browns fan, but wasn't he going to Cincinnati to eat the Skyline chili directly out of the can?
We might have to check in and see how he's doing when Cleveland rolls around.
I think that was the
Good old
bit.
Sir Yacht.
It was something that we thought was entertaining for a day, and so we put him on our show.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that was
You know what you need after eating a can of
Oh
Skyline
my gosh!
chili, Andy?
No,
Yeah.
no,
Mhm.
no.
Just need a little Tyler
No.
Badie in your life. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
The Chargers yesterday lost in Pittsburgh to Justin Fields and the Red Hot Steelers.
He's not giving that job back, by the way.
No, it's done.
Yeah,
we're done.
Yeah,
They're undefeated with him.
Yeah, 3-0. Yeah, he played well yesterday. Threw for 245 and a tutty. Ran for one. It's having a good year.
Real quick, does Russ ask for his release?
I wonder. Cam Hayward falling on Herbert's ankle yesterday. Taylor Heineke came in the game, did not look good. Suddenly the vibes aren't so great. Should Jim Harbaugh have played Justin Herbert yesterday?
I don't know. It's a good question. Hey, we got to get to the headline, though.
Didn't seem like it took much.
We jumped on, man, it's my fault, jumped on Spring. What's the headline? Because now it's more concerned than just Justin.
We'll hear from Jim Harbaugh on Justin Herbert. Also, their stud rookie right tackle Joe Alt sprained his MCL. He's probably not going to play this Sunday when the Chargers host the Chiefs. Jim Harbaugh, after the game last night, was asked about Justin Herbert and his decision to play him with the high ankle sprain. He said that Justin Herbert is a warrior, and you give warriors a shot. That's what he wanted to do. He was asked.
Some asked the Warriors if they'll come out and play.
I was waiting for that. Thanks.
He was asked if, Justin going out there and playing through the high ankle sprain, if that gave him a whole new level of respect for Justin Herbert.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question about that. I mean, it's at every time I think there's not another rung on the ladder that he can go and.
We all thought that,
in my
Jim.
esteem, I mean, he climbs another one, but But now I knew this a couple months ago. I mean, Justin's the kind of guy you gotta pull back, because.
So should you have?
You're never gonna have to talk him into anything, but he does have to be pulled back.
Dude, now Alt's out. Hey, man.
Another rung.
The Broncos have got to survive themselves because every NFL team's losing people left and right. Max 6'6" Crosby gets hurt yesterday.
High ankle sprain.
Alt, who knows what this is going to be? Who knows what the Herbert situation is going to be?
A couple weeks, yeah.
All of a sudden, this daunting schedule, if the Broncos can just survive this Jets thing, you got a couple of tasty home games.
Yeah, you really do. Between the Raiders and the Chargers, neither of those things are necessarily looking up right now. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
The Minnesota Vikings improved to 3-0, upset win at home over the road favorite Houston Texans. Sam Darnold threw 4 touchdowns. He did take a low hit late in that game. There were concerns about his knee, ACL, MCL, possibly, but Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell today with a positive update on Sam Darnold.
Starting out today, Sam Darnold update. I think you guys have probably already heard, but really, really good news, positive news, extensive evaluations this morning. Really just revealing a knee bruise in there, a little sore, but hoping Sam can have a normal week of preparation as we go through it.
Yeah, Darnold threw 4 tutties yesterday in that game, 17-28. Obviously very, very efficient defensively. They completely shut down that Houston run game. C.J. Stroud had one of his more pedestrian affairs thus far as an NFL quarterback, throwing a couple of interceptions in that game. Andy, this is, just one of those quick questions here that you ask sometimes. Is Sam Darnold good now?
Yeah.
Yeah. It seems like he found a fit. He has good natural.
He got coached up by
ability.
Shanahan in the Niners system,
which always helps.
Now he goes to a similar system. He gets to be the guy.
Yeah.
But this is what he ran in college, from what I understand. This is what he could have been. Again, we were fine. I think Sam Darnold's success ups Zach Wilson's trade value, whether he plays or not, by the week. Because again, you're finding out just what a mess New York was.
Yep.
And so,
they played for different coaches, but your point's well taken right there. He's got good weapons in Minnesota. He's got nobody looking over his shoulder right now. He's got a smart coach in that place. There's a really good defense there with the Minnesota Vikings. Vikings-Packers game of the week right here coming up in the NFL, where Malik Willis continues to play okay.
Well, again, you get a coach who knows a quarterback, and it really kind of helps out. By the way, do not trade Zach Wilson just yet. Really quickly, I got to give you this. From one of our guys, Bud Driver Buff.
Okay.
I figured out. You know why he says? You know what makes Dalton so angry?
What's that?
Those searing red eyebrows. And he's right. It adds to the anger. Why are you so angry? I think when Dalton, when he proposed to his wife, she probably thought he was doing it angrily because of the dang red eyebrow.
You will marry me.
You will marry me. Hey, calm down, Palpatine.
You know what's funny about it too? He's an extremely nice guy.
Oh, I know, yeah.
Very
Just seems
cordial.
to love life.
Yeah.
Probably not angry at all.
No, I covered Dalton his whole college career, and he was a Heisman candidate. He was such a nice guy.
Hey, he led Cincinnati to a lot of fun victories,
Yeah.
and then they just kind of moved on. Real quick, I like this too. Russell Wilson, do the Dolphins call? He's not got to his skill set. We know that.
No.
But again, you've got a quarterback whisperer. You've got a guy that will meet Russ and Mike McDaniel. He will meet Russ's positivity, and there will be no negative feelings going on in that room.
He would.
Would you think about, because Skylar Thompson got hurt yesterday,
He
did the
did.
Dolphins
They
think
put-
about getting Russ?
They had to put Tim Boyle into the game.
Or with the style that Justin Fields is playing, does Pittsburgh just need to hold on to him as the backup plan?
I can't imagine that Pittsburgh would move for us because they got such a good bargain.
Yeah,
on
he's
him.
like costing him $750 or something.
Also, I mean, the entire gist of the Miami offense is throw the ball quickly. Like,
yeah, that's true.
What Mike
There's
McDaniel
that little
basically
problem.
broke with the NFL was like the ability to have a deep passing game with a quick release, and because they had Waddle and Tyreek Hill on the outside, it kind of worked. That's kind of.
But would Hill and Russ be an interesting kind of duo, though?
It's what plagues Russell Wilson is the ability to throw.
Yeah, but
quickly.
Doug, listen, Russ loves him a deep ball.
Sure does. Yeah, sure does.
He and Tyreek Hill might be.
He does have a guy that can run under the ball. There's no doubt about that.
Could be intriguing.
Or would Mike McDaniel just be like, I'd rather have Tim Boyle. I'm cool.
No, I don't think after what I saw from Tim Boyle last week that he would feel.
Honestly,
you know what? Now I want to see McDaniel and Russ be around each other and who breaks first. Who gets sick of the other one's positive mindset first?
Also, isn't this one of those years where you're like, if you're Miami, you're just like, screw it, let's take our top 5 pick. To hell with it.
Well, you know, Nate, sadly, yeah, maybe.
And sometimes it just happens.
Because guess what? If he doesn't clear,
Yeah.
I mean, this Tua thing is not a simple
No.
Not a simple deal. But we should also mention Christian McCaffrey off to Germany to see a specialist for his Achilles tendonitis.
He's going to Germany?
Germany.
You never like to hear that. How about the Rams, by the way? How about Sean McVay? Out-dueling Kyle Shanahan yesterday to go and beat those Niners. I mean, if you're the Niners, you can't worry. You didn't have anybody available yesterday. But still, that's a hell of a
They
good
just
win right
keep
there
losing people, though.
for the L.A. Rams. Jawan Jennings. Game of his life yesterday, by the way. Congratulations to anybody that started Jawan Jennings in fantasy, which I can't imagine is all that many people, but if you did, you won yesterday. So congratulations to you, Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll kind of go inside the numbers a little bit on Bo Nix's performance in that victory, in his first NFL victory. How well did he play? We'll discuss that next.
Well, I got to. You only get this moment one time, and it's not easy winning games in this league. But, our guys deserve this. Our guys have earned this. We have a great team that really battle in there. We were one possession away in both the first two games. And so just to do what we were able to do today against a really good football team, it gives us a little bit of confidence moving forward. It's still a long season. But you got to enjoy these wins when they're here, and it's a great first win.
Bo Nix, after a 25 of 36, 216-yard performance yesterday, Andy. No touchdowns, however, no interceptions as well. He was not sacked in that game. He hit a 31-yarder to Josh Reynolds on a beautiful throw on the slot fade. Opened the game with a 22-yarder to Cortland Sutton on a back shoulder throw. In total, 4 of 4 for 70 yards. As Jeff Legwold pointed out, his next 14 completions garnered all of 99 yards. It was kind of aggressive early, back to the underneath stuff. However, he was hitting the underneath stuff, and so there was no need to necessarily go away from it. He didn't really have to force any throws. He really only had, I only counted 2 real dangerous throws that Nix made in that game yesterday. A really impressive, he was poised. He took what the defense gave him. Perfect example. He did hit Marvin Mims yesterday on a 9-yard completion. One of those plays where you just look at it and the corner's he's 10 yards off the line of scrimmage. Okay, run a curl and boom. Just take it. Just thank you very much. That's what you're supposed to do as a quarterback. You don't have to force anything big if you can just move the ball down the field as the Broncos did. They had the great opening drive. They got another touchdown early on. They kicked field goals the rest of the way, but a nice victory out of the Broncos yesterday to beat beat Tampa Bay, and I thought a very good Bo Nix performance.
Yeah, the best one we've seen yet in the regular season, exactly within his skill set. They finally, I think, did a few more things that you and I thought they might do during the regular season, or from what at least we saw in preseason. So that was good to see some of that carry over. And but that, I'll tell you one thing, Bo Nix can hit a back shoulder fade now. Yep. I'd like to see them do that back shoulder throw like he hit to Cortland a little more often than they do. And I don't know. Maybe they're calling it. Maybe he hasn't felt like it hasn't been there. Who knows what the reason is. But by all means, I'd like to see that be more the staple throw than that. Again, the wide receiver screens, I'm just kind of done with it, man. But whatever. If you had a guy that could execute one, that would be one thing. And maybe Badie will prove to be some of that at some point. But they need some elusiveness out there. And these bigger receivers that you usually use in this offense, it's not really the case. But like you said, you got the lead. You played with the lead. Defense did a good job of putting you back in good position again. You made this time the interception pay off with a touchdown, so good on them. What I liked about it was, although I was surprised, what'd you say the passing numbers were? 36 by the end of the day?
36 pass attempts.
I was a little surprised they got to that point. I felt like again, they get the interception from Brandon Jones. They go 3 straight runs to punch that thing in.
Yep.
Good on Sean for not trying to show us every cue play in his book. And I thought that with a little more work, was it Sutton or was it Reynolds? It was Sutton that he threw to, where he tried to throw it in the corner. That one to the very sideline right there, and it was a little bit too far out of bounds. They get that one dialed in. There you go.
He had another deep ball to Troy Franklin where Franklin caught it out of bounds, throws a little bit wide of him. By the way, that was in the drinking game this week as Bo Nix throwing a receiver out of bounds. So that was one where you had to stop and drink. Only 2 3-and-outs yesterday for the Broncos, so nobody got too inebriated on all of that. Bill Barnwell had these numbers for you, Andy. Against the blitz yesterday, Bo Nix 10 of 16, 116 yards. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
You'll take that. That's adjustment. That's finding getting the right read, and also that's probably a product of, hey, 3 games into this thing, okay, let's find some stuff to be able to help our young quarterback out a little bit, and they generally were able to do that. I went into the next-gen stats a little bit here yesterday. Another encouraging note here out of Bo Nix yesterday. I always like looking at the completion percentage above expectation. And Bo Nix was in the positive for the first time this year. He was 4.3 points better than the expected completion rate. So that's good to see. That means he's making good, tough, accurate throws. The throw to Sutton along the sideline where he had to battle his way through and make a good catch is one that certainly comes to mind right there. That shows off some good accuracy out of Bo Nix right there. Just in general, good game plan, composed. Again, nothing too advanced. He's not, I hate to use this term because it's the one that Peyton always used for Russell Wilson. They're not putting him on the high dive.
Right.
And he's getting better every single week. There's, you look at the chart, they're not blowing anybody away or anything else like that. But also, honestly, look around the NFL right now. Lamar Jackson yesterday, threw for barely over 100 yards on 15 attempts. Patrick Mahomes wasn't throwing anything downfield last night against Atlanta. This is what's happening in a lot of these games right now. And we're talking about the elite of the elite quarterbacks and guys like Mahomes and Lamar that are throwing just a ton of short stuff.
Here's the thing. Yesterday, I feel like we finally saw that short passing game offense that I thought they were going to use to effectiveness to at least, again, 6-7 wins. And through the first 2 weeks, I'm like, my gosh, are they even going to get to 3 wins at this point? Just finally, it seemed to make sense. And I get it. It doesn't always need to make sense to media and fans. But a whole lot of what they were doing did not. You know what? I felt like Sean was more, and maybe it's again, he was 7-0. He's now 7-0 against Todd Bowles with 4 different quarterbacks in his coaching career since 2019. So he loves playing a Todd Bowles defense for whatever reason. So maybe that added to the comfort level. But don't you feel like Sean was more in his comfort level with the play calling yesterday too?
He got into a rhythm early on in that game. And that's I've noticed this out of Peyton. I noticed it last year with Russ. There are those drives where Sean gets into a rhythm. He starts setting things up play to play. He had a good opening script, and he executed it yesterday on a touchdown drive to open the game. It's not lost on us that the Broncos chose to receive the opening kickoff, showing off, okay, we want the football, we want that aggressiveness. But that right there, Sean Payton, when he's constantly just going 3 and out and searching, he's not good. And granted, that's probably true of most play callers, I'm sure. But when they can start to collect some first downs and get moving a little bit, you start to see him find a rhythm, and that only helps out the offense as well. Sean Payton loves his playbook. Loves his playbook.
To the point where he's got I still would like to see him chop down that play sheet, man.
Yeah.
Because when he talks about how hard it is to get different personnel groupings and whatnot, and okay, then maybe don't try to get them all in, dude.
Right. Get
Get in the ones that are working. Like, again, why is Tyler Badie taking so long to get back in the game? You know, why is Jaleel McLaughlin taking so long to be back in there? Franklin and Mims and get them. You've had 3 games. Cut some of it down. Repeat the plays that are working, especially some run plays. You get some run plays that are working. Run those suckers again until they adjust to it.
By the way, also shout out to Bo Nix. It's okay to throw the ball away.
Right.
And we saw that more out of him yesterday. He was not forcing as many throws. One of them right before the Will Lutz field goal, right before the end of the half.
You want to know, they praised him for it. I think he deserved it. I give Bo a ton of credit, and this is going to seem like a little thing. When he had that play action, that waggle play, that boot, and they were on it, they had backside pressure from the end that ran out with him, and he was in the end zone, and he just chucked it at the feet of, what was that, Troutman or whoever. Good on him to not try to play Superman and have something stupid happen. You know how many of those young quarterbacks are trying to do a little too much? He just immediately recognized, this dude's on me. This isn't going to work. It wasn't a throwaway like you're talking about, but he made sure something disastrous did not happen there to swing the momentum.
Is he an elite hard counter?
Well, you know what I thought was cool? They worked on that at camp one day.
Yeah.
The HUD.
How does Tampa go from a 3rd and 14 to giving up a 3rd and 4, jumping into the neutral zone twice? What are you guys doing?
Well, by that point, I mean, it was funny. Did you hear Brandon Jones? I don't think I sent you guys the cut, although I meant to. This came from the Broncos X handle. Brandon Jones admitted after he got halfway through the run in that heat on his pick that he said, I saw enough bodies. I knew I wasn't getting in the end zone because that heat I was too tired in the heat. So that's when they went and did the shots for everybody's celebration, I guess he said, with the football. But I just think Tampa, we talked about it with our guests last week. The Heat ended up getting to them.
Yeah.
Because when you're behind,
They're going to play in it too.
You got to try to, they're just desperate to try to make something to flip the momentum. They didn't have the momentum from the start of the game on. So, again, you know what? I guess, Spring, if you got the old sound effect there, we ought to just give a smack on the rear for Sean Payton.
Yeah.
The game plan allowed them to not have to do anything uncomfortable the entire game. And when you're playing in heat like that, dude, did you see the on-field thermometer that was near 120 in one of the shots as they zoomed out of there?
Good God.
Yeah, man, it was a gross day. So I think he is pretty good at the hard count. I think also Tampa was just desperate to try to time up the snap.
We're out here at the Hofbrau. Monday Night Football underway. Game number 1, Jacksonville and Buffalo. That's the early game. 5:30 kickoff was the kickoff time on that one. Second game, the Manders and Cincinnati. That one kicking off at 6:15. I like a little Monday Night Football doubleheader. This will be fun coming up here this evening. Quick break. When we come back, Andy, I am ready to make a declaration about the 2024 Broncos.
Okay, hey, we got one.
I had a game in the L column that I'm about to shift to the W. I will tell you which game that one is coming up next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about erectile dysfunction. I know not your favorite topic, but a lot more men dealing with this than you may realize, and it's not something you're going to go talk to your friends about, right? Have a conversation with somebody that can help you find the right treatment, and the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. Those folks are at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Here's the deal. If you have been dealing with this for a while, if you're dealing with depression, if you find yourself pulling away from your significant other, maybe avoiding date nights altogether, don't live life this way, because they can help you at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, because they have treatments that work when pills or herbals fail, and they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Plus, they've been serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. They should be able to help you. It's real easy. All you have to do is schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit is $99, but here's how that works. It includes a medical consult. You'll talk with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll take a T and PSA test. And if you're medically advised, they'll give you a test dose. And if that test dose isn't working in the office, your visit is free. So give them a call today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Drive to deep right and gone. Charlie's done it again against Daniel Hudson. This time he gives the Rockies a 3-run ninth inning advantage. Charlie Blackmon, so fitting in perhaps his final visit to Los Angeles.
I mean, he may go back to Los Angeles again, but it will not be as a member of the Colorado Rockies. The news coming across officially today, just in the last few minutes, Andy, from the Rockies organization. Charlie Blackmon will play his final game of his 14-year Major League career Sunday with the Rockies taking on the Dodgers at Coors Field. 38 years of age. Charlie Blackmon, old number 19, going to hang it up. His entire career spent with the Rockies organization, Andy, in a day and age where that just is not at all commonplace. But Chuck Blackmon, a career with 226 home runs in a Rockies uniform, / 292, 352, 479 with an 831 OPS for the career. He went to 4 All-Star games, was a member of playoff teams in 2017 and 2018. Charlie Blackmon calling it quits.
Congratulations to Charlie Blackmon.
Great
I'm
career.
sure this is what he wanted. Chuck Nasty, you're truly one of those. You know what? Every franchise in sports has a guy that probably the fan base in the hometown appreciates more than the national media or maybe fans of the game. I think now, look, Charlie's been to plenty of All-Star games. They've talked about him as a leadoff hitter and how great he was. So I do believe those that follow baseball appreciate him, but he is truly a local legend in these parts, right? He's up there with the Three Amigos or the No-Fly Zone or, you know what I mean? Just one of those fun local person. He's just a character that I think if you're a Rockies fan, you're glad he spent time in our town.
He, he won't go to Cooperstown. Todd Helton has he's campaigned to have Charlie Blackmon's number retired.
I wouldn't be angry about it. I don't know. I mean,
it would. Here's why I think it's like raw numbers. There's plenty of other names that should probably be up there before Charlie Blackmon, but we know that loyalty is everything with Dick Monfort. Charlie Blackmon never left. He was always compensated very well to play here for the Rockies organization, and he stuck around. He was a good soldier. He didn't have any quotes in the media criticizing the front office, a la Nolan Arenado, which eventually pushed him out the door. I could see the organization eventually saying, yeah, we'll put your number up there. Again, raw numbers. Maybe a few others would warrant that consideration before Charlie Blackmon, but you always have to consider with the Rockies, like, what is the relationship of the player with the franchise? And Charlie Blackmon is, purple pinstripes through and through.
I would also add into that, though, what's the relationship with the fan base? We just played that song because everybody loves to sing it. Look, I would have no problem if his number was retired for this very reason. He's been the most consistently fun thing about Rockies baseball for a decade. How long has he played? What was it?
14 years.
Okay. Little here and there at the very beginning, but a decade, hell, 12 years, dozen years. He has been the most fun reason. He's been a big reason why people go to the park, no matter what the bullpen situation is or how many actual real starting pitchers you have.
How many major league players
Yeah,
you have.
exactly.
Yeah.
And so you know what? I mean, again, and the rest of to your point, if someone nationally want to come in and nitpick at the numbers, why is this guy's number? The hell with you. You weren't in the community. You weren't part of the fan base. He is a fun, classic, to me, legendary Rocky. And I think as your fandom experience with the Rockies is better for him being here. Period.
I mean, I'm in the community. I'd nitpick with the numbers.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Hell with you.
Man, Charlie Blackmon was also a part of, and this is not his fault. He was one of the guys actually pushing the boulder up the hill. That's a lot of losing.
It is, but I mean, how many times I thought about it the other night?
That's a tough
There
career.
he is on second base.
Yeah.
As I think a couple batters come through and nobody can even move him over.
Right. I will also say this for Charlie Blackmon. Early on in his career, I was like, he'll be fine. And he really turned into I thought he overachieved.
He did. I'm with you.
And in many
I'm
ways,
with you.
I view Brenton Doyle's current trajectory sort of the same as Charlie Blackmon's. Like, last year you looked at Brenton Doyle and you were like, man, you have got just gold glove potential. If you could even hold a bat, you'd really be something. And then he exploded offensively this year. He put in the work, and I think that's a big thing of what Blackmon did is he flat out put in the work to improve to become a major league power bat. He's going to retire as the franchise's all-time leader in triples. He really put together a very, very nice big league career. He was compensated extremely well for it. Late in his career, I was critical of the contract when it was signed.
Yeah, but you haven't been proven a fool.
I mean, did the Rockies get the full return on the deal? No, but also
he had a lot of good.
How else were they going to spend their money? Andy?
Right. Well, but see, that goes back to the jersey retirement thing for me. It's
Yeah.
not like you've got Mantle and Derek Jeter and now, Giancarlo Stanton or Judge or whatever. I'm just throwing names out there. You don't have a lot of guys that you're waiting to retire numbers of. And look, this franchise has shown you that they don't mind a good reason to come party in August or September if they can get you out there. So why not? Have a day, honor him, retire the jersey, call it good. Dude, you can,
Does he get a horse?
He probably gets very expensive fishing gear. See, if it's a mode of transportation, wouldn't you get him the fishing boat? You know what I mean?
Get the man a boat.
Right. I don't think he wants a horse. I don't know. Maybe he does, but of course the longevity of the last one, maybe we don't risk it again. But yeah, I'd get him a boat or an ATV or something like that.
Yeah, you give somebody a boat, you're handing them a bill. You don't need to do that.
Well, ATV is not much better.
Andy, he will retire as the Rockies. He's sixth all-time franchise history in home runs. However, if he does homer this weekend against the Dodgers, he can tie Cargo at number 5 on that list. 2 home runs to pass him. So something to play for this upcoming weekend. Franchise's all-time leader in triples with 67. Hopefully he can get 2 more before the career is up. Second all-time in franchise history in doubles. Todd Helton's numbers in that regard are absolutely ridiculous. He is 4th all-time in runs batted in. Spent a lot of time in the leadoff spot, so not necessarily always runners on base when he was coming up at 4th all-time in RBIs. Just a excellent career. Made great money to play for this franchise, like you said. The beard was fun, the dry sense of humor, the song, just an all-around well-liked Rocky through and through, to your point.
Yeah, and again, he made it, we had a text here, I'm a Padre fan, and he made it fun.
Yeah.
Good
player.
He's just one of those, just one of the fun, frankly, just a fun baseball player. You know what I like about him? Now, I think his answers probably got a little canned at some point, whatever. But, man, the more we get along in sports and the longer we go with these, these kids, literally kids getting it going and taking it all serious by the age of 10 or whatever else, I just enjoy a good personality in sports, and that's what he was.
Yeah, made sports fun.
Yeah.
Made baseball fun.
I guess you can't have every guy on the team that way, but, it's.
No, it's and really, like, this is, again, sort of sadly, but, 17 and 18 is a great era in Rockies history.
Gosh, we're calling 2 years an era. I can't argue with you.
We have to. We have to when you consider what this franchise is. And the part of the core that he was a member of with Nolan, with Trevor Story, with DJ LeMahieu, Kyle Freeland absolutely in his prime, and John
Kevin
Gray and
Freeland?
Herman Marquez and everybody else that was a part of that group right there that went to the postseason a couple of years in a row. And yes, I still consider losing a wild card game going to the postseason. You had to go to a 163. You had a chance to win the NL West for the first time in franchise history. Again, if you're a Rockies fan and you live and die with it, and Rockies baseball is your summer companion, those 2 years were absolutely special. And Charlie Blackmon was at his very best in those 2 years, including 2017, which is probably the best season of his career. He hit 37 home runs that year, Andy. He hit 331 and won the National League batting title. He was top 5 in the National League in MVPs. He was in the MVP voting. He was a 5.5 win player that year. I mean, again, 16, 17, 18 were really just great years in his career. And you can't tell the story of, again, this will sound dumb, that era of Rockies baseball without highlighting what Chuck Nasty meant.
No, and I think you already touched on it. The other thing, do you remember, I'm sure you do, I remember a clean-shaven Charlie Blackmon coming up and just kind of being a nice story in September when he first got here, right?
Yeah.
And like you said, none of us, I was like, all right, the kid may be, and I think the Brenton Doyle comparison's good too. The guy might be a little something, but whatever. This will be fun for a minute. I'm sure they'll look for an upgrade, and it turns out you couldn't get an upgrade. And so away we go. But, yeah, someone said retire the walk-up song. You definitely do that because technically they're trying not to pay too much attention to the walk-up song anymore.
Yeah, I don't think
they go out of their way to try to at least let people sing the Tonight part.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you noticed that?
Oh,
they've jumped ahead in the thing.
Yeah, exactly.
He doesn't get to sit there and take 5 hacks while it plays.
That's one of the things people pay to go to the ballpark for. You got to be able to yell Tonight.
Well, again, it's part of is culture the right word? It's part of the Coors Field experience.
Exactly. I completely agree. So go out. Hey, I'm sure they'll make a big deal out of it on Sunday, and it'll be Charlie Blackmon Day out there at Coors Field. Yeah, go watch the Rocks and the Dodgers, and who knows, maybe Shohei Ohtani will hit 3 home runs for you. Good reason to go to the yard.
Does Charlie go yad like Helton in his last home game?
Yeah, who's going to?
Remember when Jake Peavy just grooved him one?
Right, who's
even
going to start
Helton
for the
admitted
Dodgers on Sunday? Can they just put one right down Broadway?
Just the old T. Get that position player out of Miami that served that Shohei one. Let him come pitch to Charlie.
Come on, give the people what they want. Congratulations, Charlie Blackmon, on a great career. Avs, Stars. Connor's got the call coming up at 7 o'clock tonight. Monday Night Football doubleheader. We'll be talking about it tomorrow here on the show. Plus, I have a Broncos take that I didn't even get to because we had the breaking news.
Love it.
Charlie Blackmon retirement. We'll see if we remember to get to it tomorrow. Thanks to everybody who tuned in today on the program. Thanks to Jeff Legwald. He was with us today. For Mark Springer back at the shop. For everybody out here at the Hofbrau, Dixon, Carlos, and Cole kicking ass as they always do. For our dude Steve Kaufman, for Andy Lindahl, for Tyler Badie for cleaning up today. I am Nate Kreckman. We will talk to you tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Don't miss the Avs and the Stars tonight.